Lin traversed into the world of Game of Thrones, becoming a minor lord of a small port village outside White Harbor. Following the imprisonment of the Northern Guardian Ned Stark, the conflict between House Stark of the North and House Lannister began to unfold. In the war room of Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister summoned a serving girl and inquired, "Are you from the North?" Indeed, from the settlement of the Shivering Woods, Arya Stark, disguised as two, lied with a steady heart and calm demeanor. She was well acquainted with the lands of the Northern nobility. Tywin nodded. "What is the Northern perspective on Robb Stark?" This was a question she could answer. Tu replied, "They say Robb is the indomitable young wolf lord, charging into battle upon his dire wolf and capable of transforming at will into his wolf form. Do you believe such tales?" Tu recalled her father, the former Northern Guardian Ned Stark, and calmly stated to Tywin, "All mortals are destined to die." Suddenly, a raven landed on the gray stone windowsill, opening its beak and emitting a sharp cry. Lin retrieved the missive from beneath the raven's claws and unfolded it. Once again, it urged this minor lord to send reinforcements to support Robb's southern campaign, this time with a distinctly threatening tone, indicating that Robb's army required more soldiers from the north. As a traveler from another world, Lin understood that Robb's southern expedition would yield little advantage, and Winterfell could even be lost. Yet, the North's vassals were about to proclaim Robb as their king. To refuse the summons would be to defy the will of the North, rendering it impossible for him to survive there. However, if he dispatched his mere dozen subordinates, how could he maintain his standing in the territory? Bandits could easily raid his lands. Without attendance, not only would his domain be plundered, but his own life might be at stake. "I would rather relinquish all my wealth, 30 gold dragons, 110 silver stags, 886 copper stars, and 3 copper coins, and sacrifice my protectors to be squandered by Robb," Lin thought, furrowing his brow in distress. "Ding. Congratulations, master. The recruitment system is loading. Please wait." The crisp voice startled Lin, causing him to shudder. He paused for a moment, nearly moved to tears of frustration. Finally, the system had arrived. In this world of Game of Thrones, he had lived in constant fear, sleepless nights plagued by Robb's demands for troops, his hair turning gray with worry. After about 2 minutes, the voice echoed once more, "Loading successful. Please check the panel, explore independently, and strive to complete your tasks." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have been selected by the recruitment system. As a recruitment system, investing is the true path to power. Current system level, Level 1 First Activation Investment, 30 gold dragons, 110 silver stags, 886 copper stars, and 3 copper coins, achieving the first recharge reward. Current upgrade experience, 30.1100 points, 300. Note 1. Each consumption of 2 experience points allows the recruitment of 2 level 1 infantry, 2 level 1 spearmen, or 1 level 1 cavalry, or 1 level 1 archer. Note 2. Each consumption of 3 experience points allows the recruitment of 3 padded armors, 2 chainmails, or 1 fine steel armor. Note 3. Due to achieving the first recharge of 1 gold dragon reward, a small starter gift pack is received, which includes a reward points extraction card. Note 4. Due to achieving the first recharge of 10 gold dragons, a large starter gift pack is received, containing a random selection from the ranger, traveler, steward, assassin, or gladiator swordsman. What is this military recruitment system? Lin listened intently to the system's notification, remaining in a daze for a moment as he repeatedly confirmed that it was not an illusion, his face gradually flushing with embarrassment. A wailing cry echoed through the Lord's castle of Fisherman's Port. "I can't believe I spent all my wealth." Lin was filled with regret for having invested all his savings into the system in a fleeting moment of impulse. Thankfully, his father, the late Count Rothschild, had already passed away. Otherwise, he would likely be jumping around in frustration, slapping himself across the face. The pain did not end there. The large starter gift pack required only 10 gold dragons, yet he had recharged a staggering 20 gold dragons, 110 silver bucks, and 886 copper stars, along with 3 additional copper coins. Fortunately, the landlord's family had reserves, or else he would have to take his people out tomorrow to face the harsh winds. In the world of Game of Thrones, a single silver coin could purchase a virgin, while 1 gold dragon equated to tens of thousands of soft currency. Lin gasped in anguish, his gaze fixated on the points extraction card and the special profession extraction card in his mind. He had wagered all his wealth on this. Whether he could become the most illustrious lord in the North and reach the pinnacle of his life depended on their outcomes. Contemplating the extraction, Lin considered taking a bath and changing his clothes, then offering a prayer to the old gods, widely revered in his northern kingdom. However, he was interrupted by the sound of a mournful horn outside the castle. 1 blast signified caution, 2 indicated a small enemy incursion, and 3 a large force. Oh no, it must be pirates indeed. The heavens are unpredictable. Lin felt tears welling up, his mind becoming increasingly chaotic. Lin's territory was roughly equivalent to that of a township, with the Lord's castle, named Fisherman's Port City, located on the southernmost coastal fringe of the north. The inhabitants of his territory primarily resided within the castle walls, earning their livelihoods through fishing. The greatest threat to their survival came from the pirates inhabiting the sister islands in the biting bay between the north and the valley. These ruffians would periodically choose to raid the small castles along the shore. Lin's expression turned tense, as it was said that these pirates numbered in the hundreds, often hiding on their islands, unmanageable even by the great lords of the north and the valley. "Bring the gates down," Lin hastily commanded. "By order of the Lord, close the gates and prepare for battle." Prepare for battle. As soon as Lin's words fell, the people within the castle sprang into action. Although many were somewhat panicked, they quickly assembled. The most battle-ready of his attendants, a dozen or so guards, donned their gear, primarily consisting of rugged leather armor or chain mail, armed with a diverse array of weapons. At this moment, the wooden gates were firmly shut. In truth, although the fisherman's port castle was referred to as a city, it was merely a large village enclosed by wooden palisades. Fortunately, the wooden fence is topped with sharp points and stands over 3 meters high, making it quite challenging for ordinary thieves to breach. There are several strategically placed watchtowers, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 archers, which provides a fundamental level of defense. The residents of the territory earn their livelihood by fishing along the coastline, their sun-kissed skin darkened by the elements, yet robust and strong. At this moment, they have been roused by Lin's subordinates, their expressions tense as they brandish harpoons against the firmly shut gates. Lin ascended the watchtower atop the wooden city walls. From his vantage point, he observed a group of ragged pirates disembarking from their ship at the distant dock, armed with an array of knives, axes, and spears. Witnessing the disheveled state of those brandishing weapons, Lin bit his tongue, almost doubting his own eyes. Was this chaotic formation truly the notorious iron-blooded pirates of the Three Sisters? Was this all? He glanced sideways at the elderly scholar, Hill, who accompanied him. Hill was the second most educated and knowledgeable person within the fortress of the fishing village. Are these individuals genuinely pirates? Lin questioned, incredulous. The old scholar, Hill, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of enemies, his face betraying astonishment as he respectfully addressed Lin. "My lord, it is indeed the flag of the Three Sisters Island. They are the most fearsome pirates from the Three Sisters Isles of Biting Bay." Lin paused, and only then did he notice a tall, muscular man among the pirates, proudly hoisting a flag. The flag, adorned with the outline of a skull-like bird crafted from fishing net fibers, appeared tattered and decayed from years of exposure to the sea, fluttering forlornly in the breeze amidst the crowd gathered on the beach outside the fortress. Yet, no matter how Lin examined these pirates, he felt they posed little threat. With his higher education and a background in compulsory schooling, a particular idiom sprang to mind: a mob of rabble. Gradually, he regained his composure, fully dispelling the panic that had once gripped him. Chapter 2. The explosive troops within the Red Keep. In the throne room, the once beloved tapestries of King Robert lay torn and haphazardly piled in a corner, leaving the walls desolate. Sansa Stark was summoned to the audience chamber of Queen Cersei, where she learned from Grand Maester Pycelle of her father Ned's treason charges. She found it difficult to believe. Cersei acknowledged Sansa's innocence, but declared that, regardless, she was the daughter of a traitor and would not allow her to marry her son Joffrey. The dream of becoming queen filled Sansa with urgency. Peter Baelish stepped forth at an opportune moment, suggesting that Sansa be given a chance to express her loyalty. Cersei then produced paper and ink, instructing Sansa to write to her mother and brother, summoning them to King's Landing to swear fealty to her son, King Joffrey. Observing the exchange between the two, Sansa, although not entirely naive, recognized the detrimental implications for her family. She requested to see her father first. Cersei, disappointed, reminded her that her former prime minister father was a traitor. Sansa hesitated, merely wanting to know his condition and fate. Cersei handed her the pen, stating, "It will depend on what your brother decides, and of course, you." Soon, Sansa's letter reached her brother Robb, but Maester Luwin quickly discerned Cersei's influence within it. Robb unfolded the letter and declared that if they wished for him to come to King's Landing, he would do so, but not alone. He commanded the Northern Bannermen, all of whom had sworn loyalty to House Stark, to rally. "We march forth," he declared, outside the port castle of a fishing village in the north. A throng of pirates gathered, remaining just beyond the range of the castle's defenses, craning their necks to observe the guards atop the walls. A few pirates who attempted to approach the castle gates were swiftly shot down by the men under the command of Lin, prompting the remaining pirates to hesitate in their advance. They began to patiently assemble on the sandy beach outside, seemingly awaiting something. Lin squinted, noticing a group of pirates unloading large wooden frameworks from their ships, resembling miniature siege engines. He called over the vigilant guard commander, Hood, who approached respectfully, despite his rugged appearance. "My lord, you called for me?" Hood inquired. Lin scrutinized him, noting his lack of fear in the face of the overwhelming number of pirates outside, and even detected a hint of excitement in his fierce demeanor. Acknowledging Hood's courage, Lin instructed, prepare to clear the road to the gates. Ensuring the townsfolk do not crowd there, they should take their positions on the walls. Hood hesitated. My lord, if we pull everyone onto the walls, what will we do if the pirates breach our defenses? Defend the walls. Our reinforcements will arrive soon, Lin replied calmly. Hood, despite his initial uncertainty, nodded and acquiesced. Very well, my lord. As Lin watched Hood prepare the defenses, he contemplated the explosive troop system while making his way to his estate. Upon reaching the courtyard of the lord's manor, he found the training grounds empty, as most of his men had been dispatched to guard the gates. Ding. Welcome to the explosive troop system. Lin swiftly entered the system and opened a gift box on the interface, spotting a glimmering card for point extraction. Without hesitation, he selected it. A flash of light ensued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have extracted 99 points. These points can be exchanged for any point items, but do not increase point experience. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. 99 points were acceptable, not overly fortunate. Yet not unfortunate either. He confirmed the information on the interface. Current upgrade experience, 301,100 current points. For 100, estimating the explosive troop points. He noted that cavalry and archers required 2 points each, while infantry and spear soldiers required 1 point each. With 400 points, Lin inhaled deeply and decisively chose to exchange for 100 level 1 archers and 200 level 1 infantry. Without further deliberation, he spent all 400 points. Although he had an inclination towards cavalry, he realized they required a complete set of armor to unleash their true potential, leading him to begrudgingly forego that option. The purchase was successful. A shimmering disturbance appeared 2 meters away from Lin, and figures radiating white light gradually materialized. Soldiers of various skin tones, some dark and others fair, emerged from the luminous columns. Considering Lin's own 16 years and a height of 1.73 meters, these soldiers stood uniformly above 1.75 meters, with a majority being fair-skinned, possessing high cheekbones and blue eyes. Clad only in scant shorts, their muscular frames were not prominently displayed but were undeniably firm, typical of ordinary soldiers from Westeros. Master. The explosive troops report for duty. The Legion exclaimed as they filled the training ground in an instant. Even with a semblance of preparation, Lin was taken aback by the sight. The explosive Legion was the culmination of all his resources spent on acquiring them. He had taken a substantial step toward becoming a notable Lord of the North. Pointing to a stout, dark-skinned infantryman among the ranks, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Rodart." "My master." Nodding, Lin gestured towards a tall, slender archer, towering at nearly 2 meters. "And you?" "Call me Harry Kane, master." "Excellent. You two shall lead the infantry and archer regiments henceforth." "At your command, master," they replied in unison. Lin, satisfied, surveyed the 300-strong assembly and suddenly felt their lack of armor and clothing would place them at a significant disadvantage in battle. With 0 armor, the casualty rate in close combat would likely be astronomical. Regretting his decision to exhaust all points on explosive troops, he pondered. Ding. Congratulations, host. Explosive troop exchange successful. Activating the Game of Thrones World Mission System. The system voice resonated once more, startling Lin, who listened intently. Novice Task 1. Establish an alliance with other lords. Reward. 1 point exchange card. Novice Task 2. Conquer another lord's territory. Reward. 1 point exchange card. Novice Task 3. Successfully capture a spy within the city. Reward. 1 point exchange card. After a moment's reflection, Lin realized that only the third task seemed feasible at present. A spy in the city? No wonder the pirates felt emboldened to attack his territory. With that thought, Lin issued his first order. Rodart. Assemble a small team to don servant attire and disperse throughout the city, capturing any suspicious individuals discreetly and detaining them. Realizing that the siege would likely commence soon, Lin understood the urgency of locating the spy. Failure to do so would leave his explosive troops vulnerable and exposed to potential betrayal from within. Yes, Rodart complied without hesitation, fully obedient to Lin's command. With a swift order, he led a dozen men to retrieve coarse garments from the manor before marching out with determination. At this moment, a long horn echoed near the city gate, signaling yet another alert. Could reinforcements be arriving? Lin pondered whether to send the 100 archers to the battlements to assist in the fight. After all, even in their shorts, shooting arrows from behind the wooden barricades would be more effective than merely standing idle. Just as he hesitated, an elderly man clad in gray-white robes entered the training ground. Taking small, careful steps, it was none other than the old scholar, Hill. He stood at the entrance of the training field, astonished at the sight of the assembled bomb troop, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Lin approached him. "Old Hill, what brings you here?" "My lord, what are these?" the old scholar queried, pointing at the soldiers in the training ground, perplexed. Lin smiled faintly, opting not to explain. Some matters are best left shrouded in mystery. "Reinforcements," he remarked lightly, then inquired, "What do you need from me?" Chapter 3. The contestants in the dungeon beneath the Red Keep. the former North's guardian, ex-Prime Minister Ned Stark, sat despondently on the ground. His feet were shackled in iron chains, rendering him powerless to do anything but curse each one of them: Littlefinger, Queen Cersei, the Kingslayer Jaime, and Master Pycelle. He recalled Cersei's mocking words: "In the game of power, if you are not the victor, the only path left is death." He began to blame himself. "Fool," he shouted into the darkness, "you damn fool." Yet, when he thought of his two daughters, all he wanted was to weep bitterly, but the tears would not come. Even in this dire situation, he remained the Stark of Winterfell. His sorrow and fury were frozen within him. "Sir," Hill murmured, returning his gaze to Lyn. "It appears men from White Harbor have shown up outside the castle." Lyn paused momentarily. "The men of Wyman Manderley?" The old scholar nodded. "Indeed. Sir Wyman Manderley has recently been promoted to Count and is stationed in White Harbor. Several dozen riders from White Harbor are observing from the northern hillside. White Harbor is the superior city to the fishing village port. As a vassal of House Stark, Sir Manderley's forces from White Harbor should have joined Robb's northern army in the Riverlands, moving southward. What could they want? To assist me in defeating the pirates?" Lyn found himself momentarily perplexed. "I suspect they may be here to collect military and tax obligations," the old scholar awkwardly suggested. "So they have come to demand payment." "How shameless." Lyn cursed under his breath. "There are no taxes to collect. I have just gone bankrupt. Do they not intend to assist in battle? If the pirates take this place, where will they collect their taxes and recruits?" Lyn questioned, puzzled. Hill lowered his gaze and replied with resignation, "My lord. They plan to reclaim the fishing village port castle from the pirates and send other lords here." Damn, how pragmatic. Lyn felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. However, White Harbor, located at the mouth of the White Knife River, is the largest settlement north of the Neck and one of the 5 great cities of Westeros. A significant trading port of the north, not to be underestimated. For the time being, Lyn felt powerless against these contenders, after all. The Lord of White Harbor is a count, one of the North's vassals, while he himself is merely a rural lord, inconsequential in the eyes of others. Abandoning thoughts of impotent rage, Lyn turned to Hill and inquired, "Have there been any recent developments regarding the Northern Army and the Lannisters?" He wished to thoroughly understand the current situation. Why were the men from White Harbor so eager to come and demand military and tax obligations? Was the situation on the front lines that dire? After Ned Stark, the former Guardian of the North, was imprisoned for alleged treason, Robb immediately summoned his vassals to march south to rescue his father. The North is vast and sparsely populated, so Robb's forces, valuing speed, only mustered 18,000 men for the southern campaign. However, before he could even reach the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister led 20,000 elite troops, accompanied by Jaime Lannister's 15,000, northward. Now, only the castles of Riverrun, Twins, and Seaguard remain in the Riverlands. Nearly all others have fallen into Tywin's hands. Old Scholar Hill appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the Lord was concerned about the conflict between House Stark and House Lannister. This was not a matter for a minor lord to worry about, especially with such a formidable enemy at hand. Hill scrutinized his youthful lord, who possessed a fair and handsome visage, with eyes that sparkled with sharpness and wisdom, despite his somewhat slender frame. Suddenly, Hill realized he had previously overlooked the hidden ambition within this young lord. He gazed at Lyn and said slowly, "My lord. The latest news is that a few days ago, young Wolf Robb has allied with the Fry family through marriage at the Twins." Lyn, oblivious to the unusual look in Hill's eyes, nodded at the information. The Freys are vassals of Robb's maternal grandfather, Lord Tully, although they are not particularly obedient. Their stronghold, the Twins, is situated on the Green Fork of the Riverlands, and their family came to prominence by charging tolls for crossing the bridge, their sigil being a blue bridge on a silver-white background. Since Riverrun was besieged by Jaime, to divide his forces and strike Jaime, Robb, under his mother Catelyn Tully's arrangement, established an alliance with the Fry family through a political marriage. However, this also laid the groundwork for the eventual deaths of both the young wolf and his mother, Catelyn, at the Twins. But that is a tale for another time. As Lyn contemplated this, he suddenly found himself perplexed regarding the intentions of those from White Harbor approaching outside the city. Logically, Robb's northern vassals, currently allied with the Fry family, should be enjoying the upper hand and would have no reason to come to his territory to demand irrelevant military and tax obligations. He dismissed Old Scholar Hill and personally led a group to the ramparts for a closer look. Indeed, he spotted several squadrons of cavalry waving the Manderley family banners on the northern hillside. They were indeed knights of House Manderley. Lyn shifted his gaze to the front lines, where the pirates were busily unloading the components of a trebuchet from their ships, already assembling the first one. Lyn's fishing village port had not a single decent crossbow. Meanwhile, the enemy had deployed trebuchets. Damn it, it seems they have no intention of leaving me any options. Estimating the time required for the enemy to assemble all 3 trebuchets, Lyn observed his villagers continuously hauling heavy beams and stones to the walls, encouraging the guards and fishermen with a few words before retreating to his estate. He was now eager to capture that spy and exchange his novice task points for a stock of equipment. Lin reconsidered. He did not wish to cower within the city walls. Allowing the enemy to unleash a few volleys from their trebuchets could very well lead to the collapse of his walls, and he certainly lacked the funds for repairs. Captain Rodart's actions were swift, demonstrating the execution capabilities of the bomb troop. Suspected individuals were quickly dispatched to a small prison adjacent to the Lord's Manor. Lin arrived at the prison, instructing his men to release all those detained as suspected spies. Dozens soon filled the courtyard outside the prison. Upon seeing Lin, these individuals hurriedly knelt, pleading for a reason for their capture. "There is a spy among you, and with the enemy at our doorstep. You know how I shall deal with you," Lin declared without hesitation, dropping a heavy bombshell. A few timid fishermen and women immediately began to weep, crying out in protest. Communicating with the enemy leads to execution. None dare claim such a guilt. "My lord, we are not spies. I have always been a good person from Fishing Village Port. The heavens bear witness. What is it that day and night? What the hell? If you ask me, who should I ask? Oh my lord, I am also wronged. My lord, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you and will never act as a spy." Lin, however, was not swayed by such empty words. The residents of the fishing village, who felt a sense of belonging in the port castle, had all been mobilized by their servants to assist at the city gates. The individuals now idling about within the town were nothing more than vagabonds, all of whom had been rounded up and secretly imprisoned by Rodart. "Silence." Lin raised his hand to quell the chaos. "You now have an opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty by identifying the unfamiliar faces among you, those who are not locals. Step aside to the left." Lin surmised that since the task at hand was to uncover a spy and not a traitor, it was likely that the individual in question was not from the area. This was a familiar game for seasoned players who possessed the requisite reading skills for rigid game objectives. Soon, the scene descended into disorder once again. The fishing village was small, with fewer than 300 inhabitants and even fewer outsiders. The local residents, who typically fished in groups, were mostly acquainted with one another. After a brief interval, it became evident that only 5 or 6 individuals remained after the 30-plus arrests. Lin felt a surge of hope, realizing they were onto something. Chapter 4. Achievement unlocked. The three-eyed raven of the sacred woods seemed to witness a radiant comet streak across the sky, a wound appearing in the purplish-red firmament, weeping blood against the endless night that symbolizes Westeros. Lin ordered the escorting of several suspicious outsiders, their mouths gagged with black cloth. They traversed the streets and ascended the city walls, where the captain of the guards, Hood, was busily organizing the city's defenses. Observing his lord's peculiar conduct, he approached with a servant. "There are pirates infiltrating the castle, and I suspect one of these individuals is among them. I believe you may have a way to discern who it is," Lin whispered to his captain while gesturing towards the 5 gags nearby. Hood paused momentarily, then confidently replied, "Of course, my lord." A sinister grin crept across Hood's face as he leaned closer to Lin's ear. "My lord, I can identify the pirate spy, but I must inquire whether you desire him alive or dead." "Alive. I wish to interrogate him personally," Lin responded decisively. "The system task requires capture. If he dies, how shall I earn my points?" "Understood," Hood acknowledged, guiding the captured outsiders to the watchtower, where he instructed some fishermen to fetch ropes. With a menacing demeanor, Hood removed the black cloth from each captive's mouth, delivering a brutal kick to each of them, sending them sprawling to the ground. He produced the rope and approached the first fallen man, roughly binding his hands together. The dark-skinned man opened his eyes wide, gazing at Hood with a look of confusion, as if he wished to speak. However, at Hood's fierce glare, he dared not utter a word. As Hood secured the bindings, he lamented, "The Earl of White Harbor has sent reinforcements, and the pirate leader from Biting Bay seeks negotiations with my lord. Yet, we must first hand over their spy, and alas, we have no clue who among you is their brother. You will hang at the city gate. If the pirates from Biting Bay are genuine in their intentions, they will send someone to identify you. If it is a ruse, you shall await your fate atop the watchtower." Hood's weathered face bore cracks from sun and wind, making it a sight to behold. As he spun a web of half-truths, the bound men instinctively raised their heads, peering through the battlements toward the outside. Indeed, the pirates stood at a distance, seemingly with no immediate plans to assault the castle. On the opposite hillside, armored knights brandished the banner of White Harbor, forming an unusual formation. Upon seeing this, the captives began to believe Hood's words. 2 of them, fearing the prospect of suffering at the hands of the pirates, wore expressions of distress. Yet, intimidated by Hood's fierce demeanor, they remained silent. The remaining 3 bowed their heads, seemingly resigned to their fate. As Hood prepared to bind the last man, who appeared somewhat fair-skinned and resembled a middle-aged, portly figure, the man suddenly struggled to break free, blocking Hood's hand that reached for the rope. The greasy man sneered defiantly, "Let go of me. I am the uncle of King Stiddy from Biting Bay. Release me, or you shall never negotiate." Lin raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events, realizing that the individual he presumed least likely to be a pirate was indeed a relative of one. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Turning away with a sense of satisfaction, Lin remarked, "Break his legs and throw him in prison. And Hood, instruct the residents to cease their labors. Reinforcements have arrived, and the fishing village must prepare for an offensive." As Lin departed with a light step, Hood's expression darkened. He had assumed that the reinforcements Lin referred to were cavalry from White Harbor, having left the guards of White Harbor to come to the fishing village. Hood wished to advise Lin that the White Harbor folk were not to be trusted. However, the words stuck in his throat, and he hesitated until Lin's figure vanished from view. With a sigh, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Aware that White Harbor was technically the superior city of the fishing village, and he feared that such a blunt warning might provoke his lord's ire. Lin's reinforcements were, of course, not from White Harbor. He was in high spirits, for upon announcing the capture of the greasy middle-aged man, he had successfully completed the task, and the system had generously rewarded him with a point exchange card. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Lin eagerly accessed the system. Ding. Welcome, host. To the Explosion Troop system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 161 points, surpassing the Level 1 system's maximum exchange limit of 160 points. Achievement unlocked. How? Ding. Oh, how achievement unlocked. Reward. A Valyrian steel dagger. Lin rejoiced at the unexpected breakthrough and the achievement unlocked, but he wondered why it was labeled Ihao and not Ohuang. He had no time for further thoughts, as the system's reward left him astonished. A Valyrian steel dagger. This was indeed a fine treasure. Valyrian steel, forged during the era of the Valyrian freehold, was a potent metal. When crafted into a sword, its edge could remain forever sharp, significantly surpassing standard iron swords in strength while being remarkably lightweight. In real-world terms, this material could be likened to Damascus steel, yet it was a fantastical creation, infused with a touch of magical essence. Thus, Valyrian steel was one of the few substances, aside from dragonglass, capable of slaying White Walkers. Though such knowledge was not widely known, the swords forged from Valyrian steel were predominantly held by the illustrious families of Westeros, passed down through generations. A flash of brilliance illuminated the room. Carlos suddenly felt a weight at his waist as a sheathed dagger materialized, hanging from him. Lin momentarily neglected the Valyrian steel dagger, for there were nearly 300 members of the Explosion Troop awaiting their uniforms on the training grounds. Observing them, clad in shorts and showcasing their muscles, the slender Lin felt his temper flare. In this world of brawn, his slight physique made him susceptible to feelings of inadequacy. In the realm of the illustrious Lannister family, there exists a diminutive figure known as the Imp, a creature of mischief and cunning, who has caused much distress. With 161 points accrued, one could exchange them for 161 pieces of cotton armor. Lin, without hesitation or coveting the allure of chainmail or plate armor, pragmatically opted to convert all points into cotton armor, prioritizing the equipping of his infantry. Before long, the sight of 161 muscular men donning their gear simultaneously on the training grounds was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lin stood proudly on the central platform of the training field, invigorated with enthusiasm. Chapter 5. Overwhelming the Lannister camp sprawled between the river and King S Road, extending for miles. As night descended, it cloaked all banners in darkness. Tyrion, the Imp, weary from a day's march, felt relief from the incessant admonitions of his father, Tywin Lannister. Initially intent on indulging in drunken revelry, his attention shifted to the woman before him. Is it she? He inquired of his squire, Pod. Pod nodded, revealing that the woman had been acquired from a knight. The woman gracefully rose, gazing down at Tyrion from a height exceeding 5 feet. Indeed, my lord, and I can converse if it pleases you, she replied. The Imp found amusement in her presence and introduced himself. I am Tyrion of House Lannister, often referred to as the Imp. My name is Shay, and guests often address me as such, she responded. Pod burst into laughter, and Tyrion couldn't help but smirk. Then, let us enter the tent, Shay. He lifted the curtain for her, igniting a candle upon their entry. Holding the candle aloft, he scrutinized her closely. Pod had made a fine choice. Shay appeared to be around 18, with deep, doe-like eyes and dark hair, her slender frame both petite and robust, radiating beauty. A smile adorned her face, oscillating between shyness, arrogance, and mischief. My lord, would you like me to disrobe? She asked as he paused. Wait, Shay, are you truly a courtesan? If it pleases you, my lord. Think of me as such, she replied, feigning seriousness. Sister, only knowing the truth would please me. Is that so? Then you must pay double. Tyrion found their banter delightful. I am a Lannister, gold is plentiful, and you shall find me quite generous. Suddenly, the pirates outside the fishing village port, along with the knights of White Harbor perched on the hills, were startled by a thunderous horn. This was the standard call to attack. Yet they were perplexed as to why it emanated from the besieged fortress. Did the young lord within intend to venture forth to his demise as the siege engines were being prepared? Such was the thought of the pirates. However, Hood, the captain of the guards, standing atop the wall, held a different perspective. Observing the explosive infantry emerging from the lord's mansion, he realized the promised reinforcements were indeed real, and not merely the knights from the hills. The infantry commander, Rodarte, and the archery commander, Harry Kane, formed ranks with the explosive infantry within the gates. Hood, hold the wall and prevent the knights of White Harbor and the pirates from breaching. Any who attempt to approach shall be slain on the spot. Lin commanded. Disregarding Hood's astonished expression, the latter, still in shock, nodded vacantly. At Lin's signal, the horn of attack resounded within the fishing village fortress. Outside the fortress gate lay a stretch of sandy beach leading to the fishing port, flanked by tightening hills. The pirates, oblivious to the impending danger, congregated in the low-lying center of the beach. Lin planned for a direct assault with 100 fully armored infantry and 61 archers, while the remaining 139 would flank from both sides. By swiftly seizing the elevated slopes, they could effectively cover the pirate group with the archers' range, creating a pincer movement. Victory in this battle seemed assured. The war horn sounded, deep and mournful, joining the symphony of bloodshed. The gates of the fishing village fortress swung wide open, unleashing a frontal assault force shouting with fervor. As the archers ran, they nocked arrows, unleashing a rain of projectiles not for precise strikes, but to suppress the unprepared pirates. Positioned between the old scholar, Hill, and the captain of the guards, Lin surveyed the scene from the watchtower. The infantry charged swiftly, and as they neared the pirates who were preparing to retaliate with arrows, they raised their axes and swords, glinting with a cruel sheen under the sunlit coast. Long live the explosive infantry! Echoed the cries as another hail of arrows fell. Lin's expression darkened. He vowed to devise a new battle cry for the next encounter. Perhaps something like Dalmatia would suffice. Hood gripped the wooden railing of the battlements, transfixed by the unfolding scene, as the Lord's reinforcements clashed with the pirates. Witnessing the slaughter of those unprepared for the fierce counterattack, Hood realized that victory was destined for the fishing village fortress. However, upon lifting his gaze towards the slopes on either side of the river valley, he beheld archers clad only in trousers, lined up in long rows upon the hills, skillfully drawing their bows to rain arrows upon the pirate horde. He anticipated a complete rout. Accustomed to bloodshed, Hood's heart raced, and he cast a sidelong glance at the tense-faced Lord Lin, lowering his head further. What transpired was a one-sided massacre, as Lin observed the might of the explosive infantry, remaining still and blinking in disbelief. The warriors on the sandy beach engaged in a frenzied slaughter, the robust soldiers and pirates alike wielding weapons either to kill or be killed. The sounds of battle reverberated, distant yet distinct, snapping splinters of broken lances, the clash of swords, and the peculiar cries of "Long live the explosive infantry." Realizing that keeping his eyes open served no purpose, Lin closed them, focusing intently on the sounds. He heard the pounding of hoofs, the splashing of iron boots in shallow water, and the dull thud of swords striking wooden shields, as pirates seemed forced to leap into the frigid sea. Yet, it was futile. As long as there were survivors, the explosive infantry and their arrows would relentlessly advance. The cacophony gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a haunting lament. As the sun sank low, casting a blood-red hue upon the horizon, Lin inhaled deeply. This was the true essence of Level 1 explosive infantry. Despite facing no regular army, merely a disorganized band of pirates, the disparity had been staggering. Lin, incredulous, opened his eyes to see the old scholar Hill, astonished, his face somewhat dazed, and remarked, "Is there not a wealth of golden dragons in the pirate's lair?" He perused the system panel for information. Current upgrade experience, 301,100. His eyes gleamed with fervor. The scholar, seemingly oblivious to Lin's question, excitedly proclaimed, "My lord, I swear, for every 10 of those cursed pirates that fall, we have lost less than one." Lin was speechless, realizing the scholar had been counting the corpses. Chapter 6, New System Options on the Shores of the Fishing Village. The sun had yet to fully set, the beach bathed in golden light under the sunset, while the blood-stained sea shimmered ominously, resembling a horrific purgatory. Lin instructed his subordinates to gather the intact armor from the bodies of the pirates. Observing the disarray of corpses strewn across the sand, he felt confident that assembling the remaining foundational defensive gear for the explosive infantry would pose no significant challenge. Knights from White Harbor arrived at the gates of the fishing village fortress. Scholar Hill gazed down at the knights below, their armor gleaming silver, and even their helmets appeared meticulously maintained, shining with a proud luster. "My lord Lin, shall we allow them entry?" The old scholar, roused from the intoxication of victory, inquired with some hesitation. Lin nodded and patted the wall. "We have no choice. We must win over and stabilize the people of White Harbor if we are to seize the Sisters Islands without concern. But, my lord, have you not always been averse to paying taxes and conscription?" "Indeed. Moreover, with only a dozen guards, paying for conscription would render me a mere figurehead." The old scholar misinterpreted Lin's intent, thinking that Lin was now inclined to submit to conscription and taxation. Previously, Old Hill had advocated for the payment of taxes to gain the protection of the White Harbor family. However, upon witnessing the Knights of White Harbor watching the deadly struggle in the fishing village harbor, selfishly and indifferently, the enraged old scholar completely altered his stance. The faction advocating peace had now become the Warhawks. The chief guard, Hood, also regarded the White Harbor folk with disdain, particularly as one of the knights was an old acquaintance, one who had always looked down upon him and mocked his appearance. This individual stood outside the city gate, mounted on a proud warhorse, gazing upwards with a half-smile. Lin interrupted the old scholar, stating, "We did not pay before because we were too weak. Now we will not pay because I truly have no money. I am so impoverished that I do not possess even a single copper coin." Lin lamented internally. Yet he addressed Hood, saying, "You shall handle these individuals. The utmost goodwill we can extend from our fishing village harbor is the sea's supplies, of which we may share a portion in lieu of taxes." Lin had no desire to meet these knights personally, were it not for his insufficient strength to act recklessly. He would have even considered ordering the guards on the wall to launch a volley of arrows at them. Feeling a sense of frustration for his mature thoughts aimed at the greater good, Lin brushed his sleeve and departed from the wall. His injured troops from the explosive battalion still required treatment and care. After the war commenced and casualties emerged within the explosive battalion, the system presented new options, the explosive troop store. Upon returning to his residence, Lin finally had the time to open the system menu and locate the newly added explosive troop store section, perusing it carefully. Explosive troop system store. Lin briefly scanned the store and discovered it encompassed three main categories: the explosive troop blacksmith, the explosive troop medical station, and the explosive troop rallying horn. The items sold at the blacksmith differed from the armor redeemable with points. All items here were of the type of props and weapons. For instance, the infantry general's command blade enhances the combat capability of nearby infantry by 10, while the archer general's command sword improves the shooting accuracy of nearby archers by 10. The silver bull command horn raises the morale of the entire explosive battalion by 30. The effects of these items were exceptional, yet their prices were exorbitant. Among the least expensive were the commander's boots, which significantly increased the commander's movement speed, suitable for retreating after defeat, and the weapon sharpening stone, which quickly restores a weapon's edge 10 times, both priced at 50 points. Other items generally exceeded 200 points, with the most expensive item in the blacksmith section, the silver bull command horn, costing a staggering 600 points and being a one-time use. Lin gazed at the striking red number at the top of the store, indicating his current available points, 0, and could not help but grimace. The contents of the explosive troop medical station and the explosive troop rallying horn were equally unworthy of further scrutiny. He was in no position to indulge in shopping. As night approached, Lin made his way to the training ground, walking towards the wooden platform. Rodart and Harry Kane led a group of individuals carrying torches up the steps behind him, all filthy and dented in armor, yet laughing heartily. Two soldiers behind them dragged a disheveled, bearded man, bloodied and battered. Lin stood firmly on the wooden platform, facing a row of assembled explosive battalion soldiers below. The soldiers pushed the captured man onto the platform. "The bandit leader," Rodart announced loudly. The captured man struggled to lift his head, licking his cracked lips, and replied, "Bitten King Steed." This was the victor's judgment upon the vanquished, and the pirate leader understood. He knelt submissively, blood trickling from a wound on his head down one cheek, appearing like pitch in the flickering firelight of the night. "My lord, I am willing to offer a ransom." Lin's lips curled slightly. "My lord, I do not require your ransom. I only need you to tell me where all the treasures you plundered are hidden on the Sisters' Islands." Steed's expression darkened. The young lord before him was surprisingly greedy. He retorted, "My lord, I fear you will not find a single gold dragon on the island." "What a pity," Lin replied coldly. "Should we kill him?" "My lord, the explosive battalion will dig 3 feet into the island for you," Harry Kane suggested, "to execute this offender." "No." Lin waved his hand, gripping the Valyrian short sword at his waist. "He is more useful alive. I intend to send him to White Harbor, to be taken by their ships to the Terror Fortress. I have heard that the skinning men are currently facing a shortage of population due to the war." "No. It is the pirate King Steed of Biting Bay who refuses this time," trembling and lowering his proud head, gritting his teeth and saying, "My lord, I am willing to offer all my treasures, as long as you spare me. You are a clever man, so you know you are undoubtedly doomed. However, in light of your offer of treasure, I shall arrange a sea burial for you," Lin stated matter-of-factly. The latter's lips quivered for a moment, yet he said nothing. "Take him away, shackle him, and do not let my esteemed guest escape," Lin commanded. "Ensure the injured and sick are well attended to." Rodart instructed his men to rest well tonight. They shall set sail for the Sisters' Islands at dawn tomorrow, and remember to distribute the collected armor. Lin continued to issue his orders gradually. Furthermore, it is imperative to deploy more personnel for night patrols outside Fishing Village Harbor. Should those from White Harbor's crows fly out of the city, they are to be shot down. This information must remain confidential for now. If the knights demand exorbitant compensation due to Lin's spoils, I would not mind adding a few more corpses to the sea of dead awaiting the early tide outside Fishing Village Harbor. Chapter 7. Preparation. After Rob allied with House Fry, the army swiftly departed from Riveron. He dispatched 2,000 men to feign an attack on Tywin Lannister's main force while he himself led the main troops to ambush the besieging army outside the city of Torrhen. The arrogant Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, that golden knight who was said to have never known what it meant to wait, indeed fell easily into the trap. Rob captured him. However, the people of King's Landing were utterly unaware of this. The escaped Arya, starved and desperate, wandered through the alleys of King's Landing, intending to barter her pigeon with a vendor for food, yet the vendor shooed her away. At that moment, she heard the dreadful news. Her father Ned had been taken to the Great September of Baelor as a traitor. She faltered, releasing the pigeon and drifting with the crowd. She climbed atop the statue of Baelor and spotted her father being escorted out. Ned emerged from the hall, flanked by 2 guards, and he too saw his daughter. As he passed by Uncle Benjen and the Night's Watch recruiter, Yoren, he called out to him twice. Baelor, Baelor. Soon, Uncle Benjen Yoren noticed Arya beneath the statue of Baelor. The 3 fools stood beside Queen Cersei and King Joffrey, watching their father Ned in disarray, suppressing the urge to weep. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish could not help but smirk with delight. Ultimately, Ned confessed to his treasonous acts to protect his family. I confess that Ser Joffrey Baratheon is the only legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. King Joffrey wore a satisfied smile, announcing the verdict. My mother believes Ned should be exiled to the Night's Watch, and my betrothed, Sansa Stark, has also pleaded for mercy on multiple occasions. King Joffrey's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he continued, however, that is merely their womanly compassion. Traitors must be dealt with severely. The executioner shall sever his head. All were astonished by the unconventional actions of the new monarch, King Jor. Arya leaped from the statue, brandishing her sword in a desperate attempt to rescue her father, only to be firmly held back by Uncle Fold, who prevented her from witnessing Ned's impending execution. Ned cast a glance at the accusatory crowd before shifting his gaze to the statue, realizing his youngest daughter, Arya, had vanished. He lowered his head. At that moment, merely a father deeply in love with his daughter, for glory, had become inconsequential. He chose kin over honor, ultimately sacrificing both his life and his esteem. Dawn broke over the fishing village fortress. Rodarte was ordered to escort 100 members of the explosive brigade, capturing the infamous pirate King Steed from Biting Bay. As they set sail for the island and sister Aspe to seek treasure, the departing vessel was readily available, commandeered from the slaughtered pirates. And all that was required was to recruit seasoned fishermen from the town as crew. Lyn stood on the balcony of his residence, observing his troops leaving the city. He placed his trust in the loyalty of the explosive brigade, confident they would not covet the gold dragons that rightfully belonged to them. Thus, he had no intention of involving any other guards in the treasure-seeking mission. Watching the departing figures, he hoped that Steed had not deceived him. Otherwise, his fate would not be a mere sea burial, but a swift dose of poison concocted overnight by the old scholar, ill. After breakfast, he intended to visit the infirmary to check on the injured soldiers. He had lost nearly 45 members of the explosive brigade in the recent skirmish, with an additional 60 wounded, a matter that weighed heavily upon him. With limited resources, there was little he could do. Even the provisions for Rodarte's voyage and the payment for hiring fishermen were incurred debts. The target of his debts was certainly not the system, for the explosive system was not so generous, nor did it offer such value-added services. Upon learning of the Lord's difficulties, the old scholar Hill offered assistance. A fisherman merchant in town was a compatriot of Hill, who hoped to persuade him to purchase a seized, dilapidated pirate ship at a discounted price. Lyn gazed at the vessel with its 4 broken masts, the paint long peeled away, rendering its original color unrecognizable, and agreed to the arrangement. However, the amount that a mere fisherman merchant could lend to the Lord was limited. The 20 silver deer soon vanished from Lyn's hands. He instructed the brigade to set up tents in a vacant lot behind the residence using the captured tattered sails, temporarily accommodating the explosive brigade within. He also arranged for low-cost women to assist in caring for the injured soldiers, believing that women skilled in mending fishing nets would surely know how to stitch wounds. When the women arrived, the infirmary was soon filled with wails of agony. Lyn had forgotten that these women, accustomed to handling coarse materials, were less adept at suturing delicate flesh. He lingered at the infirmary's entrance for a moment, hearing the injured soldiers' cries filled with strength. And feeling a weight lift from his heart, he refrained from entering to avoid disturbing them. Upon returning to the residence, the head guard, Hood, appeared before him, requesting that Lyn prepare a lavish luncheon immediately. Still digesting his breakfast, Lyn asked incredulously, "Are you out of your mind?" In truth, he was more concerned about the meager food remaining in the kitchen. Hood explained, My lord, it only needs to appear sumptuous. We have plenty of sea fish here. And as long as each dish is prepared with fish, it will not cost much. Lin inquired, but why should I host those White Harbor folk for no reason? But A's fierce demeanor softened into a sycophantic smile. The knights from White Harbor had agreed to take only a third of the spoils, offsetting this year's taxes and military service, while reporting to Lord Eel that the fishing village had just endured a grueling battle and required rest. Only a third? When did these people become so benevolent? Lin questioned. My lord, we are still relinquishing half of the spoils. However, the White Harbor Knights plan to take the remainder for 50 silver deer. Lin quickly calculated, cursing the knight's greed. Yet upon reflection, he realized he suffered no real loss. Surrendering the anticipated half of the spoils saved him from a troublesome situation, ultimately yielding an unexpected gain of silver deer. He clapped it on the shoulder with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. People moved about the banquet table, toasting and exchanging cups. A large black dog with big, shiny eyes caught the scent of fish and chicken, sneaking under the long table to scavenge discarded bones, reveling in the feast. Lin, seated at the head of the table, observed Hood animatedly conversing with the knights from White Harbor, each guest flushed with drunken cheer. Seizing a moment between their toasts, he asked, I wonder where the ships from White Harbor can take us. I wish to explore more of Westeros. The leader of the White Harbor Knights, grinning with pride, kicked the black dog aside and replied, My lord, you intend to sell the captured goods, I presume? The ships from White Harbor can reach any corner of Westeros, and you will find the finest captains and sailors there. Disregarding his air of superiority and satisfied with the response, Lin raised his cup in salute. Observing the White Harbor nobles indulging once more, a smile of contentment spread across his face. Lin had no intention of hiring White Harbor ships. Instead, he was preparing to quietly recruit explosive brigands on a distant island. Establishing a fleet had become essential. Since White Harbor boasted skilled first mates and sailors familiar with the coastline of Westeros, the most prudent course of action was not to hire them, but rather to devise a way to entice them over. Chapter 8. A modicum of virtue. Winterfell. Ned Stark's second son, Bran, dreamt once more of the three-eyed raven. Following the raven's guidance, he found his father Ned in the crypts, wishing to see him, but due to his own paralysis, his servant, the plump Hotter, was too frightened to descend, leaving the wildling's servant, Osha, to assist. Each Stark who had passed was honored in the crypts with a statue for posterity to mourn. The meaning of Bran's dream was quite clear. Upon reaching the crypts, Bran introduced Osha to the statues. This is my grandfather, burned by the Mad King. This is my Aunt Lyanna, who caught the eye of Robert, but was ultimately taken by the Mad King's son, Rhaegar, igniting a war. Although Robert killed Rhaegar, my aunt still perished. Osha listened quietly, continuing to cradle Bran as they ventured deeper. Turning a corner, Bran held up a torch to illuminate the interior. He whispered, There's where I saw my father. Of course, Ned would not reappear. Instead, a gray direwolf emerged, his brother Rickon's direwolf, named Shaggy Dog. Rickon had dreamed similarly. Osha carried Bran back to the castle's surface, believing the two children were overthinking things. However, upon encountering Maester Luwin standing before them, Osha sensed impending trouble. Indeed, Maester Luwin soon confirmed the veracity of Bran and Rickon's dreams with a sorrowful expression and a letter in hand. At that moment, Bran and Rickon's wolf spirits were gradually awakening. Just as certain members of House Targaryen possessed the blood of dragons, some members of House Stark bore the spirit of wolves. Is this the legendary direwolf? Lin mused, gazing at the purchase options in the explosive system as marketplace. Direwolves, black bears, even tiny dragons as pets left him astounded. Lin's eyes gleamed with fervor, pondering whether he could cultivate his own magical beast despite lacking the direwolf spirit or dragon blood. The head guard, Hood, approached. Lin exited the system, seeing him crouch down, gently stroking the fur of the little black dog lazily sprawled on the ground. It was as though he were tending to his own unwashed hair. You really ought to wash your hair, Lin remarked, slightly taken aback by the state of his dirty locks. Yes, Lord Hood replied, momentarily stunned, then awkwardly added, I'll return to that after I finish my report. Observing the appearance of the head of the guards, Lin understood that instilling a sense of hygiene among everyone would take time. He turned his face and inquired, Have those people from Whiteport left with their goods? Hood crouched down to pat the little black dog, then stood up, extending a hand with a bag filled with a pile of silver deer coins. They've gone. They need to hurry to the next town. Lin nodded, weighing the pouch of silver deer coins in his hand before pocketing it. Those rascals had taken half of his spoils for a mere 50 silver deer. And though it spared him from taxes, Lin still felt somewhat displeased. The local prices were roughly a copper penny for a roasted sausage and a mug of ale, with 1 silver deer equating to 56 copper pennies. At current rates, a copper penny was approximately worth 5 yuan, making a silver deer coin worth 280 yuan, while a gold dragon amounted to 210 silver deer, equivalent to 800 yuan. He recalled that he still had a special profession draw card yet to be used. If only he could draw a steward to assist in managing finances. As the two conversed, a servant approached with a tray holding 2 cups of wine. Lin In sat on a bench in the mansion and took a cup from the servant's hands. After taking a sip, he looked at Hood, who had been unable to drink, and queried with confusion, "Why serve such foul wine at lunch? It's unpleasant and spicy. This mulled ale is far more delightful." The head of the guards, Hood, chuckled lightly. "My lord is generous. Having any wine at all is a blessing. Fine malt ale and white port can fetch up to 5 copper pennies a cup. So expensive?" Lin In's eyes lit up at this revelation. He felt it was time to find a sustainable source of income for his premium system. After all, encounters with wealthy creatures like the pirate Cid were rare and invaluable. Glancing at his cup, Lin In turned to Hood. "Is the mulled ale brewed in our estate?" Hood replied with a smile. "The people of the north love their drink, but are not skilled in brewing. Most of the alcohol here is sour and bitter." Lin In picked up a roasted onion dripping with brown gravy from the tray held by a nearby servant and took a crunchy bite, a smile spreading across his face. After expressing gratitude for Lin In's generous hospitality, Hood went off to patrol the territory. Besides the castle itself, he needed to oversee the guards patrolling the nearby scrubland. Some refugees had taken to recklessly cutting down trees in the woods of the fishing village's territory, hunting beasts in the small forest. Hood could not tolerate such behavior. Everything within the bounds of the fishing village should belong to Lord Lin In. Hood's commitment to protecting the territory was commendable. The emergence of the mercenary group and their stationing at the fishing village had gone unnoticed by most local residents, who merely perceived them as hired help from their lord. For those like the old scholar Hill and Hood, who were privy to some of the underlying truths, Lin In claimed that he had relatives among the great lords of Dorne, located at the southernmost tip of the continent. He had employed these reinforcements and promised that more mercenary groups would arrive by sea. As for the reason behind calling in these so-called relatives of great lords, Lin In feigned a sense of mystery. The old scholar Hill regarded this as a sign of maturity in Lin In, confirming the ambition he had sensed in Lin In's demeanor. Hood, on the other hand, remained indifferent, a typical common knight of Westeros. He understood that loyalty and maintaining one's place were paramount truths. Rodart had taken infantry to the Sisters Islands to seize the pirate Cid's treasure and scout suitable locations for establishing a refuge. Until their return, Lin In's options were limited. He entered his study, closing the door behind him and requesting not to be disturbed. "Welcome, host, to the explosive soldier system." Lin In activated the system. Browsing through the collection of various magical beasts in the shop, he then shifted his gaze to the medical section of the explosive soldier menu. The Level 1 explosive soldier system had only one option unlocked in the medical section. Explosive medical soldier. Possesses a scalpel for treating any injured soldier, limited to explosive soldiers. Requires points. 5. Lin In chuckled bitterly. 5 points required an investment of half a gold dragon or 140 silver deer, which he could not afford at the moment. He then opened his backpack, where a golden card pack lay quietly within. It was a reward for the first recharge, a random draw card for a special profession. Ranger, Traveler, Steward, Assassin, Gladiator. Lin In smiled lightly. Aside from the Traveler, which seemed useless, the others appeared promising. With a 5-1 chance of drawing something good, he felt he had a bit of luck on his side. He clicked to open it. A delightful sound resonated from the system. "Drawing in progress. Please wait." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special profession, Traveler." A smile froze in the air. Chapter 9. Recruitment, Part 1. Beneath the Wall of Despair, at Black Castle, Jon Snow. The illegitimate son of the former North Guardian Ned Stark thwarted the White Walker's assassination attempt on the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont. He shattered the White Walker's scheme to eliminate the Lord Commander and breach the wall. To express his gratitude, Mormont bestowed upon Jon the ancestral Longclaw sword, which had been passed down for 500 years, even going so far as to replace the bare head on the hilt with a wolf's head. Jon gazed in astonishment at the Valyrian steel blade of Longclaw. Damn. At that moment, Lin In felt a sense of melancholy upon the sudden appearance of a figure before him. His features were sharp and gaunt, resembling a treacherous crag, with gray-blue eyes perpetually glinting with mirth. Like all seasoned travelers, he donned a gray cloak, wore high leather boots, cinched a wide leather belt with a silver buckle, and adorned his neck with a string of small idols. "Traveler, what skills do you possess?" Assessing the elite profession he had drawn, Lin In saw no distinctive features. Faced with the presence of this elderly man, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, contemplating that perhaps he should wash his hands before the next draw. "My duty is to travel, my lord," the traveler replied with a smile. "Ah, your duty is to travel? Truly remarkable. Why not just take flight right here?" Lin In stifled his emotions, inhaling deeply as he stepped forward, managing to force a strained smile. At your age, embarking on perilous journeys could be dangerous. If you possess any management skills, you could remain here as a steward. Lin In made one last attempt. However, the traveler was entirely unyielding. He raised his head defiantly. staring blankly at Lin In, stubbornly correcting him. My lord, I am a traveler. It is my mission. Without my mission, I will perish swiftly. Is that what you wish to see? Lin In found himself speechless, caught off guard by the words. The kind-hearted Lin In could hardly provide a positive response. After a prolonged pause, he finally blinked and said, Where do you intend to travel? It requires quite a bit of funding, I presume? He quickly added, Recently. Your lord has faced financial ruin. The traveler waved his hand dismissively, explaining in a hoarse, aged voice, No, my lord, a traveler does not require much coin. Just prepare a horse for me, and I will wander freely, finding my own way to survive. Lin In could see that this old man truly cherished his travels. The moment Lin In agreed to let him continue as a traveler, the dullness in his eyes brightened with newfound spirit. Lin could only accept the outcome. Finally, he inquired, Well, traveler, I shall sponsor you a horse, but what will you bring me upon your return? The old man, filled with pride, replied, You may call me Alibaba. When I return, I will present you with a large basket of gold. Lin felt a flicker of temptation at the thought. A basket full of stories, my lord. Alibaba took one of the few horses from the stable. Lin watched as the old man joyfully departed, a bitter taste lingering at the corners of his mouth. What a profession I've stumbled into storytelling. Goodness. Lacking a suitable steward, Lin resolved to manage these trivial matters himself. He instructed the old scholar to pin down the personnel he intended to recruit on a piece of parchment and had his servant posted on the castle's notice board. Sailors were needed, male, aged 20 to 40, robust and strong. Monthly remuneration, 8 silver bucks. Blacksmiths, all genders, aged 18 and above, with forging experience. Monthly pay, 8 copper bucks. Laborers, male, aged 18 and above, monthly pay, 6 silver bucks. Masons, all genders, any age, with experience in fortress construction preferred. Monthly remuneration, 8 silver bucks. Supplementary clause, exceptional swordsmen and those with steward experience may also apply. Suitable candidates may be granted the title of steward or head butler. With remuneration to be discussed. As soon as the announcement was read, the crowd before the notice board erupted with chatter. A dark-skinned, thin middle-aged fisherman exclaimed, A monthly wage of 8 silver bucks. That's equivalent to 2 months of hard labor at sea. Someone retorted, But can you build a wall? Or do you have experience in constructing a fortress? You'd probably struggle even with erecting a latrine. What is it to you? Even being a laborer isn't so bad. My wife has been sewing up the wounds of the mercenaries from the recent battle at the Lord's residence. It's quite simple, and she earns 20 copper pennies daily. A robust young man chimed in. I've hunted at sea, slain a seal that jumped onto my boat with my sword. Does that qualify me as an exceptional swordsman? Get lost. Being a steward is grand, but your skills only hold weight at sea. You can't even ride a horse. How can you be a steward? Danny was a girl with mud smeared across her face, pushing her way to the front of the crowd. Unlike others, she paid little attention to the discussions about jobs. Her focus solely on the supplementary clause at the end of the notice. A steward's title, remuneration to be discussed. This job seemed promising. It appeared that the Lord was in need of a steward. Danny's eyes fixated intently on the announcement's fine print. Unlike the others present, she did not need to listen to the old scholar's recruitment speech. She could read and write well in the common script of Westeros. As for what being a steward for a minor lord entailed, she had a fair understanding. Recalling her childhood in River Run, the illegitimate daughter of Edmure Tully, she had always been accompanied by a maidservant, learning about the life and duties of a servant. Count me in. She raised her hand high in the crowd, eager to register, believing it worth a try. Ever since the Lannister army swept through the Riverlands and River Run fell under siege by Jaime Lannister's forces, she had nowhere to go, forced to flee with the maid who had cared for her since childhood to the maid's hometown, a fishing village. Old Hill had Danny fill out a simple registration and informed her that there would be an interview the following day. She readily agreed and stepped out of the crowded notice area, her face beaming with excitement as she hurried back. She intended to share her plans of seeking respectable employment with her former maid, Shireen. Chapter 10, Recruitment, Part 2, Riverrun. Robb and his vassals gathered, including his uncle, the new Duke of Riverrun, Edmure Tully. They debated whom to support as king, Stannis Baratheon, who had risen in rebellion simultaneously, or Renly. Renly is not the king. Robb asserted. My lord, you cannot pledge fealty to Joffrey in King's Landing. Your father was slain by him. Gendry Glover retorted angrily. That makes him a villain, Robb replied. But it does not make Renly the king. Joffrey is the eldest son of Robert, and according to the laws of the realm, the throne rightfully belongs to him. Even if he were to perish, he has a brother. The claim would then pass to Tommen. Yet Tommen is also a genuine Lannister, remarked Ser Mark. Indeed, Robb acknowledged. Troubled. But even if both were to die, it would not grant Renly the throne. He is Robert's younger brother. How can Renly claim the throne before his elder brother Stannis? Lady Mormont nodded in agreement, according to the Baratheon line of succession. Stannis is indeed more qualified than his brother Renly. But Renly was crowned at Storm's End, Ser Mark interjected. The Reach supports him, and Dorne will surely not sit idly by. If we unite the forces of Winterfell and Riverrun, gentlemen, within a year, we could have the Queen Regent, the Imp King, Lord Tywin, and the Kingslayer all impaled on the points of our lances at King's Landing. But what benefits could we gain by siding with Lord Stannis? Robb stubbornly countered. Catelyn watched her eldest son, noting how much he resembled his father Ned when he spoke, which sent a chill down her spine. A thunderous voice rang out. You coward. At that moment, the most valiant and warlike of the North's vassals, Great John, stood up. He declared that both men were brothers, and neither would sway him. As for the Southerners, their gods were not real. They had once bowed to dragons. And now that the dragons were extinct, what good was their allegiance? He drew his fearsome greatsword, pointing it at Robb. I'll kneel if necessary. But only before this king. His voice thundered, long live the king in the north. Lord Karstark drew his sword in agreement, echoing, long live the king in the north. At this, the Riverlords exchanged glances and rose in unison. Although their families had never been governed from Winterfell, they all drew their swords and knelt, proclaiming an ancient title unheard in 300 years. Long live the king in the north. Damn. Lynn found himself overwhelmed by wave after wave of applicants. The eagerness of the fishing village residents to secure stable employment caught him off guard. After a day of recruitment, he had gathered around 20 craftsmen, most of whom had some experience in construction, participating in the repairs of the fishing village fortress during the annual fishing off-season, mending the city's drainage systems, and so forth. A middle-aged man specializing in thatching was exceptionally hired, receiving praise from Lynn as a talented individual. The man, flushed with excitement, boasted to those who had previously mocked him, "Did you see that? The Lord just called me a talented person." His acquaintance replied, "Well, then you truly are a talent." Lynn chuckled ruefully and turned to the old scholar Hill, who was seated beside him taking notes, and asked, "How many applicants are left?" "My lord, there is only one remaining, applying for the position of steward." Lynn steeled himself, hoping this applicant would not resemble the previous merchants who had come to try their luck, their faces adorned with avarice and flattery. He had no desire to keep a sycophant as a steward. Dany, clad in a somewhat faded gray cotton coat, though still marked by mud on her face, entered the Lord's hall. Lynn was taken aback to see a girl with reddish-brown hair, approximately 14 years of age. "Walk in," he asked, somewhat surprised. "Are you an applicant?" "Yes, my lord." The girl's voice rang out clearly. Lynn hoped he hadn't made a mistake, and confirmed once more, "You are applying for the steward position?" "Indeed, my lord," Dany replied, her composure unwavering. "The interview has concluded, and regrettably, you have not been accepted." Lynn shook his head, lamenting the absurdity of the situation, a young girl aspiring to be a steward. The girl with auburn hair could no longer contain herself. "Why, sir?" she asked, her eyes wide with urgency as she gazed at Lynn. "You haven't even asked me any questions." Lynn instinctively waved his hand and replied, "I do not employ child labor here. It is against the law and ethics." However, the girl, Dany, blinked in surprise and retorted, "But the laws of the realm state that only those under 10 are considered child laborers." Lynn was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow at the old scholar, Hill, who stood nearby. The latter rose respectfully, stating, "Indeed, my lord, according to the Iron Throne's laws, one must be under the age of 10 to be classified as a child laborer. By law, she qualifies as an applicant." Lynn was left speechless. So, one ceases to be a child laborer upon turning 10? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Indeed, a chubby boy who worked at the bakery was quite young as well. Nonetheless, as a traveler from another world, Lynn found it difficult to convince himself to employ a girl of such tender years. After a moment's hesitation, he prepared to decline, only to be met with the girl's pleading gaze, her large eyes brimming with earnestness and desperation. Lynn felt a pang of guilt. The girl seized the moment to plead further, "Please, sir, without work, my maid and I will soon perish from hunger." Lynn's attention was piqued by the mention of a maid, and his expression darkened in surprise. "You have a maid?" he questioned incredulously. "How could an applicant, claiming to be on the brink of starvation, afford a maid?" Lynn mused to himself, "I do not even have a maid." The girl quickly clarified, "She is my former maid. I truly need this job, sir. If possible, would you grant me a chance to prove myself?" Lynn pondered for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" "Dany Tully." "Tully? Could she be from the Tully family of Riverrun?" Yet, he had never heard of her name before. Lynn's gaze turned skeptical. But as he caught sight of her lovely auburn hair, he fell into contemplation. "I beg you." The girl continued to implore. Lynn tapped his fingers on the table, feeling deflated, and finally relented. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Come to my residence tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord," Dany exclaimed, spinning on her heels and weaving through the crowd, eager to share the good news with her former maid, Hilly. As the day's recruitment efforts came to a close, Lynn stood up and glanced at the elderly scholar, Hill, who was busy organizing the records. He quietly inquired, "Why didn't my father ever consider hiring a maid for the Lord's residence?" Hill paused for a moment, then spoke. My lord, I could inquire on your behalf. What? There are maids for sale in the black market of White Harbor. Lin was taken aback and rushed to catch up with the departing Hill. No, that is not what I meant. Chapter 11. Questions at Harrenhal. Tywin Lannister had just learned that his most favored son, Jaime, had been captured, and his expression was one of barely contained fury. Just days ago, he had asserted that his son would not be easily apprehended, only to receive news of Jaime's capture now, amidst a perilous situation with Stannis and Renly mustering their forces, cornering them from three sides. Observing his father's ire, Kevin Lannister cautiously suggested a negotiation. Meanwhile, the imp, Tyrion, pushed his wine cup off the table, relishing the sound of shattering glass. Attempting to bring Robb to the negotiating table is less likely than drinking from this broken cup. You expect him to negotiate after you've beheaded his father? Others began to offer their own ideas. Yet, with his most cherished son captured, Tywin was beyond listening, ordering everyone out except for the imp. Tyrion, undeterred, was still focused on the wine. His father snatched the wine jug away, but this time, Tywin personally poured a glass for the imp. Tyrion regarded his father with a sidelong glance, wondering what game he was playing. Tywin addressed Tyrion. I always thought you to be a slow-witted fool, but it appears your intellect may be sharper than I presumed. Indeed, had Ned not perished, we might have leveraged him to draw Robb to the negotiating table. But now that he has been slain by your nephew, I intend to revise our strategy. I will head to Harrenhal to regroup, and you will act as my temporary hand of the king, overseeing that reckless young king and his mother, ensuring they do not create further chaos. Oh, and do not bring that harlot into the court. Dawn arrived, and while Lin practiced swordplay in the garden of his estate, a servant approached with an announcement, and he was momentarily taken aback. Wiping the perspiration from his brow with a towel, Lin instructed, bring her in. As Dany was led into the courtyard by the steward of the Lord's residence, she kept her head down, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The Lord had promised her a chance, but she was uncertain of the nature of the trial. Upon entering the garden, her heart raced. A servant clad in coarse gray garments called out, My lord, Miss Dany has arrived. Lin turned at the sound. The girl seemed to have made an effort to present herself. Compared to her wild appearance yesterday, she appeared much more composed today. What met Lin's gaze was a fresh and unblemished face, adorned with long auburn hair, a petite nose, and deep dimples on her cheeks, all quite pleasing to behold. Her blue eyes, faded yet captivating, resembled washed silk, soft and inviting. At this moment, Dany's bright and unique gaze was averted, perhaps from shyness or trepidation. Lin straightened, extending his hand in welcome. I am pleased to see you have arrived on time. Dany, petite and graceful, maintained her composure, slightly lifting her chest, revealing her lovely orange shoulders. She bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, my lord. As she slowly raised her head, she found herself mere steps away from the young lord. Clad in shorts and a sleeveless shirt, his keen black eyes curiously examining her. Dany felt her cheeks flush slightly and instinctively lowered her gaze, exclaiming, My lord. Lin snapped back to reality, awkwardly responding with a slight acknowledgement. Have you had breakfast? Dany sensed the gaze that had been fixed upon her was now averted, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Steadying her composure, she performed a noble bow. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Lin inquired, Miss Tully, are you truly of the Tully family of Riverrun? He felt compelled to clarify, lest there be any misunderstandings. As the young lord posed the anticipated question, Dany felt a wave of relief wash over her. She recounted her journey from Riverrun to the fishing village port in detail. My lord, you may call me Dany. I am not a legitimate member of the Tully family. My possession of the Tully surname is a long story. Lin observed the complex emotions reflected on her face and furrowed his brow. Are you a bastard? Dany nodded. Lin responded with an O. Realizing that the surname for bastards in Riverrun was typically Riverrun, yet this girl claimed to be Dany Tully rather than Dany Rivers, suggesting hidden intricacies. However, Lin had little interest in delving into this matter, primarily because he need not worry about the Tully family in the future. Once Edmure Tully assumed control of Riverrun, the prestigious family would swiftly decline. Ultimately, Edmure, the Earl of Riverrun, would find himself a prisoner of House Lannister. Lin merely hoped for a steward of more straightforward origins, as this would afford him peace of mind. Fewer complications were always preferable. He redirected the conversation back to matters concerning the Lord's estate. Very well, Miss Dany. Let us discuss matters of significance. I have promised you an opportunity. Today, you will serve as the interviewer for the Lord's manor, facing dozens of applicants, including masons, laborers, and even swordsmen. Do you possess the confidence to fulfill this task? Dany pressed her lips together and replied, I shall do my utmost, my lord. I have learned some basics under a swordsman in the city of Flowing Stream. My former maid, Shiri, has experience as a mason and laborer, so I have a general understanding of what is required. Excellent. I intend to construct a fortress on the island. Please estimate the number of craftsmen required. And should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Bachelor Hill. He is a kind old man who will gladly assist you. Danny nodded earnestly, quickly immersing herself in her work as she summoned a servant to bring her a quill and parchment to meticulously record Lin's requirements. She occasionally posed minor questions. My lord, how large do you intend the fortress to be? Should it match the size of Flowing Stream? I have seen the construction plans of Flowing Stream and could easily replicate them from memory. Lin shot her a glance. Not enough funds. Undeterred, Danny pressed on, my lord. Does your formidable army, which has vanquished pirates, plan to remain stationed in Fisherman's Village? Why not allow your commanders to form a mercenary band? Such soldiers are needed in the Riverlands, and the great lords would gladly offer substantial commissions. Lin shook his head. Soon, money will not be an issue. What are the construction plans for Flowing Stream? Not needed for the time being. It would be a waste of money. Chapter 12. The Dragon Mother and Planning on the Other Side of the Narrow Sea, the Continent of Essos. Sir Jorah Mormont, the Great Bear, professed his deep feelings for his goddess, Daenerys Targaryen. Your Majesty, the Great Bear knelt on one knee. Daenerys, my sword is yours, my heart is yours. I implore you. Listen to me. Daenerys, I am aware of your intentions, but please do not proceed. I must do this, Daenerys replied, extending her fair hand to gently caress the Great Bear's cheek with both affection and sorrow. You do not understand. No, I do understand. The Great Bear's voice was filled with despair. If you ascend to the pyre of Khal Drogo, I will not stand idly by. I cannot bear to watch you be consumed by flames. Is that what you fear? Daenerys lightly kissed the broad forehead of the Great Bear. Do not worry. I am not so childish. The Great Bear opened his eyes. You truly will not accompany him to his death? Daenerys, you swear you will not do this? I swear. As Khal Drogo's body was placed upon the pyre, the sun approached the horizon. Daenerys emerged from the tent, while the other Dothraki stood silently watching. Bring oil and my dragon eggs, Daenerys commanded her handmaid. She personally placed the dragon eggs upon the funeral pyre and then addressed all present, including the Dothraki and slaves. Now I grant you your freedom. You are no longer slaves, but those who remain shall be my brothers and sisters. Soon, many departed. Bound Mirri Maz-Dur gazed at Daenerys with a mocking smile. Daenerys looked back at her, instructing the Great Bear to bind this murderer of her husband to the pyre. Then she proclaimed to the assembly, I carry the blood of Targaryen. I am the daughter of the dragon. I swear that those who dare to harm you shall die in agony. The wind carried the priestess's hiss. I will not scream. Daenerys replied, You will. But I do not wish to hear your cries. I only desire your life. She ignited the pyre, and the priestess immediately began to wail. While Daenerys stepped into the heart of the flames, the fire burned throughout the night. When the flames finally extinguished and the ground cooled slightly, Sir Jorah Mormont found Daenerys amidst the ashes, discovering her sitting unharmed in the remnants of the fire, her body bare and covered in soot, her garments reduced to ashes. Nearly all external items consumed by the flames. Yet, she herself remained unscathed. Upon her, 3 small dragons lay, their bright red eyes like glowing coals fixated upon the approaching Great Bear. In truth, Daenerys had long anticipated this. True dragons fear not the flames. Her brother was killed by her husband with scalding molten gold, yet she had felt no pain in the fire on multiple occasions. At this moment, the Great Bear knelt in silence, and Daenerys's followers followed suit, humbly expressing their allegiance. Daenerys Targaryen rose, and the black dragon on her shoulder hissed, releasing tendrils of white smoke, while the other 2 on her back unfurled their translucent wings, flapping the air and joining the true dragon's roar. From this storm, Daenerys was born anew, ascending to the status of the Dragon Mother. The Lord's Manor in Fisherman's Village was to welcome a new steward, a young girl just over 14. Dany, bombarding Lyn with a flurry of questions, demonstrated her seriousness regarding the stewardship of the manor. Old Bachelor Hill observed the girl leaving with her parchment filled with notes and leaned closer to Lyn, smiling. She shall make a fine steward. Lyn paused. I hope so. After a moment, he continued, however, she lacks experience and is quite young. If necessary, assist her. I do not wish for my steward to be looked down upon by the laborers applying for work, and the older servants in the manor may harbor some resentment. This indeed posed a problem. Old Hill fell into contemplation. Perhaps we could have Hood send a servant to assist her, Lyn suggested timely. Old Bachelor Hill nodded in agreement, then cautiously observed Lyn's expression and asked again, I have heard you are recruiting a large number of masons in preparation for the fortress? You are correct. The construction matters are still in preliminary planning. Of course, some materials will be presented to you. Many aspects will depend on your wisdom and experience. Lyn replied with a smile. Do you not think Fisherman's Village is too small? That said, Old Bachelor Hill paused. But my lord, your territory appears not to require such a large number of builders, unless you plan to construct a palace. Seeing the old scholar's somewhat bewildered expression, Lyn grasped his head and retorted, do we not already possess the territory of the Sisters Islands? Besides, neither King's Landing nor the North would care for this land occupied by pirates. As long as we do not speak of it, No one will know the Sisters Islands belong to us. Do you intend to develop the island? Bachelor Hill asked, somewhat astonished. Lin nodded. It is inevitable, but for now, it is merely preparatory work. I need to venture to larger cities to recruit more personnel. Old Hill regarded Lin earnestly. He could not deny that the young lord had indeed undergone significant change. He was beginning to exhibit ambition, yet sifting through his memories. The old scholar still could not ascertain Lin's intentions for that isolated archipelago. Its land was barren, and the terrain flat, establishing a new kingdom there, akin to the Iron Islands, and creating a fiercely fortified independent world seemed nearly impossible. Of course, Lin had no intentions of truly establishing an independent, powerful kingdom there. However, creating a sanctuary for a mercenary band and a commercial production base was an entirely different matter, as long as he possessed his own merchant fleet. With the geographical advantage of the Sisters Islands near the Bight, he would soon ensure that Westeros remembered his name. The rationale for choosing the Bight was simple. The northern side of the Sisters Islands had Fisherman's Village as a supply point. To the left lay the most crucial choke point of Westeros, the Neck. Moreover, it was in close proximity to the two major cities near the Neck, Greywater Watch and the Bay of Crabs. The south opened to the Vale of Arryn and the Trident River. With a solid commercial project, development would pose no issues. Lin was filled with confidence. Furthermore, he had already identified a promising venture, the malt liquor favored by the Northerners. Chapter 13, Preliminary Objectives. Lunchtime. Lin sat at the head of the long dining table, while Danny, somewhat reserved, occupied the seat opposite him. I heard you managed to recruit all the applicants in one go this morning? Lin inquired. Setting down his fork and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Danny chewed her food delicately, and the captain of the guards, Hood, along with Scholar Hill seated to Lin's right, turned their attention to the new housekeeper who had the rare opportunity to dine with their lord. The meat was too large for Danny to swallow easily, causing her cheeks to puff out as she nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord, they are all quite capable individuals, including 20 craftsmen and 3 brewers. Lin squinted and asked, but I heard that most of them were fishermen before. And those 3 brewers were merely women assisting in an S kitchen? Danny blinked her striking blue eyes at Lin, her sharp-featured face remarkably beautiful. After finally swallowing her food, she took a breath and replied, however, they are willing to accept a lower wage, 20% less than what we offer other workers. I can use the saved wages to hire skilled workers to train them. The tasks are not difficult and can be taught in a week. And I have signed a 3-year contract with them. Lin could not help but acknowledge that his housekeeper displayed a certain entrepreneurial acumen, her talent for exploitation quite pronounced. Hood interjected, but we have no true brewers in our territory. Who will teach them? Their work is not merely washing dishes. Danny stood up and offered a slight bow, saying, my former maid, Hilly, studied brewing in the River City. She is familiar with all the steps. Moreover, my lord mentioned he has detailed brewing procedures. I believe that means anyone can become a true brewer. Her argument was sound and aligned with Lin's initial cost control strategy. After all, these workers were not highly paid. Once Rodarte returned with treasure and the sister islands were developed, the mass production of malt liquor could commence. Until then, any attempts were acceptable. Lin maintained a neutral stance regarding Danny's performance, neither wishing to dampen her enthusiasm nor elevate her too high before results were evident. He simply remarked, the number of inexperienced craftsmen must not exceed that of the experienced, before turning his back and retreating to his study. The medieval brewing process involved soaking barley in a barrel, changing the water multiple times until it softened, then spreading it on the ground to sprout, and finally heating it to complete the germination within an appropriate time frame. Heating was the most crucial step in brewing. The dried malt would be ground and placed in barrels, softened and filtered. Following this, hot water would be infused multiple times to create malt juice, continuously stirred with a long stick. Finally, after the fermentation was complete, the malt would be removed and hops added for boiling. The entire malt production process would take approximately 10 days. Lin jotted down the brewing process he knew in detail. Rubbing his wrist, he found the delicate quill pen somewhat cumbersome to hold. Brewing malt liquor was not difficult. The challenge lay in achieving the right flavor. He noted specifically that the malt liquor sold to the Northerners needed to focus on potency, while that intended for nobles and Southerners should emphasize delicacy and smoothness. This was not something Lin could provide a detailed answer for. It required brewers to experiment with formula ratios. Just as Lin set down his pen, a familiar system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task for the troop recruitment system. Novice task 2. Conquer the territories of other lords. Reward, 1 points exchange card. Lin raised an eyebrow, indeed spotting a points exchange card quietly resting in his backpack. It seemed Rodarte had completed the thorough cleansing of the sister islands. However, he was uncertain about the specifics of the spoils and whether they could support his investments in the shelter and the malt liquor industry. Clenching his fist in excitement, Lin felt that the first step towards his goal had been achieved. Yet, time remained of the essence. He needed to establish a means of self-defense before Stark fell into despair and the North descended into chaos. With the new random points card in hand, Lin wasted no time in opting for the exchange. The injured within the troop desperately required professional medical personnel. During his inspection of the wounded tent the previous day, he observed that some soldiers were beginning to show signs of infection due to stitches made with non-sterilized large needles. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 60 points. Current upgrade experience, 301100. Total points, 460. Current points, 60. Drawing points had reached a new low, and Lin could only manage a rueful smile. The medical personnel for the explosive troop required 5 points, and based on the current number of injured soldiers, he opted to exchange for 4 medical personnel from the system's medical center. The exchange was successful, bringing his current points down to 40. In a flash of light, 4 figures clad in white appeared before him, each carrying a medical kit. Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that all 4 were women. Despite their differing skin tones and hairstyles, they were undoubtedly genuine female medical personnel. Lin looked at the nearest one, a blonde with blue eyes and fair skin, and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Anna, my lord," she replied, her voice sweet and bright, a smile forming a delicate dimple on her cheek. For a moment, Lin was taken aback, realizing his gaze upon the system's female personnel was perhaps too eager. He coughed discreetly and said, "Miss Anna, I appoint you as the captain of the medical team for the explosive troop. Should you have any material needs, you may consult the housekeeper or come directly to me. I will have the guards take you to the injured camp shortly." "Yes, my lord," Anna replied, but then hesitated, asking softly, "Could you prepare us our own separate tents?" Lin was momentarily stunned, then realized that system soldiers were indeed human. He could not allow his female medical personnel to share quarters with the male explosive soldiers. "Of course, Miss Anna, you need not worry about that. I will instruct my housekeeper Danny to attend to it immediately." Taking a deep breath, Lin called out loudly, "Guards, please summon housekeeper Danny, and also escort these ladies to the cavalry camp." Since that day after the bloody battle on the beach, Lin had officially transformed the explosive troop into the cavalry regiment. Naturally, their battle cry had also been revised. "Long live the explosive troop" was indeed tu Navii, as if proclaiming to the world that they were system soldiers. In future battles, the infantry would charge forward shouting Dalmatia, while archers would chant "Wind, wind, great wind." Lin thought to himself, feeling a surge of blood and excitement. Chapter 14. A frightening reflection. The night's watchman, Yoren, walked the streets with Arya. The city of King's Landing plastered with wanted posters for Arya Stark. The guards were actively searching for her, yet the two strolled confidently through the bustling streets. They were not concerned about being recognized, for Uncle Yoren had already used a dagger to sever her wild hair. Arya remembered the feeling of the wind tousling her dirty brown locks as they drifted over the cobblestones towards the altar where her father had met his demise. "I only bring men and boys," Yoren remarked as they walked, addressing Arya, who sported a mere tuft of disheveled hair atop her head. He intended to recruit her into the Night's Watch Reserve, and their journey to the Wall would take them through Winterfell. Uncle Yoren solemnly informed Arya, "From now until you return to Winterfell, you shall be known as the boy, Ollie, who has no father or mother." Exiting the city was easy, but the journey ahead would prove difficult. "Your path is long, and those who accompany you are not of the finest character. I have managed to gather 30 individuals, both young and old, to guard the Great Wall. Most of these prisoners are adults, including thieves, poachers, and rapists. They lack the awareness of your half-brother Jon Snow. If you're discovered, half of them would readily turn you over to the Queen Mother in exchange for a pardon and a few coins. The other half would do the same. Do not drink too much water, as relieving yourself will become quite troublesome. If you must, find a secluded spot in the woods." However, Yoren has made a slight error. Using the restroom is not the most problematic aspect, but rather the presence of Greenhand Raleigh and Hot Pie. Both are orphans. And Yoren found several on the streets, promising them that joining the Night's Watch would fill their bellies and provide them with shoes. As the reserve troops assembled, the portly Hot Pie coveted Arya's sewing needle, a parting gift from Jon Snow before he took his vows. The needle is a finely crafted Valyrian steel dagger, which Arya had once wielded under the tutelage of the master swordsman Syrio Farrell and Bravos. As Hot Pie knocked Arya to the ground, she gazed at the boisterous boy, silently contemplating how she would see him meet his end. At last, the opportunity arose. She seized Hot Pie's hand, intending to reclaim the needle, and drew the blade towards him. "I have already slain one portly boy. Would you care to test your luck?" Hot Pie, taken aback by the blade's threat, stumbled backward, colliding with the burly, dark-haired youth, Jandrai, who was organizing supplies. Unbeknownst to him, he was a Targaryen, the illegitimate son of Robert, known as the Bull. He shoved Hot Pie aside. "Picking on children, are we? I used to be a blacksmith. Would you dare to bully me instead?" Hot Pie fled in terror. Arya inquired of the Bull why he had chosen to join the Night's Watch. He chuckled ruefully, because my master no longer wanted me. He sent me here to serve as a watchman. Little did he know, this was all in a bid to protect him. Just as Arya herself understood that survival was the key to stirring the winds of fate, Dany Targaryen arrived at the Lord's courtyard. Witnessing Lord Lyn directing servants to retrieve bedding and mosquito nets from the bedroom for airing, Westeros remained entrenched in an interminable summer, even the fishing village port. Situated in the north, basked under a sun that felt intense in this seemingly perpetually frigid kingdom, woolen blankets, rich in keratin, served as an ideal breeding ground for moth larvae, particularly in coastal towns where dampness led to mildew and unpleasant odors. Thus, regular airing was essential to eliminate moisture and pathogens from the bedding. "My lord," Dany respectfully interrupted, "have you summoned me?" Lyn, overseeing two servants as they draped the bedding over a wooden pole, turned to see Dany standing at the threshold. He nodded, indicating the reason for her summons. Since the recruited craftsmen currently lacked work, he proposed dispatching some to the cavalry camp to construct temporary medical facilities and female soldier tents. "Very well." Dany replied with a courteous bow, "I shall see to it, my lord." Lyn suspected that the rotund servant woman might have misconstrued his intent, as she appeared ready to pierce the bedding with the pole. "Put that down. Allow me," he hastily intervened. Airing the bedding is a skilled task. Once he completed the chore, Lyn turned around only to find Dany still standing there, not having departed. "What is it?" he inquired. "Is there something else?" Dany nodded. "My lord, starting today, the food reserves at the lord's residence will only suffice for 8 days." Lyn was momentarily stunned, a chill running down his spine. What jest is this? A lack of food spells death. Furthermore, with news of the 3 sister islands being occupied, I am preparing to expand recruitment. How can I sustain those craftsmen without provisions? The gravity of the situation dawned on him as he furrowed his brow. At any time and in any realm, the issue of sustenance holds paramount importance. His domain was inhabited solely by fishermen, devoid of farming peasants, a fundamental disadvantage. The nearby grain-producing areas were concentrated in the Riverlands or the Stormlands, regions currently embroiled in the tumult of civil war. The farmers, it seemed, had likely been displaced by the conflict. He surmised that food scarcity would indeed pose a significant problem in the coming years. A solution must be found, Lyn contemplated. Reducing food distribution would extend their supplies but would ultimately be futile and hinder his planned commercial ventures. "Let us inspect the storeroom," Lyn declared, feeling a sudden lack of direction, intending to assess the situation. He lacked sufficient funds to send ships to White Harbor for procurement. As they traversed to the Lord's kitchen cellar, the only food storage facility within the estate, approximately 50 square meters in size, they discovered shelves laden with bread, cured meats, salted fish, and round cabbages. In one corner sat sealed barrels of malt liquor and several bags of flour, the air thick with the aroma of provisions. "Is this all?" Lyn's expression darkened. It appeared Dany's estimation of 8 days of supplies was overly optimistic, calculating for a normal adult's 3 meals a day. These provisions likely fell short of sustaining them for even 5 or 6 days. "Indeed, my lord," Dany confirmed, "this is all that remains. I have arranged for an inventory, and we should have 400 loaves of bread, 250 portions of cured meat, and 300 cabbages. The alcohol and flour are merely those in the corner. Do we not procure a month's supply from merchants every month? Furthermore, the fishing village market provides fresh fish and vegetables daily," Dany lamented. "It seems that recently, merchants have only brought smoked meats, sausages, and a small amount of salt, sugar, and spices. True grains are scarce." Lyn was taken aback for a moment before realization struck him. Could it be that Robb's army has purchased them all? War requires vast quantities of food, and Robb's forces must be extensively acquiring the North's limited grain supplies. "I have heard that it is not the Stark family making these purchases. Since the North allied with the Freys, the Riverlands have sufficient supplies for the front lines," Dany clarified. "Oh? Then which great house is it?" Lyn pondered. The head of the guards, Hood, interjected, "It could be the Ironborn. Just yesterday, several merchant ships from the Iron Islands passed through the fishing village, and they even ventured eastward into the north to procure grain." Dany's face registered surprise at this revelation. The Iron Islands lie to the west of Westeros, and if their ships were to venture east for grain, they would have to pass through the fishing village port, likely heading to Widow's Watch. Even if they successfully acquired grain, they could not sail directly back to the Iron Islands but would need to transport it to the Neck and then overland before taking it back by sea. Such an extensive route for grain procurement was unexpected. Dany believed this would astonish everyone. Lyn's brow furrowed in confusion. The eastern part of the north belonged to House Flint, with Widow's Watch as their stronghold, positioned at the farthest eastern edge of the north in Westeros. Widow's Watch is situated near the coast of the Narrow Sea, known for its fertile lands. After a moment, Lyn exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "The Iron Islands are beginning to stir. The north is in peril." Dany, not fully comprehending, asked, "My lord, what do you mean?" Lyn did not respond, lost in thought. The neck was not a front line in the war at this moment. It should be where Lord Roose Bolton was consolidating northern forces. Coincidentally, the Ironborn were seizing this opportunity to transport grain through the neck, making their way eastward to their homeland in the Iron Islands. If there are no hidden agendas here, one would be foolish to believe it. Lynn recalled that the infamous flayer, Roose Bolton, was once one of Robb Stark's most trusted lieutenants. However, at the Red Wedding, the flayer plunged a dagger into Robb's heart. Prior to that, the Ironborn from the Iron Islands had staged a rebellion, launching a surprise attack on the north, capturing Deepwood Motte, Torrens Square, and the Bay of Crabs. Ultimately, even seizing Winterfell, the ancestral home of House Stark. This left Robb's forces trapped, forcing him into a state of despair and leading him to accept the comfort of Jane Westerling from House Westerling, thus forsaking his betrothal to House Frye. This culminated in the Red Wedding. Was all of this merely a premeditated game? If it weren't for his position as Lord of the fishing village port, would he have uncovered the intricacies behind it all? The more Lynn pondered, the more unsettling it became, nearly leaving him in a state of shock. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 15. Determination. Lynn shook his head, diverting his thoughts back to the pressing issue of food. Survival was the utmost priority. Food, food. He repeated these two words in his mind, his eyes suddenly brightening at the thought of the Ironborn's merchant ships purchasing grain from Widow's Watch to be delivered to the Iron Islands, which meant they would have to traverse the Bight, the very waters he controlled. The news of the defeat of the pirate crews from the Three Sisters Islands had yet to reach many ears. Could it be that he, the de facto ruler of the Bight, could orchestrate a plan for the cavalry to masquerade as pirates and stage a heist? A bold idea surged forth in Lynn's mind, igniting a fervor within him. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed this notion indeed feasible. The Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands had always maintained a distance from the other noble houses of Westeros, rarely involving themselves in the continent's affairs. Often, they turned their backs to focus on their ancient raiding practices, plundering coastal villages along the nearby mainland. Historically, this family, descended from notorious pirates, had a tradition of betraying both the North and King's Landing, as the Ironborn, self-styled as Ironmen, possessed a rebellious nature, politically isolated and looked down upon by other noble families. The eldest son of House Greyjoy, Theon Greyjoy, had even been held as a ward in Winterfell since childhood. Lynn harbored no moral qualms about attacking their merchant vessels. Moreover, given that his territory lay on the eastern coast while the Iron Islands were positioned on the western coast, geography dictated that he need not fear retaliation from the Ironborn. Since there were no concerns about stealing from the Ironmen, he had to consider the practicality of the endeavor. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands, self-identified as Ironborn, had developed a fiercely independent, savage, and even brutal disposition due to their upbringing on the barren lands of the archipelago. Their ancestors once dominated the seas, thriving in the harsh natural environment of the islands, disdainful of the soft ways of life on fertile lands. Neither the old gods nor the Seven, worshipped by the Undals, earned widespread devotion among the Ironborn. They were far more devoted to the drowned god. In summary, the Ironborn stood at the pinnacle of pirate power in Westeros. Engaging them at sea, even in a surprise attack, would not be a simple undertaking. Lynn resolved that he must lure them ashore. His determination solidified, he would wrest a piece of flesh from House Greyjoy. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the tournament celebrating King Joffrey's name day commenced. King Joffrey lounged in the shadows beneath a deep crimson canopy, one foot carelessly propped on the armrest of an ornately carved wooden chair. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, displayed great ferocity, dispatching his opponent with a single blow, sending him plummeting from the battlements to his demise. With each knight that fell, another was called to take their place, but after several calls, one finally appeared, flustered and disheveled. A portly knight stumbled forth, reeking of alcohol, his armor askew, and even his helmet having fallen to the ground. This disheveled knight was the drunken Ser Dantos, a loyal vassal of Peter Baelish. Observing his unsteady gait, the audience erupted in derisive laughter. King Joffrey, seething with anger, rose abruptly and commanded the Kingsguard, Meryn Trant, to fetch a barrel. I want to watch this drunkard drown in it. Ser Dantos, upon hearing this, seemed oddly pleased. But when the guards seized him and began pouring wine over him in front of the crowd, his joy swiftly evaporated. Sansa gasped, recognizing that Ser Dantos was about to meet his end, feeling a pang of sympathy. Your Grace, if you kill someone on your name day, it will bring misfortune, she urged. You lie, Joffrey retorted. What kind of peasant superstition is that? Indeed, there was such a saying, and the Hound chimed in. Joffrey, visibly displeased, shifted in his chair and waved dismissively at Ser Dantos. Take him away. I'll kill him tomorrow, the fool. The three fools continued to mock. He truly is a fool. Sansa remarked, Your Grace, you are wise to see it so clearly. Such a fool should be made a jester, not a knight, don't you think? You should dress him in motley and have him perform tricks. He does not deserve a clean death. Joffrey regarded her for a moment, perhaps realizing she was not as foolish as her mother claimed. He raised his voice, Ser Dantos, did you hear the lady's words? From this day forth, you shall be my new jester. Just moments after narrowly escaping death, the drunken knight regained his composure, rising from the ground. Thank you, your grace. And you, my lady. Thank you. Unbeknownst to Sansa, her momentary act of kindness had sown the seeds of an important ally. At that moment, King Joffrey's uncle, the imp, made his entrance. Sauntering over to the king, it is truly difficult to see you, he remarked. Joffrey explained, I am busy ruling the kingdom. The imp, lifting a goblet from the table, smirked, well, you certainly are doing a splendid job. He then offered his condolences to Sansa for her loss. Joffrey was taken aback, feeling insulted. Isn't that a slap in the face? Her father was a traitor, after all, and I ordered his execution myself. He turned to Sansa, seeking her response. Aware that her answer must please Joffrey to avoid further punishment, she maintained her composure, stating, my father was a traitor. I am utterly loyal to my beloved king, Joffrey. The imp seemed surprised. Sansa's words revealed that she was not as simple-minded as her name suggested. He dismissed Joffrey, claiming urgent business, leaving his nephew to fume. What brings you here? Joffrey demanded. The imp, having thoroughly annoyed Joffrey, intended to further irk the Queen Regent, Cersei. At the small council meeting, a report arrived from Old Town indicating that summer was drawing to a close. The commander of the Gold Cloaks reported that the war had driven refugees to the capital, and with winter approaching, the influx would likely increase, creating a food crisis. Cersei looked at him. Do I need to teach you this? The guard is yours. Make yourself useful and allow no peasants to enter. At that moment, the imp whistled as he entered, instantly lightening the atmosphere. What are you doing here at the small council meeting? Cersei inquired, displeased. The imp presented his appointment. I know this is a council meeting, but I am the hand of the king's appointed representative. Do I not have the right to attend? Cersei's anger flared, and she slammed her hand on the table, ordering the others to leave. What kind of sorcery did you use to secure this position? The imp scoffed. If I could deceive him, I would already rule the world. My appointment as hand was thanks to you. If you hadn't beheaded Ned Stark and offended the North, my father would not have sent me to clean up this mess. Cersei retorted, I tried to stop it. The imp ruthlessly countered, but you failed. Now Robb's army is invincible, and we are on the brink of defeat. Cersei warned the imp, reminding him that he was sent to assist King Joffrey. The imp replied that if Joffrey heeded his counsel, there was still a possibility of retrieving his uncle Jaime. Cersei, feeling vulnerable, inquired how this could be achieved. The answer was deceptively simple, by exchanging the two Stark girls. However, Cersei regrettably informed the imp that only one Stark remained, as the younger one had already fled. This revelation unsettled even the imp. He raised his goblet and remarked that they had initially possessed 3 Starks as leverage. But now one had been executed and another had escaped, which would undoubtedly anger their father. Now, it was her turn to become the child who disappointed him. A feeling that must have been foreign to her. Chapter 16. Cabbage Lynn stood before the shelf of cabbages, grinning foolishly, while Dany looked on, apprehensive. Did the adults suffer from delusions? The captain of the guards, Hood, also noticed the Lord's peculiar smile, and his own mood was hardly more stable. He recalled the first time Lord Lynn squinted at the horde of pirates preparing to assault the fishing village, wearing that same strange grin. Then, memories of the bloodstains along the coast flooded back. The recent massacre was still vivid in his mind. Hood, did the Ironman's caravan pass through our port heading north a few days ago? Lynn's smile faded. Yes, my lord, it was probably 3 days ago. We had just dealt with the attacking pirates, and they came to the port to replenish their fresh water, Hood replied. Lynn nodded. Continuing his inquiry, how many days does it take for the Ironman's trading ships to travel back and forth between Bite Bay and Widow's Watch? Hood was puzzled by the Lord's interest in this matter. After a moment's thought, he answered, generally. Fishing boats from the fishing village take about 7 days for a round trip to Widow's Watch, but the Ironman's double-masted ships require only 5 days. Since they set out 3 days ago, they could return in about 5 days, and accounting for loading cargo. It means the Ironman ships might arrive back in our territory in roughly 3 days. Lynn crossed his arms and tapped his elbows, contemplating seriously. Time was tight. But he needed to send someone to notify Rodarte of the Sisters Island to return for reinforcements. The Ironman's caravan was typically well guarded. Even their ordinary sailors likely possessed greater combat prowess than the average pirate. Lynn devised a plan that balanced risk and reward. He turned to the bewildered housekeeper, Dany, and asked, how many craftsmen have we recently recruited? Have you compiled the numbers? Dany was still pondering the Lord's intentions, momentarily lost in thought, until she realized Lynn had called her again. Dany? Yes, my lord. She had zoned out while he was assigning work, prompting Lynn to pinch the bridge of his nose in mild frustration. Nevertheless, he chose to remain patient and asked again. Dany quickly responded. We have a total of 27 craftsmen and 30 laborers without construction experience, my lord. Did you not say these individuals could quickly learn how to build? Have them go and completely renovate the dock at the fishing village port, Lin commanded. Is it a renovation, my lord? Danny asked, surprised. No. It entails tearing it down and rebuilding it, he clarified. The housekeeper was taken aback. While demolishing and reconstructing the dock was not a monumental task given its modest size, it was not as simple as erecting a single building. This meant that during the repairs, only one of the 2 docking points could remain operational, significantly impacting commerce and returning fishing vessels. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin's true aim was to create a temporary flurry of activity at the small fishing port. He did not intend to divulge this plan to Danny. As the housekeeper, her role was to manage daily affairs and follow orders, while involvement in matters of external conflict could complicate things unnecessarily. Captain Hood had a hunch about the Lord's intentions. He pressed his lips together, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. Danny, having grown up in a large family, had learned to read the room and discern the most basic human emotions. At that moment, it was evident that Lord Lin had something to discuss with his captain. Thus, she courteously excused herself. My lord, I shall attend to my duties, she said. Lin was quite pleased with the new housekeeper's performance. She conducted everything with propriety and diligence. The thoughtful demeanor of the 14-year-old girl was undoubtedly a product of good education. Lin nodded slightly, waiting until Danny's figure disappeared beyond the basement door before lowering his voice to Hood. Hood, I have a task for you. Standing at attention, Hood replied earnestly, My lord. You command. Send a few guards on horseback to ride along the coastline northward. Have them take crows with them and inform you immediately upon sighting the Ironman ships heading south. Once you receive the message, organize several fishing boats to block the port's dock. Hood hesitated. My lord, are you not intending to supply those Ironmen with fresh water? Lin smiled cryptically. No. Depriving them of fresh water will ensure they remain. You mentioned they docked at our port 3 days ago without my knowledge, which indicates their discipline. They will not recklessly disembark. If they are so cautious with an empty vessel, they will be even more vigilant when laden with cargo. Hood's face flushed with concern, and he cautiously scrutinized his young lord. In the dim light of the basement, Lin's expression bore an unsettling ferocity. Are you suggesting we ambush the Ironman's merchant vessels in the harbor? Hood asked, his voice low. Those fellows will flee the moment they realize danger. And the Ironman's ships are swift. As long as they remain aboard, we seem to have little recourse. Lin assessed it carefully, stating, Indeed, you are a remarkable talent, possessing keen observation and calm reasoning. However, I do not believe we need to force them off their ships. They will jump ship of their own accord. Hood was bewildered. But my lord, the Ironmen would not easily abandon their vessels. Compelling them to do so is no simple task. It would indeed be challenging. However, Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the possibility that if their thirst for fresh water grew unbearable, or if they were struck by a maritime plague. Hood's expression twitched at the implication. It was a devious yet effective strategy. With their path obstructed by the recently departed fishing boats, if the plague were to emerge aboard, the Ironmen would undoubtedly panic, making abandoning ship a foregone conclusion. The fear of plague was, in Westeros, even more terrifying than a witch's curse. But my lord, what happens once they disembark? They have 5 merchant ships and nearly 200 crew members, all ruthless bandits from the western coast. Our forces may not be sufficient to overcome them. Hood reminded Lin that while the Lord's cavalry was formidable, having dispatched the pirates of Sisters Island with ease, facing the Ironborn was an entirely different affair. Do not let hubris cloud your judgment, my lord. Lin was well aware of the risks, offering Hood a reassuring smile. His lips curled into a slight smirk. He plucked a cabbage from the shelf, peeling its leaves one by one. Lin inhaled deeply and stated, The craftsmen tasked with repairing the dock will set traps around the deck in the coming days. When those vicious men find themselves trapped in the confined coastal waters near the dock, even the strongest foes will be peeled away like the layers of a cabbage. Chapter 17. The Escape in Winterfell. Bran could not recall his experience of falling from the tower. That memory had faded from his mind. However, the disability of his legs served as undeniable proof of the event's reality. He narrowly escaped death whenever he beheld the weathered gargoyle statues atop the battlements of Winterfell. An odd tightening gripped his abdomen. Now, he was unable to climb, walk, run, or even wield a sword, and his once cherished nightly dreams had turned to ashes. Since Robb Stark had departed for war, Bran had assumed the role of Lord of Winterfell. A vassal in the council chamber sought funds from Bran for the castle's repairs. Expressing dissatisfaction with Robb for taking his men into battle, his tone laced with complaints. Initially indifferent, Bran swiftly retorted, Robb is your king. The vassal fell silent, and a palpable tension filled the air. Maester Luwin intervened, offering a contingent of masons to assist him in mending the walls. Bran found it difficult to comprehend Luwin's conciliatory attitude. Luwin patiently explained that understanding the feelings of the common folk was also part of the Lord's duty. Besides, if he were to linger before Bran for an entire day, would it not be a source of annoyance? Bran preferred the hard stone seat by the window far more than a warm, comfortable feather bed. Lying in bed, the walls pressed in on him. The heavy ceiling looming overhead. His chamber felt like a prison, and Winterfell, his confinement. Yet outside the window, the vast world continued to call to him. Although he could no longer walk, climb, hunt, or practice with his wooden sword as he once did, he could still observe. He relished sitting by the window, watching the candles and hearth fires ignite within the diamond-shaped glass panes, illuminating the towers and halls of Winterfell. He also enjoyed listening to the howls of the direwolves serenading the starry sky. Recently, he often dreamed of wolves. On one occasion, he envisioned himself transformed into a wolf, running toward a pond. The following day, he had Hodder carry him to find that very pond. Along the way, he gazed upward, spotting a red streak across the sky, remarking that many believed the comet signified Rob's triumphant return. The wildling maid Osha had also seen the comet but held a differing opinion, declaring that it heralded only one thing, dragons. Lyn penned a letter for the ravens to deliver to Redarte of the Sister Isles. As he watched the raven fly away from the window, Lyn clenched his fists. However, before he could fully mobilize his plans for ambush, a disheartening message shattered his confidence. The captain of the guards, Hood, rushed to the Lord's hall, anxiety etched across his face. "My lord, your housekeeper did not come to work today. Just a few days into her position, she had vanished." Lyn was taken aback. Could she be ashamed of the prospect of having the craftsman drive nails while repairing the docks, intending to protest? Yet, observing Hood's grim demeanor, Lyn quickly dismissed his initial thoughts. "Speak, what has happened?" Hood first offered a bow. "It is my fault. The guards assigned to follow Miss Dany failed to retrieve her. She secretly rode a horse from the stables and departed the fishing village at dawn." Lyn furrowed his brow, incredulous. "You mean she has run away?" "As it stands, yes," Hood replied cautiously. He then spat lightly. "My lord, we trusted her, and yet she has committed such a treacherous act. Should I personally lead a pursuit and teach her the fate of a traitor? Send a few guards on horseback to pursue her?" Lyn contemplated for a moment, then added, "She must be heading toward Riverrun. Have your men follow her discreetly into the city." But hastily responded, "I will send people to apprehend that girl immediately." "She cannot reach Riverrun." Lyn paused, watching Hood turn to leave, and called out, "Come back. I instructed you to send someone to secretly protect my housekeeper, not to capture her." Hood stood at the door, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend his lord's intentions. Lyn had no time to explain. "Do as I command. If Miss Dany encounters any danger, ensure your men escort her back safely. By the way, how many left with her?" Hood nodded as he replied, "One. She took one horse and nothing else, as if she left in a great hurry." Lyn nodded. "Then that's settled. How could such a clever girl to steal a horse or protest her work arrangements, willingly put herself in danger? She must have received some momentous news, given her status. I suspect something significant has transpired in Riverrun. Hood, hurry and inform your guards. Once done, check on Dany's former maid at her residence and bring her here." Hood bowed and dashed away. With his newly appointed housekeeper having abandoned her post, Lyn reluctantly took it upon himself to oversee the repairs of the docks. He stood and instructed the guard at the door, "Go to the cavalry, inform Captain Harry Kane to bring some men to the Lord's Hall to see me." The artisans' quarter housed a group of craftsmen recently recruited by the Lord's Hall. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with cavalry archers silently stationed around. This once abandoned estate, previously desolate and morose, now stood solemn, with only the ancient stones and the silent crowd silently recounting the fate of their former masters. As the craftsmen gradually gathered, filling the garden, Lyn stood atop a flower bed by a dry pond. He observed the artisans below, some averting their eyes in shyness, while others gazed up with curiosity. After a moment, he spoke, "Today, I announce your first task, the renovation of the docks at the fishing village." Lyn's voice was not loud. Yet in the stillness of the courtyard, everyone heard him clearly. For the impending first official job, the crowd exhibited little reaction, their expressions still blank as they stared at him. Having received the Lord's remuneration, it was only natural they should work for him. However, when the cavalry soldiers appeared, carrying heavy crates, all eyes instinctively turned toward them. Lyn instructed them to open the boxes, revealing them filled to the brim with long iron nails. Lyn glanced at the puzzled crowd below and elongated his words. However, this renovation of the docks may differ slightly from previous ones. Chapter 18, The Cause Black Castle. Jon Snow received the news of his father Ned's execution and cast aside all counsel and the Night's Watch oath, mounting his horse to leave. He was determined to ride to King's Landing and confront King Joffrey, with Ghost following closely behind. Samwell Tarly attempted to intervene, but ultimately failed, hastily mounting his horse alongside PYP and Gren to pursue Jon. This was dire. A deserter from the Night's Watch would be deemed a traitor throughout the north and even across Westeros. In the pitch-black woods, Jon had just ducked under a branch when he heard Sam's anguished scream behind him. Clearly, the clumsy Sam had fallen from his horse, tangled in the branches. Jon had no choice but to turn back, checking on his friend, and discovered that Sam, with his stout build, had sustained no injuries. Sighing, John dismounted, declaring, "I must go to the front lines to find my brothers. My brother Robb is waging war against the Lannisters. Now we are your brothers," PYP retorted. "Have you forgotten the Night's Watch oath? The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall take my watch, until death. I pledge my life in honor to the Night's Watch, so it shall be tonight, and every night henceforth." Grin and PYP encircled John with torches, steadfastly blocking his path with their oath. Jorner gazed at the long claws gifted by Old Bear and, in the end, recalled his responsibilities as a night watchman. He must fight for the wall and all of Westeros. Upon returning from the smithy to the Lord's Manor, Lyn encountered the head of the guards, Hood, approaching with a woman bearing a gaunt visage. The woman, cloaked in black, concealed most of her figure beneath the mantle. Upon seeing Lyn, she gracefully lifted her hood, revealing her elegantly coiled dark hair. "My lord, I have brought her," Hood announced with a bow. Lyn nodded at Hood and turned his attention to the woman, inquiring, "Are you truly Hilly?" With a respectful deep bow, the woman affirmed, "Yes, my lord." She lifted her gaze to meet Lyn's, her demeanor notably calm and devoid of the usual timidity found in servants of the realm. Lyn was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, settling into an ornate chair. "Can we discuss Daenerys?" he asked. Hilly lowered her gaze, scrutinizing Lyn, and in a measured tone, responded, "My lord, what is it you wish to know?" Observing the woman's slightly dusky complexion and refined features, Lyn paused before stating, "Let us begin with why Daenerys, as a bastard, claims the name Targaryen rather than Tully. I have dispatched men to investigate, and King's Landing has not legitimized any bastards of House Tully." After his words hung in the air, a silence enveloped the room. Hilly bowed her head slightly, her eyes flickering as she remarked, "As you have discerned, Daenerys is not a legitimate member of House Tully and should not bear their surname." Hood, finally grasping the situation, realized that the new steward Lyn had recruited was a self-proclaimed bastard of House Tully. This revelation fueled his disdain for Daenerys. However, Lyn remained silent, and Hood refrained from any mockery. Hilly shifted her tone, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Fate can be quite astonishing. Sir Aemon Tully, as the heir to the Riverlands, never welcomed Daenerys. He believed that a bastard, be it male or female, was unworthy of recognition. Upon learning that Daenerys' mother bore Tully blood, Aemon erupted in fury and vowed to expel her mother." Lyn nodded in acknowledgement. In the world of Westeros, bastards are seldom regarded favorably. Even Ned Stark, a paragon of honor, could not bestow his surname upon Jon Snow, who was raised in Winterfell, despite his adherence to justice. Allowing Jon to grow to maturity was already a significant act of kindness. In contrast, Aemond appeared to be a weak-willed individual. This piqued Lyn's curiosity regarding the rationale behind Daenerys' claim to the Tully name. Hilly did not linger too long on the subject and continued. "Sir Aemond wished to rid himself of the pregnant maid, viewing her as nothing more than a lowly servant. He attempted to force her to drink moon tea and expel her from the Riverlands. However, Duke Hoster learned of this and intervened, ensuring that the maid gave birth to Daenerys and allowed her to claim the name Tully." Was this truly the idea of Duke Hoster? Lyn asked, astonished. It was puzzling that someone who held his family's prestige in such high regard would permit a bastard to remain within House Tully and grant her their surname. Lyn found it difficult to comprehend, but interjected, incredulously stating, "That is impossible." Hilly pressed her lips together, responding slowly, "It is indeed hard to believe. But it is the truth. However, you have yet to mention why Duke Hoster chose to shelter Daenerys." Hilly shook her head, regarding that. "I am uncertain. Daenerys' mother once mentioned that Sir Aemon had uttered a word, moon tea, which angered Duke Hoster, leading to the final outcome. Moon tea? Lyn recalled that in the series, Duke Hoster Tully, in his dying moments, expressed profound remorse and anguish while murmuring certain words. In his delirium, he repeatedly referenced Lisa and her miscarriage. As well as the term moon tea, Lyn remembered that it was due to Lisa Tully's betrayal and subsequent coercion into drinking an abortifacient that Hoster felt such guilt. Lyn tapped his fingers against his knee, deep in thought. It was likely that the incident regarding Lisa's miscarriage haunted Duke Hoster, prompting him to prevent further tragedies within House Tully. Hood glanced at the contemplative lord and then at Hilly, asking, "If that is the case, why did you choose to leave the Riverlands and seek refuge in the fishing village? Why did Daenerys steal the lord's horse to depart?" After Duke Hoster fell ill, the Tullys sought to marry Daenerys to Lord Frey as his 13th wife. At the time, the Lannister army was encroaching upon the Riverlands, causing chaos. "I helped Daenerys escape by water to this place, which is my homeland. Old Dark, who once traded as a fisherman at the harbor, is my father. As for why Miss Daenerys left, I can only say that in the early morning, someone knocked on her door, and after meeting with that person, she hurried away." Lyn calculated the timing and surmised that Duke Hoster must have passed. Someone from the Riverlands had conveyed this news to Daenerys. "Who else in the Riverlands knows you have fled here?" Lyn inquired of Hilly. "In the Duke's household, a servant secretly facilitated our escape from the manor," Hilly replied softly. Lin raised an eyebrow, sighing as he continued. Hood, leave 2 men in the riverlands to keep watch. Report back if anything arises, but do not act rashly. Chapter 19. The odds the docks of the fishing village were not originally situated where they currently lay, as evidenced by the deeply embedded wooden piles along the shore. Lin strolled beside the docks, a large black dog trotting happily behind him. Observing the industrious craftsman, Lin relished the sea breeze, feeling quite content. The fishermen of the north are truly simple folk. Look at how deeply and securely these nails are driven. Lin vowed that even a wild bull would struggle to escape from this trap-laden area. His good mood was further buoyed by news from the 3 sisters of the Bight, who had received his raven and responded, informing him of their return journey. The pirate's treasure was plentiful, with 2 large chests brimming with gold and silver. Lin outlined his plans for the Iron Islands merchant ships 3 days hence, expressing his intention to return swiftly to join the campaign against the Ironborn. After monitoring the docks for a full 2 days, Lin felt assured that everything was in order. The final tasks were set to conclude that morning. The right side docking area had been entirely dismantled, while the remaining left side was obstructed by 2 fishing vessels. Federer, an elderly man with tanned skin, squatted on the ground, carefully burying a large, sharp iron nail in a freshly dug hole, covering it with earth as he worked. A thin layer of sand concealed the nails, making them nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Federer had only a few nails left, marking this as the last batch they needed to bury. The patrol from the Lord's Manor passed by him, tasked with overseeing the progress of the work. Unfazed by the seemingly fearsome patrol, the old man Federer felt no anxiety. The young lord had just stood nearby with his dog, having observed his craftsmanship and offered a compliment, albeit in a manner he could barely comprehend. That is quite the skill. Good work. Have a chicken leg. Surely, that was a kind remark. Yet, reflecting on the chicken leg, the old man's eyes dimmed a shade further. Before the establishment of Fisherman's Port, he had already made his home here. The father of the young lord had been bestowed the title of lord over this territory, gathering a group of people to found Fisherman's Port City, where he constructed a dock, resulting in the current situation. The young lord has not disappointed the residents here. His recent victory over the pirates of Biting Bay serves as a prime example. Old Federer originally intended to apply for a craftsman position to earn some money to support his household. However, upon witnessing the influx of well-trained soldiers arriving at Fisherman's Port, he felt certain that the lord would soon prosper. After this busy period, he planned to have his son join the adults in labor. Being a sailor could lead to something worthwhile, he mused. A cacophony interrupted his thoughts. One voice boomed, "My lord, this scoundrel is cutting corners. The nails are not secured properly, and the sand is too thick without any clay underneath. Anyone wearing boots would merely scratch the surface." Old Federer stood up, clapping his hands as he gazed towards the source of the commotion. A member of the patrol shouted angrily at a burly craftsman, while the young lord, holding his black dog, observed curiously from the side. A smirk of derision spread across Federer's face as he thought, "Fool, does the patrol team easily fall for such tricks? Having received such hefty compensation, one should approach their work with diligence and care. These nails are meant to eliminate the enemies of Fisherman's Port, as the Lord clearly stated a few days ago. Now he will face the consequences. What a simpleton." Lin regarded the remorseful craftsman, his expression darkening as his eyes scanned the gravel beneath. "Take off your shoes." The words pierced the craftsman's heart like a dagger. In the next moment, the patrol team forcefully yanked off the craftsman's shoes, revealing a nail he had buried himself, now poised to pierce his foot. Lin could easily envision the consequences of stepping on such a large iron nail, even with his eyes closed. Blood and flesh would undoubtedly be mangled. He shook his head and sighed softly, recognizing that those who cut corners during a time of growth cannot be forgiven. With indifference, Lin walked away with his black dog, the anguished cries of the craftsman echoing behind him as his foot was impaled, blood spilling onto the ground. However, his foot would not be permanently damaged. A month or 2 of recovery was unavoidable. He brought this upon himself. After walking by the dock for a morning, Lin led his group towards the city. He glanced up at the rows of soldiers from the cavalry regiment patrolling the city walls, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The cavalry had now taken charge of all critical positions within Fisherman's Port, including defense and patrol. The original attendants still fell under Hood's jurisdiction, but Lin had divided them into 2 groups, one responsible for patrolling the city as security, and the other for guarding the territory outside. This arrangement provided clear roles, allowing Lin to feel more secure. In the realm of power struggles, it is better to exercise caution than to live with regret. Continuing towards Fisherman's Port City, he crested a small incline, and the open gates of the fortress came into view, broadening his perspective. On either side of the gate stood 2 guards, vigilant in their duty. At the forefront of the accompanying patrol, Harry Kane, captain of the cavalry archers, suddenly spoke, "My lord, it would be wise to prepare here at the gate. Do you believe those iron men could reach the fortress?" Kane replied coolly, "My lord, Commander Rodard has yet to return. When I lead the cavalry to the dock, it would be prudent to be prepared in case the plan goes awry and the defenses are left vulnerable. Lin shrugged, offering no objections. Upon returning to his residence, he had just enjoyed a sumptuous lunch when the head of the guards, Hood, rushed in excitedly, holding a raven by its feet. My lord, there is news. Lin gestured for Hood to remove the message tied to the raven's leg. He took it and unfolded the note, frowning slightly. This was information relayed by the attendants upstream. The Ironman's merchant fleet was heading south. However, what surprised Lin was the note indicating that, in addition to the merchant ships from the Iron Islands, another vessel flying a different Iron Man banner was closely following behind. This revelation puzzled Lin. Seeing the look of confusion on Lin's face, Hood opened his mouth to inquire but was interrupted by the sound of horns from outside the fortress, signaling a warning only to be sounded when the patrol could not ascertain the situation. Lin exchanged glances with Hood before quickly exiting the Lord's residence, heading towards the fortress walls under the protection of Hood and the attendants. Upon reaching the walls, Lin spotted several dragonbone sailing ships approaching Fisherman's Port from the north, drifting down the eastern coastline. It was unmistakably a merchant fleet from the Iron Islands. Damn it, how did they arrive so quickly? Lin cursed silently, recalling the letter from the attendants. He squinted, observing the approaching fleet, and indeed, at the rear of the merchant ships was a larger vessel flying a banner distinct from that of the Iron Islands. A soldier from the patrol jogged over from his post, saluted, and reported, My lord, Harry Kane has led a team to ambush the fishing boats at the dock. Workers transporting freshwater are on their way to the dock. This was part of the plan, and Lin dismissed the patrol soldier. However, an ominous premonition surged within him as he pointed towards the distant ships, addressing Hood. Can you discern the banner of that other sailing vessel after identifying the Iron Man merchant ships? My lord, I have already taken note, Hood replied hastily. That is the crest of the Flint family from Widow's Watch. Their emblem features white waves scattered on a blue background, topped with a pair of blue eyes on a yellow field. Why would the Flint family associate with the Iron Man? Lin pondered, recalling that this family was a vassal of the North, rarely appearing in the power struggles, the only notable instance being the death of Robin Flint, the son of the Countess of Widow's Watch, during the Red Wedding. Lin continued to observe, noticing that the Flint family ship was deliberately maintaining a distance from the Iron Man merchant vessels. It seemed they were not there for protection but rather to surveil or pursue. Soon, Lin's suspicions were confirmed. The 5 Iron Man merchant ships gradually approached the coast, entering the dock of Fisherman's Port, while the Flint family's vessel continued to circle on the water, showing no intention of docking. The fishing boats, positioned at the port's mooring points, began to depart as planned, intending to encircle the merchant ships from behind. Lin held his breath. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Gradually, the first merchant ship began to drop its anchor and secure its moorings, coming to a steady stop at the dock. However, at this juncture, events took an unexpected turn. The iron sailors, behaving with far less caution than anticipated, did not remain on board, waiting for the workers from Fisherman's Port to deliver the freshwater. Lin watched in astonishment as the sailors from the merchant vessel rushed down the gangplank, fleeing as if pursued by a demon. The first ship, with over 100 men, quickly filled the front of the dock. What on earth is happening? Lin exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed the panicked iron sailors, as though they were escaping a nightmare. This bizarre behavior was not isolated. The other 4 vessels exhibited the same frantic demeanor, unable to dock promptly. The sailors even began to throw down small boats, rowing ashore in haste. As the ironclad sailors from the front began their approach from the crowded dock, they made way for those behind them preparing to disembark. Ahead of them lay the obstacles and traps set by the craftsmen of the fishing village. The unfolding events were unexpected, causing Lin's palms to grow clammy. However, the arrow was on the string and must be released. Allowing those individuals to fully disembark would result in the plan spiraling out of control. Even if the traps were rendered ineffective, the voice within him roared in protest. Hood anxiously inquired from the side, My lord, what should we do? Should we let them onto the dock? Lin wiped his face, forcing himself to remain composed, and shouted, Absolutely not. Sound the horn. Initiate the attack. Hood's grip on the hilt of his sword grew slick with sweat. He discreetly wiped his brow and, upon hearing Lin's command, bellowed, Hornblower, direct the dock personnel to attack. Sound the horn. By the dock, the soldiers disguised as fishermen, including Dogdan, repeated the same mantra, Relax, take a deep breath. Yet, despite countless repetitions, his racing heartbeat remained unrestrained. Although he was indeed part of the system's military force in his world, he was merely an ordinary member of the valiant cavalry, loyal to his lord. Regardless of one's nature, the dread of war lingers in the heart of every human being. As the enemy's footsteps drew ever closer, with nearly all personnel from the first ironclad merchant ship disembarking, the landing craft from the second vessel prepared to approach the shore. The enemy's numbers had nearly matched those of the cavalry lying in ambush at the shoreline, with approximately 80 to 90 individuals on each side at that moment. As both parties began to converge, they simultaneously sensed the murderous intent in each other's gazes. Dogden felt his legs quaking. A mournful long horn sounded. The command to attack echoed from the fortress of the fishing village port behind them. Dogden's spirit jolted, his trembling legs ceased, and an overwhelming courage surged through him. With wide, furious eyes, he drew a long blade from the fishing nets behind him and shouted to the cavalry members disguised as fishermen, "Charge! Kill! For Dalmatia!" The ironclad sailors were a combative maritime people, once possessing unparalleled naval dominance, with a dark tradition of raiding the east and the southern hinterlands. A notoriety that has persisted to this day. Ironclad women fought alongside men, boarding longships to raid and even commanding their vessels. Yet, no matter how fierce they were, the imminent threat of sudden attack left them in disarray. The moment the cavalry shed their disguises, revealing their fangs, the first wave of bloody slaughter commenced. The elongated wooden planks of the dock trembled under the weight of over 100 people as they rushed upon it. The nearest ironclad sailors, instinctively wielding their weapons, barely had time to draw their sailors' knives before the spears and blades of the cavalry struck their terrified faces. The infantry of the cavalry, clutching their spears, roared, thrust. Instantly, a throng of ironclad sailors collapsed. Following this, the infantry wielding broadswords surged forward, trampling over the fallen ironclad corpses, charging furiously toward the rear ranks of ironclad sailors who struggled to draw their weapons. Kill. The ironclad sailors on the dock faced an assault while the sailors preparing to disembark found themselves cornered, with no retreat available. Those caught in between were forced to leap into the sea. However, the submerged ironclad sailors became prime targets for the cavalry archers stationed further back, who were unable to engage directly in combat. Meanwhile, the ironclad sailors on the second and third ships finally realized their comrades were under attack. Some sailors hastily rowing small boats toward the shore quickly returned to their vessels. The ironclad sailors on the fourth and fifth ships, now entering the water, began abandoning their attempts to climb the ropes and ladders, rushing instead toward the crossbows mounted on their ships, equipped with long-range crossbows. Their only option was to repel the ambushes that had unexpectedly appeared at the dock. As for the terrifying threat that had initially compelled them to leap overboard, they no longer cared. The dock was overcrowded, and boarding the ship was preferable to floundering in the sea. A throng of ironclad sailors, drenched, scrambled back onto their sails, glaring at the cavalry soldiers on the dock, vowing retribution against them and the people of the fishing village. Chapter 21. The battle at the dock. Under the command of their captain and first mate, the ironclad sailors began to adjust their crossbows. The counterattack swiftly followed. The powerful crossbows mounted on the ironclad ships began to rain bolts down upon the throng on the dock. The chilling sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed as the deadly arrows sliced through blood and severed limbs, piercing the sturdy planks of the dock. The cavalry, responsible for the initial ambush, engaged the ironclad sailors in close combat. The enemy, having calmed from their initial panic, began to regroup. The cavalry's formation could barely push forward to the docking point, forcing the ironclad sailors disembarking down the gangplank into a position where retreat was impossible. However, the cavalry's advance was also limited. Any further movement would prove exceedingly difficult. Their opponents were not easy prey. They were ferociously tenacious, far more ruthless than ordinary pirates. Were it not for the advantage of terrain, utilizing the confined space to suppress their adversaries, allowing them to fully unfold their assault would yield disastrous consequences. Yet even so, with each half-meter the ambush team advanced toward the dock, they paid the price with 2 to 3 soldiers' lives. In the blink of an eye, the length of the wooden bridge at the dock was already littered with a dozen corpses, the blood staining the coastline a deep crimson. "Maintain formation," bellowed the cavalry squad leader. A powerful crossbow bolt whizzed past near his feet, narrowly missing him, first piercing the body of an ironclad sailor and then crashing into the tightly packed line of the cavalry. Dogdan, positioned in the second tier of the formation, was soon to be thrust into the front line, as nearly all 10 soldiers in the first tier had perished. Although Dogdan was eager to glance back to see who had been persistently nudging him from behind, the innate discipline of the cavalry prevailed. If attention wavered toward the commotion behind, the front line would become the most perilous zone. He widened his eyes, fixated ahead, upon witnessing his comrade fall. He resolved to step up immediately, hoping to seize the moment for a quick dash to cleave an enemy's skull, inching the formation forward. Dogdan gripped his long knife tightly, panting heavily, poised to strike. In terms of individual combat capability, the ironclad sailors, born from the brutal environment of the Iron Isles, were indeed far superior to the cavalry. However, they faltered significantly in terms of battlefield discipline. Observing the crossbow bolts raining down from behind, it was their own men who were being slain. The ironclad sailors on the dock shouted curses, their voices echoing in the confined space of battle. "Are you blind? Aim before you shoot, you clumsy fool." In the heat of close combat, the ironclad sailors were in disarray, and those on the ships fared no better. The fishing boats that had been prearranged for departure were now encircling the scene. Loose arrows. Harry Kane led the archers, bursting forth from the holds of 2 fishing boats, unleashing a flurry of shots at the ironclad sailors adjusting their crossbows on the deck. Caught between 2 fronts, the ironclad sailors were thrown into chaos. Unable to evade the onslaught, their aim wholly compromised. The ambush team of the cavalry on the dock felt an immediate reduction in pressure. Harry Kane knocked an arrow from his quiver, swiftly drawing and releasing, piercing the head of an ironclad sailor poised to fire a crossbow. The next moment, he realized with shock that the enemies closest to him seemed to have entirely relinquished control of their crossbows, retreating into the blind spots of the fishing boat archers. This is the ostrich strategy, utterly futile. No one would make such a foolish choice on the battlefield. There must be some hidden truth. Harry Kane, the commander of the cavalry archers, felt perplexed. Moments later, a chorus of wails and the sounds of slaughter emanated from the opposing ship, deepening his confusion. Could there have been a mutiny aboard? Noticing that the enemy did not retaliate, he began to ascend the mast of the fishing boat. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the opposing sailboat, where the deck's hatch had been flung open, and several grotesque, corpse-like creatures wielding knives surged onto the deck. Ironmen and the undead became entangled at the hatch. A chaotic melee ensued. What manner of monstrosity is that? Harry Kane gasped in horror. He watched in disbelief as a withered corpse-like figure was hacked multiple times by the Ironmen yet remained standing. His gaze was drawn to the bizarre scene on the enemy vessel, and when he regained his senses, he discovered that the 4th ship of the Iron Islands fleet was also in disarray. The Ironmen sailors aboard were frantically raising the anchor that had previously fallen. In an instant, the ship could scarcely wait to set sail. Instead of making a more judicious choice to retreat from the battlefield, they fled toward the open sea, heading straight for the coastline. Harry Kane was astonished. Had they lost their minds? That area was shallow water. Did they not fear running aground? On the walls of the fishing village port, the captain of the guards, Hood, pointed to one of the Ironmen's ships and exclaimed, "My lord, the enemy is hoisting sails and preparing to escape." Lynn squinted at the direction Hood indicated, and after a moment, he shook his head. "No. The bow is directed toward the coast." Hood quickly realized Lynn was correct. Were they intending to beach the ship? If so, what could be their reasoning? Did they plan to bypass the dock and directly assault the fishing village's defenses? Lynn offered no answer. Equally perplexed, it seemed there was only one possibility. If the enemy was prepared to fight desperately, it would spell disaster. His forces were entirely stationed at the dock and on the fishing boats. Should the enemy regroup on the beach and form ranks, the odds would not only be against them in numbers, but their individual combat prowess would also be inferior, making it easy for the situation to spiral out of control. Lynn recognized this, and Hood, too, understood the gravity of the situation. Should the enemy force a landing and engage in open combat, the Lord's cavalry would likely not stand a chance. He swallowed hard, hesitating. "My lord, perhaps we should withdraw the troops to defend the city? Do not panic." Lynn furrowed his brow. "The Ironmen sailors on the 1st ship are entangled with our cavalry ambush, and the 5th ship is firmly held by our crossbowmen. They cannot regroup so swiftly." Lynn's words jolted Hood back to clarity. If it were merely the sailors from one ship rushing in, the castle walls would provide ample protection, making the fishing village port difficult to breach. He recalled his duty. As the sole defensive force on the walls, his numbers were indeed insufficient. He called out the names of 2 guards, instructing them to rally the townsfolk to guard the gates. "Hurry." Just then, a guard stationed in the watchtower shouted, "Look, is that a pirate ship from Bite Bay approaching? Damn it, weren't they all wiped out?" Lynn also spotted the vessel on the horizon. A ship bearing the flag of the Three Sisters Pirates appeared on the surface of the water, moving swiftly northward along the coastline. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze narrowed sharply, a faint smile forming on his lips. The system had already elevated him to complete the territory conquest task days prior. Clearly, that ship could not possibly belong to the Bite Bay Pirates. It must be Rodart returning with the infantry regiment. Lynn remarked calmly, "Our reinforcements have arrived." Chapter 22. To the sea to bolster troops in Black Castle. Old Bear observed Jon Snow pouring him hot water and inquired, "Was riding a horse quite exhausting this evening?" Jon was taken aback, eager to clarify. Old Bear waved him off. "Calm down. If I had slain all the night's watchmen thinking of fleeing in the dead of night, there would be nothing left but ghosts guarding the wall. They killed my father," Jon began to explain. Yet Old Bear urged him to set aside thoughts of Ned. "We have far more pressing matters. The others have been appearing in increasing numbers. The blue-eyed corpses multiply." Old Bear rose, stating, "You have endured new recruit training here, witnessed the wall in dire straits. Do you still believe your brother's war is more significant than ours? When the others truly return, does it matter who sits on the Iron Throne? Tomorrow, we shall cross the wall and head north. You and your wolves should prepare. I refuse to sit idly by." Jon felt a chill run down his spine. Old Bear's words dispelled all his concerns. Clenching his fists, Jon resolved to join the Night's Watch in fighting his own war. Damn. As an Ironman merchant ship ran aground on the shallow beach at that moment. Watching the Ironmen swarm off the ship and onto the sandy shores of the fishing village port, a notification chimed in Lin's ear. Ding. Triggered the Bolster Troops System side quest. Eliminate 100 whites. Reward. Commander's Boots. Commander's Boots significantly increase the movement speed of the commander for fleeing and defeat. Ding. Triggered the Bolster Troops System main quest. Personally slay 1 white. Reward. Silver Bull Command Horn. Silver Bull Command Horn increases morale of bolstering troops by 30. Though it was the Ironman landing, the system had issued these 2 quests concerning the whites. What was the meaning of this? Lin paused, his gaze filled with suspicion. However, he soon surmised the likely explanation. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, their depths suddenly icy. In his line of sight, Lin observed the panicked sailors descending from the ship, their steps disordered and frantic. They frequently glanced back in terror, appearing anything but prepared for a desperate assault on the fishing village fortress. They seemed more afraid of something aboard the ship. Recalling the initial scene when the first sailboat docked at the pier, Lin grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. There was no need for further speculation. Soon, Lin witnessed a scene similar to what Harry Kane had observed at sea. 2 grotesque yet remarkably swift humanoid corpses emerged from the ship's railing, seizing an Ironman sailor preparing to jump ship and dragging him back onto the deck, disappearing behind the ship's railing. Moments later, a dozen more corpses surged onto the edge of the deck. They stood atop the railing, howling furiously at the retreating Ironmen wading toward the shore. Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Those creatures were unmistakably blue-eyed whites. Goodness, there were whites aboard the Iron Islands merchant ship. This was dire. Lin recalled the system's tasks, clenching his fist in anger. He cursed inwardly. The greatest threat from the Game of Thrones had appeared in his territory. The Night's Watch at the Wall had not perished, so why was there a sighting of blue-eyed whites in the north? Judging by the task prompt, it seemed the others might even be among them. Damn it. Thank goodness those monstrous beings feared water and were trapped on the ship. This seemed thoroughly incensed Lin. He had initially planned to wait for Rodart's reinforcements to use the seized pirate treasure to bolster his troops in the city and thereby conclude this battle smoothly. However, he could no longer remain calm. In a flash, he considered the possibility that the Ironman ship docked at the pier might also be harboring a group of whites or even another. Should any of them escape and reach the shore, it would be immensely perilous. The White Walkers are a mysterious and malevolent breed dwelling in the eternal winter of the north, towering and emaciated. They possess a pallid complexion and eyes as deep and icy blue as the frozen depths. Their most terrifying attribute lies in their ability to transform the deceased, be it human or animal, into whites, animated corpses under their dominion. These whites, bearing strikingly similar blue eyes, serve as the primary force of the White Walkers, akin to a fearsome overlord of the undead capable of turning the bitten into whites. Lin swallowed hard as he observed the pirate ship Rodart drawing ever nearer across the distant sea. He shouted urgently to his attendant, "Prepare the horses." It appeared he must take matters into his own hands and confront the impending battle at sea. The guard, Hood, was nearby, organizing the defense of the castle walls. Hearing the commotion, he jogged over. "My lord," he greeted. Without wasting words, Lin commanded, "Arrange for 4 of the more skilled swimmers to accompany me. I intend to board Rodart's ship from the inlet at the bay." "Yes, my lord," Hood replied, initially surprised, but quickly nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Observing the fierce expression on Lin's face, he refrained from asking further questions and urged his subordinates to prepare the carriage and war horses as instructed. Before long, everything was in readiness. Lin settled into the carriage, awaiting the slow opening of the city gates. He turned to Hood, the captain of the guards, and solemnly instructed, "No matter what transpires outside, do not open the gates." The bay lay just off the right side of the fishing village harbor, a deep water area where large ships could not anchor. However, small fishing boats and skiffs often found refuge there. Under the escort of his attendants, Lin swiftly arrived at the bay. He selected a faster skiff and instructed his attendants to discard their cumbersome armor, urging them to row at full speed. As the attendants busily unbuckled their belts and weapons on the shore, Lin sat in the skiff, his thoughts a whirlwind. 2 more dragon-headed sailing vessels had also set sail toward the coastline. "We must engage," one attendant shouted, and the atmosphere on the skiff grew tense. The small boat glided from the bay into the open sea. At that moment, Lin's mind settled, and he pointed toward Rodart's approaching pirate ship, encouraging his crew. "Do not worry, victory shall be ours." The skiff and the pirate vessel made a successful connection. "My lord," Rodart greeted as Lin ascended the rope ladder. Lin nodded and instructed his attendants, "You return now. I would hold the walls of the fishing village." Rodart guided Lin into the ship's hold, where he felt a profound sense of security among the loyal cavalrymen. The abrupt emergence of the whites had taken him by surprise, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In that instant, he observed Rodart opening 2 treasure chests, one filled with gleaming gold dragons, the other with a mix of silver deer and various coin ornaments. A weight lifted from Lin's heart. With the explosive recruitment system and the gold dragons, his confidence surged. With a decisive slam, Lin closed the chest containing the gold dragons. Watching as the glittering coins vanished from view, a series of pleasant system notifications promptly followed. Chapter 23, System Upgrade Ding. The explosive recruitment system has increased by 101 gold dragons. Congratulations, host. The explosive recruitment system has reached the necessary experience for an upgrade. Current system level, Level 2 current upgrade experience, 13, 111, 000 current points. 1, 030 upon the system's upgrade, the levels of summonable soldiers increased. All previously summonable troops upgraded to Level 2, and new options were introduced, Level 1 sailors and Level 1 shield bearers. Note 1. Every consumption of 3 experience points allows the summoning of 1 Level 2 infantry, 1 Level 2 archer, or 2 Level 1 sailors, or 2 Level 1 shield bearers. Note 2. Every consumption of 5 experience points allows the exchange for 1 piece of specialty steel cavalry armor. Note 3. Every consumption of 50 experience points allows the exchange for a random unit from scouts, travelers, stewards, assassins, or gladiators. The system shop has unlocked the following: double-masted armed ship, 300 experience points. Siege catapult, 100 experience points. Lin returned to the deck from the hold, shaking off the previous gloom. Although points were expensive, considering the short sword at his waist, he could instantly exchange for 10 Valyrian weapons if necessary. Slaying a trapped White Walker at sea would surely be well within his capabilities. Now, the Iron Men, who had become the greatest threat, were slowly approaching the engagement point. Ahead lay 2 medium-sized fishing vessels, led by Harry Kane, entangled with an Iron Man sailing ship. It was unclear whether their arrows had run out. At this moment, the 3 vessels were locked together by grappling hooks, and the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, carried by the sea breeze to Lin's nostrils. The clash between the fishing vessel and the Iron Man ship had commenced. Lin observed the nearby scene, where sails had collapsed, wood splintered, and blood and flesh flew amidst the cries of the wounded. The deck was ablaze with debris, and thick smoke billowed as the Iron Man ship sustained varying degrees of damage. Rodart, surveying the battlefield, inquired, "My lord, shall we engage?" Lin remained silent. They still had some distance to cover, and he needed to assess the entire battlefield before making a judgment. Shifting his gaze, he noted that 3 of the 5 Iron Man ships had run aground along the coastline. The situation there was unclear. Perhaps they were regrouping, or perhaps entangled with Whites and White Walkers. Lin speculated. His eyes flickered toward the dock, where he could vaguely see the cavalry ambushers pushing forward toward the first Iron Man ship's gangplank. The dock was a grim sight, with heaps of corpses stacked like small hills, every half-meter marked by a mound of bodies nearly human height. Judging by the shadows, it seemed fewer than 20 of the 80 soldiers from the ambush unit remained alive. The final dirge of life was being sung. Dog Dan was still alive, covered in blood, the sole survivor of the 2nd rank. The 3rd and 4th ranks had all perished. Now, he fought alongside the 5th rank of cavalry brothers, with no reinforcements in sight. The battle raged with brutal ferocity. Dogden's left arm had been nearly severed by a sailor's knife, the wound a gruesome mess, exposing bone as he hung his arm limply, gritting his teeth. He continued to swing his right hand, having exchanged his previous weapon for a broadsword. As his initial weapon had become lodged too deeply in an Iron Man's shoulder to retrieve, Lin withdrew his gaze once more. The first wave of battle was now upon them. "Cavalry, heed my command." With Lin's command, the explosive recruits, just returned from the raid at the Bay of Biting, erupted into a battle cry. They knew their cavalry brothers were fighting valiantly, battling for their lord and for one another, a fervent wish. The 100 cavalrymen taken by Rodart had not faced effective resistance at the Bay of Biting, maintaining their combat effectiveness well. Lin raised his hand decisively. "Prepare to engage." "Yes. By your command, prepare for battle." The cavalry soldiers aboard the pirate ship roared. Lin instructed Rodart, fully armed and poised for action. "This task falls to you and Harry Kane. Take all infantry to assist. Remember, swiftly and decisively. Once the Iron Man ship is captured, thoroughly inspect the vessel for signs of Whites or White Walkers. Use my short blade to sever their heads and let them sink to the depths." The creature with blue eyes, aside from being scorched by fire, would likely succumb if struck on the head, though the exact standards of damage remain ambiguous. After all, aside from dragon glass and Valyrian steel weapons, the methods to slay the White Walkers are largely controlled by the Night King. Lin, wary of the risks, unsheathed his Valyrian dagger from his waist and handed it to Rodart, who accepted it with solemnity and a nod of acknowledgement. At that moment, the pirate ship circled the fishing vessel, preparing to board from the other side of the ironborn vessel. Up close, Lin could clearly see the scene within the ship, where arrows were lodged everywhere in the dual-masted ironborn ship. The cavalry's archers and the ironborn sailors were locked in close-quarters combat. with the numerically superior cavalry entangled in a fierce struggle against the dwindling number of airborne sailors, resulting in a stalemate. Lin surveyed the deck but saw no signs of corpses, although the door to the hold below was sealed, leaving him uncertain about the presence of any blue-eyed monstrosities beneath. As the pirate ship drew nearer, the boarding commenced. The infantry of the cavalry hurled ropes with hooks at the enemy ship's lines and mast, facilitating their boarding assault while the archers provided cover. Using the rope's momentum, the infantry swiftly swung onto the enemy vessel, engaging in a deadly contest with curved blades. For the cavalry, Demasha, kill. The clamor of swords, the clash of steel, and the cries of the fallen melded into a battle hymn of blood and fire. The archers loosed a volley, and several airborne sailors who rushed to sever the boarding lines were instantly turned into pincushions, collapsing onto the deck with anguished cries. Rodart swung across a rope to the opposing ship. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his blade and felled an advancing airborne sailor. Yet the fierce airborne, undeterred by the blood gushing from his abdomen, grinned savagely as crimson splattered across the deck, continuing his charge. Rodart fought valiantly until reinforcements from the cavalry boarded. Only about 60 sailors remained on the enemy ship, as the mast lay broken across the center, isolating the remaining airborne from the archers led by Harry Kane. With the cavalry infantry's arrival, the combat balance was shattered. The sounds of shouting and clashing blades surged into Rodart's ears. Harry Kane finally had the chance to lead the archers. Now engaged in melee, across the fallen mast, pushing their ranks halfway across the deck, he wielded a salvaged sailor's curved sword to parry an incoming thrust from a trident. Loudly warning, "Hey, Rodart, watch your side." Rodart swiftly dodged, executing a flawless strike that dispatched the sailor wielding the trident. Instead of expressing gratitude, he cursed, "Damn it, Harry. With so many of you archers, you still can't take the ship? Must I come to your rescue while our lord watches? Make your men act more valiant." Chapter 24, Promotion. The situation on the surface of the sea began to clarify gradually. With numerical superiority in Rodart's addition, the cavalry slowly overcame the airborne sailors. Skilled in naval combat, Lin withdrew his gaze, his emotions complex. The difficulty of this battle surpassed his expectations. Heavy losses were inevitable. However, this is the essence of war. The price of survival. Lin took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and steeled his resolve. "Board," he commanded, concerned about the situation at the port. Knowing there was no reason to delay further, the ropes were swiftly retrieved, and the pirate ship continued towards the fishing village's dock. When the pirate vessel arrived at the harbor, the battle on the dock was nearing its conclusion. Only a handful of ironborn sailors remained, crowded at the final stretch of the dock. Behind them lay the open sea. Although the ironborn were adept swimmers, none wished to plunge into the water to escape, for their foes were even more ferocious. The cavalry ambush had dwindled to just 7 surviving members. Both sides were utterly consumed by bloodlust, vowing to annihilate one another without respite. The cavalry maintained their last semblance of formation on the dock, though it was tenuous with only 7 bloodied soldiers. The imposing figure of an ironborn sailor at the front, wiping grime from his face, spat defiantly, "Curse you, the East Coast is full of monsters." The cavalry soldier, numbed by the chaos, raised his heavy weapon for one last charge. Life, in this tragic battle, had become a mere backdrop. Only the final vestige of loyalty to their master Lin propelled the remaining 7 soldiers forward, indifferent to their fate. For level 1 infantry to push the more formidable and savage airborne sailors to this brink was, in itself, a remarkable achievement. From initially trembling in fear, Dog Egg now charged forward, unperturbed by the threat of death, hoisting a trident high as he followed his comrades. In that moment, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Yes, he had transcended. The gap between level 1 and level 2 infantry had been breached. At that moment, he possessed the indomitable spirit of a level 2 soldier, feeling a surge of vitality, strength, and unwavering courage. It wasn't just Dog Egg at the dock. The entire cavalry experienced this elevation simultaneously. Lin stood on the slowly docking pirate ship, profoundly shaken by the scene at the dock. Without a moment's hesitation, he accessed the infantry system, opting not to exchange for new units or equipment. Instead, he expended most of his experience points to acquire a newly available item. Infantry System Shop, one-time item, basic promotion scroll. Instantly promotes up to 500 level 1 soldiers to level 2, costs 800 points. Limited to level 1 soldiers not exceeding 500. Note, the only promotion scroll available after upgrading to level 2. Lin pressed the purchase button. Feeling the vitality of the cavalry soldiers surge within him, realizing that in this world, he was not alone. His soldiers were his greatest allies. The scroll could promote 500 level 1 soldiers, intended for the remaining 200. Waste points? Unthinkable. Lin firmly believed he had ample reason to make this choice. Archers, prepare to volley, target the dock. Lin commanded. This was also his rationale for promoting level 1 infantry. At that moment, the level 2 archers, aligned on the deck of the entering pirate ship, now possessed the strength to reach previously unreachable ranges at the dock. Their enhanced power rendered the entirety of the dock within their firing range. The maximum range of level 1 archers typically hovered around 150 meters, with an effective range of less than 80 meters. Now, it surged to 100 to 180, as the beleaguered cavalry prepared for their final, all-or-nothing charge. Egg suddenly looked up to see a dense rain of arrows arcing down from the sky. The cavalry soldiers immediately halted. The iron-born sailors, crouching low, braced themselves to receive the final wave from the cavalry, ready to send their esteemed adversaries off with respect. However, the sudden stop of their opponents left them bewildered. The imposing iron-born sailor at the forefront sensed something amiss and instinctively looked back. In that instant, his face drained of color, his pupils reflected countless dark dots. His eyes filled with despair. The next moment, the arrow effortlessly tore through his fur, piercing his abdomen and slicing through his innards, causing a catastrophic arterial hemorrhage. The burly sailor's eyes turned crimson as he knelt on the ground, clutching his wounded belly. He attempted to struggle, but more arrows rained down, covering his back. The remaining iron-born sailors at the dock collapsed in an instant. We survived. We have triumphed. The mutterings of Dan echoed amidst the thudding of arrows landing on the dock, softly yet awakening the other 6 survivors. Long live the master! Long live the Lord! The 7 men shouted hoarsely, their voices bursting forth with fervor. Lin stood at the bow of the ship, a gust of sea breeze brushing against him, filling his lungs with the damp, fragrant air. Above him, the sky remained clear as if nothing had transpired. However, at the horizon, dark clouds billowed like black flames, fiercely igniting, while thick purple lightning slashed through the clouds, as if demons had suddenly awakened. On one side lay night, and on the other day. Was this the prelude to a storm? Lin gazed up at the sky, furrowing his brow. The pirate ship had finally docked, its massive ropes and heavy anchor securing its position. The docking point was occupied by an iron-born vessel, and the archers of the pirate ship used grappling hooks to latch onto the wooden posts of the dock. They lowered several ropes in succession, forming a temporary floating bridge to the dock. Lin turned to the archer beside him and instructed, leave a few men to await Rodart and Hurricane's return, notifying them to remain aboard until the signal is given. The rest will return to the city with me. Yes, my lord, came the nodding response from the group. Lin descended the swinging gangplank from the ship, his gaze fixed on the furious sea behind him. The storm truly was approaching, accompanied by the distant roar of the waves. Lin led his 55 archers and the remaining 7 ambushers back to the fishing village fortress. Without pause, he ascended the city wall, observing the increasingly turbulent sea in the distance. The dark clouds gradually moved closer to the shoreline, and the transition between day and night seemed to occur in mere moments. The fierce winds and rain arrived unexpectedly. Chapter 25. The Countess' rain poured down in torrents, instantly drenching Lin as he stood atop the city wall. He halted the approaching salute of Captain Hood, raising his voice to inquire, "What is the situation with the grounded ships?" Captain Hood replied loudly, "My lord. Aside from the dozens of sailors who disembarked from the first ship and formed a line along the coastline, heading into the nearby mangroves, we have seen no sign of life from the other 2 ships that ran aground. I followed your orders and did not allow anyone to venture out to investigate." Peering through the sheets of rain, Lin gazed northward, seeing no figures along the coastline. Rainwater trickled from his hairline down to his cheeks, and he shouted again, "What about those blue-eyed creatures on the ship?" Hood shook his head, indicating ignorance. The corpses could not swim. They would sink and not resurface. Despite being in shallow waters, the grounded iron-born ship would not allow them to reach the shore. The seawater was corrosive, and given that the corpses were already decaying, they would likely have deteriorated further in the brine. Lin speculated that the corpses were still trapped aboard the ship. However, he felt uncertain as to why the escaped iron-born sailors had headed into the mangroves. Observing the coastline not far off, waves crashed rhythmically against the beach, the tide rising and falling, while ships bobbed on the undulating surface of the sea. Massive waves rolled, tossing shrimp, crabs, and fish onto the shore, only for another wave to swallow them back into the sea. The rain was merely a precursor. The true storm had yet to arrive. Farther down the coastline, coconut trees were being bent nearly to the ground by the wind, while waves crashed against the 3 grounded ships, sending water over the gunwales and onto their decks. Lin, thoroughly soaked, felt a chill from the rain. "My lord, perhaps you should rest while I keep watch here?" Hood offered with concern. The drenched clothing clung uncomfortably to him, but thoughts of the blue-eyed creatures banished any desire for rest. As long as the otherworldly beings remained within his territory, he could not find peace. The sky was already growing dim. Beneath the heavy clouds overhead, the world's colors darkened. Lin turned to Hood and said, "If there is no further activity, arrange for scouts to check the grounded vessels. We cannot delay much longer. Night will soon fall." "My lord, what exactly are those creatures?" Hood could not contain his curiosity. Noting Lin's tense demeanor, Lin, water-soaked bangs dripping like a curtain, shook his head and, with his eyes fixed on the northern coastline, replied, "They should be whites." Hood's hand trembled around the hilt of his sword at the mention of such a name. At that moment, a shout from the watchtower broke the tension. Look! 3 more ships have entered the harbor. Lin turned his gaze towards the dock. 2 fishing boats from the fishing village had arrived, signaling Rodart and Hurricane's return. Lin felt a wave of relief. It seemed the battle at sea had concluded. However, upon noticing another 3-masted ship following the fishing boats into the harbor, his expression darkened slightly. It was a ship from the Fitlin family, evidently seeking refuge from the storm by docking at the harbor. They must know something, or they would not have followed the merchant ship from the Iron Islands. Lin's gaze sharpened, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He said to Hood, "Send a messenger to allow them to dock, instructing their leader to come to the fishing village to see me. As for the rest, have Rodart keep watch. The Fitlin sailors are not permitted to enter the city and must remain in the harbor." "Yes, my lord, I will see to it immediately." With the Fitlin family choosing to dock voluntarily, Lin intended to ascertain the full story behind their arrival. At the lord's residence in the fishing village, Lin changed into a clean outfit. Old Scholar Hill accompanied him as they approached the visitor from Widow's Watch. To his surprise, the guest was a noblewoman accompanied by a young, petite, and beautiful female bodyguard. As the woman entered the hall of the residence, she cast a haughty smile at Lin, seated before the raised platform, and remarked pointedly, "I did not expect to find a figure such as yourself hidden along the eastern coast of the north." Lin responded coolly, "You flatter me, Countess. My territory spans merely 50 square kilometers, with a population of around 300. It hardly qualifies as a notable figure, and moreover, the eastern coast belongs to the north. The fishing village is part of White Harbor's domain, having no ties with the Fitlin family." At his words, a flicker of intrigue crossed the woman's eyes. "And yet, you command a formidable army capable of defeating 500 Iron Islanders, do you not? But tell me, can you guess my identity?" A sly smile crept across Lin's face as he raised an eyebrow and quipped, "Is there another woman of such noble beauty and stature at Widow's Watch?" The Countess, though past her 40s, exuded an air of aristocracy. Her appearance and demeanor were exceptional, and the mature charm she radiated at her age was captivating. The noblewoman merely chuckled lightly, but the expression on the face of the steel-clad female swordsman beside her was far more revealing. Lin observed the swordswoman with interest, noting how her delicate hand rested upon the hilt of a beautifully crafted steel longsword, her expression one of fierce determination, which amused him greatly. The Countess pressed her lips together, saying, "You certainly have a way with words. However, I recall that the lord of this quaint fishing village was named Rothschild." Lin replied, "That was my father. He passed away several years ago. What a pity. I once had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Rothschild at the harvest banquet in Winterfell a decade ago." Lin was utterly unconvinced that a small lord like the one from Fisherman's Port would leave a lasting impression on a countess. Nevertheless, out of respect for the art of conversation, he engaged politely, remarking that his father had also been quite taken with her exquisite beauty. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Lin nearly found himself being adopted as a godson by the Countess, prompting him to steer the conversation back on track. With a teasing tone, he inquired whether she had come for the White Walkers. "White Walkers?" she echoed, a creature of ancient legend, shrouded in uncertainty. "Have you encountered them?" Lady Fitrin maintained her composure, her expression unchanged. As the conversation grew increasingly pointed, Lin furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath to clarify. "Some blue-eyed monsters that cannot be killed." The Countess remained contemplative, while her female knight could no longer contain her curiosity, exclaiming, "Those monsters must be burned with fire to be eradicated." "Indeed, I am aware," Lin replied, narrowing his eyes and gently guiding the knight. "But where do they originate? From Widow's Watch?" "No, from the edge," Lady Fitrin interjected sharply, chastising her guard to silence. The knight, realizing she had fallen into Lin's trap, cast an accusatory glance at him. "Is this true?" Lin blinked, shifting his gaze towards the noblewoman, who nodded begrudgingly. "Yes, it is true," she confirmed. They came from the direction of the walls of the edge. Initially, there was only one White Walker, but her voice faltered, uncertainty creeping into her tone. Lin's expression turned slightly bitter as he interrupted, "But many more must have emerged. Am I right?" The Countess closed her eyes briefly, affirming, "Yes. There are countless blue-eyed monsters outside Widow's Watch. Fortunately, the castle gates are tightly shut, preventing my return. These creatures have vanished for over 1,000 years." "How can you be sure they are indeed White Walkers?" Lin did not answer but pressed on, "Then, my lady, do you know why these monsters have appeared on the merchant ships of the Iron Islands?" Chapter 26. Reflection. Lin knew little of the Fitrin family, save for the fact that the Countess had a young son who currently served as a personal guard in Robb Stark's northern campaign. While waiting for her response, he pondered deeply, his thoughts racing. The situation was deteriorating. To him, the threat posed by the Ironborn hiding in the mangroves was as formidable as the White Walkers aboard the ships, having ambushed their merchant vessel and slain over 100 Ironborn brethren. He feared they now harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Feeling the weight of his precarious position, Lin questioned whether he had been overly hasty. He realized he had simplified many matters. In truth, his territory was not yet suffering from famine. With the treasures of the Sisters' Isles, he was entirely capable of opting for a more cautious approach, perhaps procuring grain in White Harbor, hiring refugees from war-torn lands, and cultivating his own fields. After all, Fisherman's Port was merely a small village. What purpose would an army of 1,000 serve? Would they engage in the North-South War? No, that would be foolish. Beyond merely attracting attention and placing himself in the spotlight, it would have little impact on the larger scheme of things. The great families of Westeros were not to be underestimated, despite his sympathy for the Starks. Recklessly attempting to alter the status quo would be akin to Amandus attempting to stop a chariot. His influence was still far too insignificant. Patience and development seemed to be his only options. Lin opened his eyes, revealing a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Lady Fitrin remained silent, contemplating whether to trust the young lord before her. Although she had witnessed the prowess of Lin's forces at sea, she deemed them still too weak. Noticing her silence, Lin furrowed his brow. He had no time to waste. He slowly rose, intending to have Old Hill escort her out. However, the Countess suddenly broke into a radiant smile, saying, "The Ironborn are secretly procuring grain along the east coast, and now that an incident has occurred, the Fitrin family, as the largest house on the north's east coast, will inevitably be blamed for your attack on the fleet, regardless of our involvement." Lin returned to his seat, nodding in agreement. "But you do not intend to extort me over this matter, do you? Then again, it is not entirely unjust for the Ironborn to cast blame upon you. After all, the situation is inextricably linked to your Fitrin family. While others buy grain, you sell it, making it a mutually beneficial transaction. Yet your kin directly brought the White Walkers onto another's ships. Such a nefarious arrangement cannot be seen as anything but treacherous." The Countess perceived the disdain in Lin's eyes. She clarified, "The White Walkers boarding the Ironborn's merchant ships occurred after the grain had been loaded. It was an unforeseen event, not a deliberate arrangement by the Fitrin family." Lin waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for you to explain yourself, my lady. Surely, your decision to dock was not solely to evade the storms at sea?" The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, making her intentions clear. "Indeed, you are quite astute. Having witnessed the might of your forces, I found myself considering seeking your assistance. You wish for my men to escort you back to Widow's Watch Castle? Yes, the blue-eyed monsters have blocked the port of Widow's Watch. My company is insufficient. If you send men to escort me back to the city, I shall remember your kindness." Lin nodded slowly, maintaining a stoic expression. "As for the Fitrin family and yourself, Fisherman's Port holds you in high regard and is eager to assist. However, the Ironborn still have a group of remnants hiding in the mangroves along the north coast. And if I send my forces with you, my own position will become perilous." Casting a glance at the female knight beside her, Lin continued, "Moreover, there are still a group of blue-eyed monsters lurking aboard the grounded ships." The knight could no longer contain herself, her disdain for Lin's insincere words evident. She interjected, "I believe you simply do not wish to help. My lady, let us depart directly to White Harbor and seek Lord Eel." Lin scoffed at her words. Most of House Manderley's forces had been dispatched to rob Stark. Where would reinforcements come from? Just as Lin suspected. The Fitrin family and the Manderley family were both vassals of House Stark, and Lady Fitrin was well aware of the current situation in White Harbor. Ignoring her knight, she raised her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, and smiled at Lin. "What if I were to assist you in luring out the Ironborn sailors hiding in the mangroves?" Cough. "That is indeed worth considering." Lin feigned contemplation. Internally, he scoffed, thinking he had been waiting for her to say that. The female knight grew anxious. "My lady." "The Ironborn." Silence. The Countess seemed genuinely angered, glaring fiercely at her. "You have spoken enough today. Do not disgrace the Fitrin family before northern nobility. What is he but a mere country lord?" The knight muttered under her breath, pouting. Lin observed their expressions. If anyone believed that these two women merely shared a master-servant relationship, they would be sorely mistaken. However, he had no desire to pry into their private affairs. He merely smiled broadly, unfazed. Following this, Lin and Lady Fitrin briefly discussed their plans before concluding the meeting. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly before darkness fell, lest they prolong their troubles. Watching the Countess and her knight depart in a carriage, disappearing into the rain, Lin felt a sense of foreboding. Lin summoned the cavalry soldiers of the patrol team to notify Rodart and Harry Kane at the port. Upon seeing the individuals dispatched from the Fitrin family ship, they were to hasten towards the thicket and immediately lead the cavalry from the port to find an ambush point on the northern slope outside the city. The moment a horn sounded within the city, they were to surround the city gates, ensuring that not a single Iron Man escaped. "Yes, my lord." The cavalry messenger accepted the orders and departed. Lin then called for the attending servant of the estate. Inform Hood that the over 50 archers of the cavalry in the city are now under his command. Should the Ironman sailors assault the city, they are to fight fiercely. If any are clad in the garb of the Finland family guard, refrain from shooting arrows indiscriminately. They are our own. The servant acknowledged and left. Lin sat in contemplation, feeling a sense of relief as he concluded that nothing had been overlooked. The Finland family had recently engaged in trade with the Iron Men. Although the matter involving the others had somewhat ensnared the Iron Islands merchant fleet, it was not without reason. The Iron Men, now hiding in the thicket, were likely befuddled by the downpour and could not anticipate that the Finland family was genuinely intent on leading them to their demise. A satisfied grin spread across Lin's face. The old scholar, Hill, discerned the underlying nuances but chose not to disturb the young lord's buoyant mood, quietly departing with his ledger. Currently, Lin's cavalry, accounting for injuries, numbered only about 170 or 80, following 2 battles with the Bite Bay pirate crew and the Ironman sailors. The initial contingent of 300 had suffered nearly 50% losses. However, the silver lining was that the troop system had upgraded to level 2, and the cavalry had all ascended to level 2 soldiers. He still possessed over 200 experience points, in addition to a chest filled with unspent pirate treasures. His territory had expanded several-fold, now encompassing the archipelago of the Three Sisters, beyond the jurisdiction of the Northern Kingdom. From the inception of the troop system to this day, it had barely been a fortnight's endeavor. Lin felt a justified sense of pride in his current achievements. He planned to address the lingering threat posed by the Iron Islands merchant fleet and the complications involving the others before decelerating the pace of development. The field still required cultivation. Incessant conflict, without solid foundations, could lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 27. Vane. The Night's Watch departed from the wall and arrived at their first destination north of it. The portly Sam was uncomfortably seated upon a sled, having been abandoned by the clumsy bull. Traversing through the snow-laden thicket, the Night's Watch reached the territory of the wildling, Castor. Upon entering the fortress encircled by branches and shrubs, Sam was taken aback to find a throng of maidens inside. A fellow member of the Night's Watch remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't gaze at Castor's daughters, for they will eventually become his wives." Sam was left utterly stunned. Jon Snow suddenly inquired, "Where are his sons?" No one had an answer, and silence enveloped the group. Castor offered the Night's Watch a place to rest on their journey north, while Old Bear provided superior iron goods. The Old Bear inquired about the whereabouts of the missing patrol leader, Banyan. Castor, with his flattened nose and drooping lips, bore a somewhat menacing visage, missing an ear that had frozen off. After taking a sip of warm wine, he stated that he had not seen Banyan in 3 years. Old Bear then asked, "Why have we not encountered any wildlings along the way? Where have they gone?" Castor sneered, "The wildlings have all joined the ranks of your good brother, the king beyond the wall. He is now gathering an army that surpasses that of any king among you." Old Bear retorted, "He is not my brother. He was once a member of the Night's Watch, but betrayed his vows." Old Bear pressed further, "What does he intend to do with this army?" "It is evident. He plans to march south," Castor replied, and the gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone present. Old Bear remarked, "Is it not perilous for you to dwell alone beyond the wall?" Castor, with a smirk, replied, "I have powerful allies. You need not worry." Outside the shelter, Old Bear forcefully pinned Jon Snow against the wooden frame. "If you wish to lead, first learn to obey orders. Why do you constantly stare at another man's wife?" Jon remained silent, sensing that Castor had retained only daughters, which struck him as peculiar. Castor was indeed a scoundrel, not solely for his treatment of his daughters, but also for having sacrificed all his sons to the Night King to hatch new others. One could say that his sons would comprise a portion of the future army of the others. Damn, Hood could not fathom why these Iron Men displayed such reckless bravery, knowing full well they would meet death yet refusing to surrender. The Finland family had successfully lured them to the gates of the fishing village, and without hesitation, they charged towards the fort, even as the Finland soldiers betrayed them. The cavalry's ambush surrounded them, yet they continued their fearless assault on Lin's lordly fortress. Lin stood upon the wooden walls, pondering their audacity. You claim they are fearless? On the contrary, this group is rife with terror. However, their fear is not directed at us, but rather at the Lord of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy. They are acutely aware that they have lost their provisions and will face even graver retribution upon their return. Trust me, this dignified death they seek is precisely what they desire. The betrayal by the Finland family had extinguished any flicker of hope for survival within these Iron Men. Moreover, their ship harbored blue-eyed monsters, rendering any escape impossible. The one-sided slaughter concluded swiftly. The Countess ascended the battlements and approached Lin. "My lord, when do you intend to deploy troops to accompany me back to Widow's Watch?" Lin cast his gaze downwards at the scene of corpses being gathered below the fortress. Under the concentrated downpour of arrows from the archers within the cavalry, the Iron Men were unable to even reach the walls. The trench outside was piled high with bodies. Due to the ambush and Lin's advantageous position along with his numerical superiority, The Ironman's sailors posed little threat to the cavalry. Within the life-harvesting net comprised of rain and arrows, they could only curse their fate in despair against the raging winds. The last Iron Man to fall shouted, "Fools of the East Coast, you shall not escape a grim fate. The blue-eyed monsters will consume every morsel of your marrow." With that, he let out a sinister laugh as he tumbled into the sea of his comrades' corpses. "My lady, do not be anxious. I shall honor our agreement. However, a great storm is imminent. Once the tempest is past, after I have eliminated the blue-eyed monsters trapped aboard the Iron Islands merchant ships, my men will accompany you north." Lin gradually replied, retracting his gaze. The Countess furrowed her brow in surprise. "You intend to board a ship to eliminate the blue-eyed monsters? I urge you to reconsider. Those creatures will slay your soldiers and transform them into more others. It would be far safer to confine them within the sea. I still have my system tasks to complete. How could I possibly refrain from going?" Lin corrected her. "No, most of them are whites, lacking the ability to resurrect corpses. The others may be merely one among them. I must locate and slay it. Only then will it be truly safe." Raindrops dampened the Countess's forehead in her curvaceous form. Yet upon hearing Lin's words, her eyes sparkled with surprise and intrigue. "So that is the case," she mused, blinking her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Lin. "How do you possess such extensive knowledge regarding the others?" Lin chuckled softly, gesturing to his head. "I simply read an abundance of web novels. It is nothing remarkable." The Countess nodded. "Web novels? Were those read in the Learning City?" "Alas, that place has never welcomed women. So, do you feel confident in your ability to eliminate the others?" Lin deftly redirected the conversation, expressing a sense of assurance, provided there weren't too many whites. "Whites are far more formidable than you might imagine. Arrogance can lead to folly, sir," the lady swordsman remarked, her face betraying her disdain. This time, the Countess did not react with anger but instead sought to mediate. "All of Vane's knights perished at the hands of the whites while trying to protect me at the Port of Widow's Watch. One must not underestimate such legendary monsters." Lin mused to himself, realizing that this feisty woman was named Vane. Considering their shared name, he decided to overlook her previous slight. The three conversed atop the city walls as the torrential rain intensified. Outside, the remnants of battle were being cleared, and the cavalry, led by Rodart and Hurricane, began to return to the castle. As the sky darkened, Lin observed that the sea had turned ominously black, only illuminated by sporadic flashes of lightning. The waves surged violently, revealing glimpses of a monstrous waterspout. Not wanting to remain in the downpour, Lin turned to Lady Feetland, suggesting, "A fierce storm is imminent. My lady, you should return and rest. The Lord's residence has prepared accommodations for you. If all goes well, the storm will subside by tomorrow, and you shall soon return to Widow's Watch Castle, I assure you." Without waiting for the two women's response, he departed. Hoping to avoid wet clothing and the risk of catching a cold, Vane approached the distracted Countess and draped a hooded cloak over her shoulders. It was only then that Lady Feetland became aware of the chill in the storm, pressing her lips together as rain splashed against them, pulling the hood over her brow. "Vane, you too find this young lord quite extraordinary, don't you?" she inquired. This time, the lady swordsman merely nodded absently, unusually refraining from retorting. Chapter 28. Investigation. The rain fell throughout the night, accompanied by fierce winds. As the storm raged, Lin could hear the mournful wails of the hurricane even from his bedroom. By morning, the tempest had continued for about 3 hours before beginning to wane. However, the heavy rain persisted until noon. Lin dispatched several groups to investigate the stranded ships. Receiving uniform reports, the three vessels were eerily silent, devoid of any movement. He was certain that the blue-eyed creatures could not swim, unless the corpses had sprouted wings. They could not escape the grounded ships. After lunch, Lin resolved to assemble the troops and personally inspect the situation. Lady Feetland, eager to assist, sent out 12 of her personal guards and entrusted Vane to Lin as protection. "Vane is quite skilled with the sword. She will guard you as she would guard me," she stated. Lin was skeptical, believing more in the prowess of his newly upgraded level 2 cavalry. Fully prepared, he donned his father's armor. The only set of fine steel knightly armor in the fishing village port, though it was not particularly comfortable. Vane followed closely, noting that the armor was slightly oversized for Lin, clearly not tailored for him, and it lacked the imposing presence of a true knight. "Let us depart," Lin commanded, leading a 100-man contingent through the city gates. He cared little for appearances as long as the armor provided adequate protection. Not long after following the coastline north, they encountered 3 towering Iron Islands double-masted ships. A shallow area separated them from the boarding point, necessitating wading through water to reach the hulls. Lin had no desire to immerse himself in the frigid sea again, especially clad in armor that hindered swimming. The sea had calmed, leaving remnants of the previous day's battle scattered along the beach, including several corpses and debris from the large ships. The area was a chaotic sight. Lin had prepared well, having small boats brought over for the task at hand. The first group of soldiers produced torches, which they would ignite upon boarding to ensure safety. Their mission was to clear the deck of the first ship. Only after securing it could the rest of the troops follow. Before long, a shout echoed from the iron ship. As Lin prepared to board the small boat, Vane grasped his shoulder. "Are you certain you wish to go personally? It could be perilous." Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Lady Feetland entrusted you to protect me, not to offer counsel." Ignoring her displeasure, he stepped onto the boat. It was absurd to risk missing his main quest, which likely lay here. He could not afford to wait years for the army of whites at the wall to gather before confronting them. Though frustrated, Vane could do little but stomp her foot in resignation and follow. A double-masted ship typically required at least 20 sailors to operate, with various tasks necessitating teamwork. However, long-distance merchant vessels generally had an additional 20 to 30 armed guards to fend off the numerous pirates at sea. For a powerful lord like those of the Iron Islands, it was not uncommon to have over 100 crew members aboard to ensure the safety of valuable cargo. Climbing the rope ladder, Lin reached the deck. Finding it deserted except for a few damaged ballistae strewn about, remnants of the Storm's wrath, the cavalry thoroughly searched the first deck, confirming the absence of any blue-eyed creatures. The group then turned their attention to the hatch leading to the lower deck. The hatch was ajar, with a slanted ladder descending into darkness below. Rodart approached. "My lord, shall we send someone down to investigate?" Lin nodded. "Yes, send a 5-man squad to explore. And have them light torches. If they encounter any corpses, it would be best to lure them up. The space is limited down there, making combat difficult." Rodart acknowledged the order and dispatched 5 infantrymen from the cavalry, as instructed. Watching his men descend, Lin tightened his grip on the hilt of his Valyrian dagger and cautioned, "Do not crowd the hatch, maintain a safe distance." Vane's eyes lit up as she caught sight of Lin's weapon. "Valyrian steel. How do you possess such a thing?" Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a family heirloom." Vane gazed at him, her expression shifting as her eyebrows twitched. "Only the great houses of Westeros could inherit weapons forged from Valyrian steel. Were your ancestors part of one such house?" Indeed, Lin's ancestry was significant. But he couldn't divulge that to the feisty woman. Just then, sounds of struggle and shouting erupted from the hatch, causing everyone to tense. Moments later, 2 cavalry soldiers emerged from the darkness, their faces pale with fear. One of them reported, "There are 20 to 30 blue-eyed creatures lurking below, hiding in the hold. No matter how we tried to lure them, they showed no inclination to pursue." Lin furrowed his brow. "What of the other 3? They are stationed at the bottom of the ladder, holding the torches to ward off those attempting to approach. They seek your command on whether to engage." Lin pondered for a moment and inquired, "Did you discern the appearance of those blue-eyed individuals? Were any of them exhibiting signs of severe corruption?" The darkness within hindered visibility, obscuring the situation. The few encountered earlier bore resemblance to ordinary humans, save for their eerie, blue-glowing eyes and ominous expressions. A soldier hastily responded, "However, there is something quite peculiar." Rodarte interjected impatiently, "Speak quickly, do not dally." My lord, there are numerous bloodstains below, yet no corpses to be found." Lin's brow furrowed even deeper. The absence of bodies suggested a singular possibility, that all the corpses had been resurrected. Lin remained uncertain about the extent of the others' ability to revive the dead and convert them into whites. If their range were limited, it was highly probable that the others lurked just beneath this ship. Ultimately, Lin issued his command, "Prepare for battle. Ignite all torches. Archers, ready your fire arrows. Any blunt weapon capable of inflicting damage can slay a white. Once below, thoroughly scour the lowest cabin. Should we encounter any highly corrupted whites, they are likely to be the others. At that moment, stand back and let me handle it." Chapter 29. The cabin battle. Lin instructed Rodarte to lead 50 cavalry soldiers down to clear the scattered whites around the spiral staircase, establishing a temporary foothold. Otherwise, if everyone surged down simultaneously, the cramped quarters would hinder combat effectiveness. Soon, faint sounds of clashing echoed from below the cabin, and Lin anxiously awaited above. The fierce battle at the staircase raged for about half an hour. During this time, numerous injured soldiers were assisted back onto the deck, and Lin repeatedly inquired about the situation below. Relief washed over him only when the 10th cavalry soldier ascended the stairs. This time, the one emerging was not an injured soldier. The messenger approached Lin, bowing respectfully, "My lord, Commander Rodarte has cleared all whites near the staircase and slain a dozen blue-eyed individuals. The area below is temporarily secure. You may descend." Rodarte had not lied. As Lin descended with the remaining soldiers into the lower cabin, he beheld a disarray of corpses strewn about the staircase. Most had their heads severed or deep gashes across their abdomens. Limbs and severed arms littered the floor. 2 blue-eyed individuals lay near the ship's hull window, twitching incessantly, their bodies scorched from the oil ignited upon them. "My lord, the vicinity has been cleared. The remaining whites are inside an independent cabin with the door ajar." I could only glimpse a mass of shadows and pairs of blue eyes, Unable to ascertain their exact number, Rodarte reported, stepping forward. A crimson gash marred his shoulder, inflicted by a blue-eyed sailor's blade, appearing somewhat blackened in the torchlight. The blue-eyed beings wielded weapons, aside from their stiff movements. Their combat style bore little distinction from that of ordinary humans. The sole difference was their apparent lack of pain. They did not bleed, and unless mortally wounded. Even in death, the others could resurrect them. Lin nodded, his gaze drifting towards the faint light illuminating an independent cabin ahead. He discerned several neatly arranged wooden beds nailed to the cabin floor, alongside discarded, rumpled burlap covering scattered about. Glancing around, he noticed some cargo crates strewn across the floor. A few broken wooden cabinets spilled out dried meats and fresh fruits. This vessel resembled a medieval sailing ship, two-tiered, with this lower level serving as the sailors' resting area and storage for goods. The blue-eyed creatures had congregated in what appeared to be the sailors' common room. All awaited Lin's next command when Vane abruptly broke the silence. Observing the lifeless whites on the ground, she exclaimed, "Why are these corpses all unclothed?" Lin too had noticed that the whites, previously slain or burned by Rodarte, were entirely bare from the waist up. This was indeed illogical. Generally, when the others resurrected corpses, they did not appear in such a state unless they had been dressed this way prior to death. The group turned their attention to Vane, who felt her cheeks flush. Hurricane then queried, "You seem quite concerned about their attire." "It was merely a slip of the tongue," Vane replied, regaining her composure. "Indeed, sir. It is utterly improbable to be without clothing while at sea in the north. Even within the stifling confines of a ship's cabin, sailors must don their uniforms. Otherwise, the sea breeze would swiftly numb their limbs during voyages." Lin dismissed their conversation, focusing instead on the ajar cabin door. The whites within seemed to remain undisturbed. Their attention diverted from the ongoing battle outside. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. Lin's gaze hardened, and with a swift turn, he commanded, "Clear the bedding from the floor, ignite it with the torches, and toss it inside that door to drive those whites out. I wish to see what they are up to." The cavalry soldiers complied, and soon the interior was ablaze. Within moments, a dozen shadows surged forth from the cabin, all with glowing blue eyes. Lin observed that the last emerging white was an unusually tall, blue-eyed individual with long hair. Long hair, blue eyes. Lin gasped, shouting, "It is another. Everyone be cautious." Instantly, weapons and torches were raised in alertness. The long-haired other stepped out of the cabin, flames flickering behind it. Its chest heaved as it exhaled a plume of blue mist, raising a hand with elongated, sharp nails, pointing directly at Lin amidst the crowd. Lin narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with the other, and in that moment, he seemed to comprehend something profound within the depths of its hollow, death-like eyes. Lin unsheathed his Valyrian steel dagger, commanding, "Slay them." At his command, the cavalry erupted into fervent roars for Lord Lin. Demacia, charge. The infantry brandished their weapons, charging heedlessly towards the cluster of whites. Under Hurricane's urging, the archers ignited their fire arrows, drawing their bows taut. The long-haired other, expressionless, gripped a sword in its pale, grayish hand, surrounded by a dozen equally expressionless whites. As the cavalry soldiers thundered forward, closing in, the long-haired other finally opened its toothy maw, emitting a piercing shriek. In an instant, the whites surrounding it reacted, uttering strange whines as they drew their blades, meeting the oncoming cavalry. The cacophony of clashing steel and bodies resounded throughout the ship's cabin. Arrows soared, swords clashed, and chaos ensued. The assembled whites were initially scattered by the cavalry's first charge, gaining an advantage, yet they could not deliver the finishing blow. As several downed whites quickly rose again, only the fire-tipped arrows could inflict true agony upon these creatures. However, as the melee ensued, the cavalry's archers found it challenging to shoot accurately at such close quarters and resorted to drawing their swords to engage in direct combat. Though the whites were suppressed by the overwhelming numbers of the cavalry, Lin's men struggled to eliminate them entirely. Wave after wave of slashing and hacking ensued. Yet the enemy continued to rise. Everyone understood that the grotesque, blue and white-cloaked long-haired other was the key to their predicament. Yet, every attempt by the cavalry to assault the other was thwarted by its towering, seemingly boundless strength. In a series of intense battles, several valiant cavalry soldiers have even been lost. In the haunting chants of the long-haired whites, the fallen cavalrymen have instead become new corpses. Lin recalled a saying, "The whites are the dead, coming for everyone in the realm of the living," in a sense. Their existence or non-existence is solely for the purpose of destruction. Lin knew he could no longer hesitate. He must take action, or else prolonged stalemate would lead to dire consequences. Ding. The explosive soldier system is activated. Opening the explosive soldier system. He spent 200 points to exchange for 2 Valyrian steel blades. The female swordsman Vane had positioned herself protectively in front of Lin since the battle commenced. When she felt Lin's hand on her shoulder, she turned in surprise to see him handing her a sheathed weapon. Judging by the material of the hilt, it was yet another Valyrian weapon. Vane was astonished, unsure how Lin had conjured such an item. She instinctively accepted the steel blade, momentarily stunned. When Lin handed a similar blade to Rodart, Vane was utterly dumbfounded. Lin, however, appeared unfazed, solemnly instructing the two, eliminate those corpses. Capture that white. Its head shall be mine to sever. Chapter 30. The unsheathing of blades. This was Lin's first true experience of the might of Valyrian steel weaponry. The horde of whites, previously clustered together, had rendered the cavalry soldiers incapable of forging a breach. Now, against the weapons of Rodart and Vane, they were as helpless as infants. Each thrust of the steel blade pierced through the decaying corpses, causing the blue-eyed beings to disintegrate like dust, collapsing without a trace of hope. They were indeed the arch-nemeses of the whites. The grotesque, undead warriors, once fierce as death itself, now howled in anguish, transforming into heaps of ash. Rodart and Vane pressed their assault from both sides while the cavalry advanced from the front. After a prolonged deadlock, victory finally dawned. The long-haired white, too, regarded the gleaming brilliance of the Valyrian blades with trepidation. The previously impassive expression on its ghastly visage was now replaced with a grimace. In less than half an hour, the horde of whites was completely vanquished. Now, only Lin's forces remained, facing the solitary towering white, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Lin stood a measured 10 paces away, drawing forth the short blade he had named Crossing. He stepped forward to meet the chilling gaze of the long-haired white. Rodart and Vane understood the signal, raising their blades to strike at the white. The creature resisted with a weapon seemingly encased in ice. However, stripped of its undead advantage, the long-haired white began to falter under their combined onslaught. Vane, an exceptional swordswoman, seized the moment, executing a graceful arc with her blade that sliced through the white's wrist. Instantly, a narrow, searing gash appeared on its pallid skin, a wound that could not heal. The white shrieked in agony. Soon, Rodart's next strike landed on its calf. The white staggered to its knees, experiencing an unprecedented, piercing pain that caused its icy weapon to clatter to the ground. Lin emerged from among the parted cavalry soldiers, gazing down at the kneeling long-haired white. The creature lifted its head, its ice-blue gaze still frigid. Lin smiled and uttered two words, farewell. A flash of silver glimmered. The short blade Crossing made its inaugural cut, claiming the head of the long-haired white. Ding! The sound of the explosive soldier system's notification rang true. Congratulations, host, for completing the main task of the explosive soldier system, slaying one white. Reward, Silver Horn of Command. As Lin collected the head of the white, he exhaled, admiring the short blade in his hand, his eyes sparkling with triumph. Valyrian steel was forged from the dragon fire of the ancient freehold of Valyria. Its marvel lies in the unique craftsmanship that incorporates magic and incantations during its creation. Thus, after the cataclysm of Valyria, the existing swords of Valyrian steel are exceedingly rare. Lin was aware of a few. Widow's Wail, the shorter of two swords reforged from the ancestral ice of House Stark, currently in the possession of King Tommen, O Keeper. The longer sword, also reforged from House Stark's ancestral ice, bestowed by Lord Tywin Lannister to his son Jaime, Heartsbane, the ancestral treasure of House Tarly. Held for over 5 centuries, now belonging to Lord Randall Tarly. Longclaw, gifted to Jon Snow by Lord Commander Mormont in gratitude for saving his life, Lady Forlorn. The ancestral treasure of House Corbray in the Vale. Red Rain, the ancestral sword of House Drum from the Iron Islands. Nightfall. The ancestral sword of House Harlaw from the Iron Islands. Vigilance, the ancestral treasure of House Hightower from Old Town, and the Orphan Maker. The ancestral treasure of House Locke from the Riverlands. In addition, there were a few Valyrian steel swords of unknown whereabouts, along with a handful of Valyrian steel daggers that still existed. Furthermore, there had never been a Valyrian steel dagger, only swords and daggers existed. Swords symbolize chivalry and honor, while daggers are cherished treasures among the nobility. Though these weapons remain formidable, they are tainted by the weight of superficial renown. The 3 steel weapons in Lin's possession exist solely for the purpose of slaughter. Emerging from the ship's hold and returning to the sandy beach, Lin also discovered a drawback of the Valyrian steel blades he had exchanged in the system's marketplace. Beyond a 50-meter radius, the Valyrian weapons purchased from the system would lose their legendary effects, reverting to mere steel weapons forged by commonplace means. This realization occurred when Rodart, left behind in the ship's hold to clean the battlefield, noted the change upon their return to the coastal sands. It seemed that the instructions for using legendary weapons were indeed present in his immediate vicinity. Lin could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that such good fortune was hard to come by. Otherwise, a Valyrian steel weapon redeemable for 100 points would be a veritable dream for all warriors, capable of fetching thousands of gold dragons in various castles, yet remaining priceless and elusive. Give it here. Lin extended his hand toward Vane. Vane caressed the hilt of the Valyrian steel blade, blinking in surprise. What? What do you mean? With a reluctant sigh, she continued. Can I return it when we get back? Did you not see how I dispatched those blue-eyed creatures? Those monsters stood no chance against it. Observing that the female swordsman showed no intention of relinquishing the weapon, Lin reiterated, I understand. The Valyrian steel weapon is indeed powerful, but it is mine. Vane lowered her gaze, her demeanor shifting as if recalling a sorrowful memory. She said with indifference, if I had possessed a Valyrian weapon that day at Widow's Watch, my nightly company would not have perished. Lynn felt a pang of frustration. Women's emotions are notoriously capricious, and one can never discern whether their sentiments are genuine. Thus, he chose to disregard it. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he declared, your task remains to protect me, not to lead the charge. If there are no new whites aboard the last two ships, you need not engage in further combat. However, in light of your recent triumph over the whites, I shall permit you to wield it a while longer, but it must be returned to me before we depart. Vane quickly secured the sheathed blade at her waist. A smile returning to her face, of course, my lord. It seemed that a remarkable weapon held an irresistible allure for a warrior of her caliber. Lynn could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Rodat discarded all the corpses of the corpses from the first iron ship and sank them to the bottom of the sea. He reported back to Lynn, who nodded in approval, praising him for his good work. His gaze shifted towards the second and third iron ships in the distance. With the experience of having personally slain 10 corpses and completed a side quest, he felt a surge of confidence. He commanded the soldiers to rest in place and prepare to clear the merchant ships behind them. As you command, my lord. Chapter 31. Can we form an alliance? The silvery moonlight bathed the sandy beach as Lynn returned to the fishing village harbor city, weary after a day of slaughter. Upon reaching his residence, he was utterly exhausted. The side quest had been completed, and more importantly, the corpses within his territory had been thoroughly eradicated. He could finally get a good night's sleep to replenish his spirit and stamina. Before sleeping, he organized his plans for the next day. He intended to hire a group of residents to transport grain from the grounded ships back to the city. However, he needed to carefully consider how to deal with the 3 grounded vessels, as their presence in shallow waters would inevitably attract attention. Regarding the Fetterling family, Lynn needed to fulfill his promise by dispatching 100 cavalry soldiers to assist in clearing the remaining corpses at Widow's Watch Harbor. This was crucial for his reputation, as becoming a noble known for keeping his promises was of great importance in the early stages. Nevertheless, he outright rejected the Countess's proposal to borrow Valyrian steel weapons. The relationship between the two families had not yet reached that level. What troubled Lynn was the new task assigned by the system. Main quest: bring Arya Stark back to the north. Reward: magical beast cub, golden. Side quest: have territory soldiers slay 50 corpses. Reward: random points exchange card, blue. The side quest seemed manageable. A trip to Widow's Watch with the cavalry could potentially complete it, though the reward was only average. However, the main quest, fetching Arya Stark from the war-torn Riverlands, was absurd. How could he traverse warring territories with his troops? Tracking down Arya would likely pose a challenge. His men could easily be mistaken for spoils of war the moment they moved. The troubles did not end there. The planning and development of the Three Sisters archipelago in Biting Bay also demanded attention, including constructing barracks, setting up a winery, recruiting personnel, and establishing residential standards. Furthermore, arrangements for Danny Tully's side needed to be made for timely support. It was overwhelming. Lynn had only read about lords exhibiting valor and the noble aura shining brightly in novels, but now he realized the multitude of pressing matters that required resolution. Currently, his territory in the north, excluding the unrecognized Three Sisters archipelago, was less than 1,000 square meters and housed fewer than 500 inhabitants. Troubles seemed to follow one another. Lynn had approximately 30 points in the system and contemplated whether to recharge 20 dragon coins to draw an elite career card. Managing everything without a steward was indeed exasperating. Then the thought of dragon coins struck him. Almost dozing off, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was a capable steward in his territory. Lady Fetterling clearly managed Widow's Watch. It would be wise to establish rapport with her to resolve several pressing issues after all. He had already committed to sending troops to assist her. With that thought, Lynn quickly rose from his bed, dragging his weary body towards the guest room in the back courtyard of the estate. The light was still on inside. Lynn gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A gentle woman's voice emerged from within. Madam, it's me, Lynn. May I discuss something with you? The sitting room was a spacious and elegant little chamber, and he heard the rustling of clothing, as if the lady had just shed her garments and was preparing for bed, coincidentally at the moment he arrived. The lord's residence was modest. Due to safety concerns, the Fetterling family's guards were not allowed into the back courtyard. However, he assumed that Wynne, as the Countess's personal guard, should be nearby. Why was there no sign of her? Lynn felt a bit puzzled. He glanced around. The garden, illuminated by the moonlight, was not too dark, and a few small insects chirped among the flowers, while the surroundings were quiet. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Lynn turned to see the Countess wearing a white, strapless gown in the style of Semiramis, draped in a sheer flesh-colored shawl. Her fair legs, accentuated by delicate lace, appeared even longer and more graceful, exuding a natural elegance typical of a mature woman. The lady's bare, porcelain hands rested on the doorframe, her large eyes gazing deeply at Lin. Feeling somewhat guilty for disturbing her slumber at such a late hour, Lin hesitated, but recalling that this lady would be leaving the next day, he steeled himself. "I apologize for the disturbance, madam," Lin said with a hint of regret. The countess's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gestured for him to enter, saying, "My lord, what brings you to me at this hour?" Upon entering, Lin discreetly surveyed the room and noted with mild surprise that Win was indeed absent. However, he did not dwell on it and approached the table, smiling at Lady Fetterling. "I do have matters to discuss with you." He explained his plans to dispatch 2 ships to accompany her back to Widow's Watch, ensuring her safe return to the city, and his intention to recruit a group of craftsmen and sailors for his territory. Lin was uncertain whether the cavalry had the capacity to negotiate business matters. He planned to discuss everything with the owner of Widow's Watch first, allowing her to facilitate the boarding of the required personnel while the cavalry merely escorted them home. The countess smiled. "My lord, is this why you visit me so late?" Lin nodded, then shook his head. "There's another matter. Your land is fertile and certainly has many agricultural workers and tools that I need." The lady, with her enticing demeanor, regarded Lin thoughtfully and nodded, asking, "That is not a problem. I can arrange it for you. Do you have any other concerns?" Hearing her agreeable response, Lin felt a surge of joy. But upon finishing her sentence, he paused, contemplating whether he had other matters to address. Surely he must have other concerns to discuss. After a moment of thought, Lin cursed his poor memory. Did he not have an unfinished side quest? Forming an alliance with other lords would yield a random points exchange card, green. As the young and handsome Lin revealed a bright smile, the countess, standing merely a breath away, smiled back, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Lin said, "Madam, may we form an alliance?" The captivating moonlight hid behind a cloud, never to reappear. Returning to his room, Lin nestled contentedly under the covers. Having resolved a multitude of troublesome matters and secured an alliance with the Fetterling family, thus completing the lingering side quest, for a moment he felt a sense of pride. He closed his eyes, ready to sleep. In a daze, he recalled the countess's alluring figure and her captivating gaze, causing him to open his eyes once more. In the darkness, Lin murmured to himself, "Did I miss something?" Chapter 32. Strangled to death the following morning, Lin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the harbor to bid farewell to Lady Fetterling and her companions. To his surprise, Veen, initially rather cordial towards Lin due to their brief acquaintance, exhibited a sudden shift to hostility this morning. From the time they departed the fishing village port until they boarded the ship, she failed to grant Lin even a fleeting smile. Yesterday, when he returned to the city and returned the Valyrian steel dagger, she had not displayed such ire. Standing at the dock alongside her small black dog, Lin waved goodbye to Lady Fetrin on the widow's ship. This escort mission was under the command of the cavalry leader, Harry Kane, who oversaw the soldiers boarding the 2 additional fishing vessels. Lin advised Harry to prioritize safety and minimize losses. Harry affirmed his commitment to fulfilling the mission and returning promptly. Veen stood on the deck of the 3-masted ship, glaring at the receding land and muttering, "Villain," as she observed Lin's distant figure. Unbeknownst to Lin, Veen had witnessed his visit to the Countess last night from her hiding spot in the courtyard, stargazing. She now perceived him as hypocritical and morally corrupt. Despite not fully understanding the source of her anger, Veen had nearly lost sleep the previous night, only managing a brief slumber at dawn. In her dreams, she had vividly imagined strangling Lin. After bidding farewell to her new ally, Lin returned to the Lord City, gathering a few fishermen who frequently traveled between White Harbor and the valley. This time, he intended to put the development of the fishing village port on a proper track. Old fisherman Cott and the young compagnie, who came from a lineage of fish merchants, represented the group. "You all possess your own fishing vessels and make several trips to White Harbor each month. Who among you wishes to undertake this task for the Lord?" Lin inquired from his elevated position. Old Cott, stooped with age, frequently sailed the White Harbor route. "My lord, you suggest we assist you in White Harbor by hiring a crew of experienced sailors and mates. I believe that is unnecessary. We can manage it ourselves. I have sailed as far south as Dorne, and no one understands navigation better than I do." Company scoffed. "Uncle Cott, you may have sailed, but that was in your youth as a sailor. Do you remember the reefs along the way, the areas plagued by pirates? And whether local nobles need to be appeased when entering the ports of Dorne? My lord, I can take on this task. My family has sailed for generations, and we possess a navigational log left by our ancestors. With it, I can successfully fulfill your maritime trade objectives, and my crew is young and strong, undaunted by the sea winds." "Nautical logs?" Old Cott spat dismissively. "Young man, that log is 3 centuries old. The sea has changed dramatically since then. I've spent the better part of my life at sea, and experience is paramount." Lin interjected to halt their bickering, uninterested in their boasts. "If you truly possess the skills you claim, you wouldn't be here selling fish in this small town." Lin scoffed. "Who said I needed your help for long-distance trade? I suspect you are merely desperate. Moreover, the 50 silver deer long-distance fee is not easily earned. Focus on assisting me in White Harbor to recruit personnel. Old Cot and young company, should you genuinely wish to engage in long-distance trade, you may hire experienced sailors and navigators at your own expense. If you can substantiate your capabilities, every time you successfully complete a voyage, I will ensure you earn the 50 silver deer fee. Old Cot straightened his hunchback slightly, grinning to reveal his uneven yellowed teeth. Ah, my lord, what you say is true. Earning a bit for our hard work is secondary. Your business is the priority. You wish to hire personnel, correct? Conveniently, I was planning a trip to White Harbor today, and my catch is nearly ready for delivery. As he spoke, Cot glanced at Lin's expression and added, My lord, how many personnel do you intend to hire at White Harbor? It would help me to know. Lin revealed his open hand, stating, 100 is not too many, and 500 is not too few. Recruit as many as you can. What about the wages? Lin pondered for a moment. Based on White Harbor's wages, those who come can settle and build homes on-site without paying the settlement tax of the territory. Families are welcome. Upon hearing this, Cot's face brightened. Where would common sailors find homes? Most lived in makeshift huts near the port. Even if they worked their entire lives and saved enough, they would still face hefty settlement fees from local lords when attempting to build in the countryside. With the allure of housing, recruiting 500 individuals would not pose a significant challenge. Such a lucrative deal would yield considerable profit. Lin's offer could potentially match Cot's income for half a year. As for whether Lin genuinely intended to provide housing or deceive naive sailors into servitude, Cot could not concern himself. Once within the territory of the fishing village port, the responsibility lay with the young noble before him. Cot eagerly accepted, fearful that Lin might change his mind, and hastily received a deposit from Scholar Hill before departing. Once Cot left, the once bustling atmosphere quieted down. Compani, a robust young man in his early 20s with short red hair and dark eyes, displayed disappointment on his face due to his inability to compete with Old Cot. His own catch was not yet complete, and the cost of sailing an empty ship to White Harbor was too high. He had hesitated, allowing the astute Cot to seize the opportunity. And by the time he realized what had happened, the old man had already scurried off with the deposit. Lin observed the despondent figure below him and took a sip from his teacup. I have another profitable venture, he announced, and I wonder if any of you are interested. Company, preparing to leave, paused at Lin's words, his face lighting up with anticipation. My lord, are you planning to transport some goods from White Harbor? Lin smiled, choosing not to respond directly, and slowly set down his teacup. 3 two-masted ships along the coastline. I wonder if any of you have an interest? Company's eyes brightened at the mention. My lord, are you planning to sell them? Although the 3 ships bearing the Iron Islands insignia were stranded in shallow waters, they could be easily towed with a crew of haulers and a few fishing boats. Once repainted with tar, they would be excellent sea vessels. Lin shook his head. I am not selling, but I can offer them for rent. Compagnie was taken aback. Rent? His enthusiasm dimmed, realizing that renting such large vessels would incur significant expenses, especially for two-masted ships. Without established business routes, hiring such a large ship would likely be a losing endeavor. This was why most fishing boats in the fishing village port were single-masted or even human-powered small vessels. Maintaining and caring for large ships required considerable expenditure that ordinary fishermen and traders simply could not afford. Lin did not keep them in suspense for long, asserting, although it is a rental, I will cover maintenance costs. Moreover, there is existing business. You will only need to sail the ship and assist in transporting the goods I wish to procure. My lord, is that truly the case? Compagnie exclaimed, rising from his seat with excitement. Chapter 33. The Caravans and the Mission. Lin gestured for Compagnie to calm down, pointing to Scholar Hill, who was taking notes with a quill, and said, You are all seasoned seafarers. Discuss among yourselves, and anyone willing to undertake this voyage task. Please leave a written note with Scholar Hill to sign a guarantee contract. As Compagnie sat down, he abruptly sprang to his feet, joined by several other merchant-like individuals in the hall who expressed their willingness to take on the task. My lord, I am willing. My lord, I am also willing to go. I am well acquainted with the valley route. Count me in, my lord. I am capable. As for the route, as long as I follow Lord Xiao, there will be no issues. Lin nodded in satisfaction and said, Excellent. I give you 3 days to extract the 3 grounded ships from the shallow waters and to complete their repairs and painting. Compagnie was taken aback. So urgent? The main quest required the retrieval of Arya, and considering that Arya had likely already departed from King's Landing, how could he not be anxious? Lin recalled that shortly after Ned's demise, Uncle Benjen had led Arya and the newly recruited knights watch northward, only to be intercepted by the Hound on the King's Road due to unforeseen circumstances. Once in the Hound's grasp, rescue would not be so easily accomplished. The journey to King's Landing would take them through the Neck and the Riverlands, but the Riverlands were a battlefield, making that route impassable. To hasten their arrival at the King's Road, they would have to take to the sea, circumventing the Vale and heading straight into the Trident River from upstream of King's Landing. The reason for traveling by water with a merchant convoy, aside from urgency, was that as a lord of the north venturing into the southern realms, it would be impractical under the current climate of war between the north and south to fulfill the main quest. They could only disguise themselves as a merchant convoy en route to the Trident River. With that thought, Lin spoke earnestly, "Gentlemen, upon successful completion of this voyage, I assure you a handsome reward. If there are no further questions, prepare to depart, plan the route, ensure navigational safety, and set sail on time. That is your immediate task." The three fishmongers exchanged glances, and one of them, a bearded merchant known as Old Xiao, asked, "My lord, what goods do you wish us to procure? Are we headed north towards the Vale or to the eastern coast?" Lin stood and replied, "This time we shall not go to the Vale. Instead, we will circumnavigate it by taking the eastern coast, entering the Trident River from the southern estuary. As for the goods, a list will be provided in due course. However, it is also part of our mission to gather the displaced refugees and homeless farmers along the way due to the war." The group was momentarily taken aback. Company, looking astonished at the young lord on the dais, rose and said, "Us? My lord, do you mean you will also be accompanying us?" Lin smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." At that moment, Arya Stark, having just left the confines of King's Landing, embarked on the long journey north along the King's Road. Uncle Benjin commanded the newly recruited Night's Watch to rest. Arya, in the ranks, had assumed the name Eliane with her hair cut short, appeared as little more than a boy. Save for her trips to the restroom, she crouched behind some bushes by the river, discreetly relieving herself. Glancing around to ensure she was not seen, she pulled up her trousers and returned to the camp, clutching a bundle of firewood as she passed a metal prison cart. Inside the cart were three shackled individuals. One, a gaunt man with long hair and a thin face, called out to her. He introduced himself as someone and lamented his thirst, asking for a bowl of water. His demeanor was relatively polite, but the other two inmates were far less civil. A middle-aged man with half a mouthful of teeth and a scruffy beard threatened, "Give me some wine, or I'll skin you alive." The man leaned against the bars of the prison cart, apologizing for his brutish companions and asking Arya not to take offense, pleading for just a bowl of water. However, Arya found his self-introduction peculiar. Referring to himself as someone while calling himself this person is Jacqueline, from the free cities across the narrow sea. Before he could finish, the brutish man and his bald companion began clamoring for wine again. Arya's temper flared, and she could no longer tolerate it. She dropped the wood in her hands and shouted at the cart, "Who do you think you are, prisoner?" With that, she brandished a stick and began to strike at the brutish man through the iron bars. Observing from a distance, Jacqueline smiled and remarked, "The boy is brave, but not wise." At that moment, a fellow Night's Watchman, Jindrai, called Arya away. Captain Benjin had decreed that no one was to approach them, as they were dangerous individuals. Fearless, Arya retorted to Jindrai, "I am not afraid of them." Just then, the sound of hooves echoed down the King's Road as two gold-cloaked soldiers from King's Landing approached the camp of the Night's Watch. Thinking they had come to apprehend her, Arya quickly scurried behind a tree to hide. The gold-cloaked soldiers summoned Uncle Benjin, producing a royal decree that stated, "Your party harbors a wanted criminal. Hand him over to us." Unaware of the ongoing slaughter of bastards in King's Landing, Benjin assumed they sought Arya. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against the thigh of the leading gold-cloaked soldier, declaring, "Tell your king that the Night's Watch is not under his or the Queen's jurisdiction. Return from whence you came, or die here." With their lives in another's hands and their weapons confiscated by the Night's Watch, the gold-cloaked soldiers had no choice but to retreat, albeit reluctantly. Before departing, one soldier loudly proclaimed the identity of their quarry, surveying the camp. "The king seeks a boy known as Big Bull who wears a horned helmet." With a kick to his horse, he added a parting threat to Benjin, "Next time we come, I shall bring you that boy's head along with yours." Emerging from behind the tree, Arya caught sight of the bewildered Big Bull. They exchanged glances, realizing that both were now wanted fugitives in King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the heart of King's Landing, the imp Tyrion, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he headed to meet his lover, Shay. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a bald man conversing with her. Infuriated, the imp realized that his secret romance had been discovered by the master of whisperers, Varys. Tyrion forced himself to engage in small talk with the bald man. Varys rose, wearing a benevolent smile reminiscent of the Buddha, and alluded, "I know your father would not wish her in King's Landing, but I shall not inform Lord Tywin Lannister of this." The imp seethed with indignation, and upon Varys's conclusion, he attempted to leave, but Varys stopped him, saying, "I am not the honorable former hand of the king, Ned Stark. I can do anything. Those who threatened me are now 6 feet under." With that, he opened the door, intending to usher Varys out. Varys, however, similarly restrained Tyrion's hand and looked down upon him, stating, "I was not raised to be intimidated. Remember, I am the master of whisperers. I have seen countless villains, and their fates are rarely kind." He smiled and added, "Let us go. The royal council is about to convene." and the queen awaits us. Chapter 34. Stonehenge. Lin was counting the treasures within the chest. This was the last remaining chest from the plundered spoils of the bite. He clapped his hands and stretched. Satisfied with the total, 55 golden dragons, 89 silver stags, and a collection of copper coins along with some exquisite jewelry. Lin smirked, pleased with the haul. He called for Old Scholar Hill and handed him 10 golden dragons, saying, "These are for the goods from Widow's Watch and White Harbor, along with the final payments for the hired labor. Of course, the initial cost for building materials are included as well." After entrusting the gold to Old Scholar Hill, he implored him to oversee his territory. This decision had been made after much contemplation. Lin's late father, Lord Rothschild, had long ago envisioned the territory and established the fishing village port, where the venerable Hill had served as an academic official. Now, nearly 3 decades have elapsed, which speaks volumes about the trust that the esteemed Hill still enjoys from Lin's late father. This alone is quite remarkable. Moreover, Lin had no other options. Rodart and the guard Captain Hood were obliged to accompany him southward. 3 days swiftly passed. Once the minor affairs within the city were organized, Lin set sail for the Trident River with a retinue of 30 guards, 20 cavalry soldiers, and 10 attendants. He left behind a garrison of 15 cavalrymen responsible for city defense and 5 guards for maintaining order at the fishing village port. This number may not seem excessive, yet it is sufficient. Lin anticipated that this southern expedition would not be unduly protracted, especially since there were no significant hostile forces in the vicinity. The protection fee for White Harbor had been paid, and the marauders of Biting Bay had been decimated, rendering it a part of his domain. Thus, he could venture forth with peace of mind for a time. 3 freshly painted brigantines sailed in unison across the sea. Lin reclined in a deck chair, feeling the gentle sea breeze, while the ship's first mate, Compagnie, arranged for the crew to prepare malt liquor and fruit, which were placed on a makeshift table beside him. The vessel navigated the waters of Biting Bay, where the seas remained tranquil. As they departed Biting Bay and followed the currents southward, they soon entered the eastern coastal territory of Alenvale. The coastline was marked by the 5-fingered peninsula that extended from the Alenvale mountain range and a small island that jutted out into the sea. From this point onward, they had entered the narrow sea, and the number of merchant ships traversing between the Essos coast and West Aros began to increase. Most of these vessels set sail from Bravos, transporting goods to be unloaded at the 5-fingered peninsula of Alenvale before navigating through the neck and continuing their journey by land westward or northward. With favorable winds and currents, the speed of the ship Lin occupied was swift. Departing in the morning, they reached the grand city of Stonehaven on the southeast coast of Alenvale just as the sun began to set. This was the ancestral stronghold of House Royce, located on the southeastern coast of the valley, north of Seagull Town, and could be considered a semi-port city. Compagnie intended to dock at the port for the night to replenish their fresh water and provisions. Lin agreed and, disguising himself as a merchant, disembarked with 5 or 6 attendants. The sun had not yet completely sunk below the horizon, and the harbor lights gradually illuminated the surroundings. Lin was somewhat taken aback by the level of prosperity here, but upon reflection, he realized that directly across the narrow sea was the famous Bay of Bravos, home to some of the wealthiest individuals in the world. The Iron Bank, rich beyond measure, was also situated there. As Lin walked along the cobbled streets leading from the dock into the city, the comfort of the smooth stones underfoot suggested a significant investment in their construction. According to noble custom, Lin was expected to pay a visit to the lord of the city, Lord Royce. However, as he intended to maintain a low profile during his journey south, he had no intention of exposing himself unnecessarily. On a bustling street near the port, Lin found a tavern where he planned to stay the night. The establishment was a 2-story brick building, its exterior coated with a clean layer of gray-white lime. The first floor housed a bar and restaurant, while the second floor contained the accommodations. The captain of the guards quickly finalized the arrangements with the tavern owner and paid for their lodgings. Just as they were about to ascend the crescent staircase in the bar's corner, suddenly, a coarse voice called out from behind Lin, "You there, lad, from the north? Are you?" Startled, Lin paused and turned to look back. Not far from a round table in the bar sat 5 or 6 burly men. One with a thick black beard who was now glaring at Lin with an impolite stare. His companions wore similarly menacing expressions. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be local sailors. Among them, a particularly scrawny individual brazenly fixated his gaze on the short blade sheathed at Lin's waist, his small eyes gleaming with greed. Lin recognized this thin fellow. He had seen him lurking suspiciously by the docks when they disembarked, only to be chased off by the sharp-eyed Hood. "What of the Northmen? And what if I'm not one?" Lin calmly interjected, raising a hand to halt the angry Hood. The bearded man smacked his lips and retorted, "We don't welcome northerners here." Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "Isn't the protector of the valley now the son of Lady Lisa Tully of Alenvale?" Upon hearing this, the man stood up, seething with anger, and demanded, "So what of it?" Lin smirked and said, "Oh, nothing much. I was merely confirming that you are not that milk-fed child." Laughter erupted among the patrons of the bar. Lin continued, "Moreover, the Tullis are now allied with the North. And perhaps Lady Lisa may even consider an alliance with the North, so who knows? In a few days, Northerners and Vale folk might just become one family. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin's clever analysis and insinuations left the drunken bearded man momentarily speechless, though he recognized the tenuousness of Lin's claims. He was at a loss for a rebuttal. After a pause, he stammered, "You're talking nonsense," his face turning crimson. Lin, finding the exchange tedious, shook his head, uninterested in engaging further. Turning away, he ascended the staircase. At that moment, another voice echoed from the center of the hall, high-pitched and laden with a foreign accent. "It is true that Lady Lisa hails from House Tully, but that is old news. She is now the Lady of Vale, representing the interests of the Vale folk, and thus, she would never ally with the North." "Indeed, that is correct," the bearded man eagerly concurred, his previous scowl now replaced by a more menacing glare. Lin's patience wore thin. Why should he, a Northerner, endure such blatant discrimination? As a noble of the North, it was unacceptable to witness such disdain directed at his kind. He turned to face the Associ individual in the hall and remarked coldly, "Are the Associ so interested in the affairs of Westeros?" He could understand the slight animosity some of the Stone Islanders harbored towards the North, given their proximity to King S Landing. If the Vale were to align with the North, the naval forces from King S Landing could easily reach this place within a day, plundering Stone Island before they knew it. This was not mere speculation. The Lannisters owed a substantial debt to the Iron Bank, and with the extravagant spending habits of King Robert and Queen Cersei, the wealth of Stone Island was an enticing target within reach. Such a venture could be justified under the guise of reclaiming their own subjects. However, Lin recognized that these provocations were not motivated by any concern for the realm. Noticing the scrawny man's greedy gaze lingering on the Valyrian dagger at his waist, Lin allowed a faint smirk to creep across his lips. Chapter 35. The knife is past. Lin wished to avoid trouble, yet trouble sought him out. Just as he contemplated how to extricate himself from these troublesome individuals, a sharp crack resounded from the entrance. Two fully armored guards from Stonehaven burst through the tavern doors, their formidable presence commanding immediate attention. Hood, the captain of the guards, surveyed the newcomers with a vigilant gaze, refusing to let his guard down in the face of potential danger. The newcomers peered through the metallic bars of their helmets, scanning the tavern's occupants. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Lin subtly gestured for Hood to keep quiet, leaning closer to whisper just loud enough for the nearby bearded man to hear. "The Northern Alliance is about to strike at the Vale. Lord Smallwood has commanded us to seize Stonehaven." Hood, bewildered by the cryptic message from his lord, was left speechless. He cast a surprised glance at Lin's gestures, and then stole a look at Blackbeard, who was eavesdropping with keen interest. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and a knowing smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the guards of the Stone City, seemingly unable to locate the individual they sought, completed their round of inspection without any findings and were about to turn away. However, the bearded man, who had heard Lin's earlier remarks quite clearly, abruptly stood up and called out towards the entrance, "Guard Captain, there are a few spies from the North here." Everyone turned their attention towards Lin. The two guards exchanged glances and halted their steps. One was tall, while the other was shorter and stocky. The latter drew his broad sword from his waist and approached Blackbeard, casting a wary eye on Lin and his companions. "What is going on?" The lean companion of Blackbeard assumed that his ally was about to enact another old trick of framing someone and also stood up, obsequiously bowing towards the guards while pointing at Lin. "Guard Captain, these fellows are dressed like Northerners and are armed, clearly not up to any good." Lin shrugged, realizing he had now been labeled as the villain. The guards, upon hearing this, swept their dark eyes over Lin's group. One of them asked in a deep voice, "From the North?" Blackbeard grinned menacingly. "Is Stone City not welcoming to Northerners?" The guard scrutinized Blackbeard's face, noting the hand gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, then glanced at the indifferent-looking merchant guard, Rodart, and a few soldiers from the cavalry regiment. Finally, their gaze landed on Lin, and one inquired, "Are you a nobleman?" "Only dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons can be considered nobles. Below that rank, knights and gentlemen are merely high-ranking commoners." Thus, as the heir to a viscountcy, Lin possessed a status that set him apart from the common folk of this world. Lin regarded him with a calm expression and asked, "How did you discern that?" The guard pointed to the sword at Blackbeard's waist. "Your attendant is equipped with a guard sword." Lin's brow furrowed in skepticism. The guard explained, "The standard guard sword in Westeros is custom-made in Stone City, adorned with its emblem." Lin understood. Only nobles have swordsmen as attendants. However, he was still somewhat taken aback that such a minor detail could reveal his identity. He didn't expect a mere guard to possess such keen insight. Curiously, Lin inquired, "Are you a knight? May I know your name?" The guard nodded and bowed slightly. "You may call me Gov, and this beside me is Sir Duncan." Surprised to learn that he stood before a titled knight, Lin shifted his gaze to the other guard from Stone City, a man who, despite being clad in heavy armor, appeared as slender as a reed. Standing at 2 meters tall, he exuded an aura of resilience. Lin could only observe him from below, catching a glimpse of his dark, sharp eyes through the slits of his iron helmet. Suddenly, Lin felt a flicker of recognition upon hearing the name Duncan, as though he had encountered it before. Just as he pondered this, Blackbeard, unable to restrain himself any longer, erupted in indignation at the sight of the guards engaging in polite conversation with the so-called dead northerner spies. Feeling insulted, he downed an entire bottle of malt liquor in one gulp. The combination of alcohol and humiliation surged to his head, and he angrily stood up, shouting to the people in the hall, "Look, our guards are colluding with northerner spies. This is proof." Everyone in the vicinity regarded the drunken man with disdain, as if he were a fool. Even his lean companion could hardly bear to watch. It was no joking matter to frame the guards within the city. Had he lost his mind? He yanked his companion, urging him to step down from the table. "Get down, Fried. You're drunk." With a furious spin, Blackbeard slapped the lean man hard. "Useless. Damn it, I'm not drunk." The blow sent the lean man flying half a meter away, leaving him disoriented, blood trickling from his mouth. Blackbeard laughed maniacally, continuing to shout, "These northerners are indeed spies. I heard them plotting just now. They said the army of Robb Stark is about to attack the Vale." His words sent a hush over the crowd momentarily, followed by a burst of laughter erupting from the bar. "Huh. The Northern Army is still locked in battle with the Lannisters in the Riverlands. How could they possibly split their forces to attack the Vale? They don't even have a navy." The laughter filled the tavern, and Lin quietly smiled to himself. Alcohol easily dulls the mind, impairing judgment. In situations where a drunkard is eager to frame another, handing them a knife will often result in an unhesitating acceptance. Lin had no inclination to sympathize with his foolishness. Amidst the cacophony of mockery and insults, Blackbeard Fried finally awoke from his stupor, glaring at Lin with bloodshot, vengeful eyes. However, the towering guard Duncan approached him slowly, causing Fried to feel a wave of dread and despair. He even forgot to draw the iron sword resting beside him on the table and instead attempted to flee. The guard, Duncan, swiftly grabbed his foot before he could leap down from the table. In an instant, Fried stumbled and fell, crashing into a row of wooden tables, scattering cups and bottles everywhere. Despite the pain, Blackbeard scrambled to his feet, intent on fleeing towards the exit. Yet, the guard Duncan denied him that chance. Stepping forward and seizing him by the collar, he raised the sheathed broadsword high and brought it crashing down upon Fried's head without hesitation. Lin, reveling in the unfolding chaos, was suddenly interrupted by the activation sound of the system in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Knights of Westeros Hall of Fame option. Collect Knights of Westeros and recruit them into your ranks to gain a wealth of experience points." Chapter 36. The Knights of the Hall of Fame. Lin's expression shifted with intrigue. The Hall of Fame for Knights of Westeros was a new feature of the system. Generally speaking, the system wouldn't activate such a new option without a specific trigger. Suppressing the urge to check the system immediately, Lin lowered his gaze in contemplation, pondering the reason behind this activation. At that moment, the tavern erupted in an even louder uproar than before, this time filled with gasps of astonishment. "Did he just kill him?" Someone shouted. "He was killed by the sword sheath. Look, blood is streaming from his nose. He was struck dead from behind." Another voice cried out. "Damn it." It was the lean man's terrified shout. "You've killed him. He hasn't even faced the Lord's judgment. You have no right to kill him in Stone City." Indeed, not even the guards had that authority. Others chimed in, asserting that even knights lacked the right. Lin, jolted from his excitement over the system's new option, snapped back to reality. He asked in bewilderment, "What happened?" The guard captain Hood pointed towards the motionless body of Blackbeard sprawled on the ground, murmuring, "My lord, we have a problem. It seems that fellow couldn't withstand the blow. He was directly killed by the sword sheath." Lin frowned, gazing at the overturned tables in the tavern, where Blackbeard lay face down, utterly still, a pool of blood forming near his head. Uncertain, perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lin perceived that the pool of blood appeared not crimson, but rather a deep inky hue. He inquired of his companion, the captain of the guards, Hood, "Did you clearly see if he was slain by a sword sheath?" Hood pondered for a moment, his confidence wavering as he replied, "My lord, the scene was rather chaotic. Shadows danced amidst the overturned tables, and the light was insufficient for anyone to discern the truth. However, generally speaking, a seasoned knight should possess the finesse to wield their strength with precision." Leaning closer, Hood whispered to Lin, at that moment, a certain fellow approached the bearded man as he fell. "Oh, were you able to see him clearly?" Lin pressed. This time, Hood nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my lord. It was that foreigner from Essos who had previously mocked you." A sense of foreboding washed over Lin as he surveyed the tavern, recalling that the Essos man wore a grayish-white monk's robe. As the din of the tavern escalated, a commotion erupted among the patrons. Outside, other guards from Stonehaven were dispatched to report the unfolding events. Suddenly, a voice shouted, and Lin turned to see a furtive figure quietly making his way towards the tavern entrance. It was the silhouette of the skinny monkey. Was he attempting to slip away amidst the chaos? Then, Lin noticed the man clad in monk's attire closely trailing behind the skinny monkey. Lin's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing into slits. Pointing towards the door, he commanded, "Hood, apprehend those two. Do not allow them to escape." "At once, my lord," Hood replied, striding directly across the hall. Just before the skinny monkey could pull open the door, Hood grasped the wooden handle firmly. Startled, the skinny monkey turned to face Hood, who raised his sword threateningly against his throat while his other hand gestured toward the foreigner with his head bowed. A malevolent smirk crept across Hood's face. "Where do you think you're going, lads?" "My lord requests your presence." Knight Gov, watching Lin approach the body, glanced at Hood who was blocking the entrance. He asked in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this, my lord?" Lin did not respond. Instead, he bent down to turn the corpse over, confirming his suspicions that the man had not died from a blunt force. The black blood oozing from his mouth revealed the truth. He scoffed. "It seems the conspiracy has ensnared not me, but you." Gov's gaze fell upon the dark bloodstain on the ground, his armor concealing his expression. Nearby, Sir Duncan, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "It is the Black Death poison." Gov replied, "What a despicable tactic, Sir Duncan. It must be the work of the Royce family. We have just submitted our resignations." The exchange reached Lin's ears, and at that moment, he finally recalled who Sir Duncan was and why he felt a sense of familiarity. He spotted the emblem on Duncan's chainmail-clad arm, a tree of elm set against the twilight, with a green comet streaking across the sky. A peculiar yet memorable design. His true name was likely Dunk, later known as Sir Duncan the Tall, a legendary member of the Kingsguard in history. Dunk, a towering figure raised in a flea-infested environment, had once served as a squire to a mercenary knight and later to King Aegon V, eventually rising to the rank of captain of the Kingsguard during Aegon's reign. His early exploits became the stuff of legend. Here stood a knight who had perished over a century ago, yet was now alive before Lin. A sense of disbelief washed over him as he murmured to himself, "The Hall of Fame for Knights. Does it refer to those who have passed?" Had his arrival sparked a mysterious transformation in this world? Would those illustrious figures of the past re-emerge in this timeline? Lin could not be certain. But given his own extraordinary journey, no matter how surreal it seemed, it felt increasingly plausible. A horn sounded outside, breaking Lin's reverie. The tall knight turned to the entrance and said to Lin, "My lord, I appreciate your guidance, but this matter does not concern you. You and your men should leave promptly." Beside him stood Gov, clad in simple yet sturdy iron armor, drawing forth a sharp knightly sword. "Knights, do you find yourselves in trouble? Depart swiftly, my lord. Northerners should not entangle themselves in this conflict." Lin was unwilling to leave. The Hall of Fame knight was within reach, and he had no intention of missing this opportunity. He met Duncan's towering gaze with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "I must remain to uphold the honor of the other knights. It is my creed." With a resounding crash, the wooden door burst open, and a throng of fully armored guards surged inside. Lin's men retreated a few steps, refraining from any rash actions without orders. The guards wielded their shields and spears mercilessly, shoving aside the tables blocking the entrance and ushering bewildered patrons out of the way. Following them, a man clad in bronze armor strode into the tavern through the gap left by the guards. His form was nearly entirely obscured by the armor, rendering his identity indiscernible. However, the helmet and the vivid emblem emblazoned on the breastplate, a heart-shaped orange background adorned with 2 lines of runes and a cluster of round pebbles, made it unmistakable as the sigil of House Royce, the principal vassal of Stonehaven. Chapter 37. The motto. Sir Duncan, could you enlighten me as to what has transpired here? The man in bronze armor, resembling a formidable deity, fixed a stern gaze upon Duncan, his voice deep and solemn. Duncan's expression remained indifferent. "Nothing of consequence, Sir Robert Royce." Robert, the second son of the Earl of Stonehaven. The Red Cloak Robert? Lin's interest was piqued. So, this fellow was still in Stonehaven. Yet he would likely soon seek refuge in Winterfell with Renly. As the second son, Robert could not inherit land or titles, and was thus compelled to forge his own path to glory. In the annals of history, during the War of the Five Kings, he chose to align himself with Renly Baratheon. Renly, an old acquaintance, trusted him implicitly, bringing him into the Rainbow Guard and bestowing upon him the title of the Red Cloak. The bronze-clad knight, Robert, chuckled softly, "Sir Duncan, it seems rather unfortunate that you have mistakenly slain a civilian in Stonehaven. If you wish to avoid being captured and judged by my father, I can escort you to Winterfell." Duncan, with a scornful laugh, retorted, "You seek to take me to Winterfell? Renly reigns there, commanding an army of 10,000. I once shared a bond with him at the Hand's Tourney in King's Landing. Joining him, with your prowess, would earn you a place among the Kingsguard once he ascends to the Iron Throne." Robert's voice resonated powerfully, but Duncan merely scoffed. Lin, however, wore a look of disdain. While Renly appeared to be the most popular contender during the War of the Five Kings, seemingly the one with the greatest chance of claiming the Iron Throne, he was ultimately a short-lived figure. Moreover, after Renly's demise, his close ally and chief commander, Ser Loras Tyrell, would likely descend into madness, slaying you, the Red Cloak Robert, in a fit of rage to accompany him to the grave. Of course, Lin kept these thoughts to himself. The Hall of Fame for knights was a reward he could not afford to let slip away. Furthermore, recruiting a knight of extraordinary martial prowess would greatly benefit Lin's future aspirations. The desire for fame and glory was a universal yearning among knights, and Lin found himself genuinely concerned that Duncan might waver under Robert's words. He broke the silence, saying, "I have not witnessed any wrongful killing of civilians by Sir Duncan. However, it was rather refreshing to witness someone employing cunning schemes to win hearts, all while claiming it was for their own good." Lin seemed to have struck Robert's face right then and there. Beneath the bronze armor, Robert twisted his neck, momentarily stiffened, and angrily inquired, "Who are you?" Speaking nonsense in Stone City could lead to your demise. Lin smirked disdainfully, retorting, "This matter arose because of me, and your foolish subordinates have gravely erred by involving me in their machinations against Sir Duncan. Are you now threatening me? You are no longer Sir Robert of Stone City. Your bravado is meaningless." Duncan and Shifu turned in astonishment to Lin. Shifu, puzzled, interjected, "My lord, why do you say that Robert is no longer Sir Robert of Stone City?" Lin chuckled lightly, responding, "The Vale of Arryn has not declared support for Renly. The Vale remains loyal to King's Landing. Sir Robert just declared his intention to join King Renly, thus he is no longer Sir Robert of King's Landing. Moreover, Lord Yoren, the Lord of Stone City, would likely not support Renly. Otherwise, Sir Robert would not need to venture alone to Storm's End. Therefore, Sir Robert is not only stripped of his title but can also be considered a traitor to both the Vale and Stone City." Lin spoke with conviction. Shifu stood dumbfounded, and even Sir Duncan cast several glances at Lin. Robert Royce was furiously incensed. With a swift motion, Robert drew his sword, pointing it at Lin, his voice low and menacing. "Are you seeking death?" Lin's companions, Hood and Rodart, also unsheathed their swords, standing on guard. The knight Shifu, shaken from his stupor, felt compelled to draw his weapon as well, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin. Having aided them moments before, the honor-bound Shifu and Duncan would not allow Robert to endanger Lin's life in their presence. The tavern erupted with the sound of drawn swords, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. The patrons trapped inside the tavern turned pale, shrinking into corners, trembling in fear. The oppressive silence did not last long. Robert broke the stillness with a booming laugh. "Ha! As punishment for slandering a knight, I have the right to slay him now to uphold my dignity." Duncan interjected, "Robert, do you truly believe that your status as the Lord Son of Stone City grants you the authority to judge a noble?" "He is a noble?" Robert questioned incredulously. "Of course," came the derisive reply from Guff. "Surely you recognize the sword his squire bears." Robert fell silent, and after a moment, his voice turned cold, laced with fury and resentment. "So what if he is a noble? Just like my brother, Andar, he is a worthless wretch. Look at his pitiful, frail form. It is evident he is nothing of value." Robert's voice escalated from a murmur to a roar, culminating in a thunderous declaration. "Such a wretch, merely because he was born into an inheritance, enjoys the privilege of lands and titles. I refuse to accept this." Lin, with the sword pointed at his nose and being berated as a waste, felt his face redden with indignation. Standing at 175 meters and weighing 120 pounds. How could anyone call him a waste? After all, this was the standard physique of the 21st century. Moreover, he had traversed realms through his own merit. How could he be deemed underweight? It was clearly their bulk that was excessive. Lin scoffed repeatedly, retorting, "What if I possess evidence proving that the deceased was poisoned at your behest, unrelated to Sir Duncan's misfortune? But should I reveal it, what do you intend to do?" Robert's body trembled within the confines of his bronze armor. However, he quickly regained his composure, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he scoffed, "Nonsense. But if you can articulate a valid point, I shall spare your life." "No." Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I do not believe you possess the capability to take my life. I have but one request." Robert, incensed, urged, "Speak." Lin cleared his throat, his face alight with righteousness. "It is simple. I merely hope you will bind your hands and apologize to Sir Duncan." Shifu, taken aback, glanced back at Lin in disbelief. Duncan beside him was equally astonished. Seeing that his righteous fervor had indeed affected them, Lin felt a surge of hope in subduing the knight of renown. He continued to stoke the flames, stating with conviction, "Upholding the dignity of other knights is my motto. I shall see this matter through." Chapter 38. Unveiling the Deception and Confrontation, Part 1. A warm sensation flowed through Duncan and Shifu's hearts, igniting a sense of loyalty. However, behind Lin, the captain of the guards, Hood, found his lips twitching uncontrollably, nearly losing grip on his sword. Even Rodart, the resolute leader of the cavalry, who had been staring ahead, slowly turned to glance at the corner of the tavern, his brow twitching slightly. Nobility is the epitaph of the honorable, while shamelessness is the motto of the base. No, that's not right. The shameless, clad in the guise of boldness, forget their past disgrace. Lin stood poised, and apart from his own subordinates from the fishing village. All present regarded him as a young noble of remarkable grace, a man of lofty aspirations, detached from base pleasures. Such admirable nobility is rare. One wonders from which lord of the north he hails. They mused, unaware of whether he was betrothed. One patron, shrinking in the corner, sighed. I have a 20-year-old daughter of unmatched beauty. Another, accompanying him, trembled slightly as he replied, perhaps allow your hefty flower to spare this young noble. A portly fellow, laboring to emerge from the crowd, gasped for breath, akin to a fish on the verge of dying from thirst. I say, damn it, the fellow before me, while lamenting, is crushing my belly. The patron's friend turned crimson in the face, thinking, this fellow seems quite the match for your hefty flower. Robert's expression darkened, the bronze helmet reflecting a disquieting yellow hue in the tavern's dim light. As dusk descended, the sun vanished below the horizon, and night enveloped the ancient castle. The nightlife at the harbor commenced, with the tavern serving as a favored haunt for sailors. 3 burly men, accompanied by a beautiful Essos woman, stumbled through the tavern doors. One of the robust sailors, leading the way, leaned down, jesting with the dark-skinned beauty in his arms. When he noticed her smile transforming from playful to fearful, he lifted his head in alarm, only to be met with the eerie scene before him. Before he could utter a word, Robert, clad in bronze armor and seething with barely contained rage, struck him down with a single swing of his sword. The glint of the knight's blade flashed coldly, and the man's head rolled from his shoulders. The woman screamed and dashed for the door, only to be blocked by the other 2 sailors and the courtesan approaching from behind. In a panic, she found herself at a loss for escape. The guards stationed at the entrance thrust their iron spears through her delicate form. Robert coldly remarked, you worthless lot, unable to guard a mere door. 2 guards beside him stepped forward, dragging the lifeless bodies of the fallen sailor and the woman out of the tavern, leaving behind a pool of crimson blood, like a blood rose blooming in the darkness. Outside, anguished cries echoed, prompting Robert to address the crowd within the tavern, his expression unreadable. Let us commence by listening to the speech of this noble lord from the north. Observing how he links the lifeless body of the innocent in the hall to Sir Robert, his voice drips with sarcasm, and though his sword no longer points at Lin, the blood trickling from its tip seems to accuse everyone present. This man has lost his sanity. This is Lin's immediate intuition. Indeed, having abandoned his aspirations to be Sir Robert of Stonedance, when Lin unmasked him, he simultaneously erased Robert's final doubts. With his departure imminent, Lin felt emboldened to disregard his status as the local lord's son, allowing Robert to cast aside the constraints imposed upon him by Stonedance. This reasoning brought Lin a measure of anxiety. His retinue was scant, and the opposition was fully armed, blocking the entrance. A direct confrontation would likely spell disaster for his side. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead, slowly trickling past his brow, cascading down his damp cheeks, and rolling off his chin onto his collar. The warmth of the tavern was gradually supplanted by the frigid winds that invaded through the open door, chilling the atmosphere to a bone-numbing degree. Lin endeavored to maintain his composure, yet the coldness spread across his face, a stark reminder of the medieval power and might. Those of noble birth wielded their swords against the common folk without a hint of hesitation. Stone and Duncan exchanged glances of pity, but Lin stayed their hands. He stepped out from behind Stone, approaching the corpse of the black-bearded man. Gazing down at the nearly congealed blood of the fallen, he turned his icy gaze toward the grim figure of Robert at the door and commanded, Hood, bring them forth. The Essos man clad in monk's robes and the accomplice, known as Slim Monkey, were thrust into the center of the hall. Without hesitation, but swept their legs with the sword's sheath, sending them crashing to their knees. Lin's cold stare pierced through their faces. Speak of how Sir Robert incited conflict and poisoned this black-bearded man. I assure you, in the name of nobility, your lives shall be spared. With the worst fate being consignment to the night's watch at the wall, the 2 remained silent, refusing to speak. Betraying a noble could lead to dire consequences. My lord, Slim Monkey began, but was swiftly met with a resounding slap from Lin, silencing any further protest. Having endured 2 slaps, first from the black-bearded man, and then from Lin, Slim Monkey's teeth loosened, and blood spilled from his mouth as he began to weep, covering his face with trembling hands. Lin straightened, declaring, Since you choose silence, I shall voice your treachery. You, upon disembarking at my port, covetously eyed the sword at my waist, trailing me to the tavern, and inciting the drunken Blackbeard to provoke me, seeking to frame me as a spy from the north. You were aware of the 2 guards who would come to inspect the bar, hoping to see me apprehended. Alas, fate turned against you, leading you to turn on your own companion instead. Am I mistaken? Lin's gaze shifted to Slim Monkey, then landed on the Esso's man. My lord, the Esso's man replied. Lowering his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, these are mere conjectures of yours. Without evidence, they hold no weight. Even a noble cannot falsely accuse without cause, especially in lands that are not yours. Is that so? Lin retorted, reclaiming his confidence with a smile. I do not share your belief. Hood, search him. The black death poison must still linger on his person. Chapter 39. Unmasking the Deception and Direct Confrontation, Part 2. The black death poison, an odorless and lethal white powder, is said to originate from the distant east and flows into the lands of Westeros from the free cities of Essos. It is a vile substance, the most feared and despicable poison in all of Westeros. Hood promptly approached the Essos man, conducting a thorough search of his monk's robes before the gathered assembly. However, Hood had no intention of discovering any poison because the toxin was already concealed in his palm, wrapped in a piece of parchment. After performing an elaborate charade, Hood finally produced a packet from the man's robes, holding it aloft. Lin regarded him with approval. Upon receiving the parchment and unfolding it, he revealed a quantity of fine white powder. The dim light made it all the more repugnant, and he hastily rewrapped it, declaring loudly, Do you still wish to deny your guilt? The terror etched on the Essos man's face was unmistakable. He cried out, This is impossible. It is not mine. Rising abruptly, ignoring his disheveled clothing, he pointed an accusatory finger at the smirking Lin, exclaiming, It is you who has framed me. Yet, before he could finish, Hood's sword pommel struck him squarely in the face. It was a genuine blow, and Lin stood before the man, watching as his pallor turned to a deep purple, culminating in a swollen, bloodied lip. The entire process unfolded over 3 seconds, and the Essos man fell back to the ground, moaning in pain, his lips trembling. Hood glared at him fiercely, admonishing, Essos man, did no one teach you that in Westeros, one must show respect to the noble lords? If you dare to point again, I shall sever your fingers. At these words, the monk's man trembled, his bravado deflating as he slumped to the ground. Lin raised his gaze, smiling brightly at Robert, who remained concealed within his bronze armor a few paces away. What say you, Sir Robert? The bronze knight extended his armored arm, asking, May I inspect it? You are aware of the effects of black death poison. Are you certain you wish to examine it? Lin inquired, suppressing his smile. Upon hearing this, Robert hesitated, retracting his arm. At such a juncture, further concealment bore no meaning. The corners of Robert's mouth, hidden beneath his bronze mask, curled into a grin, and he let out a boisterous, raucous laugh. Very well, I concede that the plan has veered slightly off course. Yet, I acted in the best interest of Sir Duncan. My esteemed father, the Count, and my inept brother failed to recognize true heroism. Serving as a mere guard under their command would squander the potential of 2 knights. Accompany me to Wind's Breath Keep, and one way or another, you shall earn the title of a personal squire. Duncan paused at these words. His iron mask is unyielding as steel. However, Lin, peering through the slits in his mask, discerned a softness in Duncan's gaze. The towering figure of over 2 meters stepped forward, kneeling before Lin. Wise and noble lord, I thank you for restoring my honor. Allow me to serve as your squire from this day forth. Duncan's towering frame allowed Lin to gaze into his resolute black eyes. A sense of joy illuminated Lin's face. It was only in such a time that one could genuinely appreciate the pride and glory of being regarded by a true knightly figure, a man of stature, with respect. In the presence of all, Duncan laid his knightly sword flat before Lin, signifying the solemn oath of fealty, symbolizing that from this moment forth, his sword would belong to Lin. Touched, Lin grasped Duncan's hand and vowed in return, I am Lin, of House Rothschild from the north, and I swear that you shall forever hold a place within my family, House Rothschild. Thus, Lin accepted Sir Duncan's oath of loyalty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for simultaneously acquiring 2 Hall of Fame Knights. The system rewards double experience points, totaling 1,000. Current experience points, 1030. Congratulations to the host. The troop explosion system has reached the upgrade experience value. Current system level, level 3. Current upgrade experience, 113-111-0000. Lin exited the system. He had anticipated the notification sound. Yet when the upgrade sound of the troop explosion system resonated, he was utterly delighted. The experience point reward from the Hall of Fame Knights could indeed be accumulated towards the system upgrade experience. With the system advancing to level 3, it must have unlocked a plethora of new features. He had struck gold this time. However, wait a moment, why did he receive 2 Hall of Fame Knights simultaneously? Lin was somewhat taken aback, wondering if there was an issue with the system. At that moment, a figure flickered before him. A knight clad in iron armor knelt before him, exclaiming, as the squire of Sir Duncan, my sword has always belonged to him. Now that he offers his sword, I vow to serve you henceforth. Lin was taken aback. It turned out that this knight was indeed a legendary figure, yet he had never heard of him before. However, upon reflection, Many knights of renown from the realm had not been documented or celebrated in the annals of history, making this quite normal. Lin reached out to assist the two knights to their feet, then bent down to retrieve their swords from the ground, returning them with care. They caught the swords gingerly, their movements precise and graceful. Robert's countenance was ominously dark, a fury that even his bronze mask could not conceal. This was an outright provocation from Duncan, a blatant challenge, and a powerful response to Robert's recruitment. Robert's bronze frame trembled uncontrollably, his sword raised high. He bellowed, "Guard team. On my command, slay them. Eliminate everyone here." Proudly unwilling to remain in a gentle haven, he intended to flee to Windfall Castle to join Lord Blue, seeking fame and strength. He could not accept such humiliation. At that moment, the cavalrymen behind Lin swiftly made a judgment, their squire attire prompting them to raise their weapons in defense of Lin. In the center of the hall, a gaunt figure and an Essos monk stood amidst the impending conflict, subtly shifting to the side in preparation for escape. However, Robert's sword soon descended upon them. Useless. Robert cursed, swiftly beheading them, thus igniting the inevitable bar brawl. Chapter 40. Unmasking Tricks and Direct Confrontation. Part 2. Robert's subordinates encircled them, a crescent-shaped formation gradually tightening. Seeing the enemy draw nearer, Lin issued a final command. "Attack. Die," shouted a soldier from Robert's guard, thrusting a spear towards the cavalrymen, who countered with their swords, delivering a powerful kick that sent the clumsy armored soldier flying. Into chaos, a flying axe hurtled towards Lin, cutting through the air, aimed at his head. Stone, in a swift motion, leaped forward, catching the axe with his chainmail-clad arm and returning it with force. The short-handled axe, forged from high-grade steel, was hurled back with even greater speed. Robert sidestepped the thrown axe, but his guard behind him was not so fortunate. The axe cleaved through his armor, embedding itself in his chest, and he staggered backward, collapsing. The two sides clashed, the sharp sounds of metal colliding mingling with cries of anguish, composing a symphony of battle. Stone boldly led the charge. Several of Robert's elite guards lunged at his abdomen with long spears, but Stone evaded, the spears scraping against his chainmail, producing a metallic screech. Seizing the opportunity, Stone grasped the spear shaft and yanked it backward, his sword slicing diagonally across the face of the nearest guard. The soldier screamed in agony, leaving a pool of blood behind. For cavalrymen formed a basic defensive formation. With the troop explosion system upgraded to level 2, their capabilities had seen a significant leap, including enhanced formation abilities. Their mission was to defend Lin at all costs against any approaching adversaries. Sir Duncan stood resolutely before Lin, his target now Robert, clad in bronze armor, akin to a bronze colossus descending upon them. "Duncan, are you certain you wish to obstruct me?" Robert said coldly. "I serve my master." The two locked eyes, each reading determination in the other's gaze. The clash of knightly sword against steel was initially a cautious test of each other's weaknesses, but it swiftly escalated into a fierce confrontation. Robert possessed an undeniable advantage in armor. The Royce family had numerous ancestral bronze armors etched with magical runes, said to protect the warriors within from harm. In truth, they merely reinforced vulnerable areas such as shoulders, elbows, knees, and even the head with metal plates for added protection. Although Lin believed that being confined within such an airtight suit of armor must be uncomfortable, he had to concede that the defensive efficacy was apparent. Duncan's several attempts to breach Robert's bronze armor had yielded little success. The towering Duncan kicked Robert back, and as Robert staggered, Duncan raised his knightly sword high to pursue. Robert's balance faltered midair, unable to raise his sword in defense. The knightly sword descended with a shrill metallic tearing sound, finally cleaving a deep gash in the vulnerable area of Robert's shoulder armor, exposing the flesh beneath. The blade's edge hovered perilously close to Robert's skin. With both hands gripping the sword, Duncan pressed down with all his might, forcing the bronze knight Robert to continually retreat. Should he pause, the sharp knightly sword would sever the flesh from his shoulder blade. Robert retreated relentlessly until he collided with the wooden wall behind him. Using the wall for support, he managed to push back against Duncan's sword, but what awaited him was Duncan's powerful kick. The forceful impact of Duncan's chainmail boot struck Robert's abdomen, sending the bronze-clad figure crashing through the flimsy wooden wall, tumbling out onto the street, with splinters and dust swirling in the air. The atmosphere became thick with debris. Duncan could not pursue further. He was entangled with several of Robert's guards near the ruined wall of the tavern. Lin's eyes brightened. Drawing his Valyrian dagger, he shouted, "Fight your way out." The captain of the guards, Hood, led the charge, clearing a path for the squires. Lin's men formed a defensive formation as they surged towards the exit. Soon, several shield-bearing guards attempted to breach their formation, but the cavalrymen and Knight Stone offered no respite. Lin's group reached the breach in the wall. Of the 8 armored guards Robert had brought, only 5 remained, while 3 of Lin's squires had perished. Fortunately, Duncan, Stone, and the Captain Hood, along with Rodart, remained unharmed. Ahead lay the street. Robert's heavily armored guards were limited in their mobility. as soon as they reached the open street. Whether fleeing or fighting, they would not be as constrained as they had been in the cramped quarters. Lin sighed in relief. At that moment, Robert lay in the middle of the street, his shoulder merely grazed, but the pain in his abdomen from Duncan's powerful kick left him unable to rise. The streets were sparsely populated. Long before Robert's guard chased down the avenue to slay sailors, most residents had wisely vacated this place of discord. Shall we kill him? Hood inquired, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings as he gestured towards the fallen Robert. In the distance, the sound of barking dogs echoed, illuminated by the flickering torches. A cavalry unit appeared like a glimmering firefly, their hooves thundering against the cobblestones. A black drawbridge stood before a crescent moon, adorned with a purple backdrop and bronze trim, embellished with runic insignias that marked their chests. A cavalry squad from the Royce family of Moongate Castle hastened forward. The cavalrymen partitioned Lin and Robert's forces with distinct clarity. A Moongate knight dismounted to assist the fallen Robert, who, gritting his teeth, commanded, "Kill them for me." The knight, however, declined Robert's instruction, helping him back onto his horse and shaking his head to indicate that it was not his duty. "Sir Robert, the ship to Windwhisper Fortress is about to depart," he reminded. Robert cast aside his bronze mask, spitting on the ground in disdain, and with a sinister grin directed at Lin and Duncan, proclaimed, "We shall meet again." He then departed with his knights and guards. The gates of the Lord's castle in Stonehaven creaked open, revealing a formation of 20 gleaming armored knights standing at attention. Awaiting atop a Dothraki warhorse was Count Yrn of Stonehaven, who soon charged forth, followed closely by his knights. Andar Royce, the Count's heir, stood silently on the second-floor balcony, observing the scene. "My brother Robert will be brought back by our father, won't he?" A hunchbacked elder removed his cloak, revealing a pallid visage, and coldly remarked, "When did the heir of House Royce grow so fearful of losing his inheritance? Rest assured, Sir Robert will board the ship to Windwhisper Fortress on time." Chapter 41. The Bronze Count People of the North, speak your name. Count Yrn, mounted upon his Dothraki steed, clad in bronze armor that concealed his aging features, exuded an air of authority and sharpness. Behind him, 20 loyal knights stood resolutely, resembling demons from the underworld, imbued with a chilling aura. Lin intended to return to the merchant ship. However, he was ultimately intercepted at the Stonehaven dock. Gazing at the robust knights upon their formidable steeds, he inwardly cursed. "What grievance do you Royce family harbor against me? After my son creates his own troubles, now his father comes to make mine." "Lin Rothschild," he declared firmly. Count Yrn appeared momentarily taken aback, then removed his bronze helmet, revealing his graying hair, and handed the helmet to a nearby squire. Leaning forward from his mount, the aged count scrutinized Lin with his gray eyes and inquired, "The young lord from outside White Harbor?" Lin, observing the deep wrinkles on the count's brow, was astonished. "You have heard of me?" "No." The count sighed. "Young one, your father, Lord Rothschild, was an esteemed knight in his youth at King's Landing. I have crossed paths with him on a few occasions. Yet, I never imagined he would choose to govern a small territory in the north." "Ah. So we are connected by familial ties," Lin mused, having little impression of his late father and even less knowledge of his past exploits. A thought crossed his mind, and he bowed slightly, saying, "Then, Count Yrn, may I, as a younger generation, address you as Uncle Yrn? Might you allow me to depart?" This old fellow was known for his love of the arena, relishing in various tournaments, and Lin had no desire to linger and practice swordplay with him. "Haha." Count Yrn laughed heartily, extending his large hand in a gesture of dismissal, his bronze armor lending him a robust appearance. "Young one, do you not wish to visit my count's estate?" "Not at this time. Your second son has defected and fled to Windwhisper Fortress, and you must be quite incensed." "I would not make a fitting sparring partner," Lin quickly declined. The count's jovial expression faded, his gaze sharpening as he fixedly regarded Lin. The once amiable elder now bore the penetrating gaze of a viper. The count's tone turned icy as he demanded, "Tell me, who incited my son to betray the Vale and ally with Lannister?" Lin shook his head, calmly smiling as he replied, "I am the one who sought to keep Sir Robert here." Count Yrn erupted in raucous laughter, his bronze armor glinting under the moonlight, casting an eerie glow. "Haha, you are quite amusing, young one. However, I can believe that. Yet it seems you are accompanied by 2 Stonehaven guards. Care to explain this?" "Rothschild knights." "What? They are no longer Stonehaven guards. They are knights of House Rothschild," Lin stated, unwavering as he met the count's darkened gaze. Count Yrn's expression soured. Those 2 were indeed the property of Stonehaven. Lin raised his chin defiantly. "No, they are knights sworn to me. Youth, I shall grant you one more opportunity to reconsider and contemplate whom you are addressing in their own territory," Count Yrn said, his anger simmering. The 2 guards, possessing commendable skills with their knightly insignia, were originally intended to be observed further before being absorbed into his retinue. But now, with his second son having defected to Windwhisper Fortress, a lord from the north was attempting to take 2 sworn knights from his domain. The old count had not felt such fury in a long time. Perhaps the 20 knights, having served their master for so long, understood his temperament, The once still cavalry now raised their lances in unison, their silver tips glistening ominously in the nascent moonlight. Should Lin utter another negative response, these knights would charge without hesitation, reducing the young noble and his retinue to mere pulp. Lin felt his throat constrict, yet he could not yield by surrendering Duncan and Stone to the Count. Naturally, a hasty refusal was also unwise. He did not believe the Count would spare him out of respect for his deceased father. Sworn knights were not easily recruited. With Stonehaven's storied legacy, even the Bronze Count had barely mustered the 20 before him. The sea breeze caressed the dock, tousling Lin's bangs, and he instinctively reached into his pocket, searching for a comb to smooth them down. Soon, he let out a wry laugh. Damn it. How am I distracted at such a critical moment? Since refusal was not an option, and conceding was equally unappealing, Lin resolved to navigate this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and said, "My Lord Count, you do not hold a favorable view of Lannister, do you? What are you implying? This is Stonehaven. As its sovereign, Count, you need not worry about any tricks from me." Lin recalled that during the War of the Five Kings, this Bronze Count had pressured Lisa of the Eyrie to commit her forces to protect Riverrun against Lannister aggression, indicating his preference to ally with the Stark forces. "I come at the behest of King Robb Stark of the North to retrieve the 2 Stark daughters from King's Landing. I believe you can understand my pressing need for valiant individuals like my 2 knights behind me, to fulfill the wishes of the young wolf. I cannot allow those who have sworn allegiance to me to depart my side." Lin's tone was resolute. Old Yorn hesitated. "You intend to go to King's Landing?" This time, he did not resort to deceit. Lin faced Count Yorn's inquiries with composure, earnestly assuring him, "It is my duty to bring back Stark, the hope of the Northmen. And I am prepared to offend you, Count of Bronze, if it comes to that." The Lord of Stonehill, who harbored intentions of allying with the North, found himself utterly bewildered. It seemed as though he had inadvertently jeopardized the ambitions of the young wolf lord. Count Yorn had a significant connection with the Stark family of the North. Years ago, when his son, Sir Wyman, pledged himself to the Night's Watch, he accompanied him to the North as a father. During their passage through Winterfell, they were graciously hosted by Lord Eddard Stark, and they forged a deep friendship while hunting together. During Ned Stark's tenure as Hand of the King in King's Landing, Count Yorn was invited by Ned to participate in the Hands tournament and remained in the capital at the side of the former King Robert. Acutely aware of the injustices Ned faced there, he held the Stark family of Winterfell in deep sympathy and compassion. At this moment, Lin invoked the mission of bringing back the young wolf Lord Robb and the return of Arya, striking at the heart of the old Count's vulnerabilities. Yorn Royce retrieved his bronze helmet from a nearby knight and, after adjusting it, looked at Lin with earnestness, saying, "Young one, I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, the Navy of Stonehill could invade your lands within 3 days, should you indeed succeed in bringing back Stark. I promise to provide you with my entire army and the finest protection." As he observed the 20 knights arriving in haste and departing just as swiftly, Lin felt a sheen of sweat on both his palms. This was quite the predicament, and he swore he must assemble his own company of knights. With the alarm lifted, Lin felt no inclination to return to the city for lodging. Instead, he led his party back to Campani's merchant ship, intending to make do for the night. They would depart Stonehill at dawn. Chapter 42. Fragrance. Yet north of the wall, the Night's Watch remained in Camp Castle, recuperating, with nothing much to do. Fat Sam watched a few Night's Watchmen chopping vegetables, their chatter filling the air. The Night's Watch was severely understaffed, and to continue northward in search of wildling forces would be tantamount to courting death. Camp had a wildling wife named Gilly, and Fat Sam eyed her with admiration as she passed by, envious of Camp for having such a good wife. The captain of the Night's Watch, noticing Fat Sam's idleness, instructed him to fetch some potatoes. At that moment, a woman-esque scream pierced the air. Fat Sam turned to see Gilly, startled by Jon Snow's now half-grown white dire wolf. He hurried over to help Gilly out of her predicament. This was the first time he had spoken with her. Gilly praised Fat Sam's bravery and hesitantly asked if he could assist her with a favor. Fat Sam, overwhelmed by her compliment, found it hard to refuse. "I will help. Of course, if I cannot manage it alone, I will enlist Jon Snow's aid." The two approached Jon, who was polishing his prized longclaw sword. "Sam, what are you two up to?" Jon inquired. Sam explained that Camp's wife was pregnant and needed their help to leave the area. Jon was taken aback and looked at Fat Sam with disdain, questioning his sanity. "Did I hear you correctly? You want to steal Camp's wife and hide her within the Night's Watch?" Jon outright rejected the idea. Gilly pleaded, "I won't be a burden, please. I am about to give birth. If it's a boy..." Jon interrupted, "And if it's a boy, leaving the wall is a perilous endeavor." Gilly hesitated, refraining from mentioning that if it were a boy, Camp would sacrifice her son to the Night King. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave. The following morning, Lin departed from the Stonehill port. 3 merchant ships continued their journey as planned. As the sun fully rose, the sails turned northward from Crab Bay, navigating against the current into the estuary of the Trident River. To save time, They did not stop at Lady Spring or Salt Town. After approximately 6 or 7 hours of sailing, the fleet entered the Trident River Basin. At the confluence of the Green Fork and the Blue Fork, Lin parted ways with Campani's merchant ship. He left a portion of his guards with the merchant convoy and, accompanied by his remaining attendants, disembarked at the junction of the Red Fork and King S Road. Campani continued north along the Blue Fork toward the market of beautiful Stone City. My lord, which way shall we proceed? The head of the guards, Hood, asked Lin, who was scanning the road ahead. Lin hesitated, uncertain whether to continue northward or remain in place. If all went as expected, the Night's Watch led by Yoren should have already departed King's Landing, but he was unsure of their current location along King S Road. King S Road was constructed during the reign of the fourth king of House Targaryen, the arbitrator Jaehaerys. It stretched nearly 2,000 miles from the Black Castle at the Wall, through the capital King's Landing, to the southern stronghold of Storm's End, functioning as a vital thoroughfare across the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. North of Winterfell, much of the terrain consisted of dirt roads. As they traversed the riverlands and entered the lands of the kings, the King S Road twisted and turned like a serpent, becoming narrow and winding. Standing in the middle of the road, Lin surveyed the path ahead and behind, his vision obscured by a sea of greenery. Though he had arrived at the right place, he pondered where to seek the missing individuals. He recalled that along this segment of King S Road, there was an estate known as Whitewood. In the series, Yoren's party had passed by there. With this thought sparking in his mind, Lin called to Hood, take a few men to search for a nearby village. See if you can acquire some horses and inquire about the whereabouts of Whitewood. The others would remain behind to set up camp. As you command, my lord. Lin chose a clear area by the creek on the right side of the road as their temporary campsite. The terrain was neither too high nor too low, allowing them to observe passing travelers through the sparse underbrush along the King S Road. If the Night's Watch's new recruits passed through, they would surely be spotted. This area belonged to the Vale S territory, with the King S Road flanked by towering trees, creating an almost cathedral-like canopy overhead, with branches intertwining and obscuring the sky. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the gaps, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Lin felt that such a route leading to King's Landing was particularly fitting. He had brought 30 guards from the fishing village, but lost 3 during the chaotic brawl in Stonehill. Rodard had taken 10 cavalrymen with Campani to Greystone. Now, with him were only Hood, the head of the guards, and Sir Duncan Stone, making a total of 20 guards. Fortunately, he still had points to spare. Should he encounter Yoren, unwilling to surrender Arya, he would have no choice but to engage in a skirmish to fulfill his primary mission. Finding a shaded spot beneath a beech tree, estimated to be over a century old, Lin settled down to rest. After the upgrade of the troop summoning system to level 3, he had yet to explore the unlocking options in detail. Ding. Welcome, host, to the troop summoning system. View panel. Lin now had 1,030 points at his disposal, and he successfully upgraded the infantry and archers to level 3, while the sailors and cavalry remained at level 2. The cost for upgrading to level 3 for infantry and archers, and level 2 for cavalry, was 3 points per unit. In the context of the current exchange system, Lin finds the requirement of spending 1 gold dragon for 1 point of exchange to be acceptable. After all, the strength of level 3 infantry and archers has become remarkably close, even comparable to the regular troops under the command of the 5 kings. Any disparity that may exist likely lies only in combat experience and individual combat capabilities. However, these can be cultivated through participation in future battles. And Lin is not in a hurry. What frustrates Lin is that with the system's upgrade, he can no longer exchange for soldiers of previous levels. This means that level 1 and 2 infantry, archers, and level 1 cavalry will become relics of the past. He had initially contemplated establishing political alliances, creating a presence in King S Landing, and leveraging political capital to borrow from the Iron Bank. The plan to amass a large number of low-tier troops to sweep across Westeros using a strategy of overwhelming numbers has now been dashed. Despite having an army of 100,000, composed entirely of regular troops from various noble families, Lancel has still failed to achieve his goals. If he were to summon low-tier troops, it would likely require an army numbering in the millions to effectively control Westeros. Lin could only manage a bitter smile. Now that this plan has been rendered unfeasible, he sees no point in dwelling on it further. Upon entering the troop summoning system's marketplace, he was unsurprised to discover the addition of a one-time item, a promotion scroll. This scroll allows for the upgrade of level 2 troops to level 3, requiring 1,000 points for purchase. Lin, however, will not be foolish enough to make a hasty decision this time. Had it not been for the valiant sacrifice of the level 1 cavalry soldiers during the ambush on the Iron Island's merchant ships which had moved him, he would not have acted impulsively to promote them. Upon reflection, he had realized that spending 800 points on the scroll only resulted in the promotion of slightly over 200 level 1 soldiers. A rather foolish endeavor when he could have simply exchanged those points for over 300 level 2 infantry or archers. With a face full of sorrow and guilt, he muttered to himself, and when his gaze shifted to the beast exchange section of the system marketplace, he sighed. Ah, how enticing. The system announced, unlock system for adult dragons. Combat power can be exchanged to grant the host true dragon bloodline. The exchange price, 10,000 points. Lin swallowed hard as he contemplated the despairing cost. While it was indeed alluring, it was beyond his means. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on nurturing his existing resources. Upon completing the main quest of rescuing Arya, the system would reward him with a card to draw a golden beast cub. A bit of luck could yield him a true dragon cub, allowing for a leisurely nurturing process. As evening approached, Lin leaned against the roots of a tree, lost in thought. A servant hurriedly approached, reporting, "My lord, a golden-clad cavalry unit has appeared in the distance, heading south along King S Road from the north, seemingly en route to King S Landing." Lin brushed off the dirt from his attire and stood up, gazing toward the direction of King S Road. The sound of hooves grew louder, and through the gaps in the underbrush, he could faintly see a small group of cavalry swiftly traversing the road southward. The dust quickly rose, obscuring his view. Judging by their formation, there appeared to be 4 or 5 riders. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned and sprinted down the slope behind him, which was the next bend of King S Road. If he was quick enough, he might intercept the golden-clad cavalry before they passed. As he ran, he shouted, "Go inform the others to block the cavalry's path on the road at the foot of the hill." Holding his traverser dagger, he sliced through the underbrush in his way, racing down to King S Road. Despite the straightforward distance of only 50 meters, navigating through the forest hindered his speed. After running down the slope for about 10 meters, a broken branch snagged his trousers, creating a large tear and nearly causing him to tumble down the hill. Regaining his balance by grasping a nearby pine tree, he gasped for breath. Just as he noticed the golden-clad cavalry nearing the road below, he sighed, feeling that all hope was lost. At that moment, 2 gusts of wind swept through the bushes behind him, and to his astonishment, he turned to see Duncan and Seriora racing towards him, swiftly descending through the forest. As the golden-clad cavalry rounded the corner of the road, the 2 men positioned themselves on the dirt path, blocking the cavalry's route. The sound of neighing horses echoed from below, and Lin felt a surge of joy as he joined the other approaching servants. Upon arriving at King S Road, the leader of the golden-clad cavalry regarded Lin and the 10 or so figures emerging from the thicket, barking, "Who are you to dare block the path of the golden-clad cavalry? Stand aside at once." Lin straightened his disheveled clothing and, observing the cavalry from a distance, replied, "Please remain calm. I merely wish to inquire about something. Who do you think you are to ask questions of us? If you know what is good for you, get your people out of the way." The cavalry leader snapped, reining in his horse, which began to fidget restlessly. "Perhaps it would be wise for you to cooperate," Lin stated, displeased. With a swift motion, his servants revealed their weapons, causing the 4 members of the golden-clad cavalry to tense and draw their swords. Lin stood firm, unfazed by the odds of 15 against 4, feeling secure in blocking their path. The leader of the golden-clad cavalry sat uneasily on his horse, weighing his options as he scrutinized Lin's group, his face revealing a mix of color as he wrestled with his thoughts. Lin, seizing the moment, offered an exit from the tense standoff. "I simply wish to ask one question. Surely there is no need for such a commotion." The cavalry leader regarded Lin coldly and inquired, "What do you wish to know?" "The Night's Watch," Lin answered. "I seek information about the whereabouts of the recent recruits. One of the prisoners they recruited is wanted by Lord Peter Baelish, and I intend to bring that man back to King's Landing for judgment. Sending him to the wall as a member of the Night's Watch would be too lenient." The cavalry leader, intrigued, asked, "Oh, are you someone sent by Lord Baelish? What crime has the man committed?" Lin replied, "A bald man," and then lamented. "That wretched fellow frequented the brothel established by Lord Baelish in King S Landing a few nights ago, and after enjoying himself, he declared his intention to join the Night's Watch, leaving without paying. To take advantage of the Lord S territory without recompense? That must be quite the affront to Lord Baelish," one of the cavalry members remarked, chuckling. "Indeed," Lin confirmed. The golden-clad cavalry laughed heartily, their tension easing. In the Night's Watch camp, there was indeed a repugnant bald man detained in a prisoner wagon, one they had encountered before. The leader of the golden-clad cavalry smirked but quickly regained his composure, asking, "Do you know which lady was disrespected at the brothel?" "Rose," Lin replied, maintaining his facade. "Miss Rose." Originally, Rose had operated her trade in Winterfell, having had an affair with Theon Greyjoy. She later traveled to King S Landing, falling under Peter Baelish's control, and ultimately became a spy adept at employing her charms, developed by Varys. Lin had no particular animosity towards her. He merely remembered her name from the brothel run by Littlefinger, the leader of the golden-clad cavalry, who had been en route to King S Landing to seek reinforcements. Felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the name. He knew there was indeed a striking red-haired woman named Rose, known for her beauty, working in the brothel established by Littlefinger. The appearance of the Night's Watch recruits matched that of the prisoners, and even the names of the courtesans struck a chord. The captain of the gold cloaks felt certain that Lin was not lying. He gestured for his men to sheathe their swords, then sighed in relief and smiled at Lin, saying, "The people you seek are not far ahead. If you ride north for about 10 miles, you will find their camp, which you can reach in 2 hours." However, as he spoke, he suddenly realized something, stopping mid-sentence. He glanced at Lin and then around him, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "My lord, are you certain you came from King's Landing?" "Indeed," Lin replied, "but you have no horses, and you came down from the mountains. How did you manage to track us here?" The captain's wariness heightened. Yet, Lin was already aware of everything he needed to know. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "We indeed have no horses, but your steeds seem rather fine." The captain of the gold cloaks was taken aback, but before he could draw his sword again, an arrow shot swiftly through the air, piercing his skull. From the dense forest emerged several figures who swiftly dispatched the other 2 gold-cloaked cavalrymen with arrows. One soldier, who had narrowly escaped, panicked and swung his whip, attempting to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The stone men leaped in front of him, and from the right flank of his steed, one plunged a sword into his chest. The 4 gold cloaks fell from their mounts. At that moment, the leader of the guards, Hood, emerged from the thicket with a few companions. They had been tasked with searching for nearby villages, but after wandering for over 2 hours, they found only desolate woods devoid of any inhabitants. "My lord," he approached Lin respectfully, expressing his disappointment at having found nothing. Lin waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "It matters not. We have already discerned the location of the Night's Watch camp. Duncan, Sherfu, and I will ride ahead, and you shall follow with the rest of the guards as quickly as possible." But promptly agreed, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 44. The young Lady Lin felt quite awkward, as all eyes were upon him. The horse was magnificent, yet he was not a man of merit. Attempting to mount for the first time, he struggled onto the horse's back, recalling the riding tutorials he had seen, mimicking Sherfu's posture as he urged the steed forward. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and relaxed his grip on the reins, but the warhorse suddenly galloped a few paces, causing Lin to bounce awkwardly. Just as he settled onto the saddle, he shot into the air as if propelled by unseen forces, but cautiously observed the disheveled lord beside him, then glanced back at the slow-paced guards behind them. He advised, "My lord, perhaps we should walk instead. Nightfall is approaching, and the Night's Watch will surely be camping there. We would not want to delay our purpose." Lin leaned forward, as if preparing to dive into the horse's mane, his face pale and teeth clenched. He relented. "Very well. Let us proceed on foot. Send 2 scouts ahead to scout the way." But complied, assisting Lin down from the horse, then turned to 2 of the men behind him, instructing, "You 2 go ahead and scout the route." Lin envied the 2 guards as they skillfully took the reins, mounting their horses and galloping away. He mused to himself that if only the battle system could offer options to enhance one's abilities. In that case, he would certainly max out his combat, swordsmanship, and horsemanship skills. It seemed rather unacceptable to be unable to ride in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. It appeared that these fundamental skills required some practice. One must possess a foundation in swordplay and horsemanship. Though lacking in these skills was not particularly shameful for an ordinary noble, it was imperative for a lord with ambitions of conquering the continent. Since Lin opted to walk, Duncan and Sherfu, the 2 knightly companions, could not abandon him and thus became the vanguard, riding slowly at the front of the group. The group traversed the King's Road in silence, the evening sun casting golden rays upon the path, filtering through the dense branches, creating a stunning interplay of light and shadow along the royal road. The scouts returned, having discovered a sizable camp 3 miles ahead. To avoid alerting the enemy, they did not approach too closely. Lin was nearly certain that this was the Night's Watch camp. Estimating the time, Lin calculated that if they reached the camp in half an hour, darkness would have entirely fallen. The new recruits of the Night's Watch were not particularly formidable, and he needed to locate Arya Stark within the camp without frightening the peculiar girl, allowing her to escape or hide. As long as they secured her, all would be well. As night deepened and the stars twinkled in quietude, Lin and his companions stealthily approached the vicinity of the Night's Watch camp. Within, several small campfires flickered, casting shadows as the watchmen appeared to be cooking dinner, the aroma of roasted potatoes wafting through the air. "My lord, I have observed closely, and there are no daughters of House Stark among them. It seems to be all men," Hood whispered to Lin, who instructed, "Continue to observe, do not move. Let the guards keep their eyes peeled. The one we seek is a girl with short hair, resembling a boy." Hood nodded softly and withdrew from Lin's side. Inside the Night's Watch camp, the captain, Yorin, kicked away a man who was roasting potatoes by the fire, ordering, "No fires tonight. Extinguish it quickly." After the gold cloaks had departed, they would surely be followed. As long as they remained near the King's Road in the Trident region, vigilance was imperative. Dinner would consist of wild carrots and dried beans, accompanied by water from the stream. It would suffice. To fill her belly, Arya drank copiously that night, and thus, she did not sleep long before awakening. Surrounded by darkness, her bladder was painfully full. The others were huddled together, wrapped tightly in their blankets and cloaks, lost in deep slumber. Only the rhythmic sound of stone against steel could be heard from the edge of the camp, where Yoren reclined against a cart, chewing on sour clover leaves while sharpening his short knife with a stone. Arya retrieved a sewing needle and stood, peering cautiously into the woods. One of the boys on watch, Hot Pie, approached her and asked, "Where are you going?" Arya waved dismissively toward the woods, signaling him to mind his own business. "No. You can't go?" Hot Pie insisted. The Night's Watchmen were all equipped with short swords, which emboldened him, diminishing his fear of Arya's needle. Although Hot Pie's sword was short, it resembled more of a kitchen knife. Yoren said not to wander alone at night. "We should stick together." "I'm just going to relieve myself," Arya explained. "Why go so far?" "That tree will do," he pointed ahead. "There are wolves in the forest. Don't wander off." Arya feigned fear, asking, "Wolves? Really? I swear I heard them howl not far off." Hot Pie replied. "Then I won't go." Arya rolled her eyes and returned to her sleeping bag, pulling up her blanket. She pretended to sleep until she heard Hot Pie's footsteps fade away. Arya opened her eyes, turned over, and quietly slipped into the forest on the other side of the camp. The woods were eerily silent. For the sake of caution, Arya ventured farther than usual, waiting until she was certain the surroundings were empty before loosening the thin cord of her belt, lowering her trousers, and squatting to relieve herself. Just as she was halfway through, with her pants around her ankles, she heard rustling behind the trees. Hot panic surged within her. Could he be stalking me? She then caught sight of several shadowy figures ahead in the woods. No, there were others here, and not just one. Alarmed, she grasped her sewing needle tightly, disregarding her predicament, and hastily pulled up her trousers to stand. There was no time to flee. A hand covered Arya's mouth, and a low voice whispered in her ear, "Shoo! Don't scream, my lady." The term my lady referred to Arya, the deceased direwolf of the Stark family, and those familiar with this were predominantly the northerners of Winterfell. Arya tightened her grip on the sewing needle, almost ready to stab the person, but paused. She squinted through the darkness, attempting to discern the face of her captor. Lyn met her gaze with his large eyes and slowly released his grip. "Don't be alarmed. I'm a northerner, and I have come for you." Lyn fully withdrew his hand, stepping aside to demonstrate he meant no harm. However, Arya could not suppress her astonishment and exclaimed his name. "Lyn? How could it be you?" Lyn, taken aback in the darkness, appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 45. The camp. Lyn, somewhat dazed, paused before quietly asking Arya in the night, "Do you know me?" "Yes, at the harvest feast in Winterfell 3 years ago. My father even praised you," Arya responded, her initial surprise fading into a shadow as she mentioned her father, Ned. 3 years ago must have been in the year 295 AC. The harvest festival typically occurred in the autumn. Was that 3 years prior? Lyn could not recall. If that were the case, it must have been a meeting between the Lord of Winterfell and his bannermen. At that time, he was 12, and Arya was 7. He felt as though he had just arrived in this world. It was that winter when he mysteriously found himself at the fishing village port, where his father, the port's lord, did not survive that winter. Lyn inherited the title of Lord Rothschild and the domain of the fishing village. Arya appeared somewhat melancholic, prompting Lyn to change the subject for comfort. "Lord Ned is someone I admire. The Northerners, including myself, will seek vengeance for him." "Arya, please believe me. Did not Lord Ned also praise me at that feast 3 years ago?" Arya blinked and replied, "My father said you were a miracle. Surviving such a grave illness to reach Winterfell was nothing short of miraculous. Then your father took you to the gods to pray to the old gods to dispel your afflictions. Do you not remember any of this?" Lyn felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been caught off guard by the young girl. He sighed in resignation. However, it was somewhat unexpected to learn that his former self had been a resilient little warrior, which likely did not leave a favorable first impression on Arya. Observing Lyn's disgruntled expression, Arya smiled gently. By the moonlight, Lyn assessed Arya's appearance. She was small and agile, her features unmistakably stark, a long face, gray eyes, and chestnut hair. Her student-like short hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her the appearance of a spirited wild girl. Though Lyn had the advantage of knowing she was a girl beforehand, the sewing needle she held in her left hand now hung limply. Indeed, she was left-handed. Arya lowered her head slightly, still possessing a hint of shyness, especially when recalling her recent predicament, uncertain if Lyn had witnessed it. Despite the darkness obscuring visibility to less than a meter, she felt a mix of shame and anxiety. Arya blinked and asked Lyn, "By the way, how did you find your way here?" Lyn pondered before replying, "My merchant ship passed through the Trident River on its way to gather supplies and Greywater Watch. Along the way, I encountered a golden-cloaked guard unit returning to King's Landing, from whom I learned of the Night's Watch recruitment party. I suspected you might have blended into their ranks to leave King's Landing, so I followed." Arya's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Lyn, you are quite clever now. Was I not clever before?" Just as Lin was about to respond modestly, footsteps approached from behind. The captain of the guards, Hood, stepped forward and whispered to Lin. "My lord, it seems something has happened at the Night's Watch camp." Lin looked up in surprise, peering through the underbrush towards the camp. It required little scrutiny. For outside the ruins of the camp, numerous bonfires flickered. Shadows danced around the fires, and cries of alarm and anguish permeated the air. Arya turned back, her expression fraught with fear. Did it flood? I must return to help. Wait. Lin grasped her arm, his gaze fixed on the distant camp, contemplating. Arya. Is this near the Lake of Eyes? Yes, the Lake of Eyes is just ahead. Why? Arya replied, her eyes glued to the camp, anxiety etched on her face. Lin tightened his hold on Arya's arm, preventing her from leaving. He knew the Night's Watch camp was likely not flooded, but had been attacked by Lannister forces. Suddenly, Arya exclaimed angrily, Lin, let go of me. If the camp is burning, many will die. Lin sighed, his tone resolute. That is an enemy assault. Going there would be perilous. My duty is to protect you and escort you back to the north. Enemy assault? Soon. The sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries confirmed Lin's assertion. Arya hesitated, struggling. We must save him. Uncle Yoren is a good man. We must rescue him and the others. Lin hesitated. They were in the Riverlands, and the Lannister forces were numerous. Seizing the moment while Lin was distracted, Arya broke free and sprinted toward the camp. Damn it. Lin cursed under his breath, signaling his attendants to follow hastily. As he walked, he called out. The approaching force is a regular Lannister army. Remain vigilant. Hood, arrange for several archers to provide cover from the woods. The rest follow me. We will find the right moment to infiltrate the camp. Our mission is to protect Miss Arya Stark. Do not act recklessly. Upon realizing they were near the Lake of Eyes, Lin felt a sense of dread. He recalled that the Lannister forces in the Riverlands had been tasked with seizing grain and conducting raids near the Lake of Eyes, where they had attacked Yoren's recruiting Night's Watch troops. They had killed Captain Yoren and others, capturing all of Yoren's hard-won recruits and taking them to Harrenhal. The Riverlands were the battleground of Robb Stark and the Lannisters, with strong military forces stationed nearby. Nonetheless, regardless of how dire the situation, he had to press on. If anything happened to Arya, he would be consumed by guilt. Lin and his group arrived at the camp entrance, where several Night's Watch corpses lay sprawled on the ground. One, clad in black leather armor and sporting a beard like a thicket, leaned against a cartwheel, his long sword falling limply to the ground. Lin sighed inwardly. This man must be the Night's Watch's Crow Yoren. He lay slain by a broadsword, blood oozing from his neck, his eyes wide open, clearly taken aback by his sudden demise. The Lannister forces had already pushed into the camp, the sounds of battle echoing from within the tents. Lin surveyed the camp, filled with bonfires and torches, but could not spot Arya. She must have dashed into one of the tents. Not far off, a two-wheeled cart laden with prisoners caught Lin's attention. Under the flickering flames, the silhouettes of three figures standing inside the prison wagon became faintly discernible. Lin gestured to his attendants, instructing them to proceed. He exclaimed, There, we shall go there. The chaos within the camp was overwhelming. Rushing directly into the heart of the Lannister forces that were besieging the encampment would be exceedingly unwise. He was aware that Arya would choose to rescue Jack Keene, who was confined within the prison wagon. For now, he could only lead his men to the vicinity of the wagon and await Arya's cunning escape from the camp. The knight who led the assault against the Night's Watch recruitment forces was a certain Amory Lorch, a landed knight of the Lorch family, serving the Lannisters. His sigil depicted a black scorpion-tailed lion upon a crimson field. When Lin reached the prison wagon, Amory was mounted on his steed, accompanied by several crossbowmen, scouring the area. Clad in dark gray armor, Amory was short and stout, and beneath his helmet was a pale, pig-like visage with small, cunning eyes. Despite their diminutive size, those eyes were sharp and observant. He keenly noticed Lin and Duncan, along with their companions, stealthily approaching the wagon. A cruel smile crept across the corners of Amory's mouth as he shouted to the crossbowmen behind him, Look, there are stragglers here. Kill them. Damn it. Just as Lin reached for the wheel of the prison wagon, unprepared, the battle commenced. With a shout from Amory, the crossbowmen swiftly drew their strings, and several arrows flew through the air. Lin and his companions hastily sought cover. Fortunately, the initial volley caused no harm, as they were at the camp's edge, devoid of the illuminating campfire. The archers' aim was rather poor, their arrows embedding themselves in the underbrush behind Lin. However, one arrow, tipped with fire, struck true. Clang. The arrowhead hit the iron bars with a sharp sound, startling the prisoners within the wagon, causing them to hunch down and withdraw their necks. The flaming arrow slid off the wagon, landing among the hay beneath it, igniting a roaring blaze. Open this damned cage and let us out, shouted the bald man, surrounded by flames. Another voice from within the wagon called out to Lin, who was leaning against it. My name is Jack Keene. Free me, and I shall grant you 3 conditions. Lin felt a surge of incredulity. Even in such dire straits, the man was intent on self-introduction. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a short-handled axe not far from him. Seizing the axe, he handed it to Jacqueline inside the wagon. Then, he shouted towards the thicket behind him. Hood, where in the blazes are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? No sooner had he spoken than 4 arrows whistled out from the foliage, zipping past the edge of the prison wagon towards the Lannister soldiers within the camp. 2 of the men, still reloading their crossbows, were struck down instantly. Amory Lorch fell from his horse, which had been hit by an arrow as well, letting out a piercing whinny as it bolted into the darkness. The patrol at the camp's entrance was thrown into disarray. Seeing this, Lynn quickly rose, drawing his dagger, and called out, "Charge forward, capture that officer alive." Stone and Duncan, brimming with fury, unsheathed their knightly swords and led a charge with a few of their cavalry attendants. At that moment, the bulk of the Lannister forces remained deep within the camp, leaving Amory with only 3 or 4 crossbowmen and 2 spear-wielding infantry at his side. Suddenly, from behind the flames, a dozen burly men leaped forward. Amory hastily retrieved his fallen helmet, adjusting it awkwardly, and bolted into the camp, calling for his men to fend off the attackers as he fled. He managed to cover some distance before shouting to the Lannister soldiers within the camp, "Damn it. Over here. There are still enemies here. Come to me." Lynn stood beside the prison wagon, observing his attendants as they surged forward, swiftly dispatching the nearby Lannister soldiers. He then glanced back into the camp, where, startled by the shouts, dozens of Lannister troops soon emerged. Amory cursed at his men and pointed towards the prison wagon. Several Lannister squads quickly surged in Lynn's direction. Frowning, Lynn estimated their numbers to be around 40 to 50, with even more Lannister soldiers gathering behind them. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, having failed to capture the Lannister commander and now exposing their location, he urgently commanded his men engaged in the fray to retreat. The enemy was numerous, and amidst the chaos and noise, they had not spotted Arya. Thus, Lynn gritted his teeth and chose to withdraw temporarily. Suddenly, one of the prisoners inside the wagon used the axe Lynn had provided to break the chains. He jumped down from the prison wagon and thanked Lynn, saying, "Thank you very much for your assistance, my lord." Lynn's eyes narrowed as he grasped the man's rough hand and asked, "Jacqueline, is it? Did you not promise to grant me 3 conditions?" Jacqueline paused, and Lynn continued, "Then I require your help. Go into the camp and safely bring out a boy named Arya. I will follow behind the Lannisters." With that, Lynn and his men slipped back into the darkened woods. The die was cast, their numbers were limited, and they could not afford a direct confrontation with the Lannister forces. However, as Jacqueline endeavored to fulfill his promise, he was soon captured by the Lannister soldiers who had been driven out from the camp. The Lannister troops quelled the chaos within the camp and took all remaining survivors captive. Amory, who had narrowly escaped being shot by Lynn's archers, dispatched several search parties to comb the woods surrounding the camp for any trace of Lynn and his companions, but to no avail. As dawn broke, the Lannister forces began their departure, escorting their seized goods and prisoners on the road back to the stronghold of Harrenhal. During their journey, they executed a blonde thief who had stolen a great bull's helmet, mistakenly believing they had slain Robert's bastard, Jandrai. This was precisely the Lannister forces' objective in ambushing the Night's Watch recruitment soldiers. In truth, the golden-robed guard squad that Lynn had intercepted was not 4 riders but 5. The standard complement of a cavalry unit within the golden-robed guard was 5 men. The cavalry that had previously arrived at the Night's Watch camp had threatened Yoren to surrender the Great Bull. After leaving the Night's Watch camp, they dispatched one of their number to Harrenhal to report back. However, before the golden-robed cavalry could reach Harrenhal, they encountered Commander Amory Lorch, who was responsible for sweeping the Riverlands, which led to this night raid. On the King's Road, Amory Lorch rode at the forefront of the procession atop his newly acquired, albeit inferior, warhorse, reveling in his triumph. Having previously assisted Lord Tywin in eliminating political adversaries, he anticipated a warm welcome upon his return to Harrenhal. Moreover, he had successfully seized supplies and a number of young, robust prisoners from the Night's Watch, a bountiful haul indeed. As for breaking the long-standing tradition of non-interference between the armies of the 7 Kingdoms and the Night's Watch, he cared not at all. That rustic band of men had long since faded into obscurity, their glory forgotten by the passage of time. However, the mere thought of the assailants from the previous night left Amory Lorch in a state of discontent. Their attire was unmistakably not that of the Night's Watch. The existence of such an armed group in the Riverlands only served to underscore the ineffectiveness of his cleansing efforts, did it not? The commander of the Lannister force, comprising over 130 soldiers, found his previously animated expression gradually darkening, his brow furrowing in concern. In Chapter 47, The Isle of Many Faces, Arya walked alongside someone, their hands bound by ropes, being escorted by Lannister soldiers along the muddy path leading towards Harrenhal, branching off from the King's Road. The individual whispered to Arya, "Someone has instructed me to remain and rescue you. Otherwise, I would be galloping freely across open fields, rather than trudging alongside you." Arya looked up in surprise, then inquired, Is it Lin who sent you? I apologize for causing you trouble. The individual offered a resigned smile. Arya glanced at the line of captives and the Lannister soldiers trailing behind, cautiously asking, what should we do now? The road to Harrenhal is unlike the King's Road. It is mostly open fields, offering no cover. Even if you managed to untie your hands and take me away, we wouldn't get far. The individual quietly surveyed their surroundings and leaned closer to Arya, whispering, if we proceed a bit further, we will pass through a low valley. If your friends choose to come to your rescue before we reach Harrenhal, that will be the only place they can do so. After tonight, we will be within Harrenhal's territory. After a moment of consideration, he added, when night falls and we camp in the valley, come to my side. Their hushed conversation caught the attention of a Lannister soldier, who cruelly struck the individual on the back with a whip, dragging him away from Arya and pushing him to the back of the line. Arya watched as the soldier pulled the individual away, their eyes exchanging a meaningful glance. She then turned to observe a bald Lannister soldier nearby, who bore a short sword with a sewing needle, a weapon that belonged to her. My lord, do you believe that prisoner can adequately protect Lady Stark? Questioned the head of the guards, Hood, with a hint of skepticism. They trailed closely behind the Lannister forces, making every effort to avoid detection by the enemy scouts. The man known as Jaqen Hagar, who had agreed to Lin's conditions, bore the visage of a faceless man assassin. A fact Lin was certain of. As a member of the legendary assassin organization, the Faceless Men, his prowess was beyond question. However, no matter how skilled the assassin, operating in darkness was his domain. Protecting Arya might not pose a challenge, but leading her to safety from the wilderness would necessitate a direct confrontation with the Lannister army. Yet, how could one possibly defeat a regular army of over 100 men? It appeared there were no other options. The only recourse was to exchange system points for a more formidable army, one capable of overwhelming the Lannisters. Lin pondered this while seeking an opportunity to utilize the system to summon reinforcements, a force that could suddenly bolster his ranks and allow him to provide an explanation to his other subordinates, even if it was a flimsy excuse. At last, he found this opportunity. His gaze fell upon a dock at the edge of the Eye of God's Lake, which led to a ferry to the Isle of Many Faces. This isle, located at the heart of the sacred lake, lay in the Riverlands. Thousands of years ago, at the end of the Dawn Age, the first men and the children of the forest had waged a protracted war for centuries until wise leaders from both sides signed an oath on the Isle of Many Faces, bringing the conflict to a close. To commemorate the hard-won peace, every fishbeam tree on the island was carved with a face, to witness the signing of the oath by the old gods. However, these were mere tales of yore. The first men were driven into the north by the Undulls, bearing iron and fire, and for centuries they remained. The Undulls burned nearly all the fishbeam trees in the south, mercilessly slaying every child of the forest they encountered, prompting the latter to flee northward. Thus, this island had long since become a desolate wasteland. When Lin and his retinue arrived at the lakeside dock, he was unexpectedly greeted by several dilapidated small boats moored nearby. Perhaps the locals still upheld a tradition of pilgrimage to this island. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Summoning Hood, Duncan, and the others, he instructed, continue tracking the Lannisters and leave markers along the way. I will catch up with you before nightfall. But my lord, we are unlikely to confront the Lannister army successfully. Perhaps we should infiltrate Harrenhal to seek an opportunity, Duncan suggested hesitantly. Stonefist and Hood remained silent, their expressions betraying a shared inclination toward Duncan's proposal. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Every day we linger in the Riverlands increases the danger. This is the no-man's land between Harrenhal and King's Landing. The Lion Lord Tywin maintains daily intelligence contact with King's Landing. If we are discovered by scouts, we risk being caught in a pincer movement. I must act swiftly to enter Harrenhal's territory, which is Tywin's domain. Even with legendary knights like Duncan and Stonefist to protect me, Tywin commands Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, the mightiest knight in Westeros. Courage does not lie in the disregard for danger, but in the acknowledgement of it and the ability to conquer it. Given that he still possessed sufficient points to summon a wave of cavalry, there was no need to take such a risk. Lin waved his hand, smiling at the three. Did you think I would venture into the Riverlands with only you? Rest assured, I have arranged for reinforcements on the island. Before nightfall, you will remain a mile outside the Lannister camp to await my arrival. Lin's tone was resolute, and the three exchanged glances, refraining from further argument. The group split into two, taking separate paths. Lin instructed that 4 captured golden-robed cavalry horses be tied beneath a tree by the lakeshore. He then led 3 cavalrymen aboard a small boat, rowing towards the center island of the Eye of God's Lake. The lake lay tranquil and silent, devoid of any sound, even that of birdsong. Upon reaching the dock of the Isle of Many Faces, Lin and his companions disembarked. The shallow waters beneath their feet revealed a dilapidated wooden dock, creaking underfoot from years of neglect. As Lin stepped onto the shore and looked up at the scenery of the island, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Before him lay a forest of charred, blackened trees. Countless fishbeam trees, scorched by fire, bore grotesque faces, standing like silent sentinels. Lin could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He cautiously stepped onto a cracked dirt path, which led straight to the heart of the Isle of Many Faces. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Lin arrived at a circular clearing, where a square altar made of earthen bricks stood before him, supported by 8 massive stone pillars. On either side, 2 rows of grayish-white earthen walls flanked the altar, adorned with faded reliefs depicting the signing of the covenant between the first men and the children of the forest. Lin was taken aback by the sight behind the altar. A colossal fishbeam tree, aged beyond reckoning, still stood tall, resembling an immortal tree spirit. This tree, too immense to be encircled by several people, spread its branches like a giant umbrella, yet bore no leaves. On its trunk, a human face was still carved. Its hollow eyes, stained with dried red sap, gazed ahead, filled with an air of vigilance. As Lin regarded this magnificent fishbeam tree, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The ruined relics of the First Min era, even after a millennium, continued to exert a profound sense of awe upon him. The interloper. He quietly bowed, expressing his respect. Confirming that the island was silent and devoid of people, he prioritized the matter at hand. Lin took a deep breath, his thoughts seamlessly entering the Explosion Troop system. Ding. Welcome, host, to the Explosion Troop system. Chapter 48, The Knights of the Temple. Lin entered the system and selected the Troop Explosion Exchange option. Moments later, the square before him began to tremble, and columns of knightly forms radiating a milky light gradually emerged. Lines of warhorses, varying in color from black to white to mottled, along with cavalrymen of diverse skin tones, emerged from the light columns. The warhorses resembled the tamed horses raised in the riverlands, not the fierce northern steeds. Lin was uncertain if this was related to his choice to recruit cavalry in the riverlands. The distinctive quality of these horses lay in their slow-paced movements, offering a more comfortable ride. Compared to the military horses of the Golden Robe Guards he had previously ridden, they were somewhat shorter and less robust. Yet they possessed a spirited elegance and vitality. The cavalrymen atop the horses stood tall and proud, showcasing their well-defined muscles, swords at their waists, and holding lances and shields, exuding an extraordinary aura. The primary advantage of Level 2 cavalry over Level 1 cavalry was their capability to wield lances and shields, significantly enhancing both their defensive and offensive attributes. This was also why Lin had initially refrained from exploding knights at the fishing village port. Without strong armor and weapons, cavalry were inherently vulnerable. The spectacular troop explosion process even caused Lin and the 3 soldiers from the cavalry corps beside him to slightly lower their heads in homage, paying due respect to the cavalry, the kings of land warfare. Lin looked at these newly formed cavalrymen with exuberance, akin to gazing upon his own children, a swell of pride rising within him. 200 cavalrymen stood silently in the square, their gazes piercing as they regarded Lin, shouting in unison, "Knights, we greet our master." Lin generously exchanged 600 points for 200 Level 2 cavalrymen and spent an additional 300 points to acquire 200 sets of knightly armor from the Explosion Troop system. Lin turned to a tall, robust cavalryman with a slightly yellowish complexion and asked, "What is your name?" "Lovren, my lord." Lin replied, "Lovren. You are now appointed as the commander of the cavalry, the Knights of the Temple." "Lovren, at your command." The 200 Knights of the Temple Knights felt a surge of camaraderie, immediately standing in solemn unison and proclaiming, "Long live Lord Lin. Long live the Knights of the Temple." Lin waved his hand and pointed to the stacked armor in front of him. "Armor on." "Who?" Lovren echoed, "Knights of the Temple, armor on." "Who?" A complete set of cavalry armor included a vest to protect the horse's chest from injury, chainmail for the cavalryman, skirt armor that spread like wings to protect the legs, and chainmail boots. Lin stood before the square altar, patiently awaiting his cavalry to don their armor. Then, accompanied by the Knights of the Temple, he slowly departed the square, heading towards the Thousand Faces Alferi. Lin failed to notice that behind the giant fish, the tree had shed its charred bark, revealing a new, bone-white skin, while a few deep red leaves fell to the ground, resembling countless blood-stained hands. The group arrived at the island's ferry. Lin chose to spend 30 points to exchange for a paddle ferry. This was an item that had been unlocked in the merchant ship of the Explosion Troop system when it upgraded to Level 2, which also included various medium-armed vessels. The warhorses were led by the Knights of the Temple onto the ferry, rowed by 16 cavalrymen. Each trip could transport 50 people, and they completed the crossing of the lake in 4 trips. Everything was finally in order. Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. For the sake of discretion, this troop explosion operation had taken over 2 hours. He mounted the captured warhorse of the Golden Robe Guards, and the Knights of the Temple had already formed a line behind him. The group marched towards Herrenberg with vigor, in contrast to the winding, bumpy road of King's Avenue, which had been worn down by wagon wheels. The road leading to Herrenberg was broad and smooth. Riding this time felt much more effortless for Lin. As the sun pierced through the clouds, The brilliant rays retracted into the sea of clouds. The earth lay in silence, with only the thunderous sound of hooves resonating from Lin and his knights as they galloped across the plains. After riding for approximately 2 hours, Lin finally caught up with the retinue ahead, following the marks left by Hood and his companions. The sudden emergence of the cavalry surprised Hood and Duncan, who were taken aback. When they recognized their Lord Lin among the cavalry protecting the front, their faces illuminated with disbelief and joy. "My lord." Hood, the leader of the guards, approached Lin's warhorse and took hold of the reins. Lin halted his horse, and the 200 cavalrymen behind him also reined in. The disciplined conduct of the Knights of the Temple, adhering strictly to orders, stirred a touch of admiration in the legendary knights Duncan and Stone, who exchanged glances of envy. Lin noticed their expressions and instructed the 3 temporary foot soldiers from the cavalry corps to dismount. He said to his trusted aides, "Mount up for conversation." The 3, eyes brightening at the command, selected captured warhorses from the Golden Robe Guards and swiftly mounted. Soon, they flanked Lin on either side. Lin looked at Hood on his left and Knights Duncan and Stone on his right, a broad smile on his face. "What do you think of the reinforcements I've summoned? Will they be able to rescue Miss Stark before reaching Harrenburg?" Lin chuckled heartily, stroking his horse's mane. Hood, with a hint of arrogance, flattered, "My lord, you are brilliant." Stone remarked, "The Lannisters will have to pay for attacking the Night's Watch." Duncan, observing Lin's silhouette, had previously worried that his lord, whose territory lay far in the north, would struggle to rescue people from the Lannisters and the Riverlands. However, witnessing the cavalry behind him, he quietly lamented his underestimation of his lord. The legendary knight felt a moment of embarrassment. Lin called Lovren forward, introducing, "This is General Lovren, the commander of this Knights of the Temple. You will be colleagues from now on." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin inquired, "Where has the Lannister army reached?" "My lord, they have just entered the valley ahead. We have been trailing them closely without being detected," Hood replied. It is getting late. The valley below is the best camping site. Unless they plan to march through the night, they will surely set up camp." Lin gazed ahead, where a deeply recessed hilly valley lay, likely once a horse pasture, now devoid of trees, featuring only a lush green meadow. Camping in such an expansive valley would provide the Lannisters ample time to notice any enemies descending from above unless it was a cavalry charge. Lin sneered, "A Morlock, responsible for sweeping through the Riverlands, would never expect an armored cavalry to emerge here." After a moment of thought, he commanded, "Lovren, send scouts into the valley to investigate. If the enemy is setting up camp, report back promptly." "Yes, my lord." Lin led the Knights of the Temple, slowing their pace to allow the foot retinue behind them to keep up. After a while, the scouts returned with news, confirming that the Lannister army was indeed camped in the valley. Lin's main force had arrived not far from the valley's entrance. His expression turned serious as he ordered Lovren, "You take 150 knights from the Knights of the Temple and form a line at the valley entrance, awaiting orders for a frontal assault on the enemy camp." "As you command, my lord." Lovren let out a fierce cry, and the vast forces of the Knights Templar swiftly mounted their steeds in pursuit. Knights Duncan and Sherfu, my lords, each commanding 25 cavalrymen, were instructed to take a detour to the sloping sides of the valley and await the signal of the horn, ready to charge into the enemy's captive camp at the opportune moment, ensuring the safe rescue of the Stark family's daughter. "Yes, my lord," they replied, bowing with a hand over their hearts, accepting the longbows handed to them by the archers, quivers filled with arrows slung over their backs as they set off. Lin then produced a reward for the mission from his cloak, the silver bullhorn, and handed it to the chief of the guards, Hood, instructing him to be ready to sound the horn. Hood accepted the silver bullhorn with solemnity, his heart racing with excitement. For a great battle was about to commence with the sound of the horn in his hands. Chapter 49. The charge of the knights. The Lannister forces halted their advance. Amory dismounted, fatigued from the day's march, and reclined casually on a pile of hay to ease his weariness. Having been on guard for an entire day, he found it perplexing that the assailants from the Night's Watch camp had not reappeared, and even the scouts he had dispatched failed to uncover any trace of them. Perhaps they had been frightened off by his own troops, he thought, only to quickly dismiss the notion. Those adversaries must still be near. He could almost scent their presence in the air. Amory squinted against the setting sun and slowly rose to his feet. Surveying the area, he felt assured of the safety of his chosen encampment, surrounded by barren, sloping hills with no cover in sight. Camped in such an open valley, it was unlikely that anyone could successfully ambush him. As night fell, he intended to place sentries around the valley. Should those intruders dare to approach under the cloak of darkness, Amory chuckled coldly, he would send them to meet the 7 gods. However, the encampment was not without its flaws. If cavalry were to charge, the gentle slopes surrounding the valley would serve as an excellent acceleration point for them. But was that truly possible? Amory shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that prolonged missions to gather provisions and conduct raids had perhaps driven him to a state of paranoia, leading to such foolish thoughts. He kicked at a lazy youth sprawled on the hay, panting heavily. Look at him, covered in dirt and grime. Did he really think a captive deserved rest? Get up, lad, and help my soldiers set up camp. Arya grimaced, rubbing her sore backside, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Amory, who had made his way onto her list of those she would one day seek vengeance against. The list included names like Joffrey and Cersei, and she intended to spare none. Although she was uncertain of how to carry out her revenge, she was certain it would come to pass eventually. Despite Amory's confidence in his arrangements, he kept his armor on, as did his soldiers, who were not permitted to remove their gear, even the heavy iron helmets. The soldiers were busy directing the young and vigorous captives and setting up camp when a scout came sprinting towards them from a distance. My lord, the scout, breathless from his swift run, approached Amory, his thin leather armor soaked with sweat. At the mouth of the valley where we arrived, we have spotted the enemy. Amory's gaze sharpened, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Finally, they can no longer contain themselves, can they? Speak, how many did you see? The scout hesitated. I couldn't see clearly, but it seemed to be a group of skirmishers, perhaps a cavalry unit. Amory scoffed. Cavalry? How could there possibly be cavalry? Speak such nonsense again, and I'll have your head. The scout turned pale, too frightened to speak further. Amory waved his hand, signaling for the scouts to return to their ranks. These fools, as scouts, could not even ascertain the enemy's numbers before rushing back to report. The Riverlands had already been swept clean by Lord Tywin and the Kingslayer Jaime's army from south to north. There could be no knights left. Not even mercenary bands remained, as even the savage brutes of the brave companions had sought refuge with Lord Tywin for their lives. Amory believed the enemies were merely trying to intimidate them. They would undoubtedly descend from the valley under the cover of night, as a night raid was their only chance. He bellowed to his soldiers, set up camp quickly. We can rest for a while before dark, and once I deal with those fools, I shall enjoy a good night's sleep. At that moment, a deep and powerful horn blast echoed from the south of the valley. This was the call to advance. Amory turned back in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Damn it, did anyone else hear that horn? No one responded immediately. Yet, the Lannister troops turned their gaze, conveying to their commander, Sir Amory Lorch, that indeed, they had heard the enemy's call and had seen them. Two perfectly aligned columns of cavalry appeared at the mouth of the valley, advancing steadily. There were at least 100 riders. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats reverberated through the valley, capturing the attention of all within. Clad in matching armor, these were indeed a true order of knights. Amory felt a mix of confusion and rage. Where had these cavalrymen emerged from? How could anyone muster such a cavalry in the Riverlands? Were they from the Vale? Or perhaps the Goldcloaks from King S Landing? No, neither. Damn it. These cavalrymen were indeed coming for him. His face turned ashen. He drew his broadsword from his side, mounted his steed, and shouted to his somewhat dazed men. Form ranks. Prepare for defense. The Lannister camp descended into chaos as everyone abandoned their duties to hastily gather before Amory, ready to form a line. However, all of this appeared painfully slow before the charging cavalry. A second, resounding horn blast echoed through the valley, the call to charge reverberating across the plains. Lovern rode at the forefront of the Knights Templar, hearing the horn from behind, and shouted, Knights, charge. Kill. With that command, the 150 Knights Templar at the valley's mouth surged forward like a torrent, descending as if from the heavens. The thunderous sound of iron hooves spread from afar, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Lannister forces were thrown into disarray, having just begun to establish their first makeshift defense. Then came shouts from all sides, cavalry charging from the east and the west. We are being flanked. My gods, from where did these cavalrymen emerge? The Lannisters' second line of defense had yet to be established, and panic swept through the ranks. The cavalry, aided by the sloping terrain of the valley, charged with terrifying speed. At such velocity, their combat effectiveness reached its peak, a torrent racing down like a mudslide. All attempts to resist would be crushed beneath the glory of the Knights Templar, showcasing their might to their master, Lyn. Long live Lord Lyn. Long live the Knights Templar. They shouted in unison as the first clash ensued. The sound of impact erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The armored steeds, fearless, crashed into the defenses of the Lannisters. In the next instant, the Templar Knights raised their gleaming lances, sharp tips like the deadly tendrils of death, driving forward, piercing the flesh of their foes. Thud, thud, thud. The chainmail of the Lannisters offered no semblance of protection against the immense force of the cavalry's lances. Flesh and blood were scattered in a gruesome display. The hastily assembled defensive line crumbled without hesitation. The anguished cries of the warhorses mingled with the wails of the dying, creating a cacophony of despair. The first wave of the Temple Knights cavalry pierced through, their lances lifting the mangled bodies of Lannisters, carrying them forward for several meters before finally halting. Yet, the second wave charged forth without needing to wield their lances. The horses mercilessly trampled over the panicked Lannisters. The once formidable Lannister position succumbed to a hellish slaughter. littered with severed limbs and a deluge of blood. The air was thick with the stench of death, making those who inhaled it gag. Amory Lorch's thoughts descended into chaos, the sounds of unsheathed swords and clashing armor resonating in his ears. After 2 charges, the Temple Knights redirected their assault, dispersing to pursue the nearly shattered remnants of the Lannister forces, igniting a 3rd round of brutal close combat. The sun, hidden behind dark clouds, seemed to unveil half its face, casting a chill-inducing light. Amory, with bloodshot eyes, felt his heart tremble violently, as if gripped tightly in a hand. In Chapter 50, Disposal, Arya was freed from the ropes binding her hands. The chaos around her was rife with shouts and the sounds of battle. Duncan led a small cavalry unit, charging into the defenseless prisoner camp from the western slope, effortlessly dispatching several Lannister soldiers before making his way toward her. Arya was slightly taken aback upon seeing the knight Duncan, her gray eyes lighting up. She had a vivid impression of this tall knight, standing at nearly 2 meters. From their encounter the previous night, he had been beside Lyn, his exceptionally long legs catching her attention. Even in the darkness, Duncan's towering figure stood out remarkably. Arya realized that the cavalry outside was indeed sent by Lyn to rescue her. Duncan approached Arya, bowing his head to look at her, and offered a warm smile. Lord Lyn has sent us to protect Lady Stark. For the first time since her father Ned's death, Arya felt a sense of protection, unlike the Night's Watch uncle, Yoren, who seemed more like a guardian fulfilling a promise. However, the knight Lyn, whom she had met only once, evoked a different sense of importance within her. Was it merely because she was a Stark and he a noble of the North? The answer was elusive, and Arya couldn't be certain. She thanked him politely, and, with the help of a temple knight, donned heavy leather armor stripped from a corpse. After wrapping herself in 3 layers, Duncan nodded in satisfaction. He supported Arya under her armpits and lifted her onto the horse behind him. Hold tight, he instructed earnestly. Wrap tightly like a dumpling. Arya reached out to someone before grasping Duncan. Give me the needle, she said. The person shrugged and handed her a short sword, which he had taken from the bald Polyver, who had met an unfortunate end. You're not named Arya, are you? He inquired. Arya, with her petal-like lips, smiled brightly. Struggling to carefully secure the needle to her belt, she replied, I am Arya Stark, and I know your name isn't Jaqen. With a flick of the reins, Sir Duncan led Arya away from the valley camp under the protection of the Temple Knights, heading toward the southern slope. The man glanced meaningfully at Arya's retreating figure, offering a resigned smile. Meanwhile, the Lannister camp was ablaze, as prisoners seized the weapons of the fallen Lannister soldiers, igniting haystacks and scattering in the chaos. Hot Pie and his newly acquainted companion, Podrick, navigated through the battlefield, wielding a sword taller than themselves. Hot Pie called out, Where are you going? Big Boy, surprised, turned back and shrugged, as if the answer were obvious. To escape. Hot Pie's face was etched with disdain. We are the Night's Watch recruits from Uncle's company. But you're running south. We should head north to the wall. Big Boy, taken aback, continued running, dismissing the chubby boy's comments. The only ones helping him leave the Riverlands were the knights come to rescue Arya. He spotted Arya being escorted by a knight toward the south, where the sound of horns echoed. Big Boy knew that was the only safe place. Hot Pie exchanged a glance with Podrick, silently seeking agreement. Understanding each other, they turned their fleeing direction, calling out to Big Boy, Wait for us. Lyn and Hood, flanked by the cavalry's attendants, reached the edge of the valley, observing the dwindling sounds of battle below. Your Temple Knights are truly formidable, my lord, Hood remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Lyn nodded noncommittally. Hood gestured toward a group of figures descending the slope. My lord, those prisoners are all fleeing toward us. With a sigh, Lyn replied. Most are new recruits for the Night's Watch gathered by Yoren. We must ensure they are sent to the wall. Hood raised an eyebrow, confusion crossing his features. Yet he respectfully replied, Yes, my lord. Sir Duncan ascended the valley with Arya, respectfully bowing before Lyn as he dismounted and helped Arya down. Arya, with a grateful expression, said, Thank you, Lyn. Lyn smiled at the sight of Arya, encased in layers of leather armor, and refrained from saying much more. At that moment, another figure arrived, having commandeered a poor horse from the Lannisters, trailing behind Duncan. This one has fulfilled his mission, he stated. Lyn had been aware of him for some time. Now, he observed him with a thoughtful expression, contemplating the 2 promises still owed to him by this man, one of the continent's most elite assassins. As the fleeing captives continued to ascend the southern slope of the valley, the living below dwindled. When the evening glow was entirely obscured by clouds and darkness settled, the battle finally came to a close. The valley was strewn with bodies, many pierced by the cavalry's lances, their lives extinguished in a gruesome fashion. Some had been beheaded by the knight's swords, while others had fallen under the trampling hooves of the war horses. Amory Lorch, the Lannister commander, was struck in the leg by a lance and collapsed into a pool of blood. Watching helplessly as his house banner, a black lion with a scorpion tail on a red field, was set ablaze. Then, Sir Stone dragged Amory's wounded body before Lyn, the blood from his injured leg staining the grass and leaving a long trail. Lin gazed at the moaning and struggling Amory and softly said to Arya, "He is yours now." Arya had just included Umul in her death prayer and death list. The opportunity for vengeance arrived so swiftly that her body trembled slightly. There were many names on her death list, but they all still lived. Now, for the first time, she had the chance to strike one from the list, and yet, she found herself feeling somewhat anxious. She drew the sewing needle from her belt. Hot Pie and the others had also arrived at the scene, all holding their breath as they watched Arya. With her left hand tightly gripping the needle's hilt, she slowly stepped forward. Umul struggled to rise from the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain without uttering a sound, he began to retreat, preferring to tumble down the valley to his death rather than perish at the hands of this wild girl. However, just as he painstakingly turned around, his body shuddered, and he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. His pupils dilated and then constricted. His rough hand instinctively rose to cover his throat, from which a small stream of blood was oozing. Yet he failed. Arya withdrew the needle from behind him, her expression cold and unyielding as she watched Umul collapse helplessly to the ground. Chapter 51. The return journey. Having witnessed Arya execute Umul, Lin ordered the battlefield to be cleared. He assessed the casualties. Among the 200 members of the Temple Cavalry, 34 were either dead or injured, with 21 fatalities. The warhorses suffered minimal losses. Only 6 met their end under the Lannister spears, their bellies torn open, intestines spilling forth. Lin rode down into the valley to inspect the scene, feeling a pang of sympathy as he observed the wounded warhorses struggling on the ground. He instructed his attendant, Hood, to grant these animals a swift end. The bodies of the fallen knights were hastily buried in a pit, and using several captured supply wagons, they hurriedly transported the remaining injured away from the site. This route was essential for travelers between Harrenhal and King's Landing, and Lin preferred to travel by night rather than allow his troops to camp nearby. As night fell, the Night's Watch recruits, weary from a day's forced march under the Lannisters' escort, were mostly fatigued. Upon learning that Lin intended to return to the distant north, the original contingent of nearly 130 men dwindled to just over 80 by midnight as they traversed the King's Road. They were not particularly eager to become members of the Night's Watch, and with the death of their recruiter, the infamous Yoren, their reluctance grew even stronger. Big Cow and Hot Pie, however, persevered, even if there was little for them to do upon returning to King's Landing, which had become increasingly chaotic since King Joffrey's ascension. Proceeding cautiously, Lin dispatched scouts periodically to survey the path ahead. The darkness deepened until visibility was nearly non-existent. After over 6 hours of travel, they finally crossed the King's Road and entered the western expanse. Lin exhaled in relief and chose a spacious hilltop for their first rest. As the thick night enveloped them, the clouds unleashed a gentle rain, soaking everyone. The torches failed to ignite, and in such weather, no one was inclined to speak. They spent the night moving intermittently. When dawn broke, Lin was finally able to glimpse his destination from afar, a small town called Saltmarsh, located at the estuary downstream of the Trident. This town, situated between the Earl of Hightower's domain and the city of Old Town, boasted a modest port. This was the designated landing point agreed upon with the company. And if the trading arrangements proceeded smoothly, 3 merchant ships belonging to the fishing village harbor should be waiting at the port. As the morning mist enveloped the area, Lin's party entered the still-sleeping, tranquil town, marching through its central street toward the harbor. The town's lord was a vassal of House Mouton, a rotund middle-aged man whose manor stood near the port. As Lin's knights passed by, the sleepy lord was abruptly awakened from his pleasant dreams by the thunderous hoofbeats, which reverberated against the muddy ground. The lord, startled, pulled aside the curtains to peer out, his face turning ashen. Seeing his wife languidly twisting in bed, reluctant to rise, the lord rudely struck her shapely backside, causing her to gasp and spring up. He barked at her to quiet down and quickly prepare to receive their distinguished guests. Moments later, the lord hastily donned a loose blue robe, flanked by 2 attendants, and rushed to open the grand doors of his manor, hurrying toward Lin, who was approaching on horseback. Soon after, the mist dispersed and the sun rose. Lin sat in the cabin of the company's merchant ship, gazing out the window at the receding Saltmarsh dock. The Lord of Saltmarsh stood alongside his beautiful wife, waving goodbye to Lin's 3-masted ships. Listening to the sails flapping in the wind, Lin's table held a small chest brimming with gold coins and jewels. Arya opened the jewelry box, curiously rummaging through the exquisite trinkets. She turned to Lin, asking if he had robbed the town's lord. As the ship slowly departed the harbor and entered the broad channel leading to the sea, marking the beginning of their journey back to the north, Lin shrugged and replied, "You saw it. I remained on my horse, and he insisted on giving me this." Arya pondered silently for a moment, her large, innocent eyes blinking as she tilted her head. That fat lord might be wealthy, but no one ever complains about having too much money. Why did he have to give you these gold dragons and jewels? Someone remarked thoughtfully, the rich fear losing what they possess. Arya's eyes widened in realization as she stared at Lin's cheek. Ah, Lin, your knightly presence intimidated him. Lin feigned innocence, rolling his eyes in a manner that suggested he wished to avoid further explanation. He stood, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he drew a string of creamy white pearls from the box. Look, a fine pearl necklace. Arya, why not try it on? Arya felt tempted but still declined to partake in the spoils. Meanwhile, someone else was quite interested, as he needed funds to return to the free city of Bravos and Essos. Lin, uninterested, shrugged and handed the chest to his chief attendant, Hood, before departing the cabin. The gentle rain continued to fall from the gray sky. The deck was crowded with people sitting and squatting, their expressions devoid of emotion, their skin a sickly yellow from hunger, packed tightly like sardines. Lin frowned slightly. These were the refugees hired by the company from the Riverlands, mostly farmers, along with a few displaced craftsmen. There were over 300 of them, arranged across the 3 merchant ships, coupled with Lin's 20 attendants, more than 180 knights of the Temple Cavalry, and the 80 new recruits from the Night's Watch who had escaped the Lannisters and were willing to follow Lin to the north. The 3-masted ships were filled to capacity with over 500 souls and nearly 200 warhorses. Moreover, dozens of wooden crates filled with assorted goods were stowed below decks, and judging by the draft of the ships, they had already reached their maximum safe capacity. Lin felt a growing concern that the vessel might suddenly sink due to the overload. Company stepped forward, vouching for the vessel's integrity with the honor of an old sailor and seasoned sea captain. The ship, crafted by the skilled artisans of the Iron Islands, was a masterpiece. Its hull was constructed from oak, while the mast was hewn from cedar. The bottom had been treated with tar for waterproofing, rendering it remarkably resilient. According to Company, "My lord, if I possessed such a ship, I would dare to sail to the merchants of Essos laden with iron ore, and return to the north without the slightest concern of capsizing in the turbulent waters of the narrow sea." Lin felt reassured. Under Company's guidance, he proceeded to inspect the cargo stowed in the hold beneath the deck. Rodarte diligently pried open 2 wooden chests sealed with iron nails. Upon approaching, Lin scrutinized the contents: fine salt and neatly folded cloth, all essential supplies for the fishing village's port. He picked up a few granules of exquisite salt, watching them slip through his fingers. Afterward, he clapped his hands, wiping his palms clean with the handkerchief offered by the attendant, nodding in satisfaction. Company whispered, "The total cost of these goods, along with those on deck, amounts to less than a golden dragon." The goods on deck presumably referred to the group of hired refugees. Lin raised an eyebrow, stroking a roll of coarse linen, and turned to Company, saying, "This time, you have done well." Company, lowering his gaze, observed Lin's expression, then, emboldened by a thought, ventured, "My lord, the Greystone City is overflowing with accumulated goods and countless hungry farmers. Upon our return, could we not make another trip?" Lin regarded him with surprise before shaking his head. Greystone would not be safe for the foreseeable future. Lord Roose Bolton would soon lead the Northmen to raid the Lannister forces gathered at Harrenhal. The war in the Riverlands would grow increasingly brutal in the coming months. The multitude of refugees would not linger in the Riverlands but would flee toward the Vale and King's Landing, 2 places in which he currently had no influence. However, the substantial profit from this maritime trading expedition had illuminated the feasibility of establishing his own maritime trade company. Given the current tumultuous state of Westeros, large-scale trade was ill-advised. Yet Essos would present a promising opportunity. With a subtle smile and a gleam in his eye, Lin remarked to Company, "Did you not express a willingness to transport iron, or to the merchants of Essos?" Chapter 52. The return home. The journey back to the north proved challenging, as the ship struggled against the current for 4 days before reaching the Biting Bay. After 2 brief stops for supplies along the way, it was only by midday on the 5th day that Lin finally returned to his familiar territory, finally back in the north. "Arya, are you happy?" Lin asked as he stepped off the ship, noticing Arya standing on the deck, gazing at the scenic view of the fishing village's harbor. "Yes," Arya replied with a faint smile, though a shadow of worry quickly crossed her face. A refreshing sea breeze greeted them, and Lin stretched languidly, savoring the departure from the damp, oppressive air of the south. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the clear blue sky. Since entering the Vale, no rain had fallen. This dry air was indeed the hallmark of a long summer in Westeros. Yet, the long summer would soon come to an end, and winter would descend. Lin gazed longingly at his castle overlooking the fishing village. Sighing, he felt woefully unprepared for the future. The revolution remained unfinished, and the comrades must continue to strive. The refugees formed a line, disembarking one by one from the ship, while boxes of salt and cloth were unloaded at the dock. They were then transported into the city by carts hired by Old Hill from the castle. By the time everyone finished, the sun was beginning to set. As Lin led Arya and the others through the castle gates, the system notification chimed in as expected. "Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Reward, 1 golden beast extraction card." Lin paused, It was not yet the time to check the system. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He instructed several attendants to escort the refugees while Old Hill oversaw the construction of makeshift shelters. Then he directed Rodarte to lead Lothar and his knights of the temple to camp at the site of the former cavalry barracks. As for the goods, lacking a dedicated warehouse, the items would first be taken to the Lord's residence. A small vacant building in the back courtyard could temporarily accommodate these supplies. The modest castle of the fishing village began to feel crowded. The streets within the city were no different. Old Cot, returning from White Harbor with over 100 craftsmen hired there, had commenced building their new homes along the thoroughfare. No land taxes were to be collected. A promise made by Lin. As Lin strolled down the street leading back to the Lord's residence, he found himself mildly astonished, despite his mental preparation. In just over 10 days since his departure, the castle had undergone significant transformation. Trenches had been dug on the vacant plots flanking the streets, and the foundations for new homes had been laid, indicating that wooden structures would soon rise above them. Fresh faces populated the thoroughfare, and upon recognizing the young man escorted by attendants, many locals instinctively bowed in respect, acknowledging him as their lord. These are the customs brought by the large cities, Lin thought, frowning slightly, displeased. However, he did not reprimand them. Change must come gradually. To impose abrupt alterations would yield more harm than good. Arya walked cheerfully beside Lin, donned in a dress befitting a young lady, her demeanor radiating the grace of a noble woman. Curiously glancing around, Arya remarked, "It seems your Rothschild family possesses remarkable management skills. This place is cleaner than one would expect from a small fishing town." Lin smiled, realizing that his prior directive to Old Hill to improve the castle's sanitation had been effectively implemented. Yet, he questioned whether an old scholar like Hill could truly devote such attention to the minutiae of governance. Turning to Old Hill, Lin squinted and inquired, "These matters are not being handled by you, are they?" Old Hill quickly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "My lord, you certainly possess keen insight. All administrative affairs are being managed by your steward, Miss Danny." Lin's eyes widened in surprise. "Danny? She has returned from Riverflow?" Hill nodded. "Miss Danny arrived back at the fishing village 3 days after your departure." Lin nodded thoughtfully. Beside him, Arya pouted and interjected, "Who is Danny? Do you have a lady?" Lin? Lin nearly choked on her words, coughing as he replied, "Do not speak such nonsense. Miss Danny is around your age and is now the steward of my residence." Upon hearing this, Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her big eyes blinking with intrigue. Lin noted her expression, pondering whether this fiercely competitive girl might harbor some peculiar thoughts toward the same-aged Danny. With Arya Stark having been safely escorted to the north, Lin hesitated about whether to send her to Winterfell. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Winterfell would soon be besieged by Theon Greyjoy and his Iron Islanders. The ancestral stronghold of House Stark was on the verge of being ravaged. To send Arya to Winterfell now would be to endanger her. Lin shook his head, resolutely abandoning the notion. But if not Winterfell, then where? Sending Arya to meet her mother, Catelyn Tully, amidst Robert's army seems rather inappropriate. Robert, that fickle man, has had his heart ensnared by a battlefield nurse, and his forces are on the brink of annihilation in the Riverlands. To send Arya there would be tantamount to leading her to her demise. After much contemplation, Lin suddenly felt that it would be unsuitable to send Arya anywhere. None of the Stark family members appear to be heading towards brighter days. Her brother, Robb, and mother, Catelyn, are already entangled in dire straits. Her sister, Sansa Stark, is trapped in King's Landing, ensnared in her own peril, while her half-brother, Jon Snow, is currently at the Wall, battling against the White Walkers. Additionally, Ned Stark's adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, is poised to betray the North, having already seized Winterfell, the ancestral home of House Stark. Contemplating these misfortunes, Lin gazed at Arya with deep sympathy. This girl's fate is indeed fraught with hardship. Unbeknownst to Arya, who was engrossed in conversation with someone else, Lin's eyes brightened at the sight. Perhaps this individual still owes him 2 promises. Lin, Arya, the mysterious individual, Sir Hill, and the captain of the guards, Hood, arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor. There, they spotted a familiar and graceful figure at the corner of the street. Danny was orchestrating the laborers, directing them to unload crates from the carts and carry them into the Lord's residence. The housekeeper, Danny, turned upon noticing Lin's presence, hastening to greet him with a respectful bow. "My lord, you have returned." Lin observed a subtle change in Danny's demeanor since their last encounter. The young girl bore a hint of weariness on her face, yet she seemed spirited, embodying the role of a true Lord Steward with remarkable poise. Danny lowered her stance, offering shallow salutations to those accompanying Lin. When she prepared to greet Arya, the latter interrupted her with a wave of her hand, warily stating, "No need for formalities. We have met in Riverflow City. Are you Miss Stark?" Danny asked in surprise, as if a light had suddenly dawned upon her. Arya smiled, her lips curving into a crescent shape. "Just call me Arya. I have another sister, Danny, Why have you come to serve as a housekeeper in Lin's domain? Did my uncle, the Tully, expel you from Riverflow City? Arya's voice rose intentionally, ensuring that everyone present could hear her. Danny, gripping the cart, appeared flustered, casting a furtive glance at Lin's expression, nervously wringing the corner of her burlap garment. Lin, sensing the tension, cleared his throat and diplomatically interjected, Danny, please arrange accommodations for my guests in the guest rooms and assign a servant to attend to Miss Arya. Yes, my lord, Danny replied, bowing her head before making her way into the manor. Watching Danny's delicate silhouette fade, Lin sighed, while Arya regarded him with suspicion, cautioning, Danny is a bastard of House Tully. Lin shrugged, indicating his awareness. Arya, glancing at Lin, hurried through the manor's entrance, her expression tinged with urgency. You don't understand. The Tully family is quite prominent. Even a bastard daughter would not be relegated to a place like this, serving a mere minor lord. Lin halted and turned, questioning. Are you implying that your Tully uncle would send someone to kill me? Arya's expression faltered, her tone serious as she warned, I mean Lord Tully, the Duke. That remains to be seen, Lin replied, continuing into the manor without looking back. The mysterious individual approached Arya, saying, It seems your worries were unfounded. Not only does he know that the young lady is of House Tully, but he is also unfazed by any potential troubles from that family. Did you not notice? Arya rolled her eyes in response. What does that have to do with you? After a refreshing bath that washed away the sweat and odor of travel, Lin donned a loose robe. It was finally time to draw cards. With a clear mind and clean hands and face, Lin gazed into the mirror, admiring his fair complexion, and thought today might be fortunate. He immersed himself in the summoning system, locating the repository, where a gilded card engraved with the image of a unicorn lay quietly. Holding his breath, he clicked on it. Would the host like to activate the random summoning card from Magical Beast Offspring Golden? The Golden Magical Beast Offspring comprises 3 categories, young dragons, ice wolves, and a winged lion that Lin had never encountered before. This creature resembled the mythical griffin but appeared more formidable. He clicked to summon, and the card transformed into a dazzling golden light. Moments later, a shadow of a young creature materialized at Lin's feet. As the light faded, Lin focused intently, his breath momentarily stilled. It was not a dragon. Its proportions were too broad, nor was it an ice wolf, as it had wings. To his astonishment, he beheld a creature with the body of a golden lion, black claws, an eagle's beak, and a pair of magnificent wings. Lin stared, his mind racing to comprehend this being. Is it an eagle lion, or perhaps a griffin? Observing the peculiar structure of this little creature, half lion and half eagle, he found himself both amused and bewildered. The young eagle lion, stocky and robust, possessed sharp eyes that sparkled with curiosity, keenly observing the only other occupant of the room, Lin. Lin attempted to call it, Little Eagle. The creature twisted its neck to gaze at him, remaining unmoved. Little Lion? Still no reaction. Sighing, Lin remarked at the creature's golden fur and wings, Little Gold? The young eagle lion seemed to respond, its stout body shifting slightly, lifting its hind legs and flapping its wings like a duck. While it couldn't fly yet, the power behind those flaps suggested soaring through the skies would soon be an effortless feat. Delighted, Lin crouched down, reaching out to stroke the young eagle lion's gentle head, affectionately saying, From now on, your name shall be. The eagle lion tilted its head, enjoying the attention, unaware that Lin had just bestowed upon it a name that would bring it eternal embarrassment. Yes, let us call you Golden Pig. Lin chuckled. For Golden Pig was a name of good fortune. Back on Earth, his piggy bank had taken the shape of a golden pig. As Lin reveled in his thoughts, Arya abruptly pushed the door open. Startled, Lin retorted, Has no one taught you to knock? Arya pouted, explaining, I saw the light in your room, and I heard someone yelling. What are you doing? With her nimble, expressive eyes, she scrutinized Lin, and as her gaze shifted, she noticed the mysterious creature on the floor. Golden Pig. Arya let out a shriek, hurriedly covering her chest with her hands and retreating slowly, whispering to Lin, What is that thing? Observing the growing alarm on Arya's face, which was nearly on the verge of tears, Lin hurriedly clarified, It's called Golden Pig. It's my beast companion. Similar to your ice wolf. Arya halted, looking up in astonishment. Is this creature the emblem of your Rothschild family? Lin paused, pondering. Yes, what is my family crest, anyway? I seem to have never seen it. At that moment, the golden pig suddenly began to move, chasing after Elia's feet and even opening its sharp mouth to nibble at her cloth shoes. Ere you gasped once more, oh dear. Moments later, Elia looked on in delight as the golden pig gently gnawed at her shoes, savoring the flavor. The lion-like body of the creature twisted incessantly, its black beak resembling that of a newborn kitten, drawn to the spices on her shoes. Elia reached down to touch the small head of the golden pig. Immersed in the pleasure of its nibbling, the pig began to grunt, though it was unclear whether it was a warning or a sign of enjoyment. Each time Elia shifted her foot back, the pig huffed heavily, its round eyes glaring fiercely at her shoes. The combination of adorableness and ferocity from this magical beast left Elia exasperated, and after Lin revealed that this creature was called the Golden Pig, her irritation towards him dissipated entirely. So, Lord Lin, what should we do with this Golden Pig now? I must return to rest. Elia's eyes began to droop, fatigue creeping in after the novelty wore off. Lin, seated in a lounge chair, had dozed off. Upon waking, he found the two still in the midst of their antics. Irritated, he approached the Golden Pig and swatted its lion-like head away. Then, smiling gently, he said to Elia, if you're tired, you should return to rest. Miss Elia. Chapter 54. Setbacks. Early the next morning, Danny hurriedly knocked on Lin's bedroom door accompanied by a servant. Lin, still groggy, opened the door. Miss Danny. What brings you here so early? Danny and the servant bowed respectfully. My lord, the ship returning from Widow's Watch is docked. Lord Hood inquires if you would like to go to the port in person. Danny cautiously lifted her gaze to Lin. He glanced outside. Dawn was just breaking, and the fishing village was shrouded in a thin veil of sea mist. Noticing Danny's attire, a plain, light-colored coat from the previous day, Lin inquired, did you stay at the estate last night? Danny nodded, looking down. There were too many goods you brought back, and I oversaw the workers in transporting and counting them until late into the night. Lin regarded the young girl with approval. She was indeed a diligent assistant. However, contemplating Danny's report, a frown crossed his face. Harry Kane had taken 100 cavalry soldiers under his command to escort Countess Fitlin back to Widow's Watch. Before they departed, Lin had sent 2 fishing boats to accompany them, intending to bring back some agricultural seeds during their return. It had been over 10 days since. How could such a short distance take so long? According to the introductions from Lady Fitlin and Veen, there should be no other whites outside Widow's Watch, and a few corpse whites would pose no challenge to the cavalry. Was it necessary for Captain Hood to summon him to the port to personally receive the goods? Was such a matter worthy of his presence? Danny noticed Lin's perplexity. She explained, Captain Hood has prepared a carriage waiting at the estate gate. He mentioned that the soldiers reporting from the city said Lord Harry Kane seems to have sustained serious injuries. Lin felt an unsettling surge of anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Danny, I will change into some clothes. Please inform Hood to send someone to the cavalry camp to fetch battlefield medic Anna, and have the carriage wait for me at the estate gate. Yes, my lord. As Lin turned to close the door, the Golden Pig poked its head out, curiously eyeing Danny and a middle-aged female servant. Danny, still unable to turn away, turned pale at the sight of the creature, her lips pressed together in uncertainty. The servant woman was even more frightened, her face turning ashen, her legs trembling. Lin sighed, giving the Golden Pig a nudge back inside, and said with a smile, do not fear. This is a little griffin, soon to be a member of the Lord's household. It is quite amiable. Lin spoke lightly, as if assuring them that it was merely an insignificant shrimp, harmless. After saying this, he bent down and playfully tossed the Golden Pig back into the room, chuckling at the astonished expressions of the two outside before closing the door. Before long, Lin emerged from his bedroom dressed in a black and white noble attire, draped in a thick fur cloak. In the north, especially by the sea, even in the midst of summer, the mornings were still bitterly cold. He tightened his collar and made his way to the estate gate, where the carriage awaited him. The Golden Pig eagerly followed, jumping into the carriage after Lin. Hood, the captain of the guards mounted on his horse, was initially taken aback by the little creature, but upon noticing his lord's calm demeanor, his expression returned to normal. The carriage, escorted by Knight Duncan and Stone, slowly rolled out of the city gates. Lin inquired of Hood, who rode alongside. What did the messenger say about Harry Kane's condition? Hood, seated on his horse, replied, the messenger only mentioned that Commander Harry Kane is severely injured, and there are many wounded among the cavalry returning to port. How could this be? Lin's face reflected his confusion, his brow furrowed deeply. Moments later, as the carriage reached the port dock, Lin had just jumped down when he heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind. Anna, the battlefield medic, along with several female soldiers, arrived on a cart pulled by horses, escorted by 2 knights of the temple. Lin awaited Anna, and then together they boarded the fishing vessel docked at the port. Initially, he had arranged for an additional fishing boat to head north, asking Lady Fitlin to help procure more supplies for the return. However, now only one of the 2 boats returning from Widow's Watch had arrived. It was evident that something had gone awry. Lin's expression darkened as he stepped onto the plank leading into the ship. As he set foot on the deck, a strong, nauseating odor of blood assaulted him. Rubbing his nose, he followed a soldier's lead to a room at the bottom of the ship. Inside, it was dark, with very little light filtering through a porthole. Lin saw Harry Kane lying on a wooden plank, his face pale. His abdomen was wrapped in dark gray bandages, stained with dark red blood. Surrounding him were about 10 wounded cavalry soldiers, their padded armor seemingly pierced by arrows. One soldier lay on the plank with 2 arrows still embedded in his back, the wounds already scabbed over. It appeared that this incident had occurred some time ago. Upon noticing Lin's approach, Harry Kane opened his eyes, looking somewhat weak. He attempted to rise to greet him, but Lin pressed his hand on his arm, signaling him to remain still. Anna and several female medics began tending to the wounds of the cavalry soldiers. Watching Harry Kane weakly recline again, slowly closing his eyes, Lin finally asked, "Kane, what transpired?" "My lord." Harry Kane's voice was faint, his abdominal wound evidently infected, possibly affecting his internal organs. "We escorted Countess Fitlin into Widow's Watch as you instructed. There was a skirmish with the blue-eyed whites at the dock, but the losses were minimal. However, when we entered the castle, the city guards suddenly seized the Countess and ambushed us." As Harry Kane paused, his face contorted with unbearable shame, he continued with a quivering voice, "Most of the brothers of the cavalry corps have perished in the city. They had laid an ambush beforehand, and we could only escape with the surviving brothers. Out of more than 100 members of the cavalry corps, fewer than 20 returned alive, and among them, 12 were gravely injured like myself. The sailors we brought from the fishing village also lost their lives. We could only drift slowly on the sea, carried back by nearby fishermen's boats." Harry Kane tightly shut his eyes, his fists clenched, his face etched with guilt and remorse. Lin inquired further about the details, offering him some words of solace, urging Anna to tend to the injured diligently. Upon returning to the deck of the fishing boat, Lin's expression darkened, his gaze cold and piercing, fixed upon the northern sea. From Harry Kane's account, it was evident that Widow's Watch had changed hands during the absence of Countess Fetterlin. Lin could not ascertain who was responsible. It could be a vassal of the Fetterlin family or perhaps an outsider, a noble or mercenary. However, regardless of who it was, Lin was determined to make those responsible pay a bloody price for the ambush on his cavalry corps. Having faced such a significant blow for the first time, Lin felt compelled to retaliate in kind, to make the restless forces of the North acknowledge their own strength. Anyone daring to provoke the fishing village port should understand that even the Dragon Prince would pay a price. Moreover, Widow's Watch was an essential route for Lin's ships heading north, and he would not tolerate the existence of any hostile forces in the same waters of the North's eastern coast. Imagine, within his own territory, a naval force capable of descending upon him at any moment, capable of launching a surprise attack within a day. What would that feel like? It would be akin to a Damoclean sword perpetually hanging over Lin's head, robbing him of peace and rest. Lin spoke gravely. "Hood." "My lord," Hood replied. "Immediately dispatch someone to inform White Harbor of the betrayal at Widow's Watch in the attack on my soldiers. Request Lord Eel to send the White Harbor Navy to assist in avenging our fishing village port." Lin's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth. "I have paid every tax due to White Harbor without fail, and Lord Eel Mandrel, your knights have profited significantly during my tenure. As a vassal of White Harbor, you must stand up for justice when the fishing village port is oppressed." Upon returning to the dock, Lin pursed his lips, lost in thought. At his feet, the little golden pig suddenly flapped its wings and screeched, diving into a crate of freshly unloaded fish from the harbor fishermen. Chapter 55, The Griffin Family. Lin watched in astonishment as the golden pig burrowed into the box brimming with fresh seafood, voraciously gulping down the fish, its appetite resembling that of a famished soul. A fisherman approached, carrying another box of fish. He bowed slightly to the young lord, wishing to place his box neatly beside the previous ones. However, he quickly noticed the curious golden pig peeking out from the box. The box he held slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, followed by a horrified scream that turned his face a shade of deep crimson. "Heavens, what manner of beast is this?" Hood, the guard beside Lin, flinched at the sight. Though he had been surprised at the lord's estate, this was a new level of astonishment. Hood brandished his sword and stepped forward, admonishing, "What are you shouting about? Do you not see that this is the lord's trained magical beast?" "Magical beast?" The fisherman looked incredulous, struggling to comprehend the term. "Is it a kind of wild animal?" Lin sighed, realizing that the golden pig, living in the fishing village port, would inevitably attract trouble. He needed a way to explain its peculiar appearance. Taking the initiative, Lin reassured the terrified fisherman, "Do not be alarmed. This is a griffin from my Rothschild family lineage, akin to the Targaryen's dragon blood or the Stark's wolf spirits. The Rothschild family has long held the ability to tame griffins, though our ancestors had yet to find one." Lin's storytelling grew more fluid, impressed with his own quick wit. Hood, pondering whether the lord's words held any truth, turned to Lin and said, "Go. Instruct the town's tailors to craft a new banner for the fishing village port in the likeness of this griffin. From now on, my Rothschild family will be known as the Ancient Griffin Family. We can enlist the bards to help spread the tale of our lineage from ancient clans. For those who doubt, this griffin shall serve as proof." But envisioned the lord adorned with the Griffin family emblem, and he nodded in agreement. Lin looked upon his golden pig with delight. What a hearty appetite. In no time, it has devoured an entire box of fish, its belly round like a lion's. As long as it had an appetite, growth would not be an issue. Satisfied, Lin kicked the box where the golden pig was lazily licking its fur and instructed his attendants to compensate the fishermen for the lost fish. He then led everyone back to the city of the fishing village port. Following Lin's instructions, Hood sought out the elder Scholar Hill and pinned a letter to White Harbor. During the wait for a response from White Harbor, Lin continued to develop his territory according to plan. Despite having collected some ill-gotten gains from the salt fields before leaving the Riverlands, along with treasures not yet spent from the Three Sisters pirates, he roughly calculated he had around 20 gold dragons in cash. In the short term, there was no financial pressure. However, the balance of income and expenditure in his territory was severely skewed, affecting its expansion and development. Currently, there was a workforce of nearly 150 craftsmen, recruited locally or hired from White Harbor. Without work or wages, these individuals would inevitably leave. Additionally, there were 300 refugees transported from the Riverlands, along with over 80 new sentinels who had arrived with the fleet. Nearly 400 mouths awaited sustenance each day. This did not account for the 200 soldiers and mounts from the Cavalry Corps and the Temple Knights. Alas, supporting a household is truly challenging. Lin sat in a cool chair in the courtyard, holding a pancake filled with duck egg, sighed, then inhaled the aroma of the pancake before devouring it. Arya had been enjoying her time with the golden pig lately, taking it to the port daily, much to the dismay of the fishermen moving the fish. Someone else remained aimlessly wandering about, having come to the north of his own volition, yet Lin had yet to discern his intentions. Lin set down the duck egg pancake. Hood, the head guard, invited Lin to attend a memorial ceremony for the sailors who had perished outside Widow's Watch, to hold a swift and simple service, providing generous compensation to the families of the deceased. Lin needed only to attend the final stage of the sea burial, watching as Elder Hill delivered a eulogy for the fallen sailors before entrusting the final arrangements to his subordinates. On the return from the beach, Lin chose to walk alongside the lady steward, Danny, rather than ride in a carriage. Guards Hood, Duncan, and Stone rode at a distance behind them, maintaining a respectful space. Lin initiated the conversation. Danny? Danny maintained a half-step distance from Lin and paused for a moment. Yes, my lord, regarding your grandfather's passing, do not grieve too deeply. Death is an inherent part of existence, and the late Duke Tully's peaceful demise is, in fact, a blessing from the Seven, Lin consoled her. Danny pressed her lips together and replied, Yes, my lord, Danny understands. During your recent visit to Riverrun, did the Tully family cause you any distress? Lin inquired. No, however. They did not permit me to attend my grandfather's funeral. I observed from a distance by the riverbank before hastily returning, Danny recounted, struggling to maintain her composure, though a hint of disappointment seeped through her words. Upon mentioning the late Duke Tully's funeral, Lin recalled a particular narrative. Edmund Tully, the heir to Duke Hostert Tully, conducted a water burial for his father in the presence of family. A vessel containing the body and straw was released into the river. Yet, Danny's unreliable father struggled to ignite the arrow, missing several times as the boat drifted beyond range. Ultimately, it was his uncle, Sir Blackfish Brendan, who seized the bow and shot true. This was Edmund, the new Duke of Riverrun, who, despite the gravity of the occasion, displayed a regrettable lack of archery skill, an unbecoming trait for one presiding over a water burial. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his father's death or the tension amongst the gathered, a family elder and lord should not falter so. This incident reflected the precarious state of the Tully family. Danny, oblivious to Lin's internal critique of her father, would not have been particularly concerned even if she had known. Her bond with Edmund was tenuous at best. With Duke Hostert's demise, it seemed her connection to the entire Tully lineage had withered. As they continued their journey, Lin, upon nearing the walls of the fishing village harbor, reminded himself that he had important matters to discuss with Danny. He halted and addressed her. I intend to relocate those 300 refugees to the Sisters Islands to cultivate a piece of land. Rodarte previously scouted the largest island, where there exists a barren plot suitable for agriculture. What are your thoughts on this? Danny pondered briefly before responding. My lord, this aligns with your plan and is quite reasonable. These individuals need work. However, there are no living facilities there. What shall we do? Lin replied nonchalantly. We shall also send craftsmen, even if they lack work at present, to construct simple shelters for the refugees. Furthermore, I require the establishment of a brewery on the island. Your former maid, Miss Hilly, will be assigned to oversee this project and prepare for the brewery's construction. The blueprints for brewing ale are in my study. I shall present them to you upon our return. Danny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well, my lord. I shall draft a detailed plan for you. Provided you have sufficient golden dragons on hand, I assure you I can arrange everything promptly. Should you require my presence on the island to oversee the work, I am willing to go. Lin waved his hand dismissively. He felt a degree of unease at the prospect of a 14-year-old girl mingling with a group of refugees. After all, he could not deploy a significant portion of his forces to the Sisters Islands until a military stronghold was established there. The Knights of the Temple currently served as Lin's standing army, occupied solely with training and patrolling. The cavalry, having suffered significant losses in recent battles, would find reorganization challenging. Lin envisioned these men transitioning into a reserve force, engaging in minor duties such as guarding and supervising. After discussing further details, Lin felt a sense of relief as they solidified their plans. They returned to the Lord's estate, where, in the garden, Lin finally discerned the intentions of a certain individual. He considered Arya a promising candidate for an assassin, albeit one in need of refinement. Lin's sentiments aligned with this notion. Arya, still young, was ill-suited to remain by his side, and he did not wish to squander the potential of a faceless man. She should learn to grow independently. While he could protect her, mastering self-defense would be the greatest respect he could offer her as the specter of winter loomed and war threatened to engulf the world. Though Lin grappled with conflicting thoughts, he ultimately made an agreement with the individual in question to cultivate Arya into a faceless man. With the stipulation that her safety must be assured, Lin would not permit any harm to befall her, especially considering the potential threats posed by her mentor in Bravos. Perhaps, due to these circumstances, Arya might never become the apex assassin she could have been, but through the training of the faceless men, she would certainly not falter too greatly. The individual regarded Lin with a serious expression and inquired, "Is ensuring Miss Arya's safety the second commitment I am to uphold? Indeed, should any misfortune befall her, I will lead my army to raise the House of Black and White," Lin affirmed resolutely. The individual raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin was aware of the House of Black and White. However, he chose not to address Lin's veiled threat further. Arya perceived Lin's unwavering tone and authoritative demeanor, momentarily thinking she had misheard him. "If your sole intention is to squander your days with the Golden Pig, I would have been better off not rescuing you from the north. Now, you must either seek mentorship from someone or venture to the Wall to reunite with your brother Jon Snow." "What? You wish for me to go to the Wall? That is no place for a girl. Then where do you intend to go? Winterfell or Riverrun to find your two brothers? I must inform you, Arya. I have received credible intelligence indicating that your brothers are in dire straits. Your presence would only complicate matters." Lin's tone was chilling. Arya pouted, incredulous at Lin's outburst. As a Stark, the daughter of the former Warden of the North, her brothers were hailed as kings of the North, and no one dared challenge her authority. Yet, here was Lin, a mere country noble, reprimanding her. She fidgeted nervously, and even the Golden Pig at her feet sensed Lin's ire, burying its head into her pant leg, shrinking away. Nevertheless, Arya remembered that Lin had risked danger to save her. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, unusually refraining from retaliating. However, Lin was unwilling to let Arya evade the matter so easily. "Arya, think of your deceased father, Ned Stark, and the names on your death list. If you permit, I shall dispatch a ship to send you and someone to Bravos." Arya lifted her gaze, contemplating Lin's words before finally replying. "Are you suggesting my brother and mother are in danger? I wish to see them in the Riverlands first. That is out of the question. It is far too perilous." Lin firmly rejected. Arya's stubbornness flared. "If you do not allow me to visit the Riverlands or return to Winterfell to see my brothers, then I shall not go to Bravos either." Lin, exasperated, turned on his heel and departed. Dany hastily followed, hoping to persuade Lin to treat a Stark with greater respect and to be gentler with a 10-year-old girl. Yet Arya did not share this sentiment. She watched Dany hastily trail after Lin, her anger boiling over as she hurled her duck egg pancake to the ground in frustration. The Golden Pig approached, sniffing at the discarded morsel, and took a tentative bite. Instantly, the little creature's eyes lit up. It had discovered that it enjoyed more than just fish. It was, in fact, an omnivore. Eating fresh food was far more delectable. Robb Stark's army has been at a stalemate with Tywin Lannister's forces in the Riverlands for some time now. Although the North has secured several victories, they are not decisive. Lacking ships, the Northerners cannot threaten King's Landing, leaving King Joffrey and Queen Cersei in a state of complacency. Eventually, Robb dispatched his father's ward, Theon Greyjoy, carrying a letter of alliance to his father, Balon Greyjoy, the King of the Iron Islands, seeking ships for their cause. Today, Theon finally returned to his homeland after 9 years. Upon arriving at the docks of the Iron Islands, he was met with an unexpected silence rather than a jubilant welcome. The island felt desolate, with an old man tinkering with his fishing nets. Theon approached and declared his identity. "I am the only living son of King Balon Greyjoy, destined to lead you." The old man showed no reaction. Just then, a woman with an alluring figure, long legs, and short brown hair approached. She was Theon's sister, Asha Greyjoy, though he did not recognize her after 9 years. Asha offered, "I will accompany you. Let me give you a ride." Theon looked at her subtly curvaceous form, feeling pleased. Asha mounted her horse with Theon sitting behind her. And during the ride, he could not help but be a little too familiar, boasting of his lineage as the rightful heir of Balon Greyjoy. Upon reaching the castle, King Balon sat by the hearth, observing Theon's impressive leather armor beneath a luxurious cloak. He questioned, "Why do you dress like a woman?" Balon felt that Theon had been overly influenced by the Stark family, forgetting his identity as an Ironborn. He reminded his son, Do not forget that your brother was slain by Ned Stark and held as a hostage. Theon replied, I remember. I have come for the Ironborn. He presented the alliance letter to his father. Balon glanced at it and remarked, Robb wishes me to eliminate his foes and then formally declare me king of the Iron Islands? Indeed, I am your only heir. And I shall lead the Ironborn into battle. However, Balon did not share this sentiment. Just then, Asha entered and approached her father. Theon was bewildered as to why she was there. Balon introduced Asha, stating, This is your sister Asha. Though she is a woman, she fights bravely in battle. With such a daughter, why do I need you to inherit? He then tossed the alliance letter into the fireplace. Listen, my son, we do not need alliances. Our tradition is to seize what we desire. I will reclaim my crown by my own strength. Balon's ambitions were grand. Intending to capture the north while Robb led his army south to confront the Lannisters. He planned to seize the coastline and gradually advance inland, ideally taking Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark. Balon eyed the map of the north, instructing, Asha, take 30 ships to attack Deepwood Motte. Theon, you will lead a ship along the stone shore to raid a small fishing village. Asha quipped, Your ship is aptly named the Sea Bitch. Balon concluded, Abandon any allegiance to the Stark family. The Greyjoys believe in taking by force. Remember that. Chapter 57. The men of the Neck. The obstinate Arya had little patience for the unyielding Lyn, who decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. He donned a coarse tunic and urged his squire, Hood, to dress simply as well, and the two wandered through the castle's main street. Recently, with the arrival of swordsmanship masters Duncan and Stone, Lyn had become quite adept at the fundamentals of swordplay. He habitually carried the ailing traveler's dagger, Valerie, a fine weapon that, combined with his handsome features and tall stature, lent him an air of fierce charisma. Lyn left the prized golden pig secure at the estate, wary of the bustling port filled with strangers, and walked along the street. He glanced at a newly opened tavern at the crossroads, noting its tidy two-story wooden structure. As he approached the tavern's entrance, he peered inside and was surprised to see many female patrons. Lyn instinctively puffed out his chest, stroking his sparse chin stubble in a noble manner, while casting a swift glance at the diners. His gaze, like a net cast wide, was a skill he had mastered as a strikingly handsome youth. The women raised their heads, directing their attention toward him. A few, accompanied by family, discreetly adjusted their attire, smoothing out their disheveled dresses. However, their hopes were quickly dashed as the handsome young man showed no intention of entering the tavern. Outside, Lyn halted, observing the lively scene within, pondering whether he should initiate taxation on commercial activities as the town's population steadily increased. He was aware of his territory's current tax situation. Aside from the mandated tithe from fishermen, there were only fees for land occupied by constructed houses. Monthly tax revenue amounted to a mere 40 to 50 silver deer. In contrast, in the fertile riverlands, lords required their peasants to cultivate their lands before tending to their own. And the power of most lords in Westeros extended beyond mere land ownership. Regions with larger populations often taxed commercial activities within their domains, a surefire method for lords to amass wealth. The prospect of a stable income from commercial taxes in the future was a promising sign. Continuing on, he intended to visit a newly opened bakery when a commotion caught his attention. A crowd had gathered at the notice board by the city gate, arguing fervently. Curiosity piqued, Lyn approached, accompanied by his squire, Hood. A recently recruited attendant, tasked with maintaining order, recognized Hood from afar and hurried over to pay his respects. Lyn discreetly exchanged glances with Hood. What has transpired? Hood inquired. The attendant, visibly anxious, replied, Sir, the crowd is arguing over who will clear the land on the Sisters' Islands. If you do not assign someone to oversee the notice board, they may tear down the announcement. Hood's anger flared. How dare they? Do they have such audacity? The attendant continued, My lord, you may not realize, but many outsiders have recently come to our town, some even relocating from the Neck. Currently, the lord has only arranged for the Riverlands refugees to clear the islands. Yet many have heard of the land's fertility and are tempted. Lyn frowned at this. Clearing the islands was certainly not obligatory labor. He had offered a reward of 1 acre for every 10 acres cleared. It seemed these individuals coveted that land. Hood, observing Lyn's displeasure, proceeded with caution. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to speak, but realized that as a mere guard, he had no authority to decide on such matters. Lyn pondered briefly and inquired of the attendant before him, You mentioned that a number of people have arrived in Jingza. What is the reason for this? I have never heard of it before. The attendant displayed a hint of uncertainty on his face, prompting Hood to kick him lightly. The lord is asking you a question. Speak plainly without hesitation. Yes, the attendant replied nervously, swallowing hard. My lord, these individuals have only arrived in recent days. It is said they were displaced by a surge of Ironborn who invaded Jingza, seizing their homes and driving out the local populace to construct fortifications. Consequently, many of Jingza's original inhabitants have fled towards the northern territories. Oh, are you certain of this? Furthermore, How many people from Jingza do you estimate have arrived here recently? The attendant bowed respectfully. My lord, I estimate there are around 70 to 80 individuals, many of whom are children. They arrived gradually. Initially, only a few came, but later. Upon hearing that you intended to expand your territory, many more followed suit. It is likely that there will be several more groups arriving. Huda's expression darkened. The fact that they came only after being informed suggests some degree of organization. If the fishing village becomes inundated with an influx of unemployed outsiders, it could significantly disrupt local order. He interjected, if these people seek work, they should apply at the Lord's residence to speak with Steward Danny, rather than congregating here and causing a commotion. The announcement from Lord Scholar Hill clearly stated that only 300 are needed for agricultural development, which is perfectly adequate for the number of refugees from Hejian. There are also sufficient artisans for constructing housing. Lin In paid little attention to their murmurs. His thoughts had drifted elsewhere. He pondered why the Ironborn had begun their aggressive invasion of Jingza so early. Robb Stark's northern army had yet to suffer defeat. Could it be that events were accelerating? He surveyed the crowd still gathered around the notice board, deep in thought. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and addressed the guard Huda. Return and tally the number of young men among the refugees from Hejian and those arriving from Jingza, along with the women and children. My lord, what do you mean? Lin In replied coldly, since they have chosen to settle in the fishing village, they too must contribute to the defense of our land. Instruct Danny to assign the women and children to cultivate the fields, while the men take on their respective duties. My lord, do you intend to recruit a new army from among these people? A new army? These individuals are unlikely to wield swords and spears just yet. Have Duncan and Sherfu select a group to begin training. Later, if we reorganize the cavalry, we can incorporate these individuals, even if only as support troops. Lenin's voice was icy, and Huda understood. He turned towards the gathering around the notice board and asked, what shall we do about these people, my lord? Lin snorted disdainfully. Let the soldiers of the cavalry who are recovering from injuries be supplemented into the patrols, increasing the manpower to survey the territory. Any troublemakers will be dealt with severely. With no desire to linger further, Lin returned to the residence, just in time to receive a letter from White Harbor. Chapter 58. The first military conference. Lin unfolded the letter and examined it closely. The response from Lord Eel mentioned an internal rebellion within the Fitlin family. The messenger from White Harbor had learned that the deceased Count Fitlin's brother, Ryan Fitlin, had instigated this coup. They had placed Count Fitlin's wife and one of his younger sons under house arrest and had gained the support of the former vassals of the Fitlin family through swift and decisive military suppression. Ryan Fitlin now firmly controlled Widow's Watch. Under such circumstances, if the Earl of Eel had any sense, he would not provoke a full-scale war between the two families merely for the sake of avenging his petty vassal. Lin held the letter with a cold expression. This was both anticipated and unexpected. He had initially thought that Lord Eel might send him a few battered ships or a remnant army to seek revenge against the Fitlin family. But it appeared he had underestimated the stinginess of this miserly earl. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. The well-informed Ironborn have already begun to mobilize, indicating that Robb Stark's northern army has undoubtedly started to show signs of fracture. Once the Ironborn take Jingza, the flayed man of the Dread Fort will likely turn against the north as well. By then, chaos will envelop the northern territories, and a mere fishing village will hardly suffice for any significant action. To firmly establish himself in the north, Lin must possess a sufficiently strong castle. Previously, he had considered taking Widow's Watch first, while also rescuing the Countess Fitlin and the fiery little Pepper Vane. But it now seemed they would have to endure a bit longer. Capturing the affluent White Harbor first, raising another army, liberating Widow's Watch, and ultimately bringing the entire eastern coastline of the north under his control would solidify Lin's position amidst the impending turmoil. Resolute, Lin summoned Commander Lofren of the Knights of the Temple, Commander Rodart of the Cavalry, and his attendant knights, Sir Duncan and Sherfu, to convene the first military meeting of the fishing village at the Lord's residence. The primary agenda was straightforward: how to seize White Harbor. The fishing village lay on the outskirts of White Harbor seaport. If they were to launch a direct assault, there would be no need for discussion. They could simply sail in with ships filled with soldiers through the harbor's water gate. However, such a plan was utterly impractical. White Harbor was not a flimsy construct. Boasting a garrison of thousands as one of the 5 major cities of Westeros, its city gates and water gate were heavily fortified, and any large merchant convoy or ship would undergo rigorous inspections before being granted entry. The possibility of sneaking into the city was virtually non-existent. Huda, who had served as an attendant under Lord Mandler in White Harbor for several years, understood this all too well. In fact, he believed that Lord Lin was somewhat impatient. Given the current momentum of the fishing village's development, expanding the territory and absorbing refugees, it would not be overly difficult to train a new legion from among the youth of the refugees and conquer White Harbor in a few years. However, It was clear from Linen's discussion that he intended to seize White Harbor in the near future, while Huda was confident in his loyalty and martial prowess. He found himself at a loss for any strategic plans, especially when it came to devising a method for capturing a city. Thus, he attended the meeting as Linen's guard, standing quietly beside him on the elevated platform rather than taking a seat within the conference hall. Linen invited all present to share their thoughts. The attendees were all trusted advisors regarding military matters. Linen candidly laid out his intentions for all to hear. Rodart was the first to break the silence. My lord, while entering White Harbor via the waterways is certainly the most expedient option, it carries significant risks. There is a rock known as Seal Rock just outside White Harbor. If we make a grand entrance, we might not even make it past that threshold. Shifu interjected. Who says we must make a grand entrance? What our lord means is to sneak into the city. Rodart remained unconvinced. That is also not feasible. The soldiers would have no place to hide in the ship's hold and would surely be discovered by the guards during inspections. Lin nodded slightly from his elevated seat. Indeed, Seal Rock was the first line of defense for White Harbor's waterways. It was a massive gray-green rock rising 50 feet above the sea, controlling the access to the outer harbor. Atop the cliff lies a circle of weathered stones, remnants of a fortress built by our ancestors centuries ago. These ruins have been fortified anew, with the inhabitants of White Harbor erecting ballistae and flame-throwing crossbows, guarded by a cadre of crossbowmen, and even a sizable field army stationed there. However, White Harbor is a quintessential water city fortress. Accessing it via land would prove much more arduous than approaching from the water. To prevent incursions from other prominent families in the north, the Mandrell family has always prioritized the defense of the 3 land gates. Consequently, half of the garrison forces at White Harbor are deployed across these 3 entrances. The meeting reached an impasse at this juncture. It was then that Duncan suggested, My lord, why not consider a breakthrough from within? Upon hearing this, Lin became intrigued. Oh, what proposition does Sir Duncan have? Please, do share. Duncan rose, bowing slightly towards Lin, My lord. It is said that the Earl of Mandrell has a tradition of gathering his vassals annually in White Harbor to foster loyalty. Given our limited forces, since you have resolutely decided to seize White Harbor, why not take advantage of this opportunity to consolidate the vassals within the territory in one fell swoop? As long as the leaders of White Harbor's vassals are in your grasp, they will be compelled to comply. Lin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This indeed was a splendid idea. However, due to White Harbor's geographical location, its connections to the south are more extensive, resulting in more knights and followers surrounding Mandrell than in other northern regions. The location for the vassal ceremony would undoubtedly be chosen within the inner city, where Mandrell's knightly order is stationed, making it challenging to insert insiders. As a mere viscount attending the vassal ceremony, he could only bring along a retinue of 10 or so personal attendants into the inner city. Such a small contingent would hardly be able to control the other nobles, who similarly have their own entourages. Then, an idea struck Lin suddenly. Unless he could unexpectedly summon a force within the inner city. But is that feasible? Yes. With the troop summoning system at his disposal, he could manifest a legion in a secluded, spacious area, catching the Earl of Mandrell and his vassals off guard on the day of their assembly. The more Lin contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. The troop summoning system could be utilized in such a manner. If Lin recalled correctly, Mandrell typically convenes his vassals every June, and now it was merely May 15th. There remained half a month. Lin quelled his rising excitement. Now that a combat strategy had emerged, several pressing issues needed resolution. First, to scout the number of guards in White Harbor's inner city, estimating how many soldiers would need to be summoned to securely capture it. Second, funds. Lin had a meager number of points and barely 20 gold dragons in cash. This paltry sum was insufficient to equip even a small team of fully armed soldiers. How to amass a substantial amount of money in the short term posed a challenge. Third, after seizing White Harbor, how to appease its citizens and garner the support of surrounding vassals to prevent a unified opposition against him. This too required a meticulous plan. As for securing recognition from the current king of the north, Robb Stark, or from King S Landing's Lord Tywin, Lin felt no anxiety. The Stark family was on the verge of facing its darkest hour. A temporary decline was inevitable, and the north was about to enter an era of fragmentation, rendering such titles inconsequential. The discussion hall of the Lord's Manor starkly contrasted with the opulent banquet hall, featuring a rather simplistic setup. The meeting chamber possessed a low ceiling and imposing, heavily locked doors. In the center stood a long conference table, flanked by 5 chairs on each side, one side for civilian officials, the other for military leaders. As the lord of the domain, Lin sat elevated upon a dais, usually accompanied by the scholarly Master Hill to record the proceedings, though he was not invited to this meeting. At this moment, among Lin's military leaders, only Harry Kane was absent due to injury. The others took their seats in order of rank, corresponding to the number of soldiers they commanded. The dimly lit meeting room, with its overhead chandelier casting a flickering, golden glow from 5 burning candles, remained engaged in deliberation. Lin scanned the room, his gaze landing on Lovren, the commander of the Temple Knights, seated at the head of the table. Lovren maintained a strict posture, embodying the demeanor of a consummate professional soldier, unwaveringly focused on the front, as if a specter were silently challenging him from across the table. Lovren, Lin called out, breaking the silence. Lovren turned his head towards the dais, bowing slightly in a display of respect. My lord, how may I serve you? Lin regarded this exemplary cavalry commander and inquired. If I were to grant you 10 days to amass a fortune of no less than 100 gold dragons, how would you proceed? Lovren appeared momentarily taken aback, expecting inquiries regarding military preparations. My lord, you mean including the Temple Knights, correct? He hesitated, gauging Lin's nod before continuing. If there are sufficient bandits within 100 miles of the north, I would eliminate them one by one and present their treasures to you. Lin paused, contemplating his response. He then turned to the commander of the valorous cavalry, Rodart, posing the same question. My lord, as you are aware, the valorous cavalry currently numbers less than 100. If it were my subordinates, I would lead them to raid wealthy merchants or caravans in White Harbor. Lin frowned at this suggestion, realizing that his own plans to seize White Harbor would be jeopardized by such actions. Disappointed, he shifted his gaze to the last hope. Sir Duncan. Without hesitation, Duncan assured, My lord, allow me to participate in knightly duels. I shall triumph over all adversaries in the arena, thus securing a bounty. If one match is insufficient, I shall win 10. Lin sighed, placing his final hopes on the quiet figure of Steve. What do you think, Steve? The latter seemed somewhat anxious about the financial predicament and pondered for a moment. My lord, why not raid the Iron Treasury? Steve's suggestion prompted the others, who had previously felt they had fallen short of the lord's expectations, to suddenly shift their thinking. They collectively erupted in hissing, malevolent laughter. Even the typically stoic Lovren's brow twitched slightly. Raid? If I could raid the Iron Treasury, do you think the other lords of Westeros are fools? What have they been doing all this time? Lin retracted his gaze, exhaling a sigh. These individuals seemed fixated on thievery and violence. If acquiring wealth were so straightforward, he would have unified the North long ago. Just as Lin contemplated chastising these economic simpletons, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Frowning slightly, he wondered what disturbance could interrupt this military strategy meeting. Can we maintain some decorum? Who dares to intrude? He signaled to his guard captain, Hood, to investigate the source of the commotion. Hood approached the door, drawing his sword and peering through the slight opening. Soon, murmurs of discussion filtered through the entrance. Lin, seated on the dais, strained to hear, growing increasingly impatient. What is happening? He called out. My lord, Alibaba has returned. Hood replied, turning back to Lin while keeping the door barricaded, as if the crowd outside were desperately trying to push their way in. Alibaba. Lin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name, pondering how someone could still be called Alibaba. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that this was the elderly traveler, the one associated with his elite class who would perish without travel? How curious that he had returned. Since the individual was part of his summon system, Lin felt no apprehension about any confidential discussions being disclosed. He rose and gestured for the head of the guards, Hood, to allow the visitor entrance. Hood stepped aside, and a figure wrapped in a brown scarf squeezed through the doorway. The elderly man paused at the entrance, glancing around with a watchful eye, scrutinizing those seated at the conference table. After a moment, his gaze landed on Lin atop the platform, and he hurried forward, offering a respectful greeting. Alibaba. I stand before my illustrious master, the son of the gods, the beacon for the people of the north, the savior of all beings on the continent of Westeros. The one who bridges the worlds of ice and fire. Lin raised an eyebrow, urging him to get to the point. Yes, speak swiftly. Ah, my lord, Alibaba replied, his eyes glinting with charm. I have come to upgrade my traveling mount. Lin stared incredulously at the old man. Would you repeat that? My lord. I am here to upgrade. Silence. Lin interjected, taking a deep breath, struggling to contain his anger. What mount are you upgrading? Did you lose or sell that horse? Neither. My lord. I traded it for a gold mine, Alibaba replied, lowering his head in feigned innocence. What did you say? You exchanged a horse for a gold mine? Lin's eyes narrowed, a mix of disbelief and intrigue crossing his face. Indeed, my lord, Alibaba confirmed. It is the Casterly Rock gold mine. Lin's lips twitched, and his hands trembled, the urge to strike the old man rising within him. The Casterly Rock gold mine, as he recalled, was indeed substantial, the Lannister family having built their fortune upon it. However, if memory served, that mine was nearing depletion. Otherwise, the Lannisters would not be so reliant on the usurious loans from the Iron Bank. Moreover, even if it were not depleted, it was improbable that the mine could simply be relocated to his fishing village port. Surely, he could not be expected to venture to Casterly Rock to dig for gold himself. Lin had no qualms about the Lannisters, who would likely not be so accommodating. Disappointment washed over Lin as he waved dismissively. eager to send this blabbering fool away. What sort of calamity had he wrought to summon such a character? He tersely addressed Alibaba. So, when will you bring the gold mine you acquired to my territory? Only then shall we discuss upgrading your traveling mount. Lin's words elicited a ripple of suppressed laughter within the conference hall. Chapter 60. Farewell. Hood ushered the elderly traveler outside. Alibaba extended a hand, pushing against him as he respectfully addressed Lin from the platform. My lord, I have yet to finish. Then speak quickly, Lin replied, bemused. My lord, please take a look at this. Alibaba exclaimed, producing a parchment from his sleeve and raising it above his head. Hood swiftly snatched it from him, glancing at it briefly before inhaling sharply, his expression turning serious as he handed the parchment to Lin. Lin shot Hood a bewildered look, questioning what was happening. Upon unfurling the parchment, his demeanor shifted, and he let out a low hiss. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze to the self-satisfied traveler. You mean the Casterly Rock gold mine refers not to the mine in Casterly Rock, but to this map of the Casterly Rock gold mine? Precisely, my lord, Alibaba affirmed. This has been passed down through generations of Casterly kings, merely named the Casterly Rock gold mine by them. This is an unexploited gold mine, and it lies so close to your territory, truly a blessing from the gods. Lin was taken aback, contemplating the ancient parchment in his hands. It bore creases akin to Alibaba's weathered visage. Yet, the intricate designs upon it were instantly recognizable to him. It was a complete geological map of the gold mine. At the top, inscribed in fine script, were the words Casterly Rock Gold Mine. Although it was labeled as the Casterly Rock Gold Mine, the indicated location was not within the confines of Casterly Rock itself. The map pinpointed the mine's location in the north, approximately 100 miles north of the fishing village port, precisely at the center of a triangle formed by Winterfell, the Dreadfort, and White Harbor. To Lin's knowledge, that area housed a desolate highland mountain known as Goathead Mountain, under the jurisdiction of the Baron of Goatsgate, a vassal of House Manderley. However, he had since heard that it had been seized by the nearer House Fry. Goathead Mountain cradled 3 small tributaries which flowed into the Broken River, adjacent to the southern bay of Widow's Watch. Was there truly a gold mine at this location marked on the treasure map? Lin remained skeptical. He turned his gaze back to the traveler, who seemed too astute to be so easily deceived. Lin inquired seriously, did you truly exchange your horse for this dubious treasure map? Alibaba bristled at the lord's public questioning of his expertise. My lord, this treasure map is undeniably authentic. Oh, how can you be so certain? Well, it is a matter of instinct as a seasoned traveler, but please trust me. Lin eyed the old man with suspicion, wondering if this was a unique ability of travelers. As an elite class, travelers could not be as devoid of skills as they appeared. This had been a perplexing point for Lin previously, but it now seemed to be taking shape. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously probed Alibaba. Can you discern the authenticity of treasure maps? Indeed, my lord, Alibaba replied, lifting his chin. Not only that, but I can also identify anyone's handwriting, provided it is not excessively illegible. Ah, I see, Lin said, his mind racing. You should have mentioned this ability sooner. Feeling reassured by Alibaba's affirmative response, Lin's tension eased slightly. However, mining the gold would undoubtedly require confronting the local Baron of Goatsgate. Fortunately, the castle of Goatsgate was merely an ordinary fortress, its defenses presumably not overly formidable. Time was of the essence. To seize this immense fortune, risks must be taken. The operation to capture Goatsgate Castle needed to commence immediately. A coordinated assault by land and sea would be the optimal strategy. Given the phrase merciless slaughter, Lin's cavalry would lead the charge, while he could not assault the well-fortified Widow's Watch. Raiding their gold mine and simultaneously taking down a vassal castle of House Fry was entirely feasible. With this thought in mind, Lin slammed his hand against the armrest of his wooden chair and stood abruptly, issuing an unassailable command. Lovren, prepare the Holy Knights for immediate deployment. Under the cover of night, head north to Goathead Mountain. Yes, my lord, Lovren replied, his sharply defined features betraying a hint of excitement. Sir Duncan, Sir Stone. You will accompany me, leading the cavalry and the retinue by sea to the Goatsgate Fortress at the mouth of the Broken River. Commander Rodarte will remain stationed at the fishing village port. Understood, my lord. Lin surveyed the assembly in the council chamber, all standing attentively. 2 evenings hence, the Holy Knights and the naval forces shall unite in their assault on Goatsgate Castle. Yes, my lord. After the meeting adjourned, Lin exited the council chamber and made his way towards the rear garden of the estate. Arya had been waiting for quite some time in the corridor. Today, she was dressed modestly, seemingly donning the previous attire of a commoner disguised as a boy, dressed in a snug gray cotton coat and black trousers. With a slightly leaning posture, it is easy to mistake her for a wild child from a lowly family. Arya greeted the approaching Lin with a smile. I heard you went to the council chamber. Was the discussion fruitful? Arya inquired. Lin smiled and nodded, surveying her from head to toe. Why are you dressed like this? She asked. I plan to visit Riverrun to see my brother Rob and my mother Caitlin, Arya confessed. Lin frowned slightly. What's wrong? I'm not angry with you. I've made arrangements with someone to accompany me to the Riverlands. I will see my family, and then I will go to Bravos to learn. Lin's expression softened as she sighed. No, Arya, I shouldn't force you into choices you dislike. The more I think about it, the more I realize that staying here is quite good for you, and I will protect you. When Lin spoke of protection, Arya's large eyes lit up with a hint of joy, her frail body trembling slightly. This was the second time Lin had promised to protect her, a memory Arya held dear. Nonetheless, she shook her head. Where are we headed, you foolish Stark? I need to learn to protect myself. I've come to understand that if my sister Sansa and I could defend ourselves in King's Landing, perhaps my father wouldn't have been forced to bear the stigma of a traitor. Lin looked somewhat astonished. Did someone tell you this? No, Lin, it's my own realization. When I pray for the names on the death list at night, I suddenly understood that my father admitted to treason for my sake. Arya's gaze reflected guilt and remorse, soon overshadowed by a glimmer of determination. She continued, someone merely told me that cursing those on the death list would yield no results. Going to Bravos. He will train me to become strong enough to seek my own vengeance. Chapter 61. Farewells and preparations. Lin escorted Arya to the gates of the fishing village port, where they spotted someone waiting quietly on horseback. This individual, a faceless man named Jacqueline, had a striking appearance, with hair that was both red and white, appearing somewhat unkempt despite spending time in the village. Perhaps this was the lifestyle of the rogues in this world. Lin approached him, reminding, if you find no trace of Rob's army in Riveron, under no circumstances should you enter the Twins to seek the phrase. Jacqueline understood. Upon seeing the seriousness in Lin's gaze, he added, this man will honor his promise to a lord. Lin bent down to help Arya mount the horse, offering an encouraging smile. Arya turned back to glance meaningfully at the fishing village and its lord, Lin, softly bidding farewell. Upon returning to the manor, Lin collected herself and inspected the knights of the Temple Order and the healed soldiers of the cavalry. Then, accompanied by Knights Duncan and Stone and 30 cavalrymen, he made his way to a docked, three-masted warship. This was the medium-sized armed vessel he had exchanged his last 100 points for, a true warship, costing him the complete depletion of his system points. The system displayed the glaring message, current available points, 0. The soldiers needed to adapt to the 20 crossbows equipped on the ship and learn how to load and aim them before setting sail the next day. These weapons were lethal, though incapable of breaching sturdy castle walls. Lin mused about how advantageous it would be to have gunpowder or cannons, but he was unaware of the formula for gunpowder. Such knowledge was absent from his education, likely mentioned in class while he dozed off. Regarding the gold mine, Lin planned everything in secrecy. Apart from his personal guard Hood, even the old scholar Hill and housekeeper Danny were not informed. Thus, the only individuals accompanying him were the trusted system soldiers. To that end, Lin spent an additional 6 gold dragons, using 60 experience points to recruit a crew of 20 sailors. They were tasked with assisting Lin in navigating the three-masted warship, ensuring its maintenance, and, when necessary, taking up arms in battle. The sailor squad leader was a stocky, sun-kissed man named Rooney, who was busy making final adjustments to the enormous sails when Lin boarded. Rooney, is the warship ready? Lin inquired. Report, my lord, Rooney said, jogging out from the cockpit and saluting. The Mandalorian is prepared and ready to set sail at any moment. The Mandalorian boasted a taller main mast and larger sails than typical sailing ships, eliminating the need for manual rowing, thus increasing crew efficiency, extending range, and maximizing cargo space. Lin nodded in satisfaction at Rooney's report. Duncan and Stone were overseeing the cavalry soldiers as they boarded the ship, all traveling light for the mission. They had shed their heavy cotton armor, donning only simple long-sleeve linen shirts, each bearing a crossbow. Lin observed the seasoned cavalrymen boarding the vessel in an orderly fashion and turned to Duncan, saying, train them to proficiently handle the crossbows. We set off early tomorrow. Yes, my lord. In Lin's operational plan, the warship's primary function was to serve as a distraction, drawing the attention of the enemy at the gates of the ram. The true main force in tonight's operation would be the Temple Order, lying in wait to the north. He believed that given the modest defensive capabilities of that small castle, they would hardly pose a significant threat to his arrangements. Preparing for contingencies was more about countering potential reinforcements from the widow's family, as Lin intended to transport a batch of miners there after capturing the gates of the ram. To establish a long-term mining operation, a solid base was essential. Having spent the entire afternoon at the port, personally overseeing the cavalrymen's live-fire drills, Lin finally returned to the Lord's manor with peace of mind. Upon reaching the backyard, the golden pig approached him with its usual annoyance, accompanied by a small companion, a stray black dog that had been wandering the territory since Lin's arrival. Lin found it curious that while most would be startled by the eagle-headed lion's appearance, the little black dog seemed to coexist harmoniously with it. Observing the large bone clutched in the golden pig's beak, clearly an offering from the little black dog, Lin crouched down, bemused, and pried the bone from the golden pig's sharp beak. While it was no challenge for the golden pig to crush such a bone, Mimicking the black dog and merely drooling over it was misguided, as it was well known that eagles lack teeth. Housekeeper Danny had been missing for several days, reportedly busy counting the refugees in the riverlands. After Lin had instructed Hood to gather the able-bodied men among the refugees to train as reserves, Danny had taken on new responsibilities, calming the women and children among the refugees and re-evaluating the lists of newly incorporated farmers. Just then, Danny entered the backyard, clutching the updated roster to report to Lin, who was currently engrossed in play with the little eagle lion and the black dog, a dignified viscount from the north. Absurdly crouched on the ground, contending with a fierce beast over a bone, struck Danny as peculiar. Although she acknowledged the charm of the golden pig, she found the sight unsettling, markedly different from any noble she had encountered in the bustling city of Riverrun. When Lin issued commands, he exuded authority, yet in private. He bore the casual demeanor of an ordinary citizen. I must step out for a while. Please keep an eye on the little griffin and try to feed it some meaty bones, as it seems to enjoy them. Also, let the dog remain at the estate rather than being constantly shooed away, Lin whispered to the maid standing quietly behind him. Danny, standing upright, replied, My lord. Are we to engage in battle in the north? Lin chuckled. Have you caught wind of the rumors? I saw Lord Lovren leading your nightly order, rallying them in the camp. They do not typically behave thus, and you convened all the military officers in the council chamber today? Indeed, Lin responded nonchalantly. The fishing village is too small, and the north is too tumultuous. We must attempt to venture out. Too tumultuous? Lin nodded, shoving the bone back into the mouth of the small black dog, affectionately ruffling its head before standing. Yes, it is about to become chaotic, and settling down seems a distant prospect. You have sent Miss Arya Stark away. Are you preparing to contest for dominance in the north? Do you not fear for her feelings? Lin sighed deeply, tucking his hands into his sleeves. The north belongs to House Stark now, but it shall not forever. Besides, Arya cannot inherit the north's lands, so it is of no concern to her. Danny gazed at Lin with earnest eyes, stating emphatically, Regardless, you must not disappoint Miss Arya. Lin swiftly withdrew his hands from his sleeves, raising them in innocence. Arya is but a little girl. What nonsense are you speaking? Danny huffed, choosing not to pursue the topic. My lord, regarding the cultivation register. Lin waved dismissively. Commence the development and construction of the Sisters Islands without hesitation. Proceed boldly. The fishing village is merely my outpost, while the Sisters Islands and Biting Bay shall serve as my refuge and future foundation. Do you understand, Danny? Also, please recruit a group of industrious miners. Although Danny felt puzzled, she readily agreed. Of course, my lord. Currently, the city is inundated with unemployed refugees. Should you require manpower? More fleeing souls will soon arrive at the village port. Chapter 62. The Battle of Ramsgate. The three-masted warship, Manchester, set sail with the first rays of sunlight breaking over the sea. The vessel navigated along the coastline for a day and a night. By the following morning, it reached the waters of South Widow's Bay, anchoring near a desolate village along the shore. Scouts dispatched to the entrance of Ramsgate Mountain successfully connected with the fallen knights of the temple led by Lovren. After a brief respite, Manchester continued its journey, entering the estuary of Severed Limb River, heading towards the Ramsgate fortress. The knights of the temple, under Lovren's command, had halted their rapid advance, opting for a more concealed approach through the dense forest of Ramsgate Mountain, gradually drawing closer to their objective without drawing attention. The Battle of Ramsgate officially commenced that evening. Manchester slowly sailed into the harbor outside the city gates, where the castle guards prepared to board for routine inspection. Duncan halted this foolish decision with his knightly sword, severing the guard's head in an instant. As the alarm bell rang, the call to arms echoed throughout the port city. The poised cavalry soldiers, undeterred, readied their crossbows and expertly ignited the broad, sharp arrowheads with torches. The sounds of arrows being loosed reverberated across the harbor waters. Guards arriving in response to the alarm soon became the first casualties under the barrage of crossbow bolts. The flaming arrows swiftly ignited the various vessels docked in the harbor, thick black smoke billowing into the air and spreading into the castle as the sea breeze carried it inward. The sudden assault by Lin caught the castle's defenders unawares. Nearly 100 city defense troops were mobilized. Initially contemplating reinforcement from the direction of the harbor, they quickly faltered in the face of the devastating power of the crossbow. They retreated to the towering wooden walls of the water gate constructed within the harbor, attempting to organize sporadic counterattacks. Yet, even the strongest archers struggled to accurately strike Manchester amid the chaos, while the well-prepared ship unleashed a relentless barrage. 20 fully armed crossbows fired continuously, forcing the enemy to cower behind the palisade, paralyzed with fear. The local lord, Baron of Ramsgate, was a reclusive farmer, 50 years of age, with a tuft of silver goat's beard adorning his chin. His family had managed the castle for generations, relying on the fishing and pastoral industries of the region. During the last crisis at Ramsgate Castle, he had been a vassal of the Manderley family of White Harbor. When the fleet of House Fry launched an assault on his lands, the goat-bearded Baron did not hesitate to raise the white flag and align himself with the Fry faction. Believing he could navigate the rest of his life without further involvement in the feuds of northern houses, he was blindsided by Lin's swift and thunderous attack, which left the castle in disarray. Climbing anxiously to the castle ramparts, the Baron gazed at the imposing ship outside, its ferocity suggesting a deep-seated enmity spanning generations. Yet he had never seen, nor even heard of, the massive half-eagle, half-lion flag waving atop the ship's tall mast. Who are these people? He seethed. My family has dwelled on the eastern coast of the north for centuries, and I have never encountered this emblem. Is it from a newly emerged pirate faction? The Baron ground his teeth in frustration, his flushed face accentuating the glint of his silver beard. A servant nearby, busy adjusting a steel helmet, peered cautiously over the parapet and quickly retreated behind the battlements. My lord, he whispered, it appears to resemble the emblem of the Rothschild family from Biting Bay. Recently, a traveling bard spoke of their lineage inheriting the ancient power of the griffin, leading them to modify their family crest to feature a winged lion. Could it be them? I recall they were the ones who attacked the Fry stronghold not long ago. They are mad. They come to provoke us. Damned Widow's Watch has killed my men. I am not involved in this. Being a vassal of House Fry does not implicate me. The Baron ordered, gather all defenders in the castle. If they disembark, retaliate fiercely with arrows. The commander of the defenses inquired quietly, but my lord, what if they do not come ashore? What do you think we should do? Just keep a close watch. The Baron glared, grumbling as he withdrew from the ramparts. On board Manchester, once the defenders of Ramsgate were decimated, no signs of life were seen within a 200-meter radius of the port. As the inhabitants retreated into the wooden fortress, the crossbows posed no threat to the sturdy wooden walls, while the opposing archers were far too distant to reach Lin's formidable warship. After a fierce battle, a spirited Lin could only curse as he returned to the cabin to drink, leaving the tasks of surveillance and threat management to Duncan. Should the enemy dare to step outside the fortifications, they would be met with the readiness of at least 10 crossbows. Lin dismissed all proposals for negotiation. Even displaying a white flag would be futile, as the cavalry would not hesitate to strike. The siege continued for over an hour, with the soldiers of the Goat Gate remaining ever vigilant, fearful that an attacking force might emerge from the terrifying warship anchored in the harbor. With all defenders concentrated on the seaside, they naively believed that the enemy could not breach their defenses. Suddenly, an unsettling sound pierced the air. The alarm bells rang, startling the commander responsible for the frontline forces into a cold sweat. It was the bell from the West Gate. The officer in charge of the city's defenses shouted in panic, prepare to head to the West Gate immediately. A voice protested, but what about here? My lord, we must remain stationed at the seaside walls. Damn it, are you deaf? The ships outside the harbor are mere bait. They must have other reinforcements preparing to attack from the West Gate. Chapter 63, Break Through the Garrison hurriedly gathered towards the West Gate. Cliff, the commander of the Goat Gate's defenses, mounted his horse and rushed to the citadel atop the West Gate. He seized a patrolling guard who had sounded the alarm, exclaiming, what is happening? The guard trembled, pointing towards the western horizon. In the distance, behind a small hill, the ranks of the Temple Knights began to emerge, swiftly crossing the slope ahead. Cliff gasped in shock, recognizing the elite cavalry unit before him. The horsemen galloped with remarkable speed while maintaining a tight formation. Cliff's expression darkened as he turned to glance back into the city. The 2 defense squads that had hastily arrived from the seaside were scattered and disorganized. Although the archers had rushed to the scene, it appeared they would not reach the walls before the enemy cavalry arrived. Moreover, judging by their labored breathing, even if they managed to ascend, they would lack the strength to draw their bows. At that moment, a thunderous sound of hooves reverberated in Cliff's ears, causing his face to pale. He shouted urgently, do not ascend. Form ranks 30 paces from the infantry door, shield bearers at the front, prepare to defend. Quickly, the garrison soldiers, hearing the command, began to mobilize. However, the Temple Knights charged forward with incredible momentum. The deafening sound of hooves grew louder as the knights approached the West Gate, their thunderous gallop striking fear into the hearts of every soldier defending Goat Gate. Finally, Cliff discerned several knights among the Temple Knights, bound to a massive round log with ropes, a prepared siege weapon. They were indeed intent on breaching the walls. He frantically waved his arms at the archers who were climbing the stairs to the walls, shouting, it's too late. Archers, form up and spread out. Quickly, a cold sweat trickled down Cliff's back as the specially rested Temple Knights surged forward, now mere moments away. 100 paces. 50. The commander atop the walls shouted to the assembled infantry, defend, prepare to defend. Stay calm, archers, disperse, do not clump together. Damn it, did you not hear my orders? Get moving, spread out. A thunderous crash interrupted the commander's furious shouts. Dust billowed as the wooden gate crashed down under the force of the log. Led by Lovren, the Temple Knights burst into Goat Gate like demons unleashed. Long live the Temple Knights. Kill. Lovren commanded from the center of the cavalry. The first wave of knights trampled over the fallen gate and surged inside. Fire. The archers, still attempting to form ranks, could only shoot from their positions. Lovren discerned the trajectory of the incoming arrows and split his forces into two, circumventing the tightly knit infantry to flank the archers. The infantry of Goat Gate, shielded by their massive shields, braced themselves for the onslaught of cavalry. Yet the enemy's horsemen slipped past them like eels, seemingly uninterested in clashing with their formation. The panicked infantry rushed forward to intercept. However, their reckless abandonment of formation proved foolish, as the cavalry effortlessly swept past, trampling anyone who dared to expose themselves, or impaling them with lances and swords, costing them dearly. The defenders finally understood that stepping outside their defensive lines meant certain death, and thus no one dared to act so foolishly again. The infantry retreated back into formation, helplessly watching as the temple knights galloped past. The archers, witnessing this scene, were left utterly stunned. Their fellow infantrymen had not engaged in combat as expected, but now the deathly horsemen charged directly toward them. Those archers who had barely managed to draw their bows were paralyzed with fear, unable to contain their terror, and began to flee. The first wave of temple knights entered the city, skillfully sidestepping the defensive line, becoming harbingers of death as they relentlessly pursued the panicking archers. One unfortunate archer, unable to escape, was caught by a pursuing knight, his throat slashed by a razor-sharp blade. Clutching his neck as he fell, he glanced toward the gate, bewildered as to why the knights did not engage the nearby infantry but instead charged toward the rear. He had never heard of any northern army exhibiting such terrifying execution in a critical moment. The archers' squad behind him was being trampled and pursued by the enemy's cavalry, leading to a devastating blow to the morale of the frontline infantry. The ranks of defenders began to falter, their faces marked with shock and disbelief, as they contemplated whether to break formation to rescue their fellow archers or continue their futile stand. As hesitation gripped the defenders, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside, whipping up clouds of dust. On the walls, Commander Cliff saw the entirety of the unfolding situation. The Temple Knights had split into two forces before reaching the citadel. At this moment, only one contingent had entered the city, another remained outside, poised to charge in. The infantry at the gate were unprepared for the impending onslaught, their attention drawn to the rear. "Damn it, there is another cavalry unit," Cliff shouted. "Prepare for impact, raise your shields." Despite his desperate cries, it was already too late. With ample space to charge, the cavalry unit outside readied their lances, poised and waiting for the command. Temple Knights, charge, kill. In a direct confrontation, cavalry would always hold the advantage over infantry. The cavalry, brandishing their lances in a fierce assault, posed a lethal threat to the infantry. At the forefront, the shielded soldiers of the Ram Gate heard the roars and the thunder of hooves from outside the city. They turned in bewilderment, and amidst the swirling dust, a swarm of dark figures surged toward them from the city gate. After a brief moment of shock, they hastily shouted to alert the soldiers in the rear, urging them to prepare for the impending confrontation. Brace for impact. Prepare to defend. Stay calm and maintain formation. The fierce cavalry struck relentlessly against the infantry line, their sharp lances thrusting into the unsuspecting ranks. The first row of infantry, numbering over a dozen, was violently hurled several meters away by the impact of the charging horses. The oak shields offered them some salvation, preventing them from being trampled underfoot or impaled by the lances. However, those in the rear were not as fortunate. The relentless cavalry charge continued, their lances piercing through the crowd, plunging the scene into chaos. The defending soldiers could scarcely discern which hapless soul was being skewered by the horsemen's weapons or whose skull was crushed beneath the iron hoofs. Their heads began to thrum, overwhelmed by the cacophony of anguished cries and desperate wails. Yet, for the shielded soldiers, the deadliest threats often came not from the front. The cavalry led by Lovren trampled the loosely formed archers, scattering them in panic as they fled with their heads clutched in fear. They then executed a flanking maneuver against the infantry formation. This assault was not a full-throttle charge, yet it proved devastatingly effective. The beleaguered infantry defending against the frontal cavalry were easily torn apart by the side attack. The once coherent formation shattered, and the infantry, their confidence severely shaken, could no longer maintain their ranks. Chaos ensued. This was precisely the forte of the Knights Templar, who, leveraging their armored steeds and lances, slaughtered as effortlessly as one might butcher fowl. With no significant opposition from archers to hold them in check, the cavalry rampaged through, some riders even abandoning their lances for the swifter death-dealing of their swords, mercilessly slaying the terrified infantrymen. The soldiers of the Templar spared not a single soul that dared to flee. Lin had commanded the capture of the Ramgate fortress, and the system's soldiers had not learned the virtue of mercy. Each enemy slain was the finest testament of their loyalty to Lin. In the eyes of the Templar, once the enemy broke and lost their defensive formation, they became akin to sheep destined for slaughter. Each stroke of their blades claimed a worthy head. The slaughter continued unabated for 2 full hours. The long street at the west gate was transformed into a blood-soaked purgatory. The castle's inhabitants, hearing the thunderous clamor of battle, trembled in fear, hastily bolting their doors. Commander Cliff of the Ram Gate attempted several organized counterattacks, but each was easily crushed by the knight's rapid charges, ultimately costing him his life. Thus, the conflict at the west gate concluded, with only a scant few of the 100 defenders remaining alive, the rest rendered utterly demoralized. Lin remained in the ship's cabin, having lost temporary command upon issuing orders for the cavalry to don their cotton armor and prepare to disembark. Duncan and Stone refused to allow Lin to risk entering the city while the situation remained uncertain. Even his chief bodyguard, Hood, shared this sentiment. "My lord, if there are still archers stationed here at the harbor, you could easily be harmed. Arrows do not discriminate between noble blood and common flesh." Logically, it was not just Lin who should remain aboard. Duncan and Stone ought to stay as well. Once the battle at the west gate reached a resolution, Lovren would undoubtedly send someone toward the harbor to clear the remnants. Lin merely needed to await the grand wooden gates of the harbor to be opened by his men, escorting him into the city with the utmost respect. However, Duncan and Stone persistently implored Lin to allow them to assist in the siege. Lin understood that since they had joined him, they had not significantly distinguished themselves. Their last engagement at River Run against the Lannister forces had merely involved a flanking maneuver. This time would be no different. Both men, proud legendary knights, were unwilling to remain in the shadows. Lin acquiesced to their request, preparing to take them to capture the harbor, yet these 2 stubborn souls refused to allow him to leave the warship. Lin sighed in resignation as he watched the cavalry soldiers don their armor anew, forming ranks. He turned to the envious Hood, who seemed captivated by the soldiers, and asked, "You appear to have never participated in a frontline battle yourself. You seem rather envious of these men. Yet why have you never taken the initiative to request a chance to fight?" Hood stood steadfast behind Lin, observing as Sir Duncan led the cavalry soldiers from the ship onto the deck, hesitating to respond. Lin's inquiry was sincere, and Hood listened intently, his expression betraying an unnatural discomfort as his mind wandered. Indeed, since the Lord had begun dealing with pirates and engaging in multiple battles, Hood, once Lin's most formidable warrior, had found no opportunity to display his prowess. He had now become a mere bodyguard. Being beside Lin certainly held a certain prestige, yet with the arrival of Duncan, Stone, and Commander Lovren of the Knights Templar, his status was increasingly marginalized. He was a warrior, yearning for the battlefield and the glory of combat. Nevertheless, he had not forgotten Lin's trust and did not wish to neglect his duties as a bodyguard in pursuit of personal glory. He understood that Lin's words were not without purpose and carried deeper meaning. Yet, Hood had never been one to ponder such complexities. After a moment of contemplation, he finally addressed Lin. "My lord, what arrangements have you for your subordinate?" Hood's insight caused Lin to nod in satisfaction. With the growing number of secrets surrounding him, having a bodyguard who was not a system soldier made many tasks exceedingly convenient. For instance, at that moment, Lin spotted a discarded chest on the docks, spilling forth a pile of gleaming gold dragons cast aside by merchants. He longed to seize the treasure and tuck it away, converting it into system points. With those points, he could exchange them for a siege hammer to aid his soldiers in breaching the harbor's grand wooden gates more swiftly. However, with Hood present, such an act would be most inappropriate. Perhaps similar situations would arise in the future, potentially in even more precarious moments. Unless Lin was unafraid of the local inhabitants of Westeros, considering himself an outsider, he would have to exercise caution to conceal his system abilities. Lin diverted his greedy gaze from the chest, focusing instead on the imposing walls ahead. "Hood, you began slowly. You also attended the recent military strategy meeting. Soon, I will initiate an operation to capture White Harbor. If successful, I will possess the means to establish vassals. Do you understand why I initially rejected the Baron of Ramgate's proposal for negotiations? Because I have a suitable candidate in mind for the rightful lord of this castle." Lin's words brought a sense of reassurance to Hood, yet they also ignited a fierce anticipation within him, his heart racing with expectation and hesitation. For Hood, a commoner who rose from the ranks of a squire to eventually become a knight, the notion of one day becoming a lord with his own lands was never a thought he entertained. To the nobility, a generous reward was already an extraordinary grace for a knight of humble origins. Hood's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard. "My lord," he began. But Lin turned with a faint smile and said, "Only those I can trust may hold the seat at the Ramsgate. Hood Valen, can I trust you?" Upon hearing this, Hood's previously dazed expression drained of color, and he appeared as if he had lost his very soul. After a moment of heavy breathing, he finally knelt upon the ground, fiercely striking his chest with his right arm, his gaze towards Lin filled with reverence. "I vow to serve you unto death," he proclaimed passionately. "Very good," Lin responded with admiration, drawing the short blade from his waist and pointing its tip towards Hood. A tense expression crossed Hood's face as he gently took hold of the blade and placed it in the palm of his left hand. The blade lightly grazed his palm, slicing through the skin and revealing a gash beneath which glimmered bone. Lin relaxed his brow, gazing intently at the loyal guard who had accompanied him since his arrival in this world. He unveiled his ambition for the first time, suggesting that perhaps one day Hood might become the sole lord remaining on the continent of Westeros. Hood stared blankly, holding Lin's gaze for a long while, his eyes flickering with confusion, fear, hesitation, and astonishment. Finally, he nodded cautiously. Chapter 65. Complete recharge. The Man-United vessel slowly entered the inner harbor of the Ramsgate Castle through the vast open sea gate, leaving behind the chaos of the outer harbor. 3 armored men awaited respectfully at the inner dock. Lin stepped onto the lands of the Ramsgate. My lord, Lofer knelt. I have fulfilled my mission. The armament at Ramsgate has been disarmed. Lin placed a reassuring hand on Loferness's arm, offering him an approving glance. 2 soldiers emerged from among the warhorses, supporting a weary, elegantly dressed elder, dragging him before Lin like a lifeless fish. Behind them, the wails of women and young people echoed in sorrow. Soon after, a bundle was forcefully thrown to the ground. As its contents spilled out, Lin discovered it was filled with gleaming gold bricks. 1, 2, indeed, there were 7 or 8 dazzling gold bars rolling onto the ground. The radiant glow of the gold reflected off the pale face of the Baron of Ramsgate, casting an eerie light that alternated between white and yellow. Lin glanced at the gold bars before turning to the tall knight, Duncan. My lord, we raided the Lord's manor and found these treasures alongside an alchemical furnace, Duncan reported. Oh. Lin's eyes brightened, yet a frown creased his brow. He looked down at the kneeling noble with a goat's beard. Are you secretly mining my gold? These are my lands. The old baron gritted his teeth. Lin smiled calmly. They are now mine. Hearing this, the old noble hung his head in despair. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, fear etched across his face. Lord Rothschild, I offer you all my wealth. I will become your most loyal vassal. Please spare me and my family. Lin replied, the new lord will indeed have loyal vassals, but regrettably, it will not be you. The noble trembled at the words. Very well. Then I only ask that you spare me and my kin. We shall depart, even if you send me to Essos across the narrow sea. I will never seek revenge. Lin remained non-committal, calmly inquiring, how did you discover the gold mine? Sweat the size of beans trickled down the goat-bearded noble's face, his lips pressed tightly as he trembled. Lin's inquiry made him realize that before the secret of a gold mine, any assurances were rendered hollow. He clenched his teeth and chose silence, believing it to be his last vestige of dignity. Losing patience without extracting any information, Lin commanded, send him on his way. No, I have not been tried. You, a mere viscount, cannot execute me without judgment. I am not your vassal, and if you report my mining to Lord Stark, you shall be charged with treason. The Fidlin family in Winterfell will not spare you. Lin replied calmly, this is war, not a trial. The man on the ground began to scream, howling loudly. Duncan drew his knightly sword. With death so near, begging for mercy was futile. The noble began to curse, you little wretch, you will go to hell. The old gods will gaze upon you, this greedy demon. Kill me, and I shall wait for you in the world of the dead. Then open your eyes wide. You will be the first noble to die by my hand, but certainly not the last. Lin waved his hand, and Duncan's polished blade descended. Blood spilled, painting the scattered gold bricks a vivid red. Thus, the conflict at Ramsgate reached its conclusion. Lin discovered the gold mine at Ram's Mountain and left a contingent of 30 cavalry to maintain a long-term presence there. The captured guards of Ramsgate, along with the servants of the Lord's Manor, became the new cohort of miners. Lofren and the Knights Templar were to remain at Ramsgate for a time, assisting Hood as the new lord in beginning the necessary cleanup of the castle. All who knew the secret of the gold mine faced brutal eradication. Lin instructed that within 3 days, the castle should be organized to resume operation of the gold mine. Naturally, recruiting local peasants to form and train a guard capable of protecting the castle was also essential. The Knights Templar would withdraw from Ramsgate upon the arrival of the next batch of miners from the fishing village harbor. After spending 3 more days at Ramsgate and confirming that the Fidlin family had not sent reinforcements from the widows, Lin, accompanied by Stone and Duncan, set sail aboard the Man-United, laden with abundant spoils on the morning of the 4th day, returning to the fishing village harbor. Given that the gold mine had established a complete operational system from extraction to smelting, Lin only needed to locate the previous miners and send more workers to expand production. Gold is an inherently superior medium of exchange, even if you are a lord with vast lands. You cannot carry a great expanse of wheat fields or a large herd of horses to barter. However, gold can be. Utilizing the gold extracted from his own mine, Lin could swiftly amass considerable wealth, and with that wealth, establish one of the most formidable armies on the continent of Westeros. Upon returning to the Lord's residence in the fishing village harbor, Lin felt elated. After repeated validation, the explosion system could directly yield gold. He did not possess gold bricks ready to be minted into golden dragons, which brought Lin immense joy. Although, in comparison to the gold content of a golden dragon, which weighs 20 Lin's test with a gold brick weighing 1,000 yielded points equivalent to only 40 golden dragons. It seemed that exchanging gold bricks directly for points was not cost-effective. However, when factoring in the costs and risks of minting, it fell well within an acceptable range. The Lord's residence at Ramsgate had been thoroughly plundered. Lin meticulously counted the assets of an hereditary baron and found himself fortunate enough to gather 8 standard gold bricks weighing 1,000 each, alongside 300 golden dragons. In total, this amounted to the equivalent of 620 golden dragons, the remaining silver stags and a piece of gold in the shape of a dog's head. The size of a golden dragon, Lin left for Hood as development funds for the newly appointed loyal lord. After the wealth was transported back, Lin suddenly felt a sense of unreality. To dispel the anxiety that came with holding such immense riches, he resolutely chose to recharge completely. He placed the scattered 20 gold coins and the remaining 14 golden dragons into the small vault in his bedroom to maintain the financial operations of his territory. The rest transformed into a dazzling string of numbers visible to the naked eye. The glaring current points, 0, instantly morphed into the delightful current points, 6,000. His current experience points also surged from 119, 111, 0000 to current experience points, 719, 111, 0000. Lin stared blankly at the system panel, his face awash with blissful satisfaction. He immediately shifted his gaze to the menu bar for special profession exchange cards within the system. For a mere 50 points, he could acquire a random special profession exchange card, with rewards including a ranger, traveler, steward, assassin, or gladiator swordsman. Seated on a bench in the back garden of the Lord's mansion, Lin gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, overwhelmed by an insatiable desire to spend. A figure stealthily approached from behind, hunched, and leering at Lin for a moment before speaking in a tone as delicate as a wronged little wife. Master, I have come to upgrade my mount. Chapter 66. A desire for meat. Startled by the voice near his ear, Lin turned to see a gaunt face resembling a craggy cliff looming behind him. He cursed, "Do you not know how to walk quietly?" Alibaba's slate-blue eyes sparkled with amusement. Previously draped in a gray cloak, he now wore an opulent azure cape, and his high-top boots had been replaced with fine leather ones favored by the nobility. A wide leather belt with a silver buckle still adorned his waist, but the small idol around his neck had transitioned from silver to gold. Alibaba hastily bowed. "I apologize for startling you, my lord, but about the matter you promised." Lin scrutinized him, his suspicions aroused by the man's transformed appearance. "I say, with your upgraded mount and this attire, are you planning to go courting? Have you grown too proud for mere horse training, and are you now seeking a noble carriage?" "My lord, you jest. I seek a ship. It is said that Daenerys has emerged in Essos, one with true dragon blood." Lin's eyes brightened. "Has word of the Targaryen princess hatching dragon eggs reached Westeros?" "Indeed, my lord. As a member of the family that has ruled the 7 kingdoms for the longest time, her possessing true dragon lineage has drawn the attention of many restless souls in Westeros." Lin pondered for a moment. "Very well, keep an eye on Daenerys for me. Should I send a few attendants with you to relay any news?" Alibaba shot Lin a peculiar glance, carefully correcting him. "I am a traveler, merely visiting Essos." Lin was taken aback. "But did you not just say you were going to Essos because of the Targaryen princess?" Alibaba blinked his somewhat dull blue eyes and replied earnestly. "Indeed, my lord. I am visiting Essos to see the renowned dragon queen, said to possess golden hair and violet eyes, a beauty unmatched. What scenery could compare to the long-lost descendants of dragons?" Lin, instantly infuriated, drew his dagger and coldly remarked, "I will give you one more chance to speak plainly." With the sharp Valyrian blade pointed at his nose, Alibaba fell into a panic, scurrying away while raising his hands. My lord. I will merely see if I might bring you back a true dragon from Essos." Observing the traveler on the ground, Lin sighed and sheathed his Valyrian dagger. "You may head to the port. There should be a suitable 2-masted galleon for your journey." He then tossed an ornate golden coin to the old man. "Company is going to Essos to procure iron, or for me, consider this gold a reward for your previous treasure map." Alibaba squinted as he received the golden dragon, biting it with satisfaction before tucking it into his spacious pocket. "Hee, thank you, my benevolent and magnificent master." After dismissing the traveler, Lin returned to his seat, preparing to delve back into the system. With an abundance of points at his disposal, and elite professions seeming quite useful, he planned to engage in a tenfold draw to test his fortune. Just then, another servant approached the gate to the courtyard, reporting, "My lord. 3 individuals claiming to be Night's Watch have arrived at the mansion seeking an audience." Suppressing his desire to spend, Lin recalled that since bringing the Night's Watch back to the north, he had neglected them. He sighed, instructing the servant, "Bring them in." Big Bull, Hot Pie, and a short fellow named Dobow were led into the courtyard by the Lord's servants. Lin observed their disheveled appearance. Their straw sandals looked as though they had just emerged from mud, slick and making peculiar sounds with each step. The fine mud oozed between their toes. covering their feet as if they were wearing boots made of clay. The three greeted Lin politely. He waved his hand, frowning as he pointed to their shoes. It hasn't rained lately. Where did you get that mud? Big Bull's honest face revealed embarrassment, while the chubby Hot Pie replied proudly, my lord. We practice swordsmanship every day in the shack. There are no drains there, and the water from washing rice pools on the ground, making it easy to get stuck in this muck. Lin chuckled. If the environment is so poor, why did you not mention it sooner? There is plenty of space in the city. I could arrange for you to have a better place to stay. My lord, you have already rescued us and provided us with food. How could we dare to ask for more? Lin was puzzled. The chubby Hot Pie had become quite articulate. After sizing up the three, he noticed Big Bull, robust and formerly a blacksmith, still standing silently, while Dobao, resembling a small monkey and frail, kept his head down. Lacking the courage to meet Lin's gaze, Lin could not fathom the purpose of their visit. Deciding to be direct, he looked at Hot Pie and narrowed his eyes. Speak. What brings you to me? My lord, Hot Pie swallowed nervously, cautiously raising his head to meet Lin's gaze. We wish for meat. Lin was taken aback, nearly stumbling. He glared at him. You want meat? Why are you staring at me so intently? Clarify. Whose meat do you desire? Big Bull scratched his head and interjected, my lord. I wish to work as a blacksmith in the city, serving you as a craftsman. This is the desire shared by the Night's Watch from the Riverlands. No one wishes to go to the wall. Although you provide us with food daily, we have not tasted meat in over half a month. We wish to settle in the fishing village port and find work to earn some money for meat. Lin was speechless, reflecting on it. Since the feud with the widow of the Weeping family, the plan to transport this group to the wall had fallen through. Currently, these 80 individuals were entirely dependent on Lin for sustenance, residing in the desolate area beneath the village port's walls. Now, they did not even wish to go to the wall, and should the Night's Watch learn of this, they might assume he had stolen their hard-earned recruits. Lin wrestled with his thoughts, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin harbored a deep respect for the Night's Watch, who dedicated their lives to the harsh and unforgiving land. After all, without their steadfast defense of the wall, the White Walkers and wildlings would likely have already overrun the north. Hesitant, Lin found himself at a loss for a decision. After a prolonged silence, he broke into a smile, thumped his thigh, and declared grandly, let us set aside such matters for now and feast on some meat. Chapter 67. Assassination from the Three-Eyed Crow. At the foot of the eastern city wall of the fishing village port, rows of dilapidated straw shacks stood desolate. The inhabitants had congregated in the open space outside, where a bonfire blazed brightly, and a large iron pot bubbled with a savory meat broth, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The lion eagle, golden pig, and little black dog lay in a corner, eagerly awaiting Lin to toss them their share of meat and bones. Since Lin had raised the lion eagle banners throughout the castle, the sight of the golden pig had become commonplace. Nearby, hot ale simmered in a pot, and Hot Pie, with a filthy spoon, wiped on his equally dirty trousers, ladled the steaming drink into a large earthenware jug. He graciously offered the drink to Lin, who was seated on a bench, motioning for him to drink first. Lin feigned indifference, lifting the jug to his lips for a mere pretense of drinking. The thought of consuming from such a grimy vessel was quite unappealing. Hot Pie took the jug from Lin, grinning widely as he tilted his head back for a swig, then passed it to the next man, initiating a round of sharing among the Night's Watch. As the ale circulated, the meat and bones in the pot were finally cooked. A man clad in black, stooped and cloaked, rose, clutching a jug, seemingly reluctant to depart, as though he wished to request more broth. As he passed in front of Lin, he halted momentarily, and Lin, seated beside the little eagle, sensed something amiss in the man's demeanor. He looked up to discern the man's features, only to be met with the sight of a pair of eerie, pupil-less eyes glaring back from the depths of the cloak. Startled, Lin had no time to ponder the implications. A dark dagger, as black as charred wood, slipped from the man's sleeve, and with a sinister grin, he lunged toward Lin's chest. It was a swift attack, almost like a shadow. Despite his vigilance, Lin never anticipated an assassination attempt would occur so brazenly in public. Duncan and Schiff had temporarily taken over the duties of Hood's chief guard. Though they had come to the gathering area of the Night's Watch with Lin, they remained stationed outside the straw shacks, vigilant against external threats. The suddenness of the event left Lin completely unprepared. He sat there, transfixed, as the dagger approached, feeling a sweet taste rising in his throat. Just as he feared he was doomed, a small shadow darted from behind him, emitting a shrill cry as it lunged toward the black dagger. A piercing scream echoed as the dagger pierced Lin's clothing, but then fell away. The little lion eagle, with a beak as sharp as a sword, struck fiercely at the man's wrist, creating a deep, bloody wound. The dark-clad assassin howled in agony as the eagle's claws pinned his face, causing blood to pour forth. The golden pig, with its eagle-like gaze, fixed its eyes on the assassin's vacant ones. At Lin's command, it would not hesitate to pluck out the assassin's eyeballs. The commotion finally alerted Duncan and Schiff at the entrance, as well as other members of the Night's Watch. who turned in shock and rushed to the scene. Duncan and Schiff drew their swords, creating a barrier around Lin, ready to defend him. Lin was shaken by the rapid unfolding of events, his heart pounding as he regarded the black-cloaked assassin. An icy chill spread across his face as he recognized the eyes of the man. A sense of familiarity washed over him. These were none other than the eyes of the three-eyed crow. Lin slumped to the ground, stunned, his mind a chaotic whirl. What was happening? Had the three-eyed crow sent someone to kill him? With trepidation, he pushed himself up from the ground and approached the writhing assassin, grabbing him by the collar. He coldly demanded, "Who are you? Who sent you? What grudge do we share?" The black-clad man, writhing in pain, suddenly fell silent. He gazed at Lin with his empty eyes, a grotesque smile spreading across his bloodied face. "You, like the Night King, are a destroyer of the old god's dominion. Your days are numbered. The old gods will watch you until your demise," he intoned. Then, in a fit of sudden agony, he began to screech again, repeating, "Until your demise. Ha ha ha. The old gods will not spare you." It was indeed the three-eyed crow. Lin clenched his teeth, releasing the man's collar with disgust, and rose to draw the short blade from his waist. "When you meet your end, remember to tell your old gods, be it the Night King or any other ancient deity, that taking my life is no simple task. If provoked, I shall incinerate the entirety of Westeros and all its weirwood trees." Lin whispered with a sinister smile, leaning down to say softly, "Three-eyed crow, do not think that hiding in the weirwood forest makes you untouchable. You will regret having crossed paths with the wrong person." Without waiting for the man's reaction, he gripped the hilt of his blade and executed a swift throat-cutting maneuver. Having personally dealt with the assassin, Lin gradually regained his composure. The audacity of the three-eyed crow to equate him with the Night King was perplexing. Was it due to his ability to summon forces akin to the Night King's necromancy? How could the three-eyed crow have known about his powers? Lin had always been cautious in keeping his abilities under wraps. In the Riverlands, he had even sent Hood and his entourage far away to the Isle of Faces. Wait a moment. Isle of Faces, weirwood trees, green seer, three-eyed crow. By the gods, could it be that the weirwood trees on the Isle of Faces had not been utterly consumed by fire and still held life? As the green seer, had the three-eyed crow observed his summoning of the knights of the sacred temple? Lin felt a tightening in his throat. The nature of the three-eyed crow was all too clear to him. He was the embodiment of omniscience within the Game of Thrones universe. In the prehistoric era, Westeros was home to myriad fantastical beings, including giants that still roamed north of the Wall, while the children of the forest, akin to elves, were the dominant species of their time. The children of the forest were adept in magic, revered nature and the old gods, praying beneath the heart tree of the weirwood. Some individuals among them possessed the ability to merge their souls with animals, known as skin changers. Among the skin changers, only 1 in 1,000 could become a green seer. And among the green seers, only 1 in 1,000 could attain the status of a true green seer. This suggests that the likelihood of a green seer's birth is a mere 1 in a million throughout any epoch. Those gifted with the talent of a green seer are exceedingly rare. The three-eyed crow is the pinnacle of the green seers, serving as the voice of the old gods in this world. Being targeted by such an individual, it is impossible for Lin not to feel a sense of dread. Chapter 68, The Dragon Crystal Dagger. Lin stood in place, his emotions fluctuating, lost in thought for quite some time. Then, his cold gaze swept over the trembling and bewildered crowd of Night's Watchmen before him. Rubbing his cheek, he suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Contemplating that this group of Night's Watchmen had returned from the riverside, and now, among them lurked an assassin from the three-eyed crow. It was clear that they could not remain any longer. Who knew if there were other controlled individuals among them? The attendants from the fishing village port hurriedly arrived, completely isolating the crowd outside the thatched shelter, ensuring they remained 10 steps away from Lin. The recruited Night's Watchmen had mostly grasped the situation. Among them were betrayers, who had nearly harmed Lin. Fear was etched on everyone's faces, and anxiety began to spread amongst them. It seemed they were afraid that Lin would seize this opportunity to deal with them, those who lived off idle hands. The previously fervent atmosphere had now grown somewhat subdued. Some began to whisper amongst themselves, speculating how this local lord would handle the situation, while others spat at the figure in black, cursing the ambusher as a treacherous wolf. Lin observed the gradually escalating uproar, but chose to ignore it. He bent down to pick up the black dagger, its blade as dark as ink. Upon smelling the edge, he discerned no foul odor, indicating it was not poisoned. The hilt bore a circle of bluish-green runes, the characters strange and devoid of meaning. Could it be the magic of the Green Prophet? Lin fell into a brief contemplation. Without any clues, he decided to stow the dagger away and return to consult the erudite old scholar Hill. Lin felt the absence of a trusted bodyguard, someone privy to his secrets, rendered him vulnerable to danger. He had no intention of lingering here. Addressing the crowd his attendants had cordoned off, he spoke in a cold, commanding voice. "Tomorrow, I shall inform the Night's Watch at Black Castle via the Raven, instructing them to send someone to collect you. Until the matter of the assassin is thoroughly investigated, no one is permitted to leave." Lord Stone? Arrange for someone to monitor the thatched shelter area. No one is to leave this place without permission. After issuing his commands, Lin turned without looking back, escorted by the tall knight Duncan as he departed. At the Lord's manor, in the scholar's chamber, beneath a row of neatly arranged bookshelves, the venerable scholar Hill rose from his seat and greeted Lin as he entered. "My lord, what brings you here today?" Lin surveyed the room's furnishings. Noting that apart from the myriad of tomes and a few antiquated tables and chairs, there were no other respectable pieces of furniture. He slowly approached Hill's desk and inquired, "Scholar Hill, do you have knowledge of the children of the forest? Those ancients with lifespans extending for centuries, their skin resembling green foliage? What do you know?" "Not much." Lin remained silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. Old Hill shifted slightly, stepping out from beside the bookshelf. He moistened his lips with his tongue, then turned the pages of the tome on his desk, speaking slowly. As the earliest indigenous inhabitants of the continent, the children of the forest wielded magic. They prevented the ancestors from crossing the unbroken arm of Dorne into Westeros. However, the ancestors were taller, stronger, and more advanced in their techniques. They signed a pact to ensure the forest belonged to the children, while the rest of the continent was claimed by the ancestors. Yet, the children created a nearly indestructible species they called the Others. This act undermined the peace treaty and ultimately led to the backlash against the children by the Others, despite the ancestors and the children uniting to vanquish the Others in the Battle of Dawn. Establishing a great wall along the path of their southward advance to prevent their return, the rift between the ancestors and the children was irreparable. The children were eventually driven out and began to fade from existence. Lin interjected, "Are the Northerners descendants of the ancestors?" Old Hill nodded. "Most of them are. The Stark family, guardians of the North, are indeed descendants of the ancestors, having ancient teachings to guard against the strange creatures from beyond the wall. Are there any remnants of the children of the forest bloodline in Westeros?" Old Hill paused in his reading. "I suspect there might be, but no one has ever seen them. Presently, most of Westeros is inhabited by the descendants of the Undulls. Dorne is a mix of the Rhoynar and the Undulls, while the remainder are mostly Undulls. Of course, bloodlines vary in purity and mixture. Additionally, the Targaryens are of Valyrian descent." Lin mused that beyond the wall lived hundreds of thousands of wildlings, also descendants of the ancestors. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as it had no bearing on his visit to Scholar Hill. Lin produced the black gold dagger that had nearly claimed his life and thrust it onto Hill's desk, nearly puncturing the scholar's hand as he turned the page. The old scholar, who had served 2 generations of Rothschild lords, regarded the peculiar material of the dagger with a glint of surprise in his eyes. When he noticed the intricate engravings on the hilt, his astonishment was even more apparent. Lin observed the old man's expression and knew he had uncovered something significant. He hurriedly asked, "Are the runes on this dagger from the magic of the children of the forest?" Old Hill, who had spent years in the scholarly city before serving Lin's father, the former Viscount Rothschild, had encountered symbols akin to those on the dagger, shrouded in obscurity. "These are akin to incantations. However, I have not delved deeply into them." He leaned closer to examine the dagger for a moment before raising his head to Lin. "The engravings on this dragon crystal dagger do resemble the magical runes attributed to the wise ones among the children of the forest, the Green Prophets. Although I cannot be certain, it is evident that no one in present-day Westeros possesses the skill to inscribe such intricate designs on a dragon crystal dagger." Lin was taken aback. "What? You say this is a dragon crystal dagger?" With a dismissive glance at Lin's startled reaction, Old Hill replied coldly, "This volcanic rock resembles dark green glass and possesses a high level of hardness. What else could it be but dragon crystal? Before bronze and iron weapons were introduced to Westeros, the children typically used this material for arrowheads or spear tips. Nowadays, no one employs it for crafting." Just as Lin was about to respond, he realized the inconsistency. Nevertheless, Old Hill seized the opportunity to make a sardonic remark. This material might be useful against the legendary Others, but using it for murder or as a fruit knife is no different. Those legendary creatures have been absent for millennia. Who would still wield such a cumbersome weapon for killing? Lin thought to himself, indeed, there are those who do. Moreover, the one slain by the dragon crystal dagger stood right before him. However, he pondered why the three-eyed crow would send someone to assassinate him with a dragon crystal dagger, as if he too were deemed one of the Others. Heavens, could it be? Lin's mind spun with turmoil. Chapter 69, The Death of Renly. As Lin found himself targeted by the three-eyed crow, the representative of the old gods in Westeros, another true deity, the Lightbringer, began to spread her faith through the Red Priestess Melisandre. She embarked on a mission to showcase the miraculous powers of the Lightbringer across the continent. Renly, preparing to march against King's Landing, found his rear guard, Storm's End, under the scrutiny of his brother Stannis. Renly was thus compelled to return to defend his stronghold with an army of 100,000. The Baratheon brothers, Renly and Stannis, arranged to meet atop a seaside hill, each accompanied by their respective retinue of knights, along with a woman in tow. One is the esteemed Red Priestess Melisandre, a devoted follower of the Lord of Light, accepted by Stannis Baratheon. The other is Catelyn Stark, the widow of Ned Stark, seeking an alliance between her son Robb Stark, the king in the north, and Renly Baratheon. Their meeting is charged with tension. Renly glances at his own banner, adorned with a crowned black stag, then at his brother Stannis' banner, which depicts a stag's antlers engulfed in flames. Renly mocks, "Shouldn't our banners be identical? Why does your stag appear as though it has been scorched by fire?" The Red Priestess, riding on horseback and draped in a crimson scarf, gazes at Renly and explains, "This is the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. Your brother Stannis, now fulfilling the divine command, was born in a land of salt and smoke. You ought to submit to him." Stannis adds, "Submit to me, as your brother, and I shall grant you a place in the council." However, the Lord of Light has little influence in Westeros, and with Renly commanding a formidable army, he dismisses the notion with disdain. Catelyn, cloaked in black, observes the brothers' veiled jabs at one another, their plastic brotherhood rendering her speechless. She interjects, "Why can't you unite and ally with my son Robb? Our shared goal is to overthrow the Lannisters who control King's Landing, is it not?" Stannis retorts, "Your husband Ned supported me in life, sacrificing himself to uphold the royal line. Yet here you are, siding with Renly. According to law, after King Robert's death, the Iron Throne should belong to me. That pretender in King's Landing is not a Baratheon by blood, and Renly is unqualified to inherit the throne before me. Those who deny this are my enemies." Renly laughs. "From the wall in the north to the southernmost Dorne, no one supports you. I command an army of 100,000 and the backing of 3 great houses. You have never been one to make allies. So do you truly believe you can claim the Iron Throne?" Unfazed, Stannis confidently declares, "I stand with the Lord of Light. I advise you to surrender before dawn, or bear the consequences." The brothers part ways in discord. Later that night, in the camp on Dragonstone, Stannis confides in his most loyal subordinate, Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, who had previously helped him through a crisis by smuggling onions. "This time, I require your assistance in smuggling Melisandre." Though the Onion Knight harbors no fondness for Melisandre and resents her influence over his lord, he chooses to oblige out of loyalty. Under the cover of darkness, the Onion Knight skillfully navigates past the coastal patrols with Melisandre, delivering her to a cave along the shores of Storm's End. Once ashore, he remarks, "Your Lord of Light is rather peculiar, preferring to operate under the shroud of night." Melisandre replies, "You perceive darkness here, but I see it differently. Shadows are servants of light, so this place is filled with illumination." With that, she begins to disrobe in front of the Onion Knight. Stunned by the sight, he can hardly believe his eyes. As the lantern he holds brightens, illuminating the scene, the Red Priestess sits down and begins the process of childbirth. Indeed, she is giving birth. When he witnesses a shadowy creature with claws emerge from between her legs, the Onion Knight is left utterly bewildered. This terrifying shadow assassin is the source of Stannis' unwavering confidence in the face of Renly's 100,000-strong army. In the fishing village of Castle Black, Lyn returns to his courtyard from old Seaworth's bachelor quarters, where Stone has rushed in with shocking news. Renly Baratheon, one of the leading claimants among the 5 kings, has died on the eve of his decisive battle with his brother Stannis. However, the second son of House Tyrell, known for his valor, Garland, donned Renly's armor and led the charge in the subsequent Battle of Blackwater. Amidst the chaos, both sides believed they were witnessing the ghost of Renly seeking vengeance against the fratricide Stannis, which ultimately led to Stannis' forces being routed. Both kings among the 5 have suffered grievous losses. Despite Renly's army defeating Stannis's, they are now leaderless and on the brink of disintegration. Renly's widow, the young Rose of Highgarden, has chosen to journey to King's Landing to fulfill her dreams of queenship, confident that her family can retain their claim to the throne. Meanwhile, Stannis has failed to inherit his deceased brother's army, leaving him severely weakened. Lyn, though having anticipated this outcome, is still taken aback by Stone's sardonic commentary. After a moment's reflection, he remarks, "Without the pressure from Storm's End, the Tyrells will undoubtedly return to supporting the Lannisters. The young wolf Robb Stark, already facing the Lannisters in the Riverlands, will find his situation increasingly precarious." Stone, astonished, asks, "My lord, do you not have faith in the Northern Army advancing south?" Lyn rubs his nose and replies, "If the North were to unite, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. However, with the Ironborn of the Greyjoy family betraying tradition, the situation becomes unpredictable. Moreover, Robb's greatest ally, the old Lord Tully, is deceased, and the new Duke Edmure lacks the ability to control the restless vassals in the Riverlands, particularly House Frey of the Twins, who present a significant variable." Stone gasps in horror. "By your assessment, does that not spell doom for the young wolf?" Lyn nods. Recalling the narrative, he vaguely remembers. "Do you know how long ago the events at Storm's End transpired?" A traveling bard from the south delivered the news. And given the travel time, it is likely that the incident occurred over 10 days ago. Upon hearing Stone's claim that Renly's death may have occurred 10 days prior, Lyn suddenly rises. 10 days. According to the unfolding narrative, has Robb's army not already struck against the Lannisters at Casterly Rock? We are being observed by the three-eyed crow. A confrontation with the three-eyed raven beyond the wall is inevitable. If Robb is defeated, I must prepare for the worst. Our foremost priority is to secure the recently captured Castle of the Neck. We cannot allow the Southerners to infiltrate the north. He commands, Stone. Immediately notify Sir Duncan to come see me. You shall take a small squad of knights swiftly to the twins. If you can save the young wolf Robb, it would be ideal. If not, ensure Arya's safe return. More importantly, the north is on the verge of chaos, and we cannot allow the Ironborn to seize control of the Neck. You must assist Sir Duncan in firmly establishing our hold on it. Yes, my lord, Stone salutes. Though he hesitates, but my lord, your knightly order is still far from the port of Ramsgate. Where shall we find knights? Lynn's expression twitches. He is pained at the thought of spending more of his precious experience points. He pauses, offering a wry smile to Stone. Do not worry about that. We will have them. In the Lord's training yard, Lynn, referencing the ranks and armor of the knightly order, spends 800 experience points to summon a fully armored new knightly order. This is a fresh unit of 400 level 2 knights. Lynn does not select a new commander from among the knights but appoints his tall companion, Sir Duncan, to lead the order. Sir Duncan. Duncan knelt on one knee, his tall frame standing straight as a spear. Even in this position, his subordinate was present. I hereby, in the name of my family crest, appoint you as the commander of the Eagle Lion Knight Order, said Lynn, causing Duncan to look up in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. From an ordinary guard in Stone Rune City to Lynn's personal squire knight, and now to the commander of a knight order. All these moments flashed through his mind like a vivid dream. Now, Lynn had conferred upon him a knighthood in the name of the family crest. Duncan was overwhelmed with thoughts. A soldier would die for his true friend, such was the bond. Lynn patted Duncan's shoulder, who was almost at eye level with him despite kneeling. I bestow upon you the title of commander of the Eagle Lion Knight Order, so that among the lords of the Riverlands, the name of the Rothschild family, Lynn, shall be renowned. From this moment forth, I shall ensure that the North and the Seven Kingdoms recognize my existence. Duncan's body trembled. My lord, Duncan vows to uphold the honor of the Eagle Lion name. Lynn assisted him to his feet. Go forth. Sir Stone will accompany you southward. Your primary task is to conquer Neck's End, while his mission is to remain vigilant in Wanha City to rescue Stark. The tall Duncan replied in surprise, but my lord, you will be left unprotected. Lynn chuckled, gesturing to the empty wooden platform behind him. Immediately, a robust man clad in heavy armor and a gaunt figure, whose eyes shone with intensity yet bore an expressionless demeanor, appeared behind Lynn. These were the latest elite professions Lynn had acquired from a special occupational card: the elite gladiator, bull, and the elite assassin, monkey. Lynn smiled reassuringly. You can rest easy now. Duncan raised an eyebrow, observing the sudden appearance of these individuals, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. He quickly assessed that both possessed strength comparable to his own. In a one-on-one confrontation, the muscular bull would likely surpass him. Meanwhile, the seemingly frail but extraordinarily poised monkey instilled a sense of danger, akin to a phantom lurking beneath one's very nose. Sir Duncan was certain that this individual was a born killer. With these two accompanying Lynn, much of Duncan's worry dissipated. He bowed respectfully, since my lord has everything well planned. I shall wholeheartedly endeavor to seize Neck's End and guard this vital north-south thoroughfare. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. The prowess of bull and monkey was indisputable. Given they emerged from elite cards, Lynn had initially thought that possessing points would allow him to draw unlimited elite professions, but to his surprise, while purchasing the third random profession card, the system informed him he had no further purchasing privileges. At that moment, Lynn was perplexed but later realized that these elite profession cards were linked to the system level. For instance, with Lynn's current system level at 3, he could only have 3 elite professions active. To acquire new ones, the previous elites must perish or disappear. Realizing this, Lynn was impulsively tempted to summon the traveler from Essos and feed him a potion. In the square, Lynn remained silent, while Duncan instinctively kept quiet. The man had a disposition that disdained idle chatter. Lynn smirked, having set matters in motion. He would not linger to impede Sir Duncan's organization of the Eagle Lion Knight Order. Amidst the unified cheers of 400 knights bidding farewell, Lynn departed the training ground. The Eagle Lion Knight Order bids farewell to its master. Having preemptively prepared for the aftermath of Renly's death, Stannis' severe blow, and the impending demise of House Baratheon, Lynn, who had just expended 1,900 points, commenced his agricultural plans with great urgency. As his army expanded, the pressure for food supplies in his territory escalated. He consulted his stewardess. Dany, my lord, the refugees and craftsmen from the Sister Isles have only just arrived. How can we expect new crops to spring up so soon? Lynn felt speechless at her words. He thought, I am not a child or an ignorant second generation. Surely, I am aware of this. Lynn sniffed. In the short term, food supplies can barely suffice. But in the long run, given the scarcity of fertile land in the north, we must prioritize finding higher yield crops. We need to prepare seeds ahead of time before the land is fully cultivated. Danny, puzzled, replied, "My lord, although wheat is not high-yielding, it can be made into bread and is essential for brewing malting factories. Our options seem limited. If you wish, we could also designate a pasture on the island for livestock." This was the choice of an ordinary lord. But Lin aimed to prepare for the greater food needs of the future. Lin blinked and asked Danny, "Have you heard of potatoes?" Danny blinked back with her light blue eyes. "My lord, what are potatoes?" Lin rephrased, "What about the term tubers?" A change finally appeared on Danny's face as she replied in surprise, "That seems to be a lowly food consumed by the SOC. Though some commoners on Westeros cultivate a small amount." Lin's eyes lit up, quickly asking, "Do you know where to find seeds for this?" To call potatoes a lowly food was absurd. It was a staple with excellent yield and filling capacity. Danny cautiously looked up, seeing Lin's seriousness. She paused, contemplating for a moment, then suggested, "The ships from White Harbor frequently travel to the free trade cities of Essos. If you need this, you merely have to pay a modest commission, and they can bring you a substantial quantity of those, tuber seeds." Chapter 71. Inspection, Part 1. Lin attempted to don an exquisite Iron Eagle lion emblem, a compensation offered by the Night's Watch due to the presence of traders among them. The iron emblem was crafted by the skilled hands of the great bull, Jandrai. Lin gazed down at the emblem on his chest, his expression complex. "What do you think of my appearance?" he asked into the empty darkness of his study. After a moment of silence, the voice of the assassin, Sterling, emerged from the shadows. "My lord, every eagle is proud and untamed, and the lion is the king of beasts. They are sovereigns of their domains, with no creature daring to challenge their authority. This emblem suits your essence perfectly, though it would be even better in gold." Lin smiled faintly, removing the brooch emblem. He did not reject the Night's Watch's bribe, not wishing to sour relations too much. The assassin was a product of the three-eyed crow's influence, unrelated to others, and Lin was now 100% certain of this. Yet, regardless, Lin would not show any leniency. It was the most reasonable choice to entrust these new recruits of the Night's Watch to the Night's Watch Legion. "This emblem is commendable. 3 of them can remain," Lin remarked coolly. From the darkness came a response, "My lord, the Raven from Castle Black has returned with a message. The Night's Watch representative is the Lord Commander Bowen Marsh, accompanied by the officer, Addison Tollett." Listening to the soft voice that faded into the shadows, Lin jested lightly. "Oh, is that so? They must hasten their efforts. Once I seize Bygang City, these Night Watch's new recruits will be even less inclined to vacate my territory." The lanky Sterling lacked a sense of humor. Offering no response to Lin's cold jest, Lin merely pursed his lips, retrieved his cloak from the hanger, and departed. The sturdy Guff Tavo stood vigil at the door. Despite his profession as a gladiator, he bore no objections to Lin's decision to repurpose him as a personal guard. He performed admirably, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and diligence. A stark contrast to the occasional quips from Sterling. Today, Lin intended to inspect the progress of the reclamation efforts on the Three Sisters Islands. Accompanied by Guff Tavo and several attendants, he boarded the Manchester ship, heading towards the largest of the islands. The main island spanned approximately 10 square kilometers, while the 2 smaller islands were only half its size. Numerous coconut trees dotted the landscape, and a flock of migratory birds had made their nests within the island's forests, their presence evident in the skies above. A young eagle, recently learning to flap its wings and capable of soaring several feet high for short intervals, gazed enviously at the high-flying birds. It tilted its head upwards at the bow of the approaching ship, emitting soft, peculiar calls. Lin gently stroked the increasingly dense mane of the eagle. As the vessel drew closer to shore, he playfully swatted the eagle's rear, prompting it to cry out in surprise and take flight. After a flurry of chaotic flapping, the eagle landed on the beach at the feet of the overseer, Rodart. "My lord." Rodart greeted as Lin disembarked from the ship, bowing respectfully. "What is the current status of the reclamation efforts?" "My lord. The shelters for the refugees have been fully constructed by the craftsmen, and everyone can gradually move into the wooden huts. The food supplies brought to the island are ample, and with plenty of coconut trees, the refugees are quite enthusiastic. Approximately 50 to 60 acres of farmland have been cleared. If it weren't for the predominance of women, children, and the elderly among the workforce, the progress would be even swifter." Lin walked ahead, with Rodart closely following to provide answers. The reclamation crews mainly comprised refugees from the river region and the marshes. Lin had extracted able-bodied men from among these refugees for military training under Rodart's supervision, while the women and elderly were tasked with the reclamation efforts. The work was unpaid, with provisions included, but there would be rewards based on the acreage reclaimed. With 1/10 of the total land allocated to the refugees as compensation, distributed according to headcount and labor contribution, the new recruits received minimal military pay. To earn the higher wages akin to the patrolling guards of the fishing village, they must complete Rodart's military training and pass the final enlistment examination. Those who failed would be sent to Campani as escort guards for trade vessels. How have you been training the new recruits? Lin inquired as they walked along a sandy path towards the central training camp. Craftsmen were erecting a larger military barracks. Rodart called over a recruit sparring with a wooden sword and spear. Go, have everyone line up. The Lord wishes to inspect their training outcomes. My lord, Rodart said. Bowing to Lin, these individuals possess sheer brute strength but lack battlefield experience. My current focus is on developing their endurance and basic drills. Lin acknowledged with a nod. Observing over 100 ragtag recruits clumsily attempting to assemble at a shouted command. The sluggishness of their formation left Lin with little hope for their combat effectiveness. It appeared that training soldiers was best undertaken early rather than late. Once adulthood settled in, it proved challenging for individuals accustomed to agricultural labor to adapt to military discipline. After a brief wait, some recruits still failed to align properly. Rodart unsheathed a whip from his belt, apologizing to Lin before administering discipline to those who could not form a proper line. At last, the ranks were assembled, under Rodart's command. They executed a few simple thrusting maneuvers, yet the formation remained a disarray. Lin lost interest in observing further. Indeed, these recruits had only undergone a few days of training. One could not rush the process of militarization. Lin, determined to cultivate their combat readiness, chose not to retract his expectations out of disappointment. He offered them a few official words of encouragement before leading his attendants towards the agricultural reclamation area on the western side of the island. Navigating through a dense forest path reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, Lin's view suddenly opened up. Expanses of uneven fields lay before him, where workers had dug deep furrows into the earth with shovels and spades, as if carving wounds into the skin of the land. The turned soil exuded a rich, earthy aroma, and unlike the yellowish-white surface, the exposed earth revealed fertile black soil. Lin was thoroughly satisfied with this abundant land. Not far off, several women and children, their heads covered with scarves, were diligently digging in sand pits, seemingly excavating something akin to reservoirs. Such efforts were indeed necessary. Irrigation on the island posed significant challenges. Although fresh springs had been discovered, utilizing them for irrigation proved excessive. The island's frequent rainy seasons were the true treasures for nurturing crops. My lord. A clear voice called from nearby, prompting Lin to turn and see the familiar figure of a woman. Hilly, Danny's former maid, was supervising several workers unloading wooden barrels from a horse-drawn cart. Employed by the Lord's manor, she was responsible for the preliminary preparations for Lin's brewery. Lin was taken aback by the scent of brewing malt wafting from the barrels. What is this? Wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, Hilly bowed slightly. My lord. The barrels contain soaked barley, transported from the fishing village. This is the second water change. Lin, surprised, queried. Why are these being brought to the island now when the barley has yet to be sown and the brewery is not yet established? My lord. The flavor of malt beer greatly depends on its origin. The local climate and humidity influence the brewing process. Since you intend to brew on the island in the future, I thought it prudent to send a batch of barley in advance. Following your brewing procedures, we can produce a batch to assess its flavor, allowing for timely adjustments if there are discrepancies. Hilly's detailed response showcased a rare competence for a maid. Lin, intrigued by her thoroughness, found himself glancing at her more than once. In her 20s, she had a delicate frame, not fragile but certainly slender, with faint freckles on her rosy cheeks. Her hair was styled in a high bun, giving her a lively appearance. Lin seldom praised his servants, but today he offered a rare nod of approval. Your considerations are quite thorough. I trust you will manage the brewery well. Hilly's face flushed with embarrassment at the compliment, intensified by her previous exertions. In this world, Lin observed that women's personalities often fell into extremes. One type is the brazen and uninhibited woman, not necessarily referring to those who are married or middle-aged, but rather women who exude a natural generosity, boldly expressing love and resentment. When confronted with a man whom they admire or a nobleman they fancy, they would seize any opportunity to pull him into their embrace. The other type is the shy and demure woman, whose demeanor in daily life appears unremarkable, yet can blush deeply and bury her head in embarrassment when teased by men. There is no moral hierarchy between these two kinds of women. Their fiery passion and bashfulness can evoke endless fantasies. Lin, when it comes to women, possesses little immunity. Thus, his interactions with them are often cautious. Not out of fear of rejection or being labeled a good man, but rather a desire to avoid being perceived as overly sentimental. Despite the notion that a nobleman should be romantic, failing to express admiration for beautiful women might attract attention from gallant knights like the Flower Knight. Nobility is highly appealing. One can see the popularity of Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf from House Lannister, among common women. Moreover, Lin, being a young nobleman who is set to inherit land, could easily be likened to a medieval bachelor of great fortune. Ciri, in the presence of this dashing bachelor, maintains admirable self-control, understanding the vast difference in their social standings. As a former servant of House Tully and a close attendant of Daenerys, she recognizes that such a relationship, once formed, often leads to undesirable outcomes. Ellie, upon receiving compliments from Lynn, displays a look of astonishment, humbly stating, "My lord, this is what Ciri ought to do." Lynn regards her with appreciative eyes, chuckling softly, and refrains from further comments. While Lynn was inspecting the situation on the largest island of the Sister Islands, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the fishing village port. Under the scaffolding of a building on the main street, a cluster of individuals resembling beggars huddled together, whispering furtively before scattering quickly. Horse-drawn carriages occasionally passed by, alongside patrolling guards. This coastal town was recently filled with noise, dominated by the sounds of construction. The barks of dogs fighting and the clanging from the blacksmith's forge mingled with the shouts of locals and outsiders exchanging insults in their respective dialects. Laurie, draped in a filthy black cloak, found it difficult to calm his restless heart. As a scout who had served in the Riverlands for many years, he mocked himself for such unprofessional behavior with a wry smile. He proceeded to the rendezvous point agreed upon with his companions. Each day, the housekeeper of the Rothschild family delivered lunch to a group of individuals resembling refugees behind a tavern in the eastern part of town. Duke Edmure felt increasingly powerless against the insubordination of his vassals in the Riverlands. Several prominent houses, including the Freys of the twins, openly defied him, declaring that House Tully was unfit to lead. Edmure contemplated soothing the Freys through a political marriage, but he had heard rumors of the old Frey-s women, each uglier than the last, and he was disinclined to wed such women. Moreover, it was said that the old Frey had grown tired of his 13th concubine and sought younger flesh for solace. Duke Edmure Tully set his sights on reclaiming his illegitimate daughter, Daenerys. Upon learning that Daenerys was now a housekeeper for a noble family in the north, he felt her actions tarnished the Tully name. He dispatched Laurie and his fellow scouts to the north, planning to retrieve his daughter discreetly. In the afternoon sunlight, darkness concealed numerous secrets. Laurie and his group dispersed through the streets, ultimately converging on a seldom-traveled path in the eastern part of town. Laurie, an exceptional scout, had initially believed that recovering a Tully illegitimate daughter from a small fishing village in the north would be a simple task. However, he and his scouting companions had been in this town for several days, and the bustling activity, along with the formidable defenses surrounding the Lord's estate, took him by surprise. Particularly yesterday, he witnessed a well-ordered nightly company departing from the Lord's manor, an occurrence that locals seemed to accept as routine, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. He even began to suspect that this town might be a secret stronghold arranged by Robb Stark beyond the north. Otherwise, how could a town manage to sustain a nightly force of 400, especially after a fierce battle and the conscription of troops? Despite sensing that this mission could yield grave consequences, Laurie had no choice but to proceed. In the tavern's corridor, Laurie met with his contact. The girl had just delivered lunch, accompanied by 5 servants and 2 soldiers, expected to return to the Lord's manor in about half an hour. A seemingly indifferent man with a brown beard, leaning against a pillar, heard the commotion behind him and glanced back at Laurie, softly relaying information. Chapter 73. The abduction. Upon receiving the intel, Laurie nodded slightly, and soon, several more individuals gathered behind him. He turned to assess them, counting to ensure none had lagged behind, and sighed in relief, though he could not suppress his complaint. "You all arrived a bit later than anticipated." Just as he finished speaking, he caught a familiar scent in the air. He turned sharply to the others, demanding, "Why do you smell of blood?" A large figure removed his gray cloak, revealing a bald head, and grinned sheepishly. "We encountered 2 patrolling guards on the way. They didn't ask any questions before attempting to interrogate us, so we had no choice but to act." Laurie, incredulous, exclaimed, "You killed the guards?" Another scoffed. "They were inexperienced, seemed like novices. This little town is crawling with pairs of patrolling guards. You can even run into them in the alleys. More guarded than the Duke's manor." The bald man jested, as if you've ever been inside a Duke's estate. Laurie observed these undisciplined scouts and lowered his voice, speaking sternly, "Keep your damned cloaks covered. Is the carriage ready?" The bald man grumbled but complied. An older scout, who had remained silent, rasped, "The carriage is just around the corner. Once we've tied up our target, we'll make our escape. No one will be able to catch us." This was indeed good news, and Laurie's expression softened. Suddenly, someone whispered, "The girl is coming." At this, everyone crouched low, concealing their heads beneath their cloaks, peering down the alley ahead. Soon, they confirmed that the girl in a red gown was their target, Daenerys, the illegitimate daughter of Duke Edmure. Exchanging glances, they silently dispersed, encircling Daenerys and her entourage of 7. Moments later, shouts and screams erupted at the alley's mouth, but the noise quickly ceased, drawing little attention. It wasn't until a carriage sped away from the fishing village that the castle guards received the alarming news of Daenerys' abduction from the town. Lynn received this information just after concluding his inspection of the largest island in the Sister Islands. A city guard and a servant accompanying Dany arrived on the island to meet Lynn. Lin looked at the two in disbelief, his eyes ablaze with fury. Say that again. A servant recounted the events of the afternoon, omitting how he had cleverly escaped at the first opportunity. He merely stated that a group of 7 or 8 men, disguised as beggars, had attacked as Dany's steward returned to the estate, ultimately fleeing in a carriage. The guards responsible for protecting Miss Dany were brutally slain by the sudden assailants, while the other 5 servants could only scatter and helplessly witness Dany's abduction. So you did not see who attacked or where they came from. Lin addressed the trembling servant. My lord, we did not even catch a glimpse of their faces. Lin turned to the city guards and exclaimed, Damn it, did the gate guards not notice anything suspicious? And have you sent anyone to pursue them? My lord. By the time the guards received the news, those men had already fled far. A few patrolmen followed their trail but only noted that they headed towards the docks. The docks? Clearly, their objective lies within reach of water routes. Could this be retaliation from the widow's fettering family? Unlikely, for such actions would be devoid of purpose. From the 2 reports, it was evident that Dany's kidnapping had been premeditated. Lin fell into deep contemplation, suddenly recalling the marriage alliance between the Tullis and the Freys. Initially, Edmure had consented to the union, albeit reluctantly, as he had no desire to wed the Fry family's unattractive daughter. Was Dany's abduction somehow connected to this? With limited clues regarding the kidnapper's motivations, Lin quickly discerned the critical point. As he surmised, the assailants must have landed from Greywater Watch and subsequently made their way south to Lannister's Landing or further south to Rapid River. If they reached the depths of the Riverlands, it would pose a significant challenge. With this thought, he hastily instructed the 2 messengers, return to Fisherman's Port, and have the city guards close the gates. Before I return, ensure a thorough examination of any unfamiliar individuals entering or leaving the castle. My lord? Lin gazed towards Greywater Castle in the west of the Sisters Islands and coldly declared, to dare abduct someone in my own stronghold shall not be taken lightly. During wartime, the abduction of a servant from a noble family with legitimate status can be considered an act of war, let alone that of a steward who possesses insight into the noble family's fortress plans and developments. Lin had already dispatched Sir Duncan to Greywater to establish his reputation. And now, having been bullied, he felt compelled to identify the instigator and exact a severe reprisal. Otherwise, who would care for a mere petty lord from the north? Lin's expression darkened, and he gently patted his loyal steed, instructing the ship, the Man United, to hoist the prepared sigil of the Griffin. This time, I shall personally confront those grandees of the Riverlands. Greywater Watch served as the residence of House Reed, located within the confines of the Neck, west of Bite Bay. It was constructed on a floating island amidst marshes, where even crows could not pinpoint its exact location. Greywater Watch lacked scholars, knights, and weapons masters. Throughout history, the Undals, Ironborn, Freys, and all other armies that attempted to conquer Greywater Watch could not even locate it. Of course, while the castle was not impossible to find, it was merely concealed within the fog-laden marshes, offering sufficient concealment. Nevertheless, despite its hidden nature, Greywater Watch had not relinquished control over the Neck. In fact, since the Ironborn's invasion of the Neck, only the Reeds had remained to defend their territory, and Greywater Watch had never truly faced an Ironborn invasion. The Reeds of Greywater Watch were perpetually vigilant of passers-by. That evening, from the suspended castle of Greywater Watch, a 3-masted ship emerged on the sea's horizon. Its enormous sail emblazoned with the sigil of the Griffin billowing in the wind, as its golden banner reflected a cold yet resplendent glow beneath the setting sun. As Lin's Man United drew near to the Neck, the first of the Reeds promptly notified Lord Holland Reed of Greywater Watch. When Lin disembarked with only a few attendants, a group of Reed cavalry holding torches awaited him on the shore. Chapter 74. Reed, Holland Reed under the light of the torches held by the Reed cavalry. A face typical of the inhabitants of the Neck emerged, as Holland Reed, the leader of all Reeds, appeared. He was a small, slender man with brown facial hair and striking green eyes. Lin stood quietly on the marshy dock, with a ship, the Man United, laden with 20 crossbow cannons, behind him, unperturbed by any potential schemes from the Reeds. The banner depicted a black lizard lion on a gray-green background, slowly approaching the dock from 100 meters away. Holland Reed reined in his horse, halting 20 paces from the dock, scrutinizing Lin with a piercing gaze. Fisherman's Port people, what brings you to my territory? Lin stood on the empty marsh dock, with his loyal steed and a slender attendant a few steps behind him. Hearing the Reed's inquiry, Lin lifted his head slightly, meeting the man's gaze. Your Grace, it should be I asking you why you have abducted my steward to the marshes. As a vassal of White Harbor, your actions are most egregious. Do you intend to declare war against Lord Eel of White Harbor? Lin countered coldly, invoking the name of White Harbor, which visibly displeased the usually assertive Reed leader. You, a Rothschild scion, your father once showed me respect, and yet you speak to me in this tone. While we Reeds are not fond of leaving the Neck, that does not mean there are no exceptions. Lin dismissed him, return my steward, or I shall not hesitate to lead my forces to the Neck and learn how the Ironborn wage war against the Reeds. Holland Reed, recently beleaguered by the Greyjoy family's incursions from the Iron Islands, turned pale with rage upon hearing Lin's words. How dare you? The North and the Neck have been allies for generations, and I am a vassal of Winterfell, with ties to House Manderley of White Harbor. You, a mere lord of a fishing village, dare to challenge the Neck? The Neck kidnapped my steward first. This is tantamount to a declaration of war. Do not think that even Lord Manderley, or even the young Wolf Robb, would not side with true northern nobility upon learning of your misdeeds. Lin's relentless accusations only deepened Holland Reed's scowl. He tightened his grip on the reins, his fist clenching as he spoke in a low voice. I have no interest in your steward and have never seen her. Return from whence you came and cease your disturbances on my land. Lin chuckled coldly. Before my warship even arrived, your men were already aware of everything. It appears you monitor your territory around Greywater Watch quite closely, regardless of who abducted my steward. They escaped right under your nose, and I have reason to suspect your involvement in this matter. Lin added, those who harbor criminals share their guilt. Nonsense, Holland Reed scoffed. What do you threaten me with? Are you planning to have your few attendants attack the Neck? Lin thought to himself that the man was quite the blusterer. Given that even the outpost of Carlin Bay had been seized by the Iron Islands Victorian Greyjoy, many Neck refugees had sought refuge in Fisherman's Port. The Reeds' territory had shrunk considerably, now nearly confined to the area surrounding Greywater Watch. Lin gazed impassively at the short, middle-aged Reed leader on horseback. It seemed that without some heavier leverage, progress would be slow. Attack the Neck? Lin chuckled lightly, saying, if Carlin Bay is indeed your domain in the Neck, then yes. My forces have already seized it. The marshy stronghold of Carlin Bay, bordering the north, had been under the control of the Ironborn army led by Victorian Greyjoy of the Iron Islands for some time. Holland Reed had been troubled by this situation, but he recently received word that last night, the Ironborn troops at Carlin Bay were ambushed by the Northern Army. A cavalry unit of several hundred had rushed into the ruins of the castle overnight, decimating the slumbering Ironborn forces. After capturing Carlin Bay, the Ironborn had focused their defenses towards the south, towards Greywater Watch. This sudden assault from the north caught the usually confident and proud warrior Victorian Greyjoy off guard. In the end, the fierce Ironborn was forced to make a hasty retreat from the castle. Holland Reed had been pondering which northern force had initiated this unexpected attack on Carlin Bay. Was it to assist the Neck in reclaiming its territory, or was it, like the Iron Islanders, an attempt to seize control of the vital throat of the Neck? It felt strangely surreal that the very instigator stood before him, openly acknowledging it all. Holland Reed scrutinized the young noble, who could be considered a half-neighbor. Not long ago, he had heard that this individual had swiftly taken the Sisters Islands, cleansing them of the bloodthirsty pirates that had infested them. He had scoffed at that news, but now, seeing that the Ironborn army occupying Carlin Bay had been driven away, he could not help but feel a sense of caution. Holland Reed reassessed the composed young noble before him. He wore a slightly loose gray-blue coat with silver trim, paired with dark striped trousers that appeared thin and loosely fitted. It was evident that he was not particularly robust, even appearing somewhat frail. Adorning his chest was a black iron emblem depicting a lion with wings, which, illuminated by the firelight, resembled a legendary ancient beast. His pale face was framed by golden hair, and his sharp nose did little to conceal a hint of fragility, as if he had recently recovered from a severe illness. Years ago, during a harvest feast in Winterfell, Holland had indeed heard similar accounts. Yet, beyond all else, what struck Lin most was his pair of black eyes, as clear as morning dew, eyes that were calm, yet full of scrutiny, exuding a sense of maturity that belied his youth. At first glance, he seemed a sickly boy, but upon closer inspection, one would discern an immense energy lurking within him. With ambition gleaming from the depths of his black eyes, Holland Reed withdrew his gaze. The Ironborn are fierce, yet your lands appear rather barren. How did you manage to dispatch a cavalry unit of several hundred? Lin blinked and replied, the inheritance left by my father is substantial. Chapter 75. The fight in the forest. Holland Reed was taken aback by Lin's audacious tone, struggling to formulate a response. However, Lin showed no inclination to wait for a reaction and continued, my lord, I demand an explanation regarding the abduction of my steward. From the outset, Lin maintained a high-handed demeanor, intent on establishing parity in their exchange. Perhaps it was Lin's assertive attitude that finally bore some fruit. Holland Reed regarded Lin thoughtfully for a moment. His demeanor shifted from casual to more serious as he reined in his horse, providing information. You might consider visiting Old Frey's stronghold. I hear there's a wedding there tomorrow, and I hope you can make it. If you perish there, the swamp dwellers will find it easier to reclaim Carlin Bay. With that, Holland Reed led his men back into the marsh, vanishing into the encroaching night. A wedding? Lin was momentarily taken aback. Watching the retreating figures of the swamp men, his expression darkened ominously. Let us head to the Green Fork and see if there are any boats along the river. We must reach Riverrun. Sterling responded, my lord, it is already dark. Even if we reach Riverrun, the castle gates will be closed. Lin paid no heed to his words, gesturing to the captain of the three-masted ship, Rooney, and commanded, "Return first. Have radar from Longsister. I'll take his new recruits to Fishport and then find Captain Harry Kane of Fishport to bring all the guards to Carlin Bay." Assisting Sir Duncan in crossing the neck to Riverrun, Rooney stood on the ship's deck, promptly acknowledging, "Yes, my lord." The midnight marsh forest was eerie and foreboding. With the silhouettes of dead trees and cawing crows casting shadowy figures in the moonlight, Lin and his companions traversed the King's Road through the marsh, making their way towards Greywater Watch, which led to Riverrun. After 3 hours of navigating through the darkness, they arrived at a narrow, north-south flowing river near Greywater Watch. If Lin recalled correctly, this river should lead directly to the Watergate on the northern side of Riverrun. They proceeded southward along the river, and at last spotted a fisherman's small boat moored at the riverbank. Lin felt a surge of elation and signaled for his companions, the ox and the stick, to follow. In the desolate night, Guftavo and Sterling took their positions at the front and rear of the small boat, rowing silently and creating gentle ripples on the still water. A night passed in silence, flowing downstream. The next morning, a thin mist enveloped the river. Ahead lay the Watergate of Riverrun. The guards at the Watergate were the first to notice the small boat on the river. In one of them shone an arrow that struck the bow of the boat, a warning shot. From the watchtower, a figure shouted, "Who goes there on the river?" Lin exchanged glances with Guftavo. The latter set down his oar and stood, confidently delivering their prearranged statement. "My lord, the Viscount, has come to congratulate Lord Fry on his wedding." Silence fell for a moment from the watchtower. Then a voice bellowed, "Nonsense. Which Viscount do you serve? Today is the wedding of Duke Edmure and Lord Frey's daughter. Furthermore, Lord Fry has ordered that no other nobles are invited to Riverrun, and the gates will not be open today. Depart at once." Lin, situated in the center of the boat, raised an eyebrow at the response. Had he misjudged the situation? The abductor of Danny was neither old Fry nor Edmure. However, with the archers of Riverrun now fixed on them, this was not the time to ponder. It seemed that infiltrating the castle would require a more thoughtful approach. Having endured a sleepless night, Lin appeared somewhat weary. He softly commanded, "Let us pull ashore." As they reached the bank, Lin stepped off the boat and headed toward a small grove, intending to circle around to the east gate of Riverrun to test his luck again. Suddenly, Sterling, with his assassin's instincts, blocked Lin's path, exclaiming, "My lord, there are sounds of fighting ahead." Lin paused, straining to listen, and indeed, faint rustling sounds emanated from deeper within the grove, though they were too far to discern clearly. "Are you certain it is fighting?" Sterling's ears perked up, and with confidence, he affirmed, "My lord, there is indeed a struggle occurring over there." Lin considered for a moment, then said, "Let us approach quietly and investigate." The three of them stealthily maneuvered behind a large tree, peering into a clearing in the woods. Upon recognizing a figure amidst the skirmish, Lin's eyes lit up. It was none other than his squire, Ser Schiff. 7 or 8 members of the King's Guard, clad in chainmail, were mounted on horseback, encircling Schiff as he dueled with another individual. What was happening? The fellow was not supposed to pursue someone along with Arya, yet here he was, engaged in a brawl at the gates of Riverrun. Lin was furious. Just as he was about to leap from behind the tree to reprimand the negligent knight, he caught sight of another figure amidst the fray, tall and robust, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. At that moment, due to the shifting of positions in their struggle, the combatants inadvertently turned, revealing the visage of the knight. To his astonishment, it was a woman. Could it be that this formidable woman was none other than Lady Brienne, the daughter of Count Selwyn Tarth, once a member of the King's Guard? The more Lin pondered, the more credible his assumption became. At that juncture, the skirmish intensified. Both parties having exchanged several blows, their movements a blur as swords clashed, and they each retreated a few steps, breathless. The knight, gripping his sword with both hands, faced the formidable female knight, who wielded her sword with one hand, both poised for the impending round of combat. Lin stepped forth from behind the tree, commanding them to cease. Upon hearing Lin's voice, the knight turned, his face a mask of surprise. "My lord, what brings you here?" Lin approached him, glancing between the knight and the towering female warrior. "What are you doing?" "I instructed you to protect Arya. Where is she?" The knight appeared somewhat embarrassed. "My lord, when I caught up to Miss Arya, she had already entered Riverrun with someone else." Lin's expression shifted to one of horror. The blood-red wedding was imminent. Wasn't this akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter? With a grim countenance, Lin reproached, "Did I not command you to refrain from entering Riverrun? Damn it." At that moment, the short-haired female knight seemed to catch on. She sheathed her sword and addressed Lin coolly. "And who might you be?" "Miss Arya has entered the city to seek her mother, Lady Caitlin. You need not concern yourself with her." Lin shot a glare at the knight, disregarding her words. "I tasked you with the pursuit, and yet you allowed her to enter the city?" The knight bowed slightly, offering an apologetic explanation, "My lord, Miss Arya was escorted into the city by Lady Caitlin, and this lady knight was sent to impede our entry, intending to engage in a duel rather than outnumber her." Chapter 76. The beautiful knight. Lin shot the knight a disapproving look. Was this truly the time to adhere to the chivalric code? He was about to speak when the female knight interjected mockingly, "My lord, your knight has shown considerable bravery. However, it is only natural for Lady Caitlin to protect her daughter. We are grateful for your knight's assistance in escorting Miss Arya back to the north, and Lady Caitlin will surely reward him. Now, I kindly ask that you and your men depart." Having hurried to this location, Lin found no sign of the housekeeper, Danny. And with Arya deepening into danger, he had little patience for the tall knight's disdain. Turning to her with a cold smile, he remarked, "I presume you are the daughter of Count Selwyn, Brienne of Tarth? I fear that the reward you speak of from Lady Caitlin will elude me. I advise you to return to Riverrun swiftly, lest your new master suffer the same fate as Renly." Lady Brienne, a striking figure, was not one to conform to traditional feminine beauty. Her stature was imposing, and her visage did not conform to the conventional standards of beauty. The heroism typically embodied by men was reflected within her, earning her the title of a beauty not for her looks, but for her valor. Having devoted her life to knighthood in the face of scorn, Lin's derision elicited a flicker of caution in Brienne. She regarded him, hesitatingly inquiring, "Sir, are you certain of your words?" Lin shrugged, dismissing her. He turned back to the knight and asked, "Did you come down from the neck? Were you not intercepted by the soldiers of the Riverlands?" "To answer your question, my lord, I traveled down the King's Road and did not encounter any soldiers from the neck. At the time, Duncan and I, along with the King's Guard, executed a surprise attack on the Bay of Carhold. We crossed the neck into the Riverlands the following morning." Lin mused over this information, deep in thought. With the gates of Riverrun firmly shut and the blood-red wedding fast approaching, Arya and Danny were both inside. It was imperative to devise a strategy to avert this tragedy. However, with the fortifications of Riverrun, without the opening of the gates, entry was impossible. Even a forceful assault would likely prove futile. Lin felt a growing urgency. At that moment, he recalled Lady Brienne, and an idea sparked within him. As Lady Caitlyn's personal knight, she might have the means to open the gates. He turned to the contemplative figure of the tall knight. "Lady Brienne, is there a way for you to facilitate my entry into the city? Please trust me. As a friend of Miss Arya, my sole intent is to protect her." Lady Brienne hesitated, then cautiously replied, "Lady Caitlin mentioned that Winterfell has been overrun by the Iron Islanders, so those arriving from the north may not necessarily be allies of the Stark family. However, I can return to Riverrun and inquire about Miss Arya's wishes. If she consents, Lord Fry would likely not refuse a guest from the north." Lin murmured to himself, pondering that perhaps in a matter of days, she would discover that Winterfell had changed hands once more. Of course, that was contingent upon her surviving the day or being revived as Lady Stoneheart. Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that the reason his cavalry was denied entry alongside Arya was likely due to news of Winterfell's fall. Faced with the betrayal of his foster son and the siege of their ancestral home, the Stark family was probably on high alert. Yet, it was perplexing that upon receiving news of Winterfell's capture, the Starks were hastily seeking an alliance in Riverrun, a pace far quicker than anticipated. A matter of months earlier than the unfolding events, Lin, incredulous, turned to Lady Brienne and asked, "Was Stannis severely wounded by Renly's forces?" At the mention of Renly, Lady Brienne's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. She paused before shaking her head. "Stannis utilized dark powers to assassinate my former lord, Renly, and that night successfully ambushed Renly's camp. Following Renly's death, his forces were demoralized, with only a handful of loyalists perishing in the clash against Stannis' army. The majority surrendered willingly, joining Stannis' ranks." Lin's expression darkened. This contradicted the information he had received. Lady Brienne, discerning his confusion, offered clarification. The news of Stannis' losses was disseminated by him to mislead King's Landing and the other nobles. When Lady Caitlin and I departed, Stannis' forces had already marched northward to King's Landing. Lin replied, "So that explains why the Lannisters at Harrenhal were deceived? They believed there was no threat and launched a full-scale assault against young Lord Robb's army?" Lady Brienne confirmed, "Indeed, it is said that Robb, isolated in the Riverlands, was surrounded and soundly defeated by the Lannister forces, prompting him to seek aid from Lord Fry." Lin interjected, "Aid? Wasn't he attending the wedding of Lord Edmure?" "What wedding?" Lady Brienne inquired, perplexed. Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation and continued, "So, has old man Fry departed the Riverlands?" "Yes. Lord Walder Fry has returned to the north to muster his forces." Lin finally comprehended the reasons behind the chaos in the north. Robb's solitary foray had resulted in defeat, which was but one aspect. More critically, he had allowed two treacherous subordinates to escape, Theon Greyjoy and Roose Bolton, who would ultimately become the architects of the Stark family's downfall in the north. Sighing, Lin resignedly urged, "Lady Brienne, please enter the city and assess the situation. If you encounter Miss Arya, kindly inform her that Lord Lyn Rothschild awaits outside the city, hoping she will come to meet him in person." "Do you truly believe the Stark family would be held captive by the Freys?" Lin sighed. "It is more than mere captivity. However, further discussion would be futile. For this obstinate and forthright knight, Lin chose not to elaborate excessively. It was better to let her enter and relay the message. After all, there was a chance of rescue, which was preferable to standing idly outside the city. The group traversed a narrow path through the woods, arriving at the eastern gate of Riverrun. Lin waited behind a hill, 100 meters from the agreed-upon location outside the city, for the return of the fair Brienne. Yet, it took but a moment for the knight to return, her expression grave, and Lin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. His heart sank. Riverrun was sealed, and no one was permitted to enter or exit. Lin calmly accepted the distressing news relayed by Brienne. Now, not only he but even Lady Caitlyn's personal knight was barred from entering the city. It was no surprise that turmoil would ensue within. Gritting his teeth, he said to Brienne, "Try the west gate once more. I shall await reinforcements here. We cannot afford to delay any longer, lest unforeseen circumstances arise." The lady was taken aback. "Do you intend to assault Riverrun?" Chapter 77. The Turmoil of Riverrun, Part 1. Arya walked across the arched bridge of Riverrun with another individual. Below, the turbulent Green Fork River roared, its relentless sound echoing like a beast's growl. Gazing at the swirling, murky waters, Arya felt a chill run through her. Her mother Caitlyn, her brother Rob, and her uncle Edmure walked ahead, creating some distance. Arya quietly apologized to her companion. "I am sorry. I came to bid farewell to my mother and brother. However, Rob has business with House Fry, and I have heard that my uncle intends to wed one of their daughters. As a Stark, it is imperative that I attend this feast." The individual remained silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the castle. He recalled Lin's warning at the fishing village, advising him against bringing Arya into Riverrun unless absolutely necessary. He remembered the urgency in Lin's tone, laden with foreboding. Yet, it was too late. He had already entered the city, filled with trepidation. Had Lin foreseen the arrival of Arya's kin in Riverrun? Did he anticipate the impending crisis? Last night, upon entering the city, he had spotted Lin's squire, Ser Schiff, approaching from outside. What did it all signify? Lost in thought, he pondered the forthcoming wedding, which would take place in the banquet hall of House Fry within Riverrun's inner castle. Before stepping into the hall, Rob adjusted his crown with a steady hand, followed by Caitlyn and Edmure, along with various noble officers of the realm, who had accompanied Rob in his campaign from the north and were now in dire need of reinforcements. Ser Raynar of House Westerling, a lean and rugged young nobleman with a shock of chestnut hair and a thick mustache, presented the Stark banner, a white field emblazoned with the dire wolf of House Stark, to a squire at the entrance. Following this, a gaunt man, whom Arya had never seen before, entered alongside Lady Arya Stark. "Lady Arya," Ser Raynar jested, "I heard you were escorted back to the north by a young nobleman. Where is he? I am certain that anyone capable of extracting you from the perilous Riverlands must be quite remarkable." Speaking of Lin, Arya's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Indeed. My Lord Raynar. He is of the Rothschild lineage, a viscount descended from an ancient line of eagle lion tamers." Eagle lion? Yes. It possesses the wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, with a sharp beak. When fully grown, it rivals even the direwolves. Arya excitedly elaborated, while Ser Raynar listened courteously, though he could hardly believe in such a creature. The notion of an ancient family of eagle lion tamers was foreign to him. He had never encountered such a tale in recorded history. Yet, as a vassal of House Stark, he considered Arya's youthful exaggerations understandable. Ser Raynar felt compelled to remind the young Stark lady that maintaining the direwolf's esteemed status in the north was paramount. He smiled. Lions cannot possibly contend with direwolves in the north, even if they sport peculiar wings. While Arya believed in the limitless potential of the eagle lion, she recognized the good intentions behind Ser Raynar's words. She opted not to argue, holding on to her optimism that Lin and his eagle lion would gain the recognition of the northern nobility in due time. "You always speak in a manner that is hard to refute, my Lord Raynar," she responded with a smile, as Arya conversed about Lin at the rear of the group. Rob and Caitlyn shared hushed words ahead. "Rob, defeat is a common occurrence on the battlefield. No one can win indefinitely. Learn from your mistakes and remain cautious," Caitlyn advised. Glancing at the Fry servants setting up the banquet in the hall, her voice lowered. "Lord Walder is proud and sharp-tongued. We are at their mercy now. Do not offend his pride." Rob nodded. "Rest assured, Mother, I am well aware of House Frey's nature. I understand that my annulment of the engagement with Lord Walder's daughter has wounded his pride, and now I require his assistance. Today, I shall praise them as if I were a monk." Caitlyn continued, "You must also express gratitude to your uncle and the entire Tully family." Rob glanced at Edmure behind him, suppressing a chuckle. "Indeed, the Tully family has paid a considerable price for this." Caitlyn understood that her son referred to her brother Edmure, who was to marry one of the reportedly unattractive daughters of House Fry. A pang of unease struck her. "I do not merely refer to that, but to Edmure's betrothal of his daughter to House Fry as their 9th wife, a situation that does not please the girl." Rob replied dismissively, "She is merely a bastard." Rob had never been particularly affected by bastards. As the eldest son of House Stark, he had grown closer to his father's ward, Theon Greyjoy, while maintaining a distant relationship with his bastard half-brother, Jon Snow. As for his uncle's bastard daughter, he barely remembered her at all. Catelyn, being a woman, felt a certain sensitivity to the issue of bastards, yet her elder son's tone left her feeling somewhat discomfort. She sighed and refrained from pursuing the topic further. As the feast commenced, do not be critical of the food provided by the hosts. Eat what is offered and indulge freely. Should they remain silent, take the initiative to request. Once you partake of their bread and salt, it signifies your acceptance of guest rights, and the host bears the obligation to ensure your safety beneath their roof. Robb found this tradition intriguing, understanding it to be an ancient promise regarding the rights of guests. A host must guarantee that a guest does not perish at their table. As he approached his seat in the banquet hall, he quietly remarked, "Mother, although I suffered defeat in the Riverlands, Lord Bolton has already returned to the north, gathering a new army. We need not rely on bread and salt. Now, please take some time to care for my younger sister, Arya. She surely has much to discuss with you, Mother." Catelyn sighed, feeling it was time to seek out her little daughter. When they had last met, fatigue had dulled their spirits, leaving little room for the warmth of maternal affection. She turned, scanning the throng of Robb's many vassals for Arya's familiar figure. After searching for quite some time, she found nothing. Catelyn called over Sir Renly of House Tully, who had been lingering at the back of the assembly. Renly replied in hushed tones, "My lady, Lady Arya mentioned that the atmosphere in the banquet hall was too oppressive. She wished to take a stroll in the city and would return shortly." Alone? Renly pondered for a moment before saying, "No, the slender-faced attendant has accompanied her." Chapter 78, The Tumult of Riverrun, Part 2. Catelyn intended to voice further concerns, yet the wedding festivities were about to commence. She subdued her urge to search for Arya. The matters at hand were of utmost importance, and with a troubled expression, she turned to greet the members of House Frye approaching from the side. Lord Walder Frye, the head of House Frye and Lord of the Crossing, was now in his 90th year. Despite his advanced age, he was preparing to wed for the 9th time. Remaining a tempestuous, arrogant, sensitive, and ambitious old man, he was notorious for his multiple wives and numerous offspring. Recently, he had taken his 8th wife, who was already with child, and now eagerly anticipated marrying his next bride, the illegitimate daughter of Edmure, who was soon to become his son-in-law, named Dacey Tully. Initially, Walder had been reluctant to wed Dacey, deeming her unworthy of House Frye due to her status as a bastard. However, Edmure had managed to persuade him, explaining that Dacey was granted the Tully name by virtue of her connection to the late Lord Tully, rather than being labeled a bastard with the surname Rivers. Ultimately, the old man was swayed by Edmure's description of Dacey's beauty and his own need for a younger companion. Catelyn felt a sense of shame as she prepared to pay her respects to this aged and shameless lord of House Frye. However, for the sake of securing soldiers from House Frye to aid the Northern Alliance through their current difficulties, as well as for Robb's broken engagement, she maintained a smiling facade as she inclined her head toward Walder. Dacey was being led to the dais by a young member of House Frye, wrapped in a heavy gray wool cloak. A white napkin was stuffed into her mouth. Catelyn cast a sympathetic glance at her young niece before quietly taking her seat. Edmure, however, did not even spare a glance for his illegitimate daughter Dacey, his attention wandering over the faces of the many daughters and granddaughters of House Frye. Soon, disappointment clouded his features as he closed his eyes, finding none among them worthy of admiration. After Catelyn had exchanged pleasantries, it was Robb's turn. He offered his apologies to Lord Frye regarding the previous broken engagement, to which Frye replied, "You ought to apologize to these young ladies. One of them was to be a queen." Robb again expressed his regret, stating, "It is my fault. Any man fortunate enough to have you is truly favored by the gods." Blackfish observed Robb's eloquence and then glanced at the scowling Edmure, unable to suppress a smile. Before long, another girl appeared in the banquet hall. She appeared delicate, with exceptionally fair skin. Her features were striking, with a petite chin, a refined nose, and large brown eyes, while her chestnut hair fell in loose curls to her waist, revealing a small gap between her front teeth. Edmure thought to himself how fortunate it would be if she were to be his bride. Shortly thereafter, the elderly Walder Frye, fulfilling Edmure's expectations, made his way to the center of the dais, slowly seated himself, and then pointed at the girl. "This is my daughter, Rosalind. Edmure, your bride. Accept her blessings, and take her to your chamber." Edmure had anticipated that Walder would insult him by offering an unattractive or simple-minded bride, but to his surprise, his new bride, Rosalind, was exceedingly lovely. Even Robb cast an envious glance at his feeble uncle. The wedding proceeded with great fervor. The joy of the banquet hall starkly contrasted with the cold, bound form of Dacey, who remained tethered throughout the hours of merriment. Dacey's icy gaze remained fixated on Edmure Tully. If she could, she would gladly trade her life for that of her selfish father. At last, the wedding ceremony concluded. Old Frye instructed Edmure to take his tearful daughter, Rosalind, away. It was time for them to retire to the bridal chamber. The two were swiftly whisked away, their garments being pulled as the crowd laughed. Edmure had yet to cast a single glance at Daisy, while her serpentine eyes remained locked on her father, who was grinning lewdly. Daisy was prepared to meet her end there. Lord Walder Frye, having witnessed the scene, was unperturbed, having taken many wives, none of whom had been particularly willing. He had grown indifferent. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After Edmure left, his expression darkened, the wrinkles on his face deepening with a malevolent shadow. As the lively melodies of the banquet hall faded, Walder Frye, with a grim countenance, grasped the arms of his chair and slowly stood. Caitlin felt a stir of confusion but would soon comprehend the gravity of the situation. A servant passed by her, moving toward the banquet hall's entrance, and firmly closed the wooden doors. With the doors shut, the cheerful melodies grew somber, and a wave of unease washed over Caitlin. The tune played was a tribute to Tywin Lannister, the reign of Castamere, and its performance at a banquet honoring the Lannisters' adversaries was decidedly inappropriate. Upon spotting the old skinflint, Roose Bolton, who should have been rallying troops for the north, she suddenly understood. Unable to contain her fury, she slapped Bolton and shouted at Robb, "Robb, my foolish son, run!" Yet, it was far too late. The nurse, whom Robb had risked everything for, was the first to perish before his eyes. A cloaked figure approached the unsuspecting nurse, brandishing a dagger, and struck her thrice in her pregnant belly. Robb looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. Soon, he and his loyal followers were besieged by crossbowmen emerging from the sides of the banquet hall, succumbing to a hail of bolts. The entire wedding hall transformed into a slaughterhouse. Caitlin watched in horror as her son Robb fell, pierced by arrows, and she screamed in madness, rushing toward him, only to be struck as well. In the end, she clung to her beloved eldest son, letting out a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the wedding hall. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, Arya was being led by someone across the archbridge from the West City back to the East City. Riverrun, also known as the Crossing, was divided by the Green Fork River, connected by a stone archway with a watchtower. Two massive iron gates controlled the north-south passage of the Green Fork. Observing the guards stationed throughout the city hinted that something ominous was about to transpire. Arya suddenly halted, unwilling to proceed further. The individual accompanying her frowned and insisted, "Keep moving. I told you, there is a dangerous scent lurking within that banquet hall." "Yes," Arya hesitated, "I understand. But we should inform my brother and mother of this matter, not flee." The individual regarded Arya calmly. "If you believe anyone would heed your warning, you would have spoken to that herald." Arya fell silent, recalling the disdain she had seen in Lord Renly's eyes when she mentioned the lion's sigil. The glance of distrust hindered her intention to convey a particular judgment to someone. Nonetheless, Robb and Caitlin remained her dearest kin. Arya could not persuade herself to depart alone. Her heart weighed down with concern. She cast an apologetic look towards someone before sprinting back along the path she had come. Chapter 79. The fall of the young wolf. Arya once again raced from the East City back to the West City. The sky had darkened, and her unease had reached its zenith. Upon spotting Robb's encampment at the entrance of the West City, a flicker of relief washed over her. Stark soldiers congregated there, drinking merrily, and her elder brother dire wolf, Grey Wind, lay quietly in a pen. Perhaps she had been overthinking? Arya mused. However, calamity struck in the next moment. The soldiers from the twins, who had been drinking alongside the Stark men, suddenly turned against them, and without warning, Stark soldiers were being slaughtered one by one. Archers from the twins appeared from all directions, raining arrows upon the Stark camp, the soldiers rendered as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. The abrupt chaos left Arya momentarily paralyzed. She heard Grey Wind's mournful howl before he too collapsed within the pen. Several soldiers from the twins spotted Arya and rushed towards her, swords raised. Stunned by the scene before her, she could barely move. Memories of her mother Caitlin and elder brother Robb surged through her mind, and she desperately sought to flee to the banquet hall to warn them. Fortunately, someone, donning the garb of a captain from the twins, suddenly appeared before her. Seizing her shoulder, this figure gestured for the approaching soldiers to retreat and then whispered to Arya, "It is all too late." With that, a swift elbow knocked her unconscious, and she was carried away towards the archbridge. Arya's fears materialized. Caitlin, wounded by arrows, crawled from beneath the tables to the high platform where Lord Walder Frye presided, dragging forth his eighth wife, trembling from fear. She held a dagger, slipped from her sleeve, against the woman's throat. Caitlin looked at the impassive Walder Frye above and pleaded, "Release my son Robb. He is my firstborn. I swear we shall take no vengeance." Walder Frye replied calmly, "You have already broken one oath. There shall be no second." Caitlin pressed the dagger closer. She clutched the hair of Walder's wife and, glancing at Robb, who mournfully gazed at the unborn child in his wife's belly, cried out, "Release Robb. I swear by the Tully name, by my Stark name, or I shall slit your pregnant wife's throat." Walder, unconcerned, retorted, "But you have one right here, my new wife. See, she is also of the Tully lineage. Brought here by your own kin. Caitlin sought to say more, but Rob, sensing his impending doom, struggled to his feet and called out instinctively, "Mother." Caitlin turned at the sound, only to see the formidable figure of Roose Bolton blocking Rob's path. Roose leaned close to Rob's ear, smirking as he whispered, "The Lannisters send their regards." Then, a dagger plunged into the heart of the young wolf, Robb Stark. Caitlin screamed in despair as she killed Fry's eighth wife in a moment of rage. Ultimately, a servant from House Fry approached and similarly slashed her throat from behind. In her final moments, Caitlin's face, which had turned pale with Rob's death, reflected not just sorrow but an acceptance of her fate, for her heart had already perished. Walder Fry, expressionless, lifted a goblet to his lips. Nearby, Daenerys, who had witnessed the bloody wedding unfold, turned ashen. Though she had contemplated self-destruction and prepared for death, the sight of the Stark family being ruthlessly slaughtered in the hall ignited a primal fear within her. Watching the massacre of once noble lords, Daenerys felt sorrow, desolation, and helplessness. Yet no sympathy, only a twinge of regret for the absence of Edmure. Having witnessed so many deaths, her gaze grew cold, and a chill crept up from her feet as she remained bound to her chair, unable to move. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder, causing her to tremble in fear. She turned to see Walder Fry's wrinkled, grotesque visage smiling at her like a withered flower. Muffled cries escaped Daenerys' lips as she cursed silently. The elderly Walder Fry, trembling, lifted her chin with a shaky hand, nodding in approval of her beauty and youth. Fry's servants began to clear the bodies from the banquet hall. This was no difficult task. In the twins, disposing of corpses involved merely tossing them into the green river below the arched bridge, letting the waters wash away their sins. Old Walder lowered his hand and surveyed the hall, satisfied with his handiwork. With a wicked grin, he prepared to have the servants escort Daenerys to his chamber. Suddenly, a blood-soaked soldier from the twins burst through the hall's entrance, his face marked with urgency and dread. He approached Lord Walder Fry at the dais. "My lord, it's dire news. The East City has been breached." Walder Fry stared at the soldier in disbelief, nearly toppling from the platform. "What did you say?" The soldier knelt, his voice trembling. Most of the guards from the twins were dispatched to the West City. The East City lay vulnerable and was overrun. The soldier's outcry echoed. And not only did Walder hear it, but so did the twin soldiers below who were cleaning up the carnage. Every hand froze in shock. Old Roose Bolton growled fiercely. "That is impossible. Rob's army has fully entered the city. The Lannisters are now my allies. How could there be any other forces? Speak sense. Who did this?" Walder Fry bellowed, his sparse hair falling about his face as he raged, his expression both monstrous and terrifying. Old Walder sank back into his seat on the high dais. The others in the hall, wary of the notorious lord, dared not breathe. Moments passed before Walder regained his composure and, with a fierce glint in his eyes, slowly intoned. "First, we must eradicate the Starks completely. There cannot be a significant army rising from the riverlands. We must stabilize our position. Regardless of which House's army has invaded the East City, I swear in the name of House Fry, the twins shall be their grave." Chapter 80. The Realm Lyn entered the East City gate of the twins, pausing briefly to await the arrival of his troops. Apart from the 1,900 points spent to redeem the Eagle Lion Knights, his remaining balance of 5,291 points had been entirely exhausted today. 3,000 points were exchanged for 800 Tier 3 infantry soldiers and 200 Tier 3 archers. 1,500 points were used to procure 1,000 pieces of chainmail, while the remaining 791 points were spent on 5 siege catapults at 150 points each. His system points dwindled from 5,291 to a mere 41. Lyn's expenditures were monumental. What was exchanged was the opportunity for the army of the Twin River City, currently engaged in the slaughter of the Stark forces in the Western City, to retreat to the Eastern City. In a mere quarter of an hour, the city's defenses at the Eastern Gate were breached with a single, forceful assault. To ensure the secrecy of the troops' deployment and the success of the plan, after the beautiful night, Brienne made a detour to the Western Gate for information. She decisively returned to the grove from whence she came. After 2 hours, 1,000 third-level system soldiers were exchanged, fully armored and assembled. Concurrently, Lyn appointed Sir Stone as the temporary commander of this elite unit and discussed all preparations for the siege. He then waited quietly until nightfall to launch the hidden elite troops, along with 5 catapults that had already adjusted their firing angles for a sudden strike. Under the relentless bombardment of the 5 catapults, the iron-bound wooden gate fell without resistance. 1,000 soldiers from the elite unit surged across the bridge over the moat and into the city. However, despite the meticulous planning and the swift, unexpected attack against a guard of fewer than 200 in the Eastern City, Lyn's hard-gathered 1,000 elite soldiers suffered a staggering loss of 200. The night in Twin Rivers City suddenly turned to torrential rain. The corners of Lyn's mouth were dampened by the rain, which he tasted with his tongue. revealing a bitterness. The gamble he took was fraught with peril. According to information gleaned from captured guards of the eastern city, there were still 2,000 soldiers from Twin Rivers City stationed in the western city across the Arch Bridge and the Green Fork River. The number of defenders within the city exceeded Lin's expectations. With only 800 combatants at his disposal, Lin issued 2 commands the moment he entered the eastern city. 600 elite soldiers were dispatched directly to the stone arch bridge to construct defensive works against a potential counterattack from the Fry family's forces. 200 elite soldiers were sent to open the prison in the eastern city and release all inmates inside. The armed prisoners would be sent to the bridge as the first line of cannon fodder. Several Eagle Line Knights accompanying Sir Stone southward were dispatched by Lin to Neck Bay to urge for reinforcements. Lin crossed the central district of the eastern city and arrived at the stone arch bridge. A Fry family banner drooped limply to the ground, trampled by the soldiers rushing by, while the relentless icy rain lashed against the tumultuous waters of the Green Fork River. Standing at the bridge's entrance, Lin gazed anxiously into the darkness across the river towards the western city. If the bloody wedding had concluded, and the Stark soldiers had been entirely eliminated by the soldiers of Twin Rivers City in the western city, then Lin, with no remaining points, would find himself in an exceedingly awkward and perilous predicament. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly heard a roar and a commotion from across the bridge. Could it be the soldiers of the Fry family charging forth? Lin was taken aback and looked up. Indeed, it was a man clad in the armor of Twin Rivers City, though he appeared to be alone. His mount, frightened, let out a terrified whinny as it was intercepted by the elite soldiers. The startled elite soldiers raised their spears and shields, encircling the lone figure approaching. The man on horseback gripped the reins tightly while reaching for the sword at his waist. Lin squinted and recognized the figure, who was now peering out from behind the armor of the Twin Rivers soldier. Through the flickering torchlight, he discerned it was Arya. "Stop!" Lin shouted. "Let them pass." Sir Stone, realizing the identity of the newcomer, someone he had been pursuing along with Arya, quickly rode forward, positioning himself in front of the rider and waving back the elite soldiers. The stone arch bridge offered no cover from the rain, and mud splattered onto the hooves and bodies of the horses. Arya's face was dotted with raindrops, indistinguishable from tears. Sir Stone instructed a soldier to help Arya dismount, while he remained vigilant at the shadowy depths of the bridge. Arya looked at Lin with concern as she approached. Her face, drenched by the icy rain, bore tears that mingled with the water. The loss of her loved ones overwhelming her. No longer able to maintain her composure, she broke down in tears upon seeing Lin, that familiar yet frail figure. Lin embraced Arya, patting her back, intending to inquire about the situation in the western city and offer her some comfort. Suddenly, the horse beneath Sir Stone let out a loud whinny and reared up. He heard the distant sound of galloping hooves from the far end of the bridge, causing the sturdy stone arch to resonate. Sir Stone turned and warned Lin and the soldiers in the eastern city. "Cavalry is approaching. Enemy attack. Prepare for defense. Elite soldiers, move up to confront them." Lin heard the noise as well and turned to see a cavalry unit emerging from the darkness of the stone arch bridge, numbering around 30. Clad in chainmail and wielding heavy weapons like hammers and spiked clubs, charging directly towards the elite soldiers at the bridgehead. The first to meet them were prisoners from Twin Rivers City, armed only with makeshift wooden shields and spears. At Sir Stone's warning, they were driven onto the stone arch bridge by the elite soldiers behind them. Lin's instructions were simple. As prisoners, survival was straightforward. Survive the battle and they would earn their freedom. Any attempts to flee or hide amidst the chaos would result in a grim fate, as exemplified by the corpses of the prisoners who had initially defied the elite soldiers' commands, hanging at the bridgehead. A battle between 100 lightly armed prisoners and 30 fully armored cavalrymen was a foregone conclusion. As the prisoners were herded onto the stone arch bridge, they stood in 2 lines, listening intently as the sound of hooves in the darkness grew ever nearer. With no path of retreat, they could only anxiously focus on the dark expanse ahead, banging their long spears or standard swords against their wooden shields while shouting to bolster their courage. The cavalry from Twin Rivers City advanced through the rain, undeterred. The soldiers of the elite unit illuminated the area with torches, providing limited visibility from 20 paces behind the prisoner's vanguard. The first prisoner wielding a wooden shield was the first to spot 2 dark figures and a large, ominous round object. The heavy, menacing mace was being swung by the 2 cavalrymen on either side, creating a deadly chain of destruction. The prisoners widened their eyes, feeling their throats dry in fear. There was no time for panic or curses. In the next moment, the shadowy figures appeared right before them. The sound of impact echoed. Boom. The cavalry charged straight into the seemingly organized ranks of prisoners, producing a series of dull thuds. Chapter 81. Testing the waters. The night rain soaked the hair, clothing, and weapons of everyone on the stone arch bridge. The first prisoners to engage, armed with crude wooden shields, were met with the Twin Rivers cavalry who swung their maces, sending sprays of rainwater flying. The shields shattered without warning under the relentless blows. The sharp, spiked hammers, propelled by immense inertia, crashed into the ranks of the prisoners. Blood gushed forth, staining the transparent rain with a deep crimson hue. Lin observed this scene from a distance, his expression unchanging. This was anticipated. The prisoners at the forefront had no means of defense, succumbing to the deadly hammers and chains. 10 prisoners fell, then another 10. It was not until the remaining 70 prisoners finally managed to use their spears to attempt to strike back at the incoming cavalry that they were able to halt the advance of the devastating mace. However, the seasoned cavalry of Hejian had long been prepared for a counterattack. After the meteor-like iron chain hammer clattered to the ground, the cavalry from Manhwa City drew forth their short spears, each no longer than an arm's length. These spears were hurled into the throng of desperate prisoners. A muffled sound echoed as several figures collapsed. Under the relentless assault from their foes, the prisoners, already filled with dread, began to flee in panic. How could they continue to fight? Without even engaging properly, they had already lost nearly a third of their number. The fate of a makeshift band against a disciplined cavalry was all too predictable, akin to slaughtering chickens or castrating dogs. Commander Shifu sat astride his horse, waiting to confirm that no more soldiers from Manhwa City appeared behind the 30 cavalrymen on the stone arch bridge. He cast a questioning glance toward Lin, who was shielded by the soldiers of the Tiger Ben Corps. Beneath the flickering torchlight, Lin's expression was cold. He could hear the anguished cries emanating from the prisoners' ranks on the bridge ahead. He returned Shifu's glance with a nod of affirmation. Finally, as the temporary commander of the Tiger Ben Corps, Shifu waved his hand and issued commands to the crossbowmen. He shouted, "Archers! Fire! Fire!" The seasoned crossbowmen of the Tiger Ben Corps, poised and ready, swiftly pulled back their strings. And the air was filled with the sharp whistling of arrows as they pierced the rain, targeting the rear ranks of the approaching cavalry. The third-tier archers possessed a remarkable mastery over their weapons. Even with the rain's interference, their accuracy at such a short range was astonishing. The sound of arrows striking flesh was a grim chorus, as riders fell from their horses, crashing onto the stone bridge where rain mingled with blood. With the support of archers, the prisoners finally found their breath. "Charge! Kill those cavalrymen! Those who survive will gain their freedom!" Shifu shouted again, soaked and disheveled. The prisoners raised their heads, stepping over the fallen bodies of their comrades, roaring as they surged forward to attack the cavalry, whose formation was disrupted by the archers' onslaught. The chaos of close-quarter combat resumed, but the scales of victory had begun to tip in favor of the prisoners. Amidst the turmoil, one cavalryman from Manhwa City turned to flee in panic. Lin understood that this signified the end of their probing attack, and he ceased to concern himself with the inevitable outcome. He instructed Shifu to hold the bridge, fulfilling his promise to allow the few remaining prisoners to escape. Judging that the Fry family would not launch another attack in the short term, he recognized that his own troops needed rest more than his adversaries. Lin, accompanied by Arya and a man named Jacqueline, arrived at a nearby tavern. The tavern's owner, a plump woman with brown hair, was cowering behind the counter in a state of confusion. After Lin's forces breached the eastern gates of Manhwa City, most residents had fled, disappearing into the nooks and crannies of the streets, hastily closing their doors. However, this two-story tavern was spacious enough to be repurposed as a resting place for the wounded soldiers of the Tiger Ben Corps. With his last 41 points, Lin exchanged them for 8 battlefield medics to tend to the 30 or so lightly injured soldiers. In the end, only 1 point remained in the system. Compared to the cold, rainy night outside, the tavern felt warm and inviting. The coal fire in the hearth crackled brightly, its flames dancing. Tables and chairs were stacked in a corner, while injured soldiers lay on the floor, receiving basic suturing from the medics using needles, thread, gauze, and scissors. Approaching the bar, Lin took a seat on one of the 3 high stools. He first offered some words of comfort to the weary Arya. Then, he inquired with Jacqueline about how they had managed to escape. Jacqueline recounted the events in detail, and upon hearing that the bloody wedding had concluded and the Stark soldiers had been massacred by the Freys, Lin let out a soft sigh. "Since you were in the banquet hall, did you see Danny, the steward from my lord's estate at Fisherman's Port?" Arya suddenly interjected. "Was Danny also invited to the wedding?" Lin forced a smile as he explained the circumstances of Danny's abduction and his own suspicions. Arya, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Wald Fry will meet his end. One day, I shall slay him myself." Lin's demeanor remained calm, his eyes cold as he replied, "Revenge shall come today." Jacqueline's gaze flickered. "My lord, your forces seem insufficient to seize all of Manhwa City. Perhaps by morning, the Fry soldiers will ascertain your numbers, and they will come in full force to cross the stone arch bridge. My reinforcements are on the way." Jacqueline fixed his gaze upon Lin. "Though I do not know where your current troops have come from, if your reinforcements are the limited numbers from Fisherman's Port, it may still be insufficient to defeat the Fry family." Lin offered a non-committal smile. He took a cup of ale from the trembling tavern owner's hands and took a sip. Indeed, with all the armed forces at his disposal, It would be challenging to engage in a decisive battle against the Fry family's 2,000 soldiers in Wanha City. Even with the Tiger Bin Corps' undaunted bravery, unwavering loyalty, and strict discipline, it would be difficult to secure victory against an opponent with double their numbers. Lin toyed with the ceramic cup in his hands, his gaze deepening as he mused. What if we added the forces of the people from the Greywater Watch, as well as those from House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands? Arya interjected. That is impossible. Born into House Stark, Arya had been steeped in the politics and conflicts of power from a young age. Having witnessed firsthand her father Ned Stark's rise from hand of the king to traitor and his execution, she had nearly witnessed the deaths of her mother and elder brother Robb in Wanha City. Arya realized that behind the bloody facade of Westeros lay a grand power struggle. Thus, she could not believe Lin's words. Without vested interests, not even her aunt, the Lady of the Vale, would send soldiers to avenge her sister Catelyn. Moreover, the Iron Islands, who had just raided Winterfell, and the people of the Riverlands, with whom they had little connection, would hardly come to her aid. Lin gently patted Arya's head, wiping away the traces of tears from her eyes. There is nothing impossible in this world, he chuckled softly. Once this matter is settled, we shall go to the Citadel for a time. I need a stronger Arya by my side. Chapter 82, Compromise. Arya looked into Lin's eyes and nodded earnestly. After a while, the emotional toll weighed heavily on her, and she gradually leaned against the bar, eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into sleep. The tavern owner, a kind-hearted woman, took the initiative to carry Arya upstairs to a bedroom, ensuring she could rest comfortably. Lin assigned a female medic, who had no immediate tasks, to watch over Arya while he returned to the main hall of the tavern, continuing to sip ale to stay alert. Lin and Jaqen found little to discuss, each lost in their own thoughts. Time passed slowly. In the deep hours of the night, a soldier in cavalry attire quietly entered the tavern and leaned close to Lin's ear, whispering a few words. Lin's eyes sparkled at the information, and he quickly led Jaqen and Sterling, along with several waiting members of the King's Guard, to mount their horses and depart. 3 armies are gathering at the crossroads outside of Neck's End, near the town of Riverrun. Lin rode forth from the eastern gate of Riverrun, and after half an hour of brisk riding, he arrived at the junction just north of a small grove. The night was dark, but fortunately, the light drizzle had ceased. The first to notice Lin's approach and come forward was Sir Duncan, accompanied by over 300 fully armed soldiers from the Eagle Lion Knights. The tall Duncan approached Lin, illuminated by the torches held aloft by his men, casting a clear light upon his sharp, gaunt features. He bowed from his horse and said, "My lord, as per your command, the Eagle Lion Legion has fully assembled. The cavalry from Fisherman's Port is still on foot and may arrive a bit later." Lin nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting to the other 2 groups at the crossroads behind him. He inquired softly, "How many soldiers do the men of the Vale and the Iron Islands have?" The Vale's commander, Lord Lade, dispatched his sworn knights, leading 300 men from Greywater Watch. Meanwhile, the Iron Islanders, under the command of Victarion Greyjoy, have brought all of their soldiers stationed at Neck's End, totaling approximately 800. Lin let out a soft "oh," followed by a light chuckle, inwardly cursing the cunning old fox, Victarion Greyjoy. Not long ago, Victarion had lost Cracklaw Point to Duncan's Eagle Lion Knights, and his conflict with the Lade family of Greywater Watch had also been ongoing for some time. Now, these 3 armies, each with their own ulterior motives, should have been meeting as bitter enemies, yet here they were, gathered in an oddly peaceful manner. Lin sighed inwardly, recognizing the terrifying power of self-interest. While Lin conversed with his subordinates, Victarion Greyjoy could not contain himself and rode forward, his coarse features adorned with a disingenuous smile. He forced a grin and approached Lin, saying with a mocking tone, "It is said that the North has produced a lineage of Eagle Lion lords, descendants of the ancient falconers. I was skeptical until I laid eyes upon you, realizing that such youthful talent truly exists in the North." Lin observed Victarion's squinting eyes and replied, "The Greyjoys are sharpening their blades, capturing Winterfell and Cracklaw Point. They plot to dominate the North. It seems that in the future, I, Lin, may find myself vassal to the Greyjoy family." Victarion laughed. "You jest, my lord. Your cavalry nearly claimed my life at Cracklaw Point. Yet I hear you intend to return it to the Lade family?" Victarion continued with a grin. "In my opinion, for the siege of Riverrun, our 2 houses should join forces. Once we succeed, Riverrun Castle will belong to House Greyjoy, while you shall retain Cracklaw Point. Does that not suit us both?" At this moment, the commander of the Lade family also approached. He was of short stature, his skin tanned, clad only in a green tunic that displayed his muscular physique, exuding an imposing presence. Clearly having overheard Victarion's words, he snorted in displeasure. Still mounted, Lin addressed the Vale Knight coolly, "You have sent too few men. Greywater Watch requires more soldiers for protection against any potential Iron Islander ambush from Ironmere Bay." The Vale Knight replied, "Lord Holland will personally bring a fleet, arriving by ship along the Green Fork to Riverrun." Lin raised an eyebrow at this. It was evident that these families had endured for centuries in Westeros for good reason. He understood the ulterior motive behind Lord Hollandlade's decision to lead his forces via the waterways. It was to guard against the Greyjoys, unwilling to fight alongside them during the siege for fear of a betrayal from behind. Yet, this was acceptable, with the current scale of the armies involved. Capturing Riverrun was no concern. A smile graced Lin's lips as he realized he had misjudged Lord Holland. Since our forces are now adequately prepared, at dawn, we shall launch a simultaneous assault on the western gate of Riverrun. Lord Victorian Greyjoy, please lead your soldiers to the west gate and await orders. When the Lade family and I attack from the east, you will commence your assault on the western gate. Victorian Greyjoy replied, that is agreeable. But do not forget your promise. Once Riverrun is taken, the castle will belong to the Iron Islands. Lin responded with a smile, indeed. I swear by the old gods in the name of my family, the Rothschilds, that upon capturing Riverrun, my forces will withdraw from the Riverlands. He assured the Vale Knight. Cracklaw Point shall also be returned to the Lade family. Both men readily agreed and went off to prepare for the impending conflict. Lin, accompanied by Duncan and his Eagle Lion Knights, made their way toward the eastern Riverrun to prevent the Fry family from launching an early assault. Along the way, the tall Duncan queried, my lord, after we toiled to seize Riverrun and Cracklaw Point, what will we gain from giving them to these two families? Duncan understood that his master, Lin, was not one to engage in fruitless ventures. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend Lin's true intentions behind this plan. Chapter 83. Dawn approaches, gift them away. Lin shook his head slightly beneath the night sky, his tone sharp and contained like a blade sheathing itself. I promised to cede Riverrun to House Greyjoy, but I never intended to surrender its treasures. Duncan paused, gripping the reins tightly before spurring his horse to catch up with Lin. My lord, how shall we manage to relocate the valuables from Riverrun under the very eyes of the Iron Islanders? Lin chuckled softly. Once we secure the western part of Riverrun, the Fry family will have enough gold and silver to satisfy this system of accrual. With control over the points, the initiative will no longer rest with the Greyjoy soldiers. Riverrun is a strategic stronghold. It cannot simply be relinquished. As for swearing to the old gods, I regret to inform you that ever since the three-eyed crow attempted to assassinate me, I have entertained thoughts of eliminating the old gods myself. However, Lin quickly subdued his smile, realizing he could not alter the narrative of Westeros. Robb was dead, Catelyn was dead, and many of the powerful noble vassals of the north had perished. These were all outcomes desired by the three-eyed crow and its dark old god. Lin gazed up at the pitch-black sky, where, after the rain, stars began to twinkle, resembling the eyes of the gods peering down upon the world. Upon reaching the drawbridge, a solitary figure awaited in the center, seemingly anticipating Lin's arrival. Lin approached the figure on horseback, with the ruined iron gate of Riverrun looming ahead, shattered by catapults. My lord, I demand an explanation. The striking figure wore knightly armor but no helmet. This brave lady knight unsheathed her sword and blocked Lin's path. Lin regarded Brienne, noting that for a woman, she was exceptionally tall, with prominent features and a broad face. To the outsiders, she appeared as a pitiable and unattractive woman. The world mocked a woman who could be a knight, as society deemed a woman's appearance far more significant than her courage. Warfare was considered the domain of men. Yet for Brienne, she was not merely a woman but a figure of greater valor than many men, a steed of exceptional quality. Was she to live her life shackled by her perceived shortcomings in appearance and gender? No, she had devoted her life to the art of swordsmanship, pledging herself to knighthood. Yet she had never encountered her true patron. Who might that patron be? Was it Renly or Catelyn? Lisa believed neither. Those two merely encouraged her amidst a crowd of mockers, acknowledging that as a woman, she possessed the potential to stand as a knight alongside men. Rather than genuinely appreciating the prowess of a beauty, suddenly, a sword was drawn, blocking Lisa's path, and the tall Duncan was the first to refuse. He rode forward, drawing his excessively long knightly sword from its sheath with caution, keeping a watchful eye on the beautiful knight Brienne. This time, Lisa did not intervene. He had little time to explain matters to this female knight, despite having initially set her aside and not calling upon her for the assault on Riverrun. He suspected that Brienne perceived this as an affront to female knights. Lisa addressed her, if you seek vengeance for Lady Catelyn, then accompany me into the city. If you wish to obstruct me, then challenge my knight to a duel. Trust me, he is not like the Sarestone you encountered yesterday. He will show no mercy to a woman. Brienne hesitated for a moment, locking eyes with the cold-faced Duncan. She fixed her gaze on Lisa and replied, after I slay Walder Frey, I would gladly engage this knight. I hope, my lord, that you will not abandon me during the assault. If needed, trust that I would prefer to be the first to charge. With that, Brienne sheathed her sword. The competitive spirit of this woman compelled Lisa to regard her with renewed respect. Lisa was the first to lead the Lion Knights to the stone bridge. The Tiger Knights, apart from a small squad of sentinels watching the situation across the bridge, mostly rested in 3 large tents hastily erected from awnings taken from shops outside Riverrun. Exhausted and damp soldiers clutched their weapons, squinting at the flickering bonfire. Sir Stone was nowhere to be seen. Lisa rode forward, asking, "Where has your commander gone?" "My lord." "Sir Stone has gone to procure provisions," a chainmail-clad soldier responded. "There is a market not far away, but it requires some effort to open the locked shops." Lisa refrained from commenting on the looting during wartime. However, it was inappropriate for a commander to neglect the defense. Clearly, there was a notable gap between being a competent knight and a capable military leader. Lisa pointed at the soldier. "Go, summon your commander." The soldier acknowledged and hurried away with 2 companions. Lisa dismounted, leaning on his attendant Gufter, glancing up at the still overcast sky before entering an open tent to dry off. Dawn was approaching, Lisa thought. Duncan had arranged for his knights to rest at designated spots, gathering their strength before entering Lisa's tent. Brienne, her imposing figure accentuated by her armor, occupied a significant portion of space, making it difficult to approach the bonfire. Her skirt armor was completely soaked. Lisa signaled the nearby soldiers to make room for the beautiful knight to join the gathering. Gratefully, Brienne bowed her head to Lisa, her hand relaxing from the hilt of her sword. When Lisa had first encountered her, she had maintained a posture ready to draw her weapon. "My lord, I still do not know where you hail from," she lamented, finding Lisa's introduction insufficiently comprehensive, her curiosity piqued by the notable followers surrounding him. "And what of your family? Your soldiers appear quite formidable, and even your attendants stand out, seeming to rival those of any great house." She recalled her brief time among Renly's Rainbow Guard, where few possessed the qualities of Sir Stone, Gufter, or the slender yet dangerous Sir Sterling. Not to mention Duncan, who towered over Brienne, wore a perpetually stoic expression. Brienne concluded that he must have been a knight of considerable strength before commanding Lisa's knights, though she had never heard his name. Lisa raised his head, ready to formally introduce himself to the beautiful knight, yet he found her gaze fixated on Duncan's stony visage, prompting a smile. "This is Duncan." Lisa gestured to the brooding knight. "He is my squire and the commander of a knightly order, one of the finest in Westeros. Though his name may not yet resonate, he will soon leave an indelible impression on all the great figures of Westeros." Chapter 84. Luring the enemy. Dawn broke. Lisa emerged from the tent, the embers in the fire having died down. The scouting party had discovered that the enemy was mobilizing their forces before the sun had fully risen. As anticipated, they first dispatched a probing force of 300 cavalry, only to suffer defeat once more. In the confined space, the cavalry could not fully deploy. However, the soldiers of Riverrun had gleaned vital information about Lisa's strength at Eastgate from this encounter. Soon, a regiment of over 300 armored shield-bearers appeared in the center of the stone bridge at Riverrun. Behind them were 200 archers, preparing for a desperate fight. Upon receiving the report, Lisa assembled his entire army at the bridgehead, ready to withstand the initial assault of the enemy's vanguard and create an opportunity for the Ironborn soldiers of House Greyjoy lying in ambush outside West Riverrun to launch an assault. This was the first step of the plan. Lisa addressed Sir Lyd, who commanded the 300 Riverlanders waiting at the side. "The ships of Lord Harlan will arrive on time, I trust?" The short knight called to the Riverlanders behind him, and one hurried forward, carrying a raven cage, which he presented to him. "Lord Harlan is not far upstream from Riverrun. You need not worry, my lord." Lisa was not reassured. He had already resolved that if any segment of the 3 armies faltered, be it the Riverlanders or the Iron Islanders, if either side adopted a wait-and-see approach, attempting to prolong the conflict and deplete their own forces, he would not hesitate to command his troops to withdraw from the battlefield at once, even if it meant relinquishing Eastgate to House Fry. Lisa gazed at the expansive surface of the stone bridge, beneath which flowed the murky waters of the Green Fork. If the Riverlanders' ships could arrive at the water gate on schedule, alleviating the pressure on his forces, he was confident they could decimate the Fry soldiers on the bridge. Just as Lisa contemplated the battle at the bridgehead, a series of resounding horns echoed from afar. Rows of armored shield-bearers, gleaming in the early morning sunlight, began to advance steadily toward the bridgehead of Eastgate. The synchronized cadence of their steel boots resonated on the bridge, creating a thunderous sound. The serpent had begun to move. Lisa turned to Sir Lyd, send word. The latter nodded and opened the raven cage, allowing the raven to soar northward along the Green Fork. Lyn raised his gaze to the gradually approaching figures 100 paces away and calmly instructed Stone to prepare. The sound of wheels echoed as 10 two-wheeled carts, laden with hay and wooden stakes, began to push onto the bridge from the rear of the Tiger Bend Corps. The wooden carts narrowed the width of the bridge, transforming what could have accommodated 10 soldiers marching side by side into a passage suitable for only 6 or 7 to advance together. The enemy soldiers quickly discerned Lyn's intentions, and the previously plodding formation of shield bearers accelerated their pace. So impatient, Lyn observed this scene with a slight smile. The enemy's ranks drew ever closer, 100 paces, 50 paces. Just as the enemy was about to reach the front of the wooden carts, Stone's command rang out. Archers, prepare. Fire. The infantry took their positions. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the enemy's shield bearers, forcing them to halt their advance and raise their steel shields tightly to ward off the incoming projectiles. However, while on the move, shields could never maintain perfect cohesion. Some arrows found their way through the gaps of the advancing shield bearers and struck the crowd. And with each fallen soldier, larger gaps emerged, compelling the enemy to cease their advance and reinforce their defenses. Seeing the enemy halt and tighten their formation, the archers of the Tiger Bin Corps ceased their fire. Infantry, advance! Stone's voice resounded. The soldiers of the Tiger Bin Corps, who had been poised to strike, surged forward with a roar, 6 men wide, brandishing their iron and oak shields. Though their defenses paled in comparison to the lavishly equipped enemy shield bearers, their lightweight gear granted them agility. As Stone issued the charge, they coalesced into a torrent of armored might, rushing ahead. The leading infantry of the Tiger Bin Corps soon found themselves facing the same fate as the enemy shield bearers. The archers at the rear of the enemy, already prepared, drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the Tiger Bin infantry. Yet, there was no order to retreat or disengage. The Tiger Bin infantry pressed on, undeterred by the rain of arrows. With their oak shields raised high, their singular aim was to close the distance to engage in melee combat. The archers of Twin River City inflicted devastating losses upon Lin's Tiger Bin infantry. Of the first 100 soldiers to engage the enemy's shield bearers, fewer than 70 remained standing. Nonetheless, the melee had commenced. Both sides' archers could no longer fire for fear of hitting their comrades. The combat prowess of Lin's level 3 soldiers was nearly on par with the regular forces of Westeros. When equally matched, the outcome was uncertain. However, the heavily armored shield bearers of House Fry wielded their formidable steel plate armor and substantial shields to decisive effect. The Tiger Bin infantry soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite their utmost resistance, they began to show signs of faltering. Stone commanded the Tiger Bin infantry to gradually retreat, while the enemy shield bearers relentlessly pursued them. Each time the Tiger Bin soldiers advanced 10 paces, the enemy pressed forward by the same measure. The formation of 10 men began to dwindle to 7 or even 6. Meanwhile, the archers of Twin River City, to maintain their ranks, could only follow closely behind their shield bearers, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. As a sharp arrow suddenly pierced the gap between the front lines of the shield bearers and the archers, the officer in charge of the ambush for Twin River City realized something was amiss. If his archers advanced another step, they would be met with a storm of arrows from the Tiger Bin Corps. At that moment, witnessing the 200 steel-clad shield bearers pursuing the retreating Tiger Bin infantry, he felt his throat tighten. He hastily gestured for the archers to halt their advance. "Damn it," he shouted, "shield bearers, fall back. Return. Stop advancing. It's a trap." However, at that moment, the most lavishly equipped and strongest unit within the Twin River City army had become completely isolated from the support of the archers. His command had come too late. The 300 armored soldiers, a source of pride for House Fry, had now found themselves trapped in the narrow passage flanked by 5 wooden carts on either side. A faint smile crept onto Lin's usually stern visage. Chapter 85. The Vulture, the Beauty Brienne, leading her pure black warhorse, found the tall Duncan among the assembled knights of the Griffin. The knightly order was soon to embark on a mission. She expressed her desire to join. Duncan turned to her, his expression indifferent, nodding as he said, "You're suited for the vanguard. Charge in the front line." Without hesitation, she replied, "Very well." Duncan donned his knight's helmet, mounted his horse, then glanced at the ankles of Brienne's black steed. "Wrap your horse's legs. It's crucial." At the head of the stone bridge, the Tiger Bin infantry lured the enemy shield bearers into the narrow passage formed by the wooden carts, completing their task of enticing the enemy. They swiftly disengaged from the entanglement with the shield bearers of Twin River City. Meanwhile, the enemy shield bearers received orders from behind to retreat. They halted their pursuit of the Tiger Bin infantry and began to turn back. However, the wooden carts, covered with hay, suddenly shook. The soldiers of Twin River City were astonished to see hay being thrown from the carts, followed by the emergence of short but robust warriors wielding gleaming hook spears. Their faces darkened with determination. They were the men of the marshes, born at the confluence of the Neck and the Riverlands, quickly recognizing their origins. Typically shorter in stature, each cart could accommodate 5 or 6 marshmen soldiers, who now surged forth as the enemy shield bearers turned to retreat, catching them off guard. Having thrived in the harsh, swampy environment, the marshmen were known for their bravery. They leapt from the hay mounds atop the carts, nimbly landing upon the Twin River City shield bearers. Many even found themselves perched atop the heads of their adversaries. The marshmen excelled at exploiting the weaknesses of their foes, driving their hook-bladed weapons into the gaps of the enemy's steel helmets and armor, the vulnerable nape of the neck. A single strike from the hooks spelled doom for any enemy soldier. The sudden onslaught of the marshmen warriors took everyone by surprise. Yet the heavily armored infantry of Twin River City, with their superior defense and numerical advantage, quickly regained their composure amidst the brief chaos. They used their shields to block the hooks and drew their short blades, relentlessly stabbing at the close-quarters marshmen. While the short blades were not lethal, the blows inflicted upon the marshmen caused many to tumble to the ground, soon to be slain by the heavier weapons of the infantry. The anguished cries from the bridge reached Lin's ears, causing the marshman knight beside him to turn pale with distress. Unable to contain himself, he lamented, "Lord Lin, why have your cavalry not yet engaged?" Lin's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. "We need the enemy to retreat further. It's too cramped. My cavalry's target is not only the heavy infantry, but also the archers lurking behind." Stone interjected, "My soldiers have completed the baiting. Do your kin wish only to chase on the battlefield? However, Your Excellency, you still command a considerable number of troops. Even if you were to dispatch one more contingent for reinforcement, that knight from the Zephyr people still wished to persuade further." Lin, growing impatient, interjected, "If you truly aspire to vanquish the Fry family, you ought to place your hopes in the timely arrival of Commander Holland Reed's warships. Until then, I shall not risk deploying all my forces." In the conference hall of the Fry family, although Marquis Warden enjoyed longevity, he was plagued by gout and curled up in his high-backed chair of black oak. Beneath him lay a soft leather cushion, while a long fur robe rested on his knees. His seat was so immense that the elderly man appeared almost like a grotesque child seated within it. Danny was ultimately not escorted to the bridal chamber. Instead, she was brought to the conference hall by a servant of the Frays, standing beside Warden Fry. A Fry attendant watched her from behind. The Fry scouts confirmed that the army attacking East Twin Rivers was from the Northern Rothschild family. To be frank, Old Fry had never spoken of this family before. However, he was now aware that Danny had served as the steward of the Lord S house for a time before her abduction. Warden Fry believed himself to have no grievances with Lin. If there were any, it could only be Danny. Yet, for a mere stewardess, the other party had risked all their troops to assault his ancestral stronghold. Was it truly worth such a gamble? Perhaps that young lord had already claimed Danny, body and soul. Contemplating these matters, Old Fry felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. His 2 cavalry detachments sent forth to test the enemy's defenses had both met with stern resistance. From the current intelligence, it appeared that the soldiers of the Northern Rothschild family in East City intended to hold fast to the stone bridge of East City, showing no inclination to advance upon West Twin Rivers. If Lin's 1,000 troops were to occupy East Twin Rivers, he could refrain from summoning all his vassals, merely commanding his men to secure the true center of West City within the castle, leaving the enemy with no means to assail him. Once the Lannister reinforcements from Herrenberg arrived, or if the expeditionary forces from the north, lacking adequate supplies, were to withdraw, his troubles would naturally dissipate. However, this morning, his scouts had also discovered a force of nearly 1,000 men outside West City, bearing the banners of the Greyjoy family from the Iron Islands. Old Fry could no longer maintain his composure. Connecting this revelation with Lin's defensive posture, he recognized that remaining confined would only place him in a precarious position. Caught between 2 attacking forces, the clear choice was to decisively dismantle one of the encroaching armies. In that moment, Old Fry bore a resemblance to a vulture, yet more akin to a weasel. His balding head was mottled with age spots, his long, pink neck perched upon bony shoulders, and his gaunt chin sagged, its loose skin hanging from his toothless mouth as it incessantly moved, drawing an air like an infant suckling on a pacifier. Old Frey's small, dull, and suspicious eyes stared hollowly at Danny, who stood with her hands unbound yet made no attempt to struggle. "So, that little scoundrel from the Rothschild family is here for you?" Danny had also learned of the Eagle Lion banner flying over East Twin Rivers. A wave of emotion, surprise, and confusion washed over her. Lord Lin was indeed an exemplary lord, 1,000, nay, 10,000 times better than the heartless nobles she had encountered. However, Danny believed she possessed no allure that would compel Lin to mobilize his entire army to attack East Twin Rivers. With hesitation, she slowly shook her head. After a sleepless night, she felt utterly drained, her lips nearly devoid of color, and her entire visage pale. Warden Fry could no longer discern any beauty in the young girl before him. He turned his gaze away from Danny, directing it instead towards the hall. The Fry vassals, commanders, and knightly attendants filled the hall, all awaiting the elder's address. Of course, the lord of the Dreft Fort, Old Bolton, found himself among them. "I know some of you harbor doubts, questioning whether this old man, with his useless legs, has the capacity to ensure the continued glory of the Fry family. Some may think that in a moment of rage, I hastily dealt with Stark, resulting in the Northmen now invading our city. But rest assured, your lord has not lost his wits. The Lannister army shall soon arrive, and I must share this news with you in advance." He gazed at the bronze crown taken from the head of the deceased Rob, a faint smile gracing his toothless mouth. A pitiful king adorned with a bronze crown, he was of little concern. It was the Lannisters who would sustain the Fry family. "My son-in-law, Lord Edmure Tully, will vanquish the Northmen, and I shall generously reward all of you with lands in the Riverlands." He rose slowly, proclaiming loudly, I swear by the name of the Fry family that all of the Riverlands shall belong to you. Provided we reclaim East Twin Rivers and resolve our current predicament. A voice rang out. Reclaim East City. In the face of the immense profits from dividing the Riverlands, the Fry vassals erupted into fervent shouts. Reclaim East City. We shall protect Lord Fry with our lives. Eliminate the Northmen. Old Bolton, who also hailed from the north, remained impassive upon hearing the fervent cries of the Fry vassals. He stepped forward, addressing the elder Fry upon the dais. I hope, Lord Warden, that you will grant me a contingent of troops. Your vassals shall confront the Northmen's defenses in East City, while I shall safeguard the western gate for you. Warden Frey's dim eyes scrutinized Bolton for a long moment before he replied, Let Count Lucas Valpin and his son, Sir John Wilde, accompany you. Count Lucas, the head of the Valpin family in the Riverlands, was known to be loyal among the many vassals of the Fry family. Their sigil featured a black frog upon a white water lily leaf against a green background. Certainly, having Count Lucas at the western gate would fortify their defenses. Bolton nodded respectfully and emphasized, as solid as a gem. Lord Warden Fry continued designating his subordinates in the hall, assigning them the role of leaders for each contingent. Count Lucas would defend the western gate, while his son, Sir Damon, remained at the Lord's residence as the central command. The command of the assault against Lin's forces in East City fell to the three members of the Hay family, whom old Fry trusted most. Sir Leslie Hay was appointed as the general, while his sons, Sir Harris Hay and Sir Donald Hay, were tasked with leading the vanguard and rearguard, respectively. Soon, the war council of the Fry family concluded. The 2,000 troops and attendants assembled within West City were fully mobilized. Sir Hay departed with 1,200 men to support the assault towards the Stone Bridge in East City, launching an offensive at dawn. Count Lucas and Bolton took the remaining 800 to guard the western gate. However, as a fortress built upon the Green Fork River, Old Fry neglected to deploy any contingent to assist in safeguarding the riverfront. Chapter 86. The fleet arrives as the sun rose. It appeared like a towering, ghostly bastion before Lin's eyes. Twin Rivers boasted two stone fortresses, situated on either side of the river, mirroring each other, connected by a massive stone bridge. At the center of the bridge stood the watchtower, with the rushing river flowing beneath its gates. Two colossal iron river gates could intercept any passing vessels. The rain from the previous night had rendered the Green Fork River even murkier and swifter. Gazing northward along the river, several vessels emerged, their banners indistinct in color and design. Lin understood that their obscured colors were due to most banners being similar in hue to the muddy green of the river. In truth, it was the Zephyr Knight beside him who first alerted him. The fleet of House Holland has arrived. Lin gazed towards the far end of the river. Nodding slightly before addressing Sterling beside him, informed Sir Duncan to prepare for the assault. With Horan's warships providing support on the river, we need not hesitate at the Stone Arch Bridge. It is time to seize control of this bridge and advance our formation to the stone fortress across the river. At that moment, a soldier rushed to Lin's side. My lord, Commander Rodart has arrived with the cavalry, infantry, and archers. Better late than never, Lin replied with a smile. Have Rodart come to see me. Let him unify the command of the Tiger's Fury and the cavalry infantry, and incorporate the Stone Knights into Sir Duncan's order. As a former squire of Duncan, Stone had an exceptional battlefield rapport with him. Assigning him to lead the central forces of the Griffin Knights would enhance their combat effectiveness. As you command, my lord. Having experienced several instances of troop losses, Lin had observed that the pure combat attributes of units of the same rank were almost indistinguishable. However, their leadership and command abilities varied significantly. For instance, Rodart, with his legendary cavalry background, exhibited greater aptitude for command compared to Stone. Sir Duncan, on the other hand, excelled in most aspects, being nearly the ideal subordinate in the eyes of a lord, aside from his communication struggles. Harry Kane of the cavalry was an accurate archer with some leadership skills, though he did not stand out. Lin believed that as his forces grew stronger in the future, he should implement a mechanism for selecting commanders within the system troops, ensuring that everyone could fulfill their potential. Rodart approached Lin, saluting with a standard gesture of respect. Before he could speak, the unified sound of hooves from the Griffin Knights echoed behind him. The knightly order was ready to launch an attack. After taking command of the Tiger's Fury from Lin, Rodart cautiously suggested, My lord, should we send all the archers from the cavalry and Tiger's Fury to support Sir Duncan's advance? Lin pondered briefly before shaking his head. No need. As long as the knights can successfully disrupt the shield soldiers of Twin River City and breach the first line of defense, the Fry archers will not have the opportunity to retreat from the Stone Arch Bridge. His voice, though soft, carried an air of certainty. You may deploy 600 infantry to follow. Position the cavalry lancers and the infantry of Tiger's Fury at the front, with the crossbowmen behind them, and finally, arrange a light infantry unit to hold the line at East Stone Fortress. The primary and secondary commanders for the advance and hold would be chosen from the cavalry and Tiger's Fury. I have heard of the sharpshooting skills of the marshland dwellers. Once Horan's warships arrive at the North River Gate, His archers can support our front lines. We will seize control of the stone arch bridge and await the performance of the Greyjoy family at the West City Gate. My lord, what if the Iron Islanders do not vigorously attack the West City Gate? Rodart, having grasped Lynn's plan, expressed concern after a moment of thought. If our entire army becomes mired at the stone arch bridge, we would be in a precarious position. Fear not. The Ironborn are even more anxious than we are. As we push our forces across the river to the stone fortress, regardless of whether the Ironborn attack or not, the encircled Fry family will become like a startled bird. If they are not foolish, they will commit all their forces to seize the West City before us to claim the spoils of victory. Rodart understood what Lynn meant. Twin River City had been occupied by the Fry family for generations, amassing wealth through tolls for crossing the river and bridge. They showed no respect even to the Northern Alliance, demanding every tribute owed without a single concession, and even planned to arrange for their daughter to assume the role of a Northern queen. The wealth of the Fry family was undoubtedly staggering. Faced with such riches, even if Lynn had promised to cede Twin River Castle to them, the Ironborn would not relinquish this easily attainable fortune. The principle of first come, first served was universally understood. Of course, one must possess sufficient strength to guard the spoils. With no further doubts, Rodart took his leave. As both the Tiger's Fury and the cavalry required reorganization and the issuance of Lynn's subsequent orders. At that moment, the Griffin Knights swept past Lynn. Many knights gazing at their lord with admiration and immense pride, akin to proud children receiving encouragement from their parents. The cavalry felt an indescribable surge of fervor swell within them. As the Griffin Knights, nearly 300 strong, crossed the stone fortress at the eastern end of Twin River City and stepped onto the stone arch bridge, they brandished their lances, preparing for their final charge. Lynn's deep gaze fixed upon the indistinct West City across the Green Fork River, murmuring to himself, after all this effort, will we finally seize it? At the bridgehead. As the sun rose, golden rays illuminated the bridge's surface, casting a stark contrast against the remnants of the previous night's carnage, where blood mingled with water, reflecting a deadly crimson glow. Duncan, expressionless, stared ahead as his standard-bearer held the Griffin banner, fluttering in the river breeze. Griffin Knights, advance! Duncan drew his nearly 2-meter-long sword, raising it high as he spurred his steed forward, leading the charge. The beautiful Brienne followed closely, her expression solemn as she rode alongside him. The hooves of the cavalry thundered upon the stone bridge, shaking the entire river valley. The ambushing soldiers of the marsh were nearly decimated under the pressure of the shield soldiers. A grievously wounded Neckmarish warrior lay bloodied beside a wooden cart wheel, having been pierced by a short blade and a long sword through the thigh. His body was stained crimson as he lay in the blood-soaked mud. Hearing the thunderous hooves approaching from behind, he summoned his last strength to look up at the cavalry, charging like a harbinger of death, and managed a grim smile. In the heat of battle, every warrior is aware of the specter of death. To hear the hooves of comrades approaching before death, imagining they might avenge him, is the most poetic farewell to life. Chapter 87. Occupation led by Duncan, the Griffin Cavalry, nearly 300 level 2 knights, surged forth across the wide stone arch bridge with an overwhelming force, sweeping away all obstacles in their path like autumn winds scattering leaves. The Fry heavy shield soldiers at the forefront, having survived 2 rounds of close combat and now in a disordered retreat, faced a full-speed charge from the cavalry behind them. Many heavy infantry, caught off guard, chose to evade the oncoming cavalry in panic. The cavalry's simultaneous charge offered no chances for survival. The shield soldiers on the flanks were directly trampled off the stone arch bridge, screaming as they fell into the murky waters of the Green Fork River below. Meanwhile, those heavy shield soldiers maintaining formation in the center could not withstand the sudden frontal assault. The cavalry trampled over them with impunity. Although the lances could not penetrate their thick steel shields, the sheer force was sufficient to send them flying. After the cavalry's initial charge, the Fry heavy shield soldiers were left in disarray, unable to regroup their severely damaged armor. Following closely, the cavalry infantry of Rodart and Tiger's Fury surged forward, cutting them down in a frenzy. Simultaneously, Stone led the second wave of cavalry soldiers, flanking the combat zone from both sides, unopposed by any shield soldiers. They descended upon the terrified archers of Twin River City like a predator in an unguarded territory, as blood stained the entire bridge from east to west. The battle for control of the Stone Arch Bridge concluded in less than half an hour. Lynn's cavalry emerged victorious. The infantry, in a concerted effort with the cavalry, charged forth, effortlessly reaping the heads of the disheveled soldiers of Riverrun, who lay scattered and wailing across the battlefield, as if harvesting wheat. Just as Lord Hightower and his family, accompanied by 1,200 reinforcements, arrived at the stony castle by the western bridge to provide support, the fleet of Hollander reached the mouth of the river at Riverrun. The defenses along the Green Fork were relatively weak, allowing the men of the Riverlands to swiftly seize the river gate and commence their landing. Sir Leslin Hightower, upon arriving at the western stone castle, was rendered nearly speechless by the sight before him. As one dispatched to assault the eastern stronghold, he bore a visage filled with despair. What siege warfare was this? He pondered, when they themselves had been besieged. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Sir Leslin, accompanied by his 2 sons and a handful of guards, made a hasty retreat towards the western city gate. With their commander gone, the remaining soldiers of House Hightower floundered aimlessly. Some followed Sir Leslin towards the western gate, while others scattered like frightened birds. A meager portion of them, lost and confused, collided with the forces of House Lannister or fell into the embrace of the Riverland soldiers at the river gate, becoming mere grain in the harvest of war. Chaos reigned at the stone castle by the bridge, with sporadic skirmishes occurring but little in the way of organized conflict. In stark contrast, the battles near the western gate raged fervently. In fact, the Ironborn forces led by Victarion Greyjoy had yet to formally assault the western gate of Riverrun. Instead, the soldiers of Riverrun had boldly opened the gates, charging forth to engage the Ironborn troops besieging them. The old Skinchanger, Bolton, along with the Hightower father and sons, were among the first to abandon the city, choosing to break through towards the open land beyond the western gate. Upon learning that the Lannisters, Ironborn, and the Greywater Watch had formed a coalition to assault Riverrun, and that the stone bridge had completely fallen, they made the unhesitating choice to escape. These individuals had little stake in Riverrun, possessing their own independent territories, and were unwilling to fight alongside House Hightower in a desperate struggle. With 3 of the highest-ranking military officers appointed by the old Hightower having fled, the remaining commanders were not fools. Apart from the most loyal vassals of House Hightower, who attempted to rally the demoralized troops for a few brief resistances, others were stirring with intent. In no time, the southern crossing of Riverrun became the most congested area, as nobles prepared to flee the city on the brink of demise. Victarion Greyjoy stood outside the western gate of Riverrun, looking utterly bewildered. Soldiers from Riverrun poured out through the open gates, recklessly charging at his Ironborn defenses. Originally poised to attack, the Ironborn troops found themselves forced to defend. The number of soldiers exiting Riverrun was not substantial, yet each time one wave was repelled, another would surge forth, akin to relentless ocean waves. However, Victarion soon discerned that these soldiers were not truly intent on assaulting his forces but rather seeking to escape. His troops merely obstructed their path beyond the moat. The Ironborn were growing increasingly frustrated. If they pushed into the city and advanced their positions to the gates, they would effectively block the exit of Riverrun soldiers, potentially provoking a desperate fight for their lives. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the true main force of Riverrun still retained considerable strength. A peculiar-looking subordinate approached Victarion and remarked, "My lord, if we continue this endless interception, our men will soon be exhausted." Victarion's expression darkened. He was eager to comprehend the situation. Why had the soldiers of Riverrun not rallied their main forces to contest the eastern stronghold with the Lannisters, opting instead to break out through the western gate? Was it the formidable presence of the Lannisters that instilled such fear, or did they perceive the Ironborn as easy prey? This was an opportune moment to plunder House Hightower's estate. Yet Victarion found himself begrudgingly ordering his troops to remain in position. He even deliberately cleared a path for the fleeing soldiers of Riverrun, allowing them to escape unimpeded, so as not to hinder his own ambitions in the city. Old Skinchanger Roose Bolton, with a grim countenance, passed through the Ironborn ranks under the protection of his retainers. Though he had narrowly evaded capture, he was far from pleased. Having orchestrated the assassination of Robb Stark and the loyal nobles of the North, he had anticipated reaping the rewards of his treachery. Now, not only had the Ironborn intervened in the affairs of the North, but even an unknown minor noble from the southern reaches was rising to prominence. The betrayal of the Dreadfort and its alliance with the Lannisters to dominate the North proved far more challenging than he had envisioned. Nevertheless, the situation for House Hightower was dire, and his escape from encirclement was a stroke of fortune. The immediate priority was to vacate this treacherous ground and return to his own territory at the Dreadfort, seizing Winterfell while it lay vulnerable and consuming the lands of fallen noble families in the north. Upon exiting the city gates, Roose cast aside thoughts of these troubling matters, hastening northward while striving to evade the watchful eyes of the Ironborn. Should the Ironborn discover his identity amidst their strategic rivalry in the north, his safe return would be jeopardized. At that moment, the forces of House Lannister had just captured the stone castle at the western bank. Their troops were officially breaching the defenses of Riverrun, and the fall of the city was all but assured. Chapter 88. A fortuitous turn of events. A squad of cavalry, led by a resolute commander, scoured the western district of Riverrun, while the central streets were teeming with the Tiger Company, a battalion of crossbowmen. Upon entering the Lord's estate of House Hightower, Lannister's soldiers established a perimeter, securing the area within a mile of the stronghold. However, after effortlessly seizing the Hightower castle, they discovered it to be desolate. Old Lord Hightower and his kin had vanished without a trace. Standing in the courtyard of the Hightower estate, Lannister awaited reports from his scouts, his demeanor cool and detached. "My lord, we have thoroughly searched the High Tower residence. Aside from a few bodies of servants and family members, we have found no one," reported one scout. "We have also examined the tower in the southwest corner, uncovering only a handful of remnants and some provisions. Lord Stonefist is currently dealing with the guards of Riverrun in that vicinity." After a while, a breakthrough occurred. A cavalry scout arrived at Lannister's side, dismounting and kneeling. "My lord, we have discovered a group of evacuees at the river crossing outside the southern city. They were dressed as nobles and have been intercepted by the Riverlands fleet." Lannister's eyes brightened. After a moment's consideration, he instructed, "Notify Sir Duncan to lead 100 knights to the scene and encircle them. Let none escape. Once we confirm they are of House Hightower, send word back to me." "Yes, my lord." Lannister then inquired about the situation at the western gate. Upon learning from a scout that the Ironborn had allowed a significant number of Riverrun's troops to leave the city, his expression darkened ominously. While his men were fighting valiantly, the Ironborn had merely stood by and permitted the Riverrun soldiers to escape. It was likely that Victarion was preparing to enter the city as well. At that moment, Sterling emerged from within the High Tower estate, discreetly approaching Lannister and whispering, "My lord, the search party has discovered an underground chamber, seemingly a treasure vault belonging to House Hightower." A flicker of interest crossed Lannister's face. "Expel all irrelevant individuals from the estate," he instructed Sterling quietly. "Secure the main entrance. No one is to enter without my express permission." Upon entering the rear courtyard of the estate, Lynn beheld a towering 4-story stone fortress. The Flory family had dedicated 3 centuries to the construction of this Twin River castle, situated in the northern part of the Flory estate, resembling an impregnable bastion. After traversing several stone corridors, guided by the search party, Lynn arrived before a side hall barred by a colossal ironclad door, which stood ajar, its lock pried open. 2 soldiers from the Tiger Guard flanked the entrance. Lynn inquired, "Is the underground secret chamber within?" The sentinel responded with a respectful bow, "Indeed, my lord. Inside lies a study, where we discovered a passage leading downward concealed behind a grand wooden bookshelf. The entrance to the basement was cleverly hidden behind this massive bookshelf, operated by a nimble mechanism." One soldier activated the mechanism, revealing a descending stone staircase. "Stand guard here," Lynn instructed as he led his attendant, Guftavo, into the passage. Descending the spiraling stone steps, Lynn soon found himself in a neatly arranged basement, its walls crafted from smooth stone, illuminated by wall sconces. The space was adorned with a row of 8 or 9 large wooden chests. 3 of the chests lay open, their contents, pearls, gemstones, and gold, scattered chaotically on the floor, suggesting the Flory family had evacuated in haste, taking only a fraction of their treasures. Lynn's heart raced as he approached the 3 open chests, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the riches within. The wealth of a millennium-old family lay before him, causing his breath to quicken. He turned to the oblivious Guftavo, who regarded the scattered gold and silver with indifference, and commanded, "Open the other chests." With each chest Guftavo opened, Lynn's pupils dilated further. The first chest brimmed with shimmering silver stag coins, crafted from the finest silver. The subsequent chests yielded the same. "What is this?" he exclaimed as Guftavo unveiled the 4th chest, revealing it filled to the brim with gold dragons. Lynn's face was illuminated with a golden hue as his dark eyes sparkled with excitement. "How many gold dragons are there? 5,000? Or perhaps even 10,000? He struggled to calculate, his mind dulled by the overwhelming sight before him. Yet, the most astonishing discovery awaited him still. Guftavo, undeterred by Lynn's evident greed, continued to follow his orders, opening the remaining chests. With each lid lifted, Lynn felt as though he were receiving a devastating blow to his chest. For chests filled exclusively with gold dragons lay open before him. Guftavo observed his master, who was panting like a frog, and scratched his head in confusion. Lynn shot a frustrated glare at the clueless Guftavo. "Leave. Wait at the entrance," he snapped, watching as the bemused attendant exited, leaving Lynn alone with his beloved gold dragons. Consumed by avarice, Lynn plucked a gold dragon coin from the chest and bit down on it. Ugh, hard as stone, yet bitter. Thrilled, he scooped up a handful of coins, only to have them slip through his fingers and land painfully on his ankle. The sharp sensation jolted him back to reality. With a reluctant sigh, Lynn summoned the explosive soldier system. Ding. Welcome, host, to the explosive soldier system. In this realm, spending is paramount. Current upgrade experience, 7, 191, 110, 000. Current available points, 1. Perhaps it was his imagination, but today, the system's upgrade notification seemed particularly gentle. Lynn internally cursed this greedy system. However, recognizing the pressing matters outside, he resolved to proceed with the spending. System, I wish to recharge all these gold dragons. Ding. System has received the host's command, initiating recharge. A cascade of radiant light enveloped Lynn, restoring his natural complexion. The splendid basement dimmed significantly as the primary light source vanished. In the dim glow of the walls, the 4 chests filled with gold dragons now stood empty. A series of melodious upgrade notifications echoed in Lin's ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recharged 45 gold dragons. Current available points, 450,001. Current upgrade experience, 4, 571, 911, 100, 000. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 5. Unlocking the following. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 6. Unlocking the following. 45 available points. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though he was on the verge of a great fortune. Chapter 89. The verdict. Just as Lin emerged from the exhilaration of acquiring vast points and upgrading his system, his attendant Guftavo hurried down the basement stairs. My lord, the Griffin Knights cavalry has reported a conflict between Sir Duncan and the Zurin. Lin responded with curiosity. Did they mention who was blocked at the ferry point? They did. It was members of the Flory family, and Sir Duncan discovered Miss Danny's body on the riverbank. What? Lin's pupils dilated in shock, and he shut his eyes, a conflicted expression crossing his face. He glanced once more at the remaining 6 chests, feeling a wave of melancholy as he regarded the treasures before him, suddenly devoid of allure. What value did wealth hold if he could not protect those he cherished? In that moment of despair, he scoffed at himself. Guftavo. I feel the urge to kill. Guftavo solemnly replied. My lord, whom shall I slay? Very well, instruct Sterling to gather all the troops in the city. We shall go forth to eliminate those deserving of death. Guftavo hesitated momentarily. Lin inquired, what is it? What shall we do with these treasures? It is clear you hold great fondness for them. Lin spat, expelling a thick, blood-tinged phlegm onto the chest before him, marking it as if claiming territory. He turned away, refusing to glance back at the dazzling riches. Look, they are mine now. No one shall take them. Guftavo dashed through the estate to relay Lin's orders to Sterling. As Sterling turned to respond, he caught sight of Guftavo spitting on an unexpectedly acquired bronze axe. Fool, what are you doing? Sterling stifled his urge to scold. Marking my territory. Ultimately, Lin left 2 squads of 50 infantrymen in the city, one stationed at the northern entrance of the Flory estate and the other at the southwestern tower, guarding a stockpile of grain. The army suffered few casualties during the battle for the Stone Arch Bridge, but sustained significant losses during skirmishes with the Twin River City's guard while clearing and searching the western city. Rodart gathered all the soldiers together. This provides a relatively comprehensive estimate of the casualties. Initially, Lin gathered 3 armies at the Green Fork River to attack the city of Manhwa. This included the 270 members of the Eagle Lion Knights led by Duncan from Carlin Bay, 1,000 infantry from the Tiger Bin Regiment summoned outside the city, and over 100 cavalry from the Rodart territory. In total, a mixed force of 370 soldiers experienced 2 battles, the siege of East Wanha City and the occupation of West Wanha City. Currently, 970 soldiers survive, including 180 cavalry. Excluding the 100 cavalry Duncan took to blockade the crossing point, and the 100 mixed infantry stationed within the city, Lin, accompanied by the remaining 770 soldiers, marched through the central square of West Wanha City, heading straight for the crossing point to the south of Wanha City. At the river port, Duncan gripped his drawn knight's sword tightly in his hand, while his cavalry formed a circular formation around nearly 70 members of the Flay family. On the Green Fork River, 2 dual-masted warships, adorned with the green emblem of the Greywater Watch family, anchored at the turbulent river port. Crossbowmen and rows of archers aboard the ships aimed their drawn bows at the 100 cavalry of the Eagle Lion Knights. The Green Fork River surged through the archway of the stone bridge in Wanha City, flowing tumultuously downstream. The swirling murky green waters did little to alleviate the tense atmosphere on the scene. The Zirin Knights, who had participated in the battle for the stone bridge, stood not far from the perimeter of the Eagle Lion Knights' encirclement, accompanied by 100 Zirin warriors. He glared at Duncan and asked, My lord, do you intend to make enemies of the Zirin? Duncan, remaining cold-faced, replied calmly, I have no intention of declaring war, but some must be left behind. The Zirin Knight, agitated, retorted, Lord Flay is a guest invited by Commander Horan to Greywater Watch. Do not forget who aided you in seizing Wanha City. Lady Brienne, unfazed, pointed her long sword at the diminutive Zirin Knight. Wald Flay is the mastermind behind the murder of my lord, Lady Caitlin. If you wish to save him, you must first pass my sword. Do you desire a duel, Frog-Eater Knight? The Zirin Knight, still scowling, was about to respond when the sound of hooves echoed from a distance. He turned to see a large army approaching from the small stone gate in the south of Wanha City. Given the proximity of the crossing point to the southern wall of Wanha City, he quickly recognized the army, led by a faintly visible slender figure, Lin Rothschild. Seeing Lin almost leading out the entirety of the garrison, the Zirin Knight exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be? Is he abandoning Wanha City? Is the Flay family's treasure to be relinquished to the Iron Islands? Walled Flay, trapped at the center of the cavalry's encirclement, quaked as he stood, surrounded by his numerous sons and daughters, along with several loyal vassals of the Flay family. In that moment, he trembled and shouted to the Zirin knights outside. Quickly take me away. You of the Zirin family have a pact with me. Take me with you. Duncan coldly raised his sword, and the other members of the Eagle Lion Knights followed suit, brandishing their weapons. The Flay family shall be dealt with by my lord. Who dares to abduct anyone? Walled Flay's face flushed with anger, his body shaking uncontrollably as he roared. I am the Marquis of the Riverlands. Who dares to stop me? The King's Landing and the Lannister family will not let him go unpunished. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. What great authority you have, old Marquis. Lyn, arriving with his army, coldly mocked. Did Duncan not hear Lord Wald's words? Drag this old dog out to me. The tall Duncan grinned wickedly at the command, dismounting without hesitation to stand before Walled Flay, seizing the old man's wrinkled neck with his muscular arm. Several vassals of the Flay family, attempting to intervene, were swiftly slain by the knights beside Duncan. Duncan dragged Wald by the neck, much like a dead dog, directly through the passage cleared by the Eagle Lion Knights to Lyn. Lyn, mounted on his warhorse, looked down at the old man, now resembling a vulture. This once mighty Marquis of the Seven Kingdoms, Walled Flay, gasped for breath, his toothless mouth moving. He then raised his head for the first time, gazing upon the young lord of the North who had usurped his family's legacy. His eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Lyn's dark gaze remained cold as he regarded this despicable elder who had ambushed Robb Stark at his wedding, depriving him and his loyal vassals of their lives, only to kneel in fealty to the Lannisters for the sake of granting his son, Aemon Flay, the lands of Riverrun. Not far away, a young woman in a blood-stained Baroque-style dress, often worn by Dany Tully, lay lifeless on the cobblestone riverbank. Lyn spat at Wald and coldly pronounced, You and your Flay family shall be buried here alongside my lady's memory. May the gods confine you forever in hell to atone for your sins. Chapter 90, Insane? Rodart commanded the soldiers to drag the Flay family to the murky waters of the Green Fork River. Fear serves to amplify the high-pitched wails that arose from the riverbank, reminiscent of anguished cries. The Zirin knight hurried to Lyn's side. Before he could speak, Lyn raised a hand to interrupt. Inform Lord Reed that if he is on the ship and wishes to intercept, let the Zirin archers fire. The Green Fork River feels somewhat chilling. Lyn tightened his woolen cloak. Of course, if he dares to oppose me, my lord. The Zirin family and the Marquis of Wanha have an agreement to spare the Flay family this once. He personally led his troops here to seek the demise of the Flay clan. I can assure you on behalf of Commander Horan that neither the castle nor the Flay family's treasures will be touched by the Zirin. Lyn turned to regard the green-skinned, diminutive knight. Do you take me for a fool? The Flay family has controlled the Wanha River Valley for centuries, with deep-rooted connections in the Riverlands. If you release him, are you not digging your own grave? Moreover, his collusion with Edmure Tully to seize his own steward from his lands is tantamount to declaring war on oneself. Thinking of Edmure, Lyn furrowed his brow and asked Duncan, Have you seen any sign of the new Duke of Tully? Duncan hesitated, replying, I do not recognize him. Lyn paused, as if he too knew what Dany's spendthrift father looked like. However, in the course of their conversation, Lyn noticed a flicker of discomfort on the Zirin knight's face. Where is Edmure? Lyn inquired, turning his gaze. The Duke of Tully is the Marquis of the Riverlands. Do you intend to make an enemy of the entire Riverlands? The Zirin knight stammered. Winter is approaching. It is perilous. Executing a duke privately would not be tolerated by the Seven Kingdoms. The nobility of Westeros would bear a grudge against you. Lyn emphasized, Where is Edmure? The Zirin knight remained silent. Guftavo soon placed a massive bronze axe, salvaged from the Flay stronghold, at his neck. Witnessing Lyn's resolute expression, the Zirin knight finally relented. My lord, when Lord Reed landed, he discovered Duke Tully and his new wife. They boarded a small boat at the river port and have likely already departed the Wanha City area. Lyn shot a glance at the Zirin knight, who had no reason to lie. But Edmure had escaped just like that? Sterling volunteered, My lord, allow me to pursue? Here lies the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, where one can swiftly drift southward to the confluence with the Trident River. From there, Edmund will turn into the Red Fork River and soon arrive at the bustling city of Riverrun. After the incident in Twin Rivers, the timid and cowardly new head of the Tully family will likely cower in the Duke's residence in Riverrun, trembling with fear. Lyn let out a sigh and waved his hand, declaring, It is futile to pursue them now. Regarding Dany, he bears a share of the responsibility, and I shall eventually settle this score with him. For now, I must deal with the matter at hand. He turned his attention back to the Knight of the Riverlands, paralyzed beneath the bronze axe. Given the repeated selfish actions of the Riverlander, which have severely compromised our temporary alliance with the Rothschild family, the lands of Carlin Bay shall not be returned to Greywater Watch. The Riverlander knight became agitated. My lord, you are openly tearing up the agreement. Lord Harlan and all the Riverlanders will not forgive such treachery. Lyn gestured for Guthor to lower the axe. Meanwhile, from the riverbank, the anguished cries and curses of the Fry family being executed by Lord Rodart echoed through the air. The wind at the river mouth carried away the piercing wails, leaving only the sound of Lin's woolen cloak billowing in the breeze. "Begone," Lin retorted with an icy demeanor. The Fry family, in collusion with the Lord of the Dread Fort, Ramsay Bolton, conspired to ensnare the king in the north and his bannermen in Twin Rivers. Now that the Iron Islanders have released Bolton, you Riverlanders dare attempt to seize these culprits from me? I am certain the entire North will remember these events. The Riverlander Knight's eyes were filled with disbelief. The young Lord of the North not only refused to honor his promise to return Carlin Bay to the Riverlands, but also intended to renege on the agreement regarding Twin Rivers. Madness. Complete madness. How dare he? Let us not forget that the Iron Islands lie just off the western coast of the Riverlands, less than 3 days' journey from Twin Rivers. The vengeful Greyjoys, known for their tradition of plundering others' lands, would not let this transgression go unpunished. Do you truly have the appetite to consume such a vast territory as Twin Rivers? The knight wished to inquire, yet the words faltered on his lips. He lowered his head wearily, bowed to Lin, and departed quietly with his fellow Riverlander warriors. Moments later, the archers aboard 2 Riverlander warships withdrew their bows aimed at the shore and dismantled their crossbows. The sounds of slaughter from the riverbank fell silent for a brief spell, only to rise again. The Fry family's demise would not be concluded hastily. "Lin," he addressed Sterling, "go see if old Walder Fry has met his end." Sterling chuckled. "My lord, not yet. I can still hear that old man's curses. It seems Lord Rodart intends for him to witness the slaughter of his kin, to let him taste the bitterness of his family being decimated, but ultimately it will be left for you to deal with." Lin nodded, then dismounted, his steps heavy as he walked across the river pebbles to the green waters downstream. There lay Dany's lifeless body, a large gash in her chest, blood having drained significantly from her frail form, leaving a stark crimson wound. Lin knelt in anguish, taking her pale, delicate hand in his. He gazed upon her bloodless face, reminiscing about her past smile and unguarded, natural expression that grazed her beautiful countenance. He recalled the day she approached him, timidly presenting her application while clad in a red and green silk gown, her face smudged with mud. The image of the girl with chestnut hair and fair skin leaped vividly to his mind, as if it were yesterday. In the rushing waters of the Green Fork River, the headless bodies of the Fry family drifted past him. Lin raised his gaze, fixating on the lifeless forms for a long while, his sight following their descent into the murky waters. He remained in a daze until a flash of insight struck him. "Fireborn!" Lin exclaimed, rising with exhilaration. He called out to Sterling, who hurriedly approached. "My lord, what is your command?" "Take a few cavalrymen downstream to seek the trail of the Brotherhood without banners and bring their leader, a man named Beric Dondarrion, to me. Should he be willing to come, I shall generously fund his brotherhood." "My lord, what if he refuses?" Lin shot Sterling a fierce glare. "You, an assassin, dare to pose such a question?" His tone was stern. "Even if it requires binding him, bring him to me."